The year is 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar. In the holy land of Mary Geos, the palace stands resplendent, adorned with golden artifacts. Adam's tree furniture tables, chairs, beds, and cabinets are scattered throughout, while immense jars tower in the corners, housing 4 mermaids. In what was once a silent palace, a low, murmuring voice breaks the tranquility. "Is that you, Ross?" Ross gazes in astonishment at the youthful visage reflected in the mirror, momentarily at a loss for words. The boy in the mirror possesses a flawless, pale face, sharp features emanating an air of sternness. His deep, dark eyes sparkle with an alluring light, exuding an unmistakable, noble aura. He has traversed realms, or perhaps his memories have awakened, transforming him directly into a celestial dragon. How exhilarating this is! Yet, his identity is somewhat awkward. His name is Jaegerushia Rose Saint, a quintessential celestial dragon name, and his grandfather was Jaegerushia Satan, one of the current 5 elders, infamous for being the first to be removed from their ranks in the original pirate narrative. Though his grandfather's disgrace did not tarnish the family, the celestial dragons are, after all, the antagonists. Descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government, the celestial dragons regard themselves as descendants of the creator, wielding the privileges of the ruling class, residing in the holy land of Mary Geos. However, times have changed, and it seems that the usurpers were never virtuous. Today's celestial dragons are widely recognized as demons donning human skins, symbols of power, rather than benevolence. The tale of pirates, once a story of exploration and freedom, has morphed into the saga of Monkey D. Luffy overthrowing the world government. And, rather inconveniently, his current identity represents the world government. These thoughts flitted through his mind, but Ross soon found himself elated. After all, being transported to the world of pirates and becoming a celestial dragon is indeed a fortuitous beginning. Who would not rejoice at becoming a celestial dragon? Such an identity, bestowed at birth, is undoubtedly the dream of many. As for the malevolence associated with the celestial dragons, one might ponder whether one's moral compass would shift upon awakening to such a life. Would one refuse to become a wealthy heir simply because other affluent descendants exploit the vulnerable? Moreover, Ross is free from such worries. In his previous life, he was a mere beast of burden. In this life, to be a saint would render his journey meaningless. The only drawback now is that typical celestial dragons lack any real power. Ross' current physique, weakened by excessive indulgence, is inferior even to that of an average individual in the pirate world, barely able to walk unaided. Ding. The defeat system is here to serve you. The defeat system? What functions does it possess? Hearing the melodious system notification, Ross felt even more uplifted. Host. Raw strength, 63,100 G, weaker than a Marine soldier overall rating. It relies solely on identity abilities, none skills, none. Note, defeating an enemy grants a reward of 1 to their overall rating. Killing or defeating an enemy grants rewards based on the enemy's current overall rating. Note, each individual's current rating can only yield 1 reward for either killing or defeating, and the rewards for defeating do not conflict with those for killing. Is there a distinction between defeating and killing? Ross pondered briefly, but as he continued reading, realization dawned upon him. Oh, so that's what it means. I want to kill you. Suddenly, a feeble voice echoed beside Ross. A beautiful woman, bruised and battered, stood before him, the marks of his own handiwork evident upon her. Having just awakened his memories, he had perhaps gone a bit too far in his revelry. Yet, the woman, Erica, is no ordinary individual. She is a bounty-hunting pirate with a 5 million bounty, originally the wife of a notorious pirate with a 100 million bounty, who caught Ross' eye while he passed through the Sabaody archipelago. The outcome was evident: her husband and entire crew were annihilated, and she was brought to Ross Palace. This incident barely stirred ripples upon the sea, a testament to the power wielded by the celestial dragons. Time to test the system. Erica. Overall rating. "You scoundrel, that I will kill you." No. The woman's voice, laced with hatred, persisted as she lunged at Ross with a weapon in hand. Half an hour later, Ross stood, invigorated, having finished his practice. Feeling the surge of vitality and the newfound marksmanship skills from his memories, the world appeared more splendid. A level defeat completed. Strength, 100. Special reward, a level marksmanship skills host. Raw strength, 163,300 level, on par with a Marine soldier skills. A level marksmanship. Alas, defeating an individual of the same level can only be done once, otherwise he could have soared to new heights. With a smile on his face, Ross leaned closer to Erica's ear. Did that feel good? Scoundrel, either kill me, or I will ensure your demise. Erica glared at Ross, her mind consumed by hatred. Ross shook his head in disappointment, picking up a platinum handgun from the table and pressing it against the woman's broad chest. Bang! Crimson splattered forth, transforming Beauty into mere bones. A level kill completed. Reward: none defeat reward already obtained. Ross' expression remained unchanged as he carelessly discarded the gun. Since feelings would not bloom, he held no qualms about being impolite. Regrettably, the rewards for defeating and killing conflicted, or else he could have claimed another bounty. Ross approached the palace entrance and calmly called out, "Jernica." As soon as the name left his lips, the young, slender figure clad in a white suit appeared before him, kneeling on one knee with his head bowed low. Jernica overall rating: B. Lord Ross. How may I serve you? Though obscured by white paint, Jernica's face radiated excitement. Ross recognized Jernica not merely because he had recently been promoted from CP9 to temporarily oversee the protection of the Jaegerusha family as part of CP0, but also because Jernica would make an appearance 20 years hence, participating in the final battle between Kaido and Luffy. Although he met a swift demise, he had at least made an appearance. Being selected for CP0 at this juncture speaks volumes of Jernica's potential. Sadly, 2 decades later, he would only attain the strength of a mid-ranking officer, suggesting his upper limits were somewhat constrained. Clean the palace thoroughly. I wish to see no trace of filth. Understood. Jernica coldly entered the palace, emerging shortly thereafter, carrying a bed tightly wrapped in white cloth. Lord Ross, the task is complete. Your new furniture will arrive within the hour. Excellent. Ross reclined on the sofa, casually inquiring, what significant events have transpired at sea recently? Having just arrived in the world of One Piece, he sought to understand the current circumstances. His memories provided no insights into matters at sea. Focusing instead on trivial disputes with other celestial dragons, he held little interest in such affairs. Engaging too long in games with fellow celestial dragons would surely lead to deterioration. If there were no survival pressures, Ross would not mind playing until his last breath. Yet, idling about guarantees a purge in 20 years that would be troublesome. Moreover, simply eliminating Luffy would not resolve the matter. Who knows what Joy Boy and Nika entail? What if they randomly awaken at a predetermined time? To avert calamity, Ross must take precautions, lest his enjoyment be abruptly curtailed. Furthermore, if he truly desires enjoyment, the pursuits of other celestial dragons do not entice him. As celestial dragons, hunting the most formidable slaves and savoring the finest women is the true thrill. What is the point of tormenting ordinary folk when the rewards are negligible? St. Ross. Ever since the demise of the pirate king Joel D. Roger, there have been no significant events, and everything remains under the control of the world government. Jernica respectfully replied. Is that all? His initial reaction was one of suspicion, believing Jernica was withholding information. The Great Pirate Era had been in full swing for 2 years. How could there be no news at all? Considering the circumstances of other celestial dragons, his skepticism was not unwarranted. However, upon witnessing Jernica's nonchalant demeanor, he began to understand. From the perspective of ordinary pirates, and even the Navy, the Great Pirate Era seemed to herald a new epoch. If Jernica were not so reckless, he would not have foolishly involved himself in Kaido's battle. What notable pirates roam the seas now? Ross inquired differently. The Red Highness Baroque Leadfield, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Dark King Silvers Rayleigh, Beast Kaido, and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, Jernica enumerated. St. Ross. All these pirates possess Conqueror's Haki, making it exceedingly difficult to capture them as slaves, Jernica added. Ross glanced at Jernica, questioning if he had ever suggested capturing them as slaves. My lord, I am at fault. I humbly request your punishment. Jernica, trembling, slapped himself, his clown-like face rapidly reddening, adding to the absurdity of the moment. How could he dare to presume the thoughts of a celestial dragon? Completion of Crank defeat. Power, 10,000 special reward. Crank physical technique. Was this truly considered a defeat? Even if it was merely a downgraded Crank reward, it was still excessively generous. Host. Ross Power, 10, 16330-000 Drank. School level power skills. Rank marksmanship. Crank physical technique. Feeling the surge of power within him, Ross' eyes sparkled with anticipation. In just a few hours, he had attained school-level power. The future appeared promising. Let this be a lesson, he remarked casually, waving his hand. Jernica's understanding demeanor assured him that he would not be overly reprimanded. Was this the intoxicating taste of power? It was truly tempting to succumb to its allure. Returning to the matter at hand, through Jernika's narration, Ross had gleaned the current maritime situation. It was the year 1500 of the sea calendar. Leadfield had yet to confront Admiral Aquino. The Golden Lion had entered Impel Down. Roger was deceased, Whitebeard was at the height of his power, and Kaido and Big Mom were beginning to make their marks. This was the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, the most tumultuous time in nearly a century, with the future landscape of the Four Emperors yet to be established and pirates across the globe seeking Roger's treasure. What a splendid era indeed, he mused. With so many pirates, there would be no shortage of challenges, providing ample opportunity for his rapid growth. A faint smile crept across Ross' lips as he strolled towards the massive fish tank, within which swam the mermaid slaves he had acquired from Sabaody Archipelago. As he approached the tank, the once tranquil aquatic realm sprang to life. The mermaids seemed to sense his presence, swimming forward to dance gracefully, resembling ethereal water sprites. Ross was acutely aware that the mermaids did not dance of their own volition. They had been trained to perfection. Yet, here were four mermaids, adorned with vibrant hair, breathtaking beauty, each possessing a unique charm, dancing for him in this moment. What a delightful sight it was. Meanwhile, behind him, Jernica knelt like a devoted servant, his expression one of reverence with no hint of dissent. Though Jernica was not particularly tall or imposing, Ross had no doubt he could easily eradicate a non-affiliated nation. What CP9's Lucci had once accomplished, all of CP0 could replicate. Such strength could only kneel before a celestial dragon, where a mere slip of the tongue could result in self-inflicted punishment, believing himself inferior. Alas, these were merely privileges afforded by status. Personal strength could not be neglected. Otherwise, when faced with higher-ranking celestial dragons in the future, Ross would find no distinction between himself and Jernica. Jernica, St. Ross, how may I serve you? Previously, my slave perished. I require a new batch. I need a list of the Navy's headquarters personnel, as well as a list of prisoners from Impel Down. Ross instructed matter-of-factly to fulfill his ultimate hedonistic aspirations. He needed more capable hands. At once, Jernica acknowledged. When can I expect it? My lord, the task will be completed within 1 hour. After receiving his orders and confirming that Ross had no additional commands, Jernica vanished in an instant. The palace returned to its former silence, save for the gentle rippling of water from the swimming mermaids. Thud, thud, thud. Ross tapped on the fish tank, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The mermaids concluded their dance, timidly lining up, their faces adorned with exaggerated, obsequious smiles. Previously, Ross' excessive antics with the crickets had resulted in the demise of most of his slaves. These four ornamental mermaids were now his last remaining pets. While Ross had kept fish before, this was his first experience with mermaids, and it was nothing short of astonishing. Compared to ordinary fish, which were entirely devoid of intelligence, mermaids were not only obedient, but far more astute. In his past life, he often boasted of having fish that could perform backflips. Today, that boast had come to fruition. Watching the four mermaids execute synchronized backflips, Ross beamed with satisfaction and pressed a green button located beneath the tank. A bag of feed cascaded from the top of the tank, showering the water with countless pearl-like morsels. The mermaids, upon seeing this, were filled with exuberance, joyfully darting towards the feed, eagerly plucking the pearls one by one. There truly is a gratifying feeling to fish-keeping, Ross mused, feeling even more satisfied. This feed was no ordinary fare. The value of this single bag surpassed the cumulative cost of food an average mermaid would consume in a lifetime. With high prices come high rewards. This specialized feed from Mariawa would keep the mermaid's skin supple and radiant, enhancing both their beauty and physique, while also combating aging. Besides cricket fighting, beauty contests were among the daily activities of celestial dragons. However, Ross was a selfish individual, loath to share. The information he sought was already catalogued by the world government. He surmised that any necessary reports would take time to relay to the elders, his grandfather, while the rest was merely a matter of retrieving documents from various locales. St. Ross, here is the list you requested. Upon receiving the roster from Jernica, Ross first examined the list from Impel Down. Previously, he sought toys. This time, he was in search of tools. That he swiftly navigated through the initial layers, merely selecting a few names from each to have Jernica procure as his slaves. These individuals represented his foundational assets, offering insight into the experiences different levels of pirates could provide. As he continued to peruse, Ross' attention soon fixated on the final layer of the list. Beyond mere consumables, he required capable tools. Pirates never fought alone. The world was vast, and even if one ascended to become the king of the world, managing such an expansive realm alone was impossible. Golden Lion, Bondi Wald, Douglas Bullet. Ross scrutinized the names, his brows arching slightly. This list indeed contained several surprises. Even 20 years prior to the onset of the plot, Impel Down had housed many talents. In a few years, the list would surely grow. Yet, after a mere glance, Ross set the list aside. He was merely satisfying his curiosity. He did not require anyone at this moment. While the final layer of prisoners were indeed formidable, they were also not to be trifled with, as many had dared to kill celestial dragons. Without adequate self-defense, acquiring them would pose a risk. Once he strengthened his own capabilities, subduing these individuals would become a trivial task. Ross picked up the naval roster beside him and examined it with increased diligence. Self-aware, he had always intended to recruit from the Navy first. Compared to the unruly pirates, the disciplined and just Navy undoubtedly represented a far superior choice. Whether it be through nihilism or an unwavering commitment to justice, the Navy consisted of individuals who adhered to rules, thus enhancing his chances of recruitment and attracting a greater number of willing allies. Skipping over a plethora of enticing names such as Akainu, Kazan, Saru, and Garp, Ross gaze quickly settled at the bottom of the list. Graduates of the Naval Elite Training Camp, Gion, Kaki, and Anawabanshu. These individuals seem to possess significant potential for the future, making them excellent candidates for my future endeavors. Moreover, as recent graduates, they should exhibit high adaptability, Ross mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Tama Gion and Shibuda Kaki are both candidates for future admirals. While their strength may not reach rank, they are undoubtedly at least a rank. Anawabanshu is destined to become an elite rear admiral, possessing strength that would certainly qualify as rank, surpassing that of Jernica. In mere moments, Ross formulated a plan. Jernica, contact the higher-ups and inform them that my previous slaves were insufficiently competent. Either procure a few from the 6th level of Impel Down, or arrange for an admiral to serve as my personal bodyguard. Ross spoke with an air of authority that brooked no argument. This. Understood. Observing Jernica's dazed expression, Ross could only shake his head internally. Still too young, having encountered the celestial dragons far too infrequently. If he were to request just a few newcomers from the list, Satan would likely suspect he had been replaced. Commanding an admiral was the standard procedure for the celestial dragons. To avoid any complications, he would need to speak in a manner befitting their lofty status. This was the very reason the world government had devoted 800 years to elevating the celestial dragons' standing, instilling in them an unwavering confidence. The last individual to dare provoke the celestial dragons was Rox, the most formidable figure at sea in nearly a century. His grave must now be overgrown. Before setting sail, Monkey D. Luffy faced a dominion of the celestial dragons that was as solid as a rock, with none daring to challenge it. What are you dawdling for? Do not linger, Ross admonished as he noticed Jernica still hesitating. Was it truly necessary to take so long merely to relay a message to his grandfather? Ross had already begun contemplating replacing Jernica. Clearly, he was not a product of his own training. There was a distinct lack of efficacy in his performance. Yes, St. Ross, I shall attend to it immediately, Jernica responded hastily, unwilling to delay any further. Today marked his first day on duty, tasked with responsibilities concerning the celestial dragons. He had anticipated the challenges ahead, yet he had not foreseen them to be of this magnitude. Negotiating with the higher-ups to extract prisoners from the 6th level of Impel Down as slaves, or to secure an admiral as Ross' bodyguard, seemed an insurmountable task. Failure to accomplish either would surely result in his demise at Ross' hands. It was only his first day officially on the job with CP0. Surely he would not meet such a fate. In a flurry of thoughts, Jernica dialed the phone snail of the Marine Headquarters Admiral. During his training, he had compiled contact information for various officials across the Navy for future tasks. At least in the eyes of the world government, CP0 held a status above that of the Navy. At Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford, in the highest conference room, discussions regarding the extermination order were abruptly interrupted by the sudden call of the phone snail. Admiral Kong, a robust middle-aged man with a mohawk, upon realizing the call originated from the CP0's exclusive phone snail, felt his discontent dissipate, replaced by a warm smile. Exchanging a glance with his colleagues, indicating the communication was from the world government, he decisively answered the call. Kong presumed the conversation would mostly pertain to the extermination order and saw no reason to conceal its contents from those present. "Hello, this is Marine Headquarters. I am Admiral Kong." The attending high-ranking officers of the headquarters exhibited a range of reactions to Kong's unusual demeanor. Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru furrowed their brows, seemingly displeased. The Marine hero, Garp, casually munched on a donut, appearing indifferent to both the meeting and the call. Vice Admiral Borisellino appeared nonchalant as he groomed his nails, though his posture slightly straightened, revealing a hint of interest in the call's content. Vice Admiral Kazan's expression darkened, though it remained unclear whether it was due to the impending extermination order against O'Hara or the sudden interruption of the call. Once Kong concluded his introduction, Jernika's icy voice resonated through the phone snail. "I am from the World Government's CP0, and at the behest of St. Ross, I hereby command Admiral Sengoku to serve as His Highness' personal bodyguard." The gravity of this proclamation caused a palpable shift in the atmosphere, not only among the officers of Marine Headquarters, but even in Ross' expression as he regarded Jernica with a hint of displeasure. Goodness, so he was not merely arrogant, but truly foolish. How could one be so oblivious to the implications of their words and yet serve in CP0? One statement had the potential to offend the entire Navy. What a masterful blunder indeed. Chapter 4. The plot of the Admiral. I apologize, Your Excellency Guernica, but I cannot take responsibility for this matter. If indeed an admiral is required to serve as a bodyguard for St. Ross, it must be sanctioned by the 5 elders. Sora sat calmly in the marshal's seat, his gaze sweeping over the somewhat uneasy subordinates below, secretly amused. After all, he was the marshal, while these individuals were merely admirals and vice admirals. It was not the first time he had encountered the Dragon People-esque character. Why should he concern himself with their whims? It was absurd to think that an admiral could be relegated to a personal bodyguard, and both the 5 elders and the world government would never consent to such a notion. However, Sora was also reluctant to offend the celestial dragons. If all went as planned, he would be promoted in a few years, and he would inevitably have to interact with these individuals when he arrived in Mariewa. "Admiral Sora, is it?" The voice emanating from the Den Mushi on the conference table suddenly transformed, adopting the tone of Ross. "Indeed. May I inquire who you are?" Sora's expression grew serious. The sudden change indicated that this was indeed the principal figure. "Jagurushia Ross," he stated calmly. "While you may not have heard my name, I trust you are familiar with my surname. Your Highness, the god of scientific defense, is your." Sora's countenance shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that the celestial dragon seeking him bore such a title. As an ambitious admiral, he was certainly aware of the surnames of the 5 elders. In the minds of world government officials at all levels, the celestial dragons occupy different standings. For those who indulge in mere pleasure, superficial compliance suffices. Excessive requests could be reported and dismissed without substantial concern. However, such compliance must at least be managed by an admiral or a figure of Captain Karp's caliber. If a rear admiral or other lesser officers were to handle matters carelessly, they would face imprisonment or execution as warranted. Yet even someone like Ross, who had connections to the 5 elders, necessitated caution from Sora. They were not true celestial dragons and were ignorant of the internal dynamics among them, only able to speculate based on conventional wisdom. Direct descendants of the 5 elders. Were they not the future of the 5 elders themselves? The god of scientific defense is my grandfather. Ross was aware of this fact, hence the introduction of his surname, artfully invoking the prestige of the 5 elders. In truth, the celestial dragons understood that, save for a select few elites, the other celestial dragons were viewed by the 5 elders as no different from livestock, with bloodline significance being virtually meaningless. There were only 20 families among the celestial dragons, one of which had departed at the inception of the world government. After 8 centuries, only the descendants of the 19 intermarried families were considered celestial dragons. This filtration process over 8 centuries ensured that each family possessed some degree of blood relation. It would not be surprising if ancestors were connected within a mere 2 generations. However, this truth remained known only among the celestial dragons. Externally, all celestial dragons were deemed supreme. Moreover, Sora was not yet the future commander-in-chief of the Holy Land, and thus did not entertain such thoughts. "Your Highness, does your grandfather wish for an admiral to serve as your bodyguard?" Sora cautiously inquired, attempting to deflect the responsibility. regardless of whether this matter was indeed Saint Satan's intention. As long as Ross dared to accept, it would no longer concern him. Even if Ross later pretended to act on behalf of Saint Satan, that would be a matter for the Celestial Dragons to handle. Currently, the Navy has only 2 admirals. One is semi-retired, is that correct? He had originally intended to use the admirals as a pretext to cultivate some new talent gradually. However, with Guernica fortuitously contacting the Navy headquarters, coupled with Sora's reaction, he felt emboldened to be bolder. Indeed, Admiral Sengoku is responsible for the security of the Paradise and the Four Seas, while Admiral Zifa oversees the training of the Navy's new recruits. Sora inwardly cursed the little fox. When had the Celestial Dragons begun to employ rhetoric? Were they not always so forthright? Why not simply state their intentions? Sora's greatest fear was not the arrogance of the Celestial Dragons. After all, if the other party was arrogant, he could simply cower in response and face minimal repercussions. However, if he were to be ensnared in a significant predicament, it would spell disaster for him. The prospect of utilizing admirals to train Navy recruits was a luxury the Navy had not previously enjoyed. Ross remarked, "The training of Navy recruits is a task anyone can undertake, and the results would undoubtedly be satisfactory. I have heard that the recently renowned Navy figures Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kuzan were all trained by him, but would they possess their current prowess without Zifa?" This left Sora speechless, observing Sakazuki and the others below. Their expressions softened from the commendations. Sora felt increasingly despondent. "Surely, you do not believe the Celestial Dragons are praising you? This is clearly a veiled threat. If Zifa is not permitted to go, then you 3 will take his place." Now, with Sakazuki and the others already emerging as prominent figures in their early 30s, their strength rivaled that of Navy admirals. The choice between a semi-retired instructor admiral and 3 future admirals was not a difficult one. "Your Highness, I can arrange for Admiral Zifa to meet with you. As for the outcome of the meeting, that will be beyond my concern. Whether he remains is Ross's skill. If Zifa decides to depart, that is not my problem." "Very well. Does the Navy have any significant operations underway?" Without hesitation, Ross acquiesced, knowing that once they met, he would find a way to retain him. After all, every individual possesses vulnerabilities, especially someone like Zifa, who, despite being at the peak of his power, had a mindset akin to that of a semi-retired admiral. In the spirit of reciprocity, given the Navy's willingness to cooperate, he too was inclined to leverage his identity to assist them, engaging with the Navy bore advantages. In the future, should the Navy capture pirates, he could oversee their execution. His desire for growth in combat strength would undoubtedly be expedited by eliminating formidable foes. Slaughtering an entire island of 100,000 pales in comparison to vanquishing a B-level powerhouse. To slay more powerful adversaries, accessing the Navy's resources remained the swiftest route. The world government possessed its means, but as an ordinary celestial dragon, he lacked the stature of a 5 elder or the commander of the Knights of God, rendering him incapable of mobilizing the world government's might. "Your Highness, the scholars of O'Hara intend to fabricate a detrimental history regarding the Celestial Dragons. The world government recently issued an extermination order. Would you be willing to serve as the executor of this decree, ensuring your name resonates across the 4 seas? While others may not have grasped the implications, Sora immediately understood Ross's underlying message, and his spirits soared. How fortuitous! Allowing the Navy to singularly execute this extermination order, targeting the historical sanctum of O'Hara, had been a source of concern for Sora regarding the ensuing public backlash. Should Ross lead the charge, the issue would be resolved effortlessly. News of the Celestial Dragons annihilating an island surfaced annually, causing little uproar. The Navy invariably played the role of accomplice, yet none had ever criticized them. When executing the world government's orders, the Navy bore the brunt of the blame. But when performing tasks for the Celestial Dragons, the latter viewed the annihilation of islands as an achievement, fundamentally altering the nature of the situation. The extermination order. Just as Sora was about to bring it up, Ross nonchalantly remarked, "I have yet to witness an extermination order. Consider it an opportunity to enjoy the scenery. With your presence, this grand occasion will undoubtedly shine brightly." Sora promptly offered sincere flattery, disregarding the peculiar gazes of his subordinates. Huh, you know nothing. This is all for your sake. Were it not to alleviate your burden of public scrutiny, would I involve Ross in the extermination order? Do you think I desire to execute it? The extermination order, requiring at least 5 vice admirals to lead, is a military command to obliterate or completely destroy an island or nation, granted only to a select few. Under normal circumstances, even a celestial dragon like Ross would lack the authority to initiate such an order. Yet, should a celestial dragon be harmed, to preserve the world government's dignity, it would likely result in an extermination order being issued to eliminate the site of the injury sustained by the celestial dragon. It is not 20 years from now. The world government and navy currently stand at their zenith. The issuance of the current demon-slaying decree heralds the onset of calamity. Chapter 5. The first meeting with the 5 elders, St. Mary Geos. St. Ross, please punish me. Jernica knelt on the ground, his face reflecting sheer terror. Through the dialogue between Ross and Kong, even if he were truly foolish, he realized the gravity of the situation. Perhaps Ross had no intention of conversing with Kong. Rather, he aimed to send a message to Saint Satan, and it was his own foolishness that led him to misinterpret the situation. Go to my grandfather and recount today's events to him. If I discover you have concealed anything, you know the consequences. Ross spoke with an air of detachment. Had his strength surpassed that of Jernica, or had he had a more formidable confidant by his side, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate him on the spot. Such stupidity could only bring disaster if left unchecked. However, as long as today's events reached Saint Satan's ears, his objective would be fulfilled. Fools like Jernica would be dealt with accordingly by Satan. Individuals of Jernica's ilk were suited to shine on the front lines, ultimately pledging their loyalty to the world government with their lives. At your command, Jernica dared not utter another word, fearing Ross might change his mind. He vanished in an instant. Strength. Ross mused softly, having been unable to perceive Jernica's trajectory as he departed. Regrettably, his current physique was too feeble. Unless he consumed a devil fruit, relying solely on training to grow stronger would take years, even with the finest instructors and resources. Even after consuming a devil fruit, the process of development and growth would still require time. For now, he had no expectations of enhancing his own strength. Being a celestial dragon, the priority was to assemble a cadre of formidable confidants. If he could not recruit those already possessing Conqueror's haki, he would nurture them from a young age, expanding his ranks before anything else. The recent O'Hara extermination order served as an excellent beginning. An hour later, a stout and imposing elderly man gradually entered Ross's palace. The elder commanded respect, flanked by 2 rows of CP0 members, creating a wide path that stretched from the palace to the entrance of the Jaguzia family home, underscoring his esteemed status. Returning home with such pomp, one could only wonder for whom this display was intended. Ross shook his head inwardly, his gaze shifting to the tall CP0 agent behind the elder. This CP0 member was holding the recently departed Jernica, who now appeared drastically different from when he had left. His once pristine white suit was tattered, his body marred with bloodstains, and a faint breath escaped him, rendering him a pitiful sight. Yet, upon witnessing Jernica's plight, Ross felt no stirrings of sympathy. It seemed entirely customary. Among the celestial dragons, he considered himself quite benevolent. Grandfather. Ross rose, greeting him with a smile, finally focusing on the stout elder at the forefront. The elder, plump with a head full of white hair and a beard to match, leaned on a cane, exuding an air of authority. Simultaneously, information about the elder rapidly surfaced in Ross's mind. Jaguzia Satan, head of the Jaguzia family, one of the 5 elders, responsible for the Navy and Foreign Affairs, and Ross's biological grandfather. Jaguzia Satan, comprehensive rating, S. This rating reflects a synthesis of power and status. Otherwise, Ross could not possibly possess an A rating. While Satan's strength may not reach the S tier, his position among the 5 elders certainly placed him among the world's elite. Ross, it has been quite some time since I last visited you, and things appear somewhat different from before, Satan remarked warmly, a jovial tone in his voice. Upon hearing Jernica's account, Satan astutely perceived Ross's transformation. In the past, Ross had only been interested in cricket fights. He never concerned himself with Navy affairs. Although Jernica might lack intelligence, his memory was still intact. What Jernica failed to grasp, Satan understood immediately. His grandson seemed rather extraordinary. However, Satan was primarily pleased. Not contemplating other matters, sudden transformations among pirates were not uncommon, and there were numerous examples of drastic personality shifts. The Jaguzia family had faltered in recent generations. Should anything happen to him, the family might descend to the level of the Rosward family. What goal could I possibly aspire to? If your generation could produce even a few members of the Divine Knights, I would be thoroughly satisfied, Satan chuckled, shaking his head. Since it is grandfather's wish, I shall certainly strive to become a member of the Divine Knights, Ross declared, spinning a tale. The Divine Knights were an armed force composed of celestial dragons and exceptional warriors, tasked solely with ensuring the safety and dominion of the celestial dragons. The commander possessed the authority to deal with celestial dragons, and this position was exclusively held by celestial dragons, ranking just below the 5 elders. Typically, when a vacancy arose among the 5 elders, it was filled by the commander of the Divine Knights. Ross and Satan engaged in casual conversation, much like any ordinary grandfather and grandson. In Ross's memory, he and Satan shared little emotional connection, seldom seeing each other and merely bearing the title of grandfather and grandson. Previously, when Satan had encountered him, he had not been nearly as cordial as today. Yet, beneath the surface of this cordiality, every word from Satan bore an undertone of scrutiny. After merely half an hour of conversation, a smile graced Satan's face. Ross, I have heard you requested Admiral Zephyr from the Navy and intend to participate in the extermination order. Having chatted for some time, they finally broached the subject of significance. As the scientific and military defense god among the 5 elders, Satan oversaw technological and military matters, single-handedly responsible for the world's military forces. Ross's intention to recruit Zephyr from the Navy was tantamount to poaching from Satan's domain. Indeed, those previous slaves were far too weak. I have heard that Zephyr possesses remarkable training skills and plan to have him train my slaves, Ross replied nonchalantly. He understood that whether he could acquire Zephyr depended entirely on Satan's disposition. However, to secure Zephyr, he knew he must not appear overly eager, otherwise, Satan would surely thwart his ambitions. Although he referred to Satan as grandfather, the relationship was devoid of genuine affection. Should Satan realize Ross's eagerness for Zephyr, he would undoubtedly use it to his advantage. Zephyr, while he does train the Navy effectively, serving as your personal guard seems somewhat excessive. Grandfather, how can be excessive? Isn't he merely an admiral? Can he possibly be more esteemed than our Jaguzia family? I truly care not who it is. You may find someone comparable, Ross replied candidly. Indeed, just an admiral, Satan conceded, nodding and understanding, finding no fault in Ross's perspective. However, directly handing Zephyr over to Ross was out of the question. It wasn't a matter of being reluctant to part with a top-tier combatant. Rather, it was due to Ross's identity. The celestial dragons were not limited to their family alone. There were 4 other elders as well. Should he give Zephyr to Ross, the other elders would perceive it as him favoring his own kin. Should word of this spread, the other elders would undoubtedly seek to extract their share of benefits from him. Yet, the Jaguzia family had lacked elite members in recent generations. If Ross could prove himself capable, arranging for a guard of admiral caliber would not be out of the question. How about this? Satan pondered for a few moments before speaking in a neutral tone. I will appoint Zephyr as a CP0 instructor, temporarily responsible for training CP0 for the Jaguzia family. Whether or not he remains depends on Ross's abilities. If he can retain Zephyr, it would signify that Ross possesses the strength worthy of recognition. Thank you, grandfather. Ross beamed, a broad smile illuminating his face. This was precisely what he desired. With Satan's assurance, he would not need to employ elaborate persuasion to convince Zephyr. Although they claimed he would be training CP0 for the Jaguzia family, once within their ranks, he would undoubtedly serve as Ross's guard. The first admiral-level combatant was now within his grasp. Chapter 6. Attending the auction a few days later on Sabaody Island at the slave auction house. This was the venue meticulously chosen by Ross, a place he deemed significant. How could Zephyr willingly accept certain truths if he remained unaware of them? Appointing him as his personal bodyguard was a directive that Zephyr would likely not refuse. However, after losing his wife and child to pirates a decade ago, Zephyr had no vulnerabilities left, save for his waning faith in the Navy. Even if someone were to protect him, it would merely be out of duty. Should their ideologies clash, Zephyr could become the very instrument of his demise. Ross was not inclined to harbor a ticking time bomb by his side. He intended to resolve matters decisively from their first encounter. "St. Ross, please sit." Zephyr, unperturbed by the celestial dragons, plopped himself down beside Ross, exuding a casual defiance, especially given his displeasure with the 5 elders' orders. The auction house did not provide any special boxes. At Ross's behest, they were assigned to a corner in the last row, devoid of any disturbances. Only when Zephyr finally settled did Ross slowly turn to appraise the formidable figure of Admiral Zephyr before him. Zephyr, overall rating, S- with his violet hair, imposing stature, and bulging muscles. Zephyr emanated an air of untamed ferocity. What piqued Ross's interest was that Zephyr donned the exclusive white suit of CP0, an attire that not only suited him but also enhanced his allure as a suit-clad rogue. In contrast to his usual garb of justice, this ensemble seemed far more fitting. Thus, despite his reluctance, he had donned the CP0 uniform, a testament to his adherence to naval duty. A sly smile crept onto Ross's lips as he gauged Zephyr's mindset. As for Zephyr's strength, it was undeniable. Even rated S-, he was a genuine top-tier force. The system categorized even the kings as top-tier, all within the S rank. Further divided into S-, S, and S. While observing Zephyr, he too scrutinized Ross. Initially summoned to the marshal's office, Zephyr was informed of a celestial dragon's desire to recruit him and meet in person. In exchange, that celestial dragon would assume command of the O'Hara Extermination Order, deflecting much of the public scrutiny. After all, news of the Navy annihilating an island, regardless of the world government's endorsement, would place the Navy in a precarious position. With the onset of the Great Pirate Era, the emergence of pirates worldwide meant that any misstep by the Navy could exacerbate the situation. Zephyr had agreed without hesitation. It was merely a meeting, after all. However, before he could attend the meeting, he received a directive from the world government, promoting him from Admiral to CP0 instructor. From a functional standpoint, it was an elevation. Yet, remembering Ross's earlier call, it was clear that this was a maneuver to extricate him from the Navy, placing him in service of an unknown celestial dragon. Any rational Navy officer would balk at such a prospect, especially someone of Zephyr's caliber at the pinnacle of his career. Were it not for the tragedy that befell his family, he would never have considered stepping back. Nonetheless, Zephyr understood that even an admiral could not defy the world government. To avoid implicating the Navy, compliance was his only option. With thoughts swirling, both Zephyr and Ross remained silent, sizing each other up before turning their attention to the auction unfolding before them. Shortly after they settled, a commotion erupted at the entrance. The Celestial Dragons. The Celestial Dragons have arrived. The crowd buzzed with excitement. The presence of celestial dragons at this auction meant that coveted items would undoubtedly be snatched away. Oh no, we won't be taken as slaves, will we? The cacophony of voices surged, and with Zephyr's keen hearing, he absorbed every word. He instinctively glanced at Ross, intrigued by the unfolding drama. "They're here. Quickly kneel." As the door swung open, a rotund figure clad in isolation garb, riding a slave, entered the auction hall. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted to one of eerie silence. Apart from Ross and Zephyr, nearly everyone else vacated their seats, kneeling in unison. St. Roseward, overall rating, "Come on, hit me, and I can summon an admiral instantly." As Roseward made his entrance, Ross's eyes gleamed with interest. Defeating a celestial dragon could yield a B-grade reward. This was no celestial dragon. It was merely a gathering of experience points. "Roseward, please take a seat in the front row," the auction supervisor implored, sliding on his knees as he gestured for Roseward to proceed. "Very well." Roseward surveyed the kneeling throng, satisfied with their reverence. Descending from his slave, he relished the deference of those around him, progressing toward the front. Yet, upon noticing Ross in the corner, his stride faltered. "How dare someone not kneel before me?" However, Upon recognizing Ross's visage, his ire dissipated, replaced by a sense of ennui. It was Ross, the very figure who had been so audacious in the Holy Land, leaving the slaves in his wake. No, this time, he must not be allowed to acquire any worthwhile slaves, Roseward muttered as he took his seat at the forefront. Once Roseward settled, the auction hall resumed its lively atmosphere. Zephyr raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Ross's attire. Why aren't you wearing a glass dome? Is it not said that celestial dragons do not share the same air as us? He spoke without reservations, aware that irrespective of Ross's potential anger, he would remain untouchable, safeguarded by the 5 elders and the world government. To be reprimanded for his demeanor would liberate him from the obligation of serving as Ross's bodyguard, a prospect he found appealing. The air of Mariehua and Sabaody is no different. Some celestial dragons express their superiority in such manners, but not all require it. Ross responded calmly, acknowledging the distinctions among the celestial dragons. The behavior of the dandy and the elite varied significantly. While others might be oblivious, Zephyr, as an admiral, likely held some understanding. Without contrast, how could one showcase their uniqueness? His choice of this venue was deliberate, signaling to Zephyr that he was not a worthless creature like Roseward. He was different from the others. The identity of a celestial dragon bore both advantages and disadvantages. While no one dared to harm them, neither would they approach. Even the strongest, unless compelled by the world government, would keep their distance. I see. Zephyr nodded lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Internally, he felt a degree of relief. At least, from their dialogue, Ross, despite exhibiting a degree of arrogance characteristic of celestial dragons, was far more palatable than Roseward, rendering him somewhat acceptable. To protect a celestial dragon more malevolent than pirates would be tantamount to direct execution. Welcome, esteemed guests. Welcome, celestial dragon lords, to the slave auction house. Today, the auction flourishes with your participation. Without further ado, the auction commenced. As the spotlight illuminated the center of the auction hall, a man clad in formal attire bowed gracefully to the audience, officially declaring the auction underway. Chapter 7. Targeted treatment now. Let us welcome lot number 1, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 35 million glow. As the host's voice boomed, a massive cage was pushed to the forefront, containing a towering figure of a man, standing at 3 meters tall. Glow. Overall rating. D- originating from the West Sea. Glow stands at 321 centimeters, aged 31, with a history of murdering a naval lieutenant and annihilating 3 villages, leaving countless sailors dead. With each recounting by the host, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the auction hall. Although these accounts detailed Glow's merciless slaughter of innocents and naval officers, each account only served to inflate his worth. Bang! Zephyr's fist slammed heavily onto a nearby chair, though he restrained his strength, lest his blow shatter not just the chair, but the entire auction house. Deservedly so. Merely hearing of Glow's past, Zephyr felt that being sold as a slave was too lenient a fate for such a scoundrel. Deep down, Zephyr still held affection for the Navy, otherwise he would not have retreated to a secondary role as an instructor. Perhaps among the countless sailors Glow had slain, some were his former students. 100 million berries, once, 100 million berries, twice. Sold. The pirate Glow, with a bounty of 35 million, was ultimately auctioned off for a staggering 100 million berries, 3 times his actual bounty. It was no wonder bounty hunters would hand over captured pirates to these slave traders. Zephyr reflected on this. It was his first visit to such a place. Usually, he only heard rumors and never witnessed the dark underbelly of society. Were it not for Ross's invitation today, he likely would never have set foot here. It was the Navy's establishment of a bounty standard that rendered these scum valuable. Ross lounged against the back of his chair, casting a glance at the plump lady who had purchased Glow, silently pitying Glow for a fleeting moment. Given Glow's tenacity, that wealthy woman would likely have her fun for quite some time. As for whether Glow would resist, he certainly would, but those capable of affording such high-caliber slaves were no fools. They would not grant a chance for rebellion. Such scum ought to be eradicated by various means. Zephyr remarked coolly. Recently, due to a statement from Roger, the seas had become tumultuous, with the number of pirates multiplying exponentially. These pirates had become the last straw for the already struggling common folk, rendering their lives even more miserable, leaving devastation in their wake. I recall that General Zephyr was once referred to as the non-killing admiral. Non-killing? Since that incident a decade ago, no one has uttered that title again. Zephyr sighed softly. As a child, he idolized heroes, joining the Navy in his youth and steadily climbing the ranks until he became an admiral at 38. Throughout that time, he had never taken a life of a pirate. Capturing them merely meant imprisoning them and impelled down. Yet, at 42, a decade ago, his wife and child were brutally murdered by pirates while on an outing, igniting a deep-seated hatred for all pirates within him. Now, he yearned to obliterate every last one. After that incident, he had contemplated resignation but ultimately retained his admiral position at the behest of the empty pleas to remain, opting instead to retreat to a secondary role to cultivate future naval forces. Over the years, the number of pirates had not diminished due to his efforts. Rather, thanks to that scoundrel Roger, the pirate population had swelled, and many of the Navy he had trained had perished in battles against pirates. At times, Zephyr felt lost, questioning how he could annihilate every pirate. This was also the reason he did not decline the world government's directive and was willing to meet Ross today. What is General Zephyr's greatest wish now? Ross asked nonchalantly, his gaze sweeping over the fifth item up for auction today. The first 5 items had all been pirates. In fact, aside from the grand finale, all other lots were pirates. The auction was intended for profit, yet one must not defy the Celestial Dragon's decrees. He knew there were other slaves present, but he did not wish to see them today. Nor did Zephyr, so they would not be shown. The greatest wish? Zephyr glanced at Ross. At 52, he could discern Ross's intentions. To be honest, he held a favorable impression of Ross. Unlike other celestial dragons, Ross did not flaunt his status upon arrival, even if Ross were to command him due to his lineage. As long as he did not contravene his own sense of justice, he would comply. However, in such a scenario, one could not expect him to harbor goodwill towards Ross. Moreover, if Ross were to overstep his bounds, Zephyr would not hesitate to act, extinguishing him. After all, regardless of one's status, without power, one is merely an ant easily crushed. At worst, he could retreat to the New World, seeking refuge in a non-allied territory. Yet, Ross's respectful demeanor still brought Zephyr some comfort. Ross's willingness to honor him led Zephyr to be less resistant to the idea of becoming Ross's personal guard. My wish is simple, for all pirates to vanish. Zephyr clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixated on the pirate slave being auctioned, a figure he recognized. Raycord, with a bounty of 50 million, the possessor of the mantis fruit. Raycord, overall rating, D, though the bounty was not high. He had once taught a female student who had tragically lost her life at Raycord's hands. That student, lacking significant talent, could not endure the pressures of a naval training camp and ultimately withdrew, being assigned to a post in the 4 seas. Tragically, she was murdered on her way to her new assignment. Zephyr had never forgotten this incident and harbored regret. Had he lowered his expectations for that student, perhaps her fate could have been averted. 200 million. The price for a devil fruit user soared higher, this being the first bid from Lord Roswald. Following Roswald's bid, the hall fell into silence. No one dared to outbid a celestial dragon, fearing they too would become slaves in this auction. 300 million. Ross declared lightly. This was indeed the slave he had prepared for Zephyr, and he would not allow Roswald to claim it. Someone dared to bid against the celestial dragon? Which fool? That person is finished. Oh no. Don't be foolish and drag us down with you. Upon seeing Ross bid, many in the audience were startled, particularly since he lacked the distinctive attire of a celestial dragon. Several attendees rose from their seats, stealthily retreating towards the exit, eager to avoid collateral damage. Ha 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 ha! Contrary to what others had anticipated, Roswald would certainly not tolerate such behavior. Amid the averted gazes, Roswald stood and turned, shouting at Ross, "St. Ross, I knew you wouldn't miss such a splendid toy, but today I shall not let you succeed. 500 million berries." Roswald grandly spread his arms, as if money were of no consequence. However, those present had no inclination to focus on the alarming figure of the bid. Instead, they cast incredulous looks toward Ross. That individual is also a distinguished celestial dragon. Chapter 8. Others spend. I seized the wealth 1 billion, Ross casually quoted, disregarding the astonished onlookers around him. Today's auction was entirely orchestrated by him, pushing the slave auction house to open its doors. No matter how high he bid today, not a single cent would leave his pocket. What was wrong with being a celestial dragon, playing a game of black against black? 11 billion. Ross, you must not be so arrogant, Radswad exclaimed, his frustration evident, yet his bids began to slow. He was spending real money. If he were to resort to forceful tactics while wealthy, it would tarnish the image of the celestial dragons. Most importantly, if word got out, his kin would deem him a penniless wretch. 15 billion. Ross paid no heed to Radswad, having long grown weary of engaging with the simple-minded. Fine, Ross. I shall concede this worthless trinket to you. Radswad sulked in his seat, refraining from further bidding. His total assets amounted to only 50 billion berries. Having initially battled fiercely against Ross, he now could only watch helplessly. 15 billion, sold, the auctioneer exclaimed joyously, igniting an electrifying atmosphere throughout the venue. Completion of B-level defeat. Strength, 100,000. Special reward. Conqueror's Haki, B-level. Was this considered a defeat? Host, Ross. Strength, 110, 163, 300, 000. C-. Rear Admiral. Overall rating. It relies on identity while abroad. Skills, gunmanship E, hand-to-hand combat C, Conqueror's Haki B. Clenching his fists, Ross reveled in the overwhelming power coursing through him. This was astonishingly effortless. He didn't even need to physically overpower anyone, greatly expanding his operational attitude. Moreover, feeling the limited yet overwhelmingly domineering force within him stirred a profound excitement. Had the timing been more opportune, he would have unleashed the full might of his Conqueror's Haki. Regaining his composure, Ross turned to Zephyr with a smile. Admiral Zephyr, consider this my first gift to you. In exchange for your assistance in defying morality just once. How does this transaction sound? Do you know him? Zephyr furrowed his brow. Admiral Zephyr, you strong individuals seldom conceal your emotions. Your murderous intent is practically inscribed on your face, Ross remarked with a grin. Very well. I agree. Zephyr's expression softened, his agreement coming swiftly. Ross already had the authority to command him, and this would serve as an excuse for future actions that diverged from righteousness. Celestial dragons possessed their share of malice, and Zephyr was curious about the darkness that resided within Ross, having long since abandoned the notion of heroism after the death of his wife and child. And after receiving daily reports of former students' deaths during the era of great pirates, he could no longer be anyone as champion in this wretched world. After Ross made his initial move, he continued to involve himself in nearly every subsequent pirate auction. This was not merely to curry favor with Zephyr, but to coax Radswad into spending more. He could not rob Radswad directly, but he could certainly seize opportunities at the auction house. 2 billion. 4 billion. Ross, are you running out of money? Keep going. Radswad's mocking laughter echoed throughout the hall. Yet Ross paid no mind, instead wearing a broader smile. This marked his 10th bid, with Radswad matching him each time. Each bid was a doubling of Ross's initial amount, with Radswad purchasing slaves at a minimum of 4 to 5 billion. These slaves were likely worth no more than 1 billion each. The auctioneer and the event organizers were now beaming with delight. Indeed, it was wonderful how foolish kin could be. Ross chuckled softly, gazing at Radswad as though he were witnessing a generous benefactor. Little did he expect that attending this auction would not only resolve Zephyr's issue, but also yield a significant profit. Now, let us present our final item for auction. With the host's enthusiastic announcement, a line of women of varying ages was brought forth. Most possessed charming features and appeared to have led relatively comfortable lives, showing no signs of having engaged in laborious or demeaning tasks. Allow me to introduce this round's auction items. These individuals are all the wives and daughters of naval officers and 2 rear admirals. This revelation sent shockwaves through the audience. Zephyr's face contorted with rage as he rose to confront the auctioneer. Of course, we do not dare sell the families of legitimate naval officers. Those noble women cannot be treated as slaves. These officers and admirals are traitors to the Navy. Their families have suffered the consequences and have been reduced to slave status. thus leading to this auction. The auctioneer hastily clarified, aware that failure to articulate this distinction could lead to dire repercussions for their establishment. Navy traders? Zephyr's brow furrowed deeply as he pondered the recent emergence of such high-ranking defectors. During the era of great pirates, many dissatisfied with the Navy's treatment chose to defect. But defectors of the rank of Rear Admiral were exceedingly rare, let alone two of them. Please elaborate on the defection. Ross interjected, a smile gracing his lips, his voice rising above the murmurs of the crowd. Upon learning that a group of naval officers' families were present, he felt a surge of delight. With Rodswad backing Ross's celestial dragon identity, even those unwilling to listen found themselves silenced. The auctioneer, hesitant to divulge too much, sought assistance from the event's overseer. I shall clarify this matter, the overseer stated. Recently, Rear Admiral Haguel D. Soro defected. During his defection, several Navy personnel, recalling old loyalties, aided him, thereby delaying the Navy's efforts to apprehend the traitor. These actions were uncovered by the CP organization, resulting in death sentences for those involved, and their families lost the Navy's protection, which we fortuitously obtained. Upon hearing this account, Zephyr's expression shifted dramatically. He wished to save these individuals, yet he found himself at a loss for justification. The fact remained that their husbands or fathers had defected, and they had aided the traitor. The consequences of their actions were still unclear to him. However, he could not idly stand by while the families of former comrades were sold as slaves. Having lost his own family to pirates, he understood all too well the pain of such tragedies. Ross. Zephyr's voice was hoarse. His eyes reddened as he looked at Ross. He seldom sought assistance, yet today he was willing to plead for the sake of these strangers. Perfect. I require some servants to clean the palace, Ross replied lightly, meeting Zephyr's grateful gaze with a warm smile before exclaiming, 15 billion. As this proclamation rang out, the hall fell into a profound silence. A celestial dragon had placed a bid. Even those with extravagant thoughts in their minds were now silenced. Furthermore, spending 15 billion on a group of 20 or so unremarkable slaves was hardly worthwhile. Humph. Rodswad scoffed, crossing his arms and turning his head away. With only 9 billion berries remaining, he could not afford to compete. However, by feigning indifference, he could mask his financial constraints, leading others to believe he lacked interest. Rodswad, you truly are a genius. Chapter 9. The first devil fruit. Ultimately, this batch of Navy families was successfully purchased by Ross for 1.5 billion. Ross, I owe you a favor. Zephyr exhaled softly, his gaze towards Ross now tinged with a new respect. Remember, although you previously refrained from meddling, as my CP0, until I find a suitable steward, the protection and management of my palace will rest upon your shoulders. Ross glanced at Zephyr, acknowledging that while he had assisted in procuring the individuals, he would not harbor idle hands among his ranks. I will not make things difficult for you. Zephyr lowered his head slightly, expressing his respect. He had managed thousands of unruly Navy personnel with ease. Handling a mere group of Navy families would pose no challenge. Even though he understood that this treasure was not connected to him, the crowd at the auction still gazed at the host with fervent interest. Even Ross raised an eyebrow in intrigue. The Navy families were the last items he arranged for auction. After this, they would no longer be his concern. It was likely that the organizer, upon learning of his and Rodsward's visit, had specially added this treasure. The ocean's secret treasure, as the name suggests, referred to the devil fruit. However, it remained uncertain which fruit it was. Both Zephyr and Rodsward now displayed interest. After all, devil fruits bestowed a plethora of abilities, many of which were indeed formidable. Indeed, the final item for auction was a devil fruit. Moreover, it was a paramecia-type devil fruit, the healing fruit. With a starting bid of 100 million, the host invited everyone to bid. The healing fruit? Ross's face lit up with excitement as he gazed at the green spiral-shaped fruit in the host's hand, his eyes gleaming with fervor. The healing fruit was undoubtedly a remarkably powerful support fruit. While it might not be as effective as the bounce fruit in directly alleviating injuries, nor as proficient as some mythical zoan fruits with inherent healing abilities, its capacity to cure diseases and traumas rendered it immensely versatile in the pirate world. Since he currently lacked any other healing fruits, securing the healing fruit would at least provide him with a form of medical assurance for the future. Ross, this fruit has formidable effects, Zephyr remarked quietly beside him, recognizing Ross's interest. According to Navy records, its healing capabilities are second only to the Op no Mi, easily capable of treating injuries sustained by Admiral-level warriors and even addressing certain terminal illnesses. In simple terms, it is a fruit with exceptionally strong support effects, beneficial even for admirals. I am aware. Understanding the value of this fruit, Ross was determined not to let it slip away. 2 billion. Ross's bold bid silenced the crowd, extinguishing any flicker of competitive spirit in Rodsword, who had no interest in bidding against such an overwhelming offer. Although Rodsword felt frustrated over Ross's financial prowess, he believed Ross was not one to resort to coercive tactics. This auction concluded with Ross's decisive offer. Admiral Zephyr, keep an eye on the backstage. Ensure my people and the fruit are not swapped. Ross was not anxious. He merely provided a precautionary reminder. Understood. You may call me Zephyr. Zephyr nodded slightly, recognizing Ross in his heart through their brief interaction during the auction and accepting this new role. He was uncertain if Ross could eliminate all pirates, but since he himself could not, he would not chastise others for failing to do so. However, from Ross's general impression of pirates, it seemed predominantly negative, which brought Zephyr some comfort. As long as he could eliminate more pirates while serving alongside Ross, he felt content. With other instructors available at the Navy training camp, he was eager to explore different paths. If he could leverage Ross's position to ascend within the world government and utilize its full might, perhaps there would be a chance to eradicate all pirates. Once the auction concluded, the noblemen and wealthy merchants hurriedly rushed outside. After all, 2 celestial dragons were present. While it was fine to observe the auction, remaining here posed a risk if the 2 celestial dragons clashed. Zephyr, it seems there are a few rats mixed in among the crowd, and I have yet to witness your true strength. Ross observed a few towering, fierce-looking figures among the fleeing throng, his lips curling into a slight smile. He could tell at a glance that these individuals were no good. I shall take care of this. Zephyr grinned, a glint of cruelty in his eyes. He had recognized these pirates during the auction and had already locked onto them with his observation hockey. Initially, he planned to wait until things calmed down to confront them, but this opportunity was too good to pass up. In a flash, Zephyr's robust form vanished from sight, appearing at the entrance of the auction venue in the blink of an eye. Who are you? Hurry and get out of the way. I am a noble of the Ainameg kingdom. One noble, failing to recognize Zephyr, barked angrily as he sought to escape. Wait, that is the person who sat beside His Highness. Another bystander quickly interrupted, pulling the noble back to prevent him from acting recklessly. Zephyr furrowed his brow, but prepared to allow the noble to leave, not having the chance to speak before bang. A gunshot rang out, and a bloody hole appeared in the back of the noble's head, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Completed E-level kill. Strength 100, special reward. Noble etiquette E-level. Zephyr, next time you encounter any obstacles, feel free to eliminate them. This is the authority I grant you. Also, do not kill those pirates. I wish to execute them personally. Ross blew the smoke from the gun's muzzle, twirling it before holstering it at his waist. Had it not been for the noble status, he would have likely been rated G level. Allowing him to personally fire the gun was already a significant concession. Indeed, wielding a gun can be quite stylish. Those who had not yet managed to leave were left speechless as they witnessed Ross execute a noble with such ease. Ross, I understand. Zephyr cast a deep glance at Ross, committing his words to memory. The notion that he could kill anyone he wished without regard for the consequences. This must be the root of the celestial dragon's malevolence. Aside from a few of you, the rest may leave. Zephyr stated flatly, parting the crowd. Seeing the open path, the wealthy merchants and nobles wasted no time in fleeing. A few pirates, realizing the urgency of the situation, attempted to blend into the crowd to escape. However, with Zephyr present, they were afforded no such opportunity. Leave the pirates to me. Boom. Zephyr swiftly maneuvered through the crowd, his towering physique posing no hindrance to his speed. With each punch, he felled a pirate with ease. Ross followed closely behind, methodically dispatching the fallen pirates. Bang, bang, bang. Each gunshot echoed the demise of a life. Completed D-level kill. Strength 1000, special reward. Body technique D-level. Completed D-level kill. Strength 1000, special reward. Gun technique D-level. In mere moments, the wealthy merchants and noblemen had all fled, leaving behind the corpse of the previously slain noble and 8 fresh pirate bodies. These 8 pirates, all at least D-level, included 1 C-level, collectively granting Ross 17,000 experience points, along with C-level swordsmanship, 3 D-level body techniques, 2 D-level gun techniques, and 1 D-level swordsmanship as special rewards. Regrettably, it requires 10 of the same level to synthesize one of higher grade. Thus, it is essential to engage in numerous acts of righteous judgment. Chapter 10. The harvest begins, sir. Please proceed to the back area for the transaction. Your goods are ready. The auction house manager approached Ross with utmost respect, guiding him towards the rear. He did not even glance at the bodies on the ground. It was merely a commonplace occurrence for celestial dragons to attend an auction where a few lives might be extinguished. Angdisen, go confront the celestial dragons. Has Lord Roswald departed? Ross inquired casually, trailing behind the manager. He was not keen on encountering other celestial dragons at the moment. With the power he wielded, killing was not an option. While he could use this group to annoy others, prolonged association would only serve to irritate himself. The esteemed lord has already left. The manager led Ross to the back area, where piles of 1 billion berries, recently delivered by Roswald, were stacked impressively within the room. What my items? Ross surveyed the surroundings, his eyes roaming the back area. Aside from the fruits, the gifts for Zephyr from the Navy and the pirates had all arrived. I shall fetch it for you immediately. The manager hurriedly retrieved a box and opened it, revealing the healing fruit within. Excellent. Ross accepted the box with satisfaction, carefully closing it and lifting it in his hands. At that moment, Ross suddenly erupted, drawing a pistol from behind. He pressed it to the manager's forehead and pulled the trigger forcefully. Bang! Blood splattered as the manager's head was obliterated. Completed D-level kill, power, 1000, special reward. D-level martial arts, you insolent fool. Did you dare to presume I am inferior to Roswald? How audacious! His voice thundered, capturing the attention of many staff members in the slave auction house. Upon witnessing the manager's head explode and Ross drenched in blood, fear gripped their expressions. After all, he was a celestial dragon. Even if one were to kill them, no one would dare seek retribution. Who is the overall head of your slave auction house? If I do not receive a satisfactory explanation today, I will obliterate this place. Ross methodically wiped the blood from his body, his cold gaze sweeping across the room. Zephyr stood beside Ross, remaining silent with a calm demeanor. He understood Ross's intent better than anyone, merely reflecting on Ross's ruthlessness. Beyond that, he held no other thoughts. Ross was no virtuous individual. Were the people of the slave auction house any better? Since neither side was virtuous, he would perform his duties accordingly. My lord, the head of our auction house is Blood Tiger Nordson, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 900 million. The auction host, wearing a glum expression, shuffled over. Who would have thought such chaos would unfold today? With the head now deceased, he was the highest-ranking official present. Previously, a mere mention of the auction house owner's name would deter minor troublemakers, but the current instigator was a celestial dragon, and he dared not. Have him personally come to speak with me, Ross said coolly. The Blood Tiger is not present here. The host hurriedly explained. Nordson is still in the New World. There is no way he could arrive so swiftly. Primarily, I have never dealt with a situation like this before. Bang! Completed E-level suppression. Power, 100, special reward, a level slide. The sound of the gunshot echoed once more in the confined space as Ross casually blew the smoke from the barrel, not even glancing at the host's fallen figure. To think he obtained a sliding skill, even more pathetic than that noble. How disgraceful. Since the master of this place refuses to meet me, it is unnecessary for it to exist. Zephyr, contact the Navy and have this place raided. Understood. Zephyr raised an eyebrow, his gaze towards Ross now imbued with a hint of approval. Raiding the largest slave auction house in Sabati Archipelago was no trivial task. The bounty alone could potentially cover a month's worth of naval expenses. Sabaody Archipelago is the closest island to Mariewa, a favored retreat for celestial dragons and world nobles. Operating a slave auction house here implied substantial daily profits and significant backing. Previously, the Navy could only turn a blind eye, but with Ross's command, they were free to act as they pleased. Zephyr promptly activated a transponder snail. Moshi Moshi, this is the Marine headquarters. I am Kong. I am CP-0 Instructor Zephyr. The slave auction house on Sabaody Island has insulted the celestial dragons, and Ross demands the Navy clear it out. After a brief exchange, he outlined his subsequent plans and the actions required from the Navy. Kong understood immediately, recognizing Zephyr's decisive choice. While he felt a twinge of regret at Zephyr's departure, the anticipated yield from the raid on the slave auction house made him consider that having Zephyr accompany Ross might not be a bad thing. A few more operations like this, and the Navy could expand its ranks significantly. Understood. I will dispatch Vice Admiral Pallisolino immediately to oversee this matter, Kong decisively ordered, sending the fastest Vice Admiral to the scene before mobilizing the main force. Zephyr, I'll leave the affairs here to you. 3 days hence, report to Mariewa with my bounty. Ross, clutching the box containing the devil fruit, issued his instruction before leisurely departing. With the Navy handling the aftermath, remaining there would only waste time. He preferred to seek other amusements. As he exited the auction house, a woman clad in a white suit from CP-0 materialized beside him. Lord Ross, may I inquire about your plans for the day? Zahn, the woman, was a bodyguard borrowed from Ross's family, tasked with ensuring his safety after leaving the Holy Land. Trained from a young age by the Jagor Lucia family, she possessed silvery shoulder-length hair and an exquisite visage, her figure curvaceous and striking, both in beauty and prowess. Most importantly, Zahn was a devil fruit user, having consumed a rare mythical beast type. The Hito no Mi model, Succubus, enabled her to sense the true emotions of others and sway their thoughts through enchantment. While the latter could be resisted by Haki, the former, when combined with Zahn's observation Haki, was akin to listening to the emotions of all beings, rendering her impervious to betrayal from her subordinates. Knowing of Zahn's abilities, Ross contemplated eliminating Satan to secure her unwavering loyalty, but for now, he had to devise another plan. Now that she was by his side, surely there were more solutions than obstacles. I wish to explore the area. You may accompany me, Ross casually stated, striding towards the bustling district. He did not don the exclusive attire of the celestial dragons, so the reactions from others were minimal. However, due to Zahn's presence, even those unaware of CP-0 recognized Ross as a formidable noble and kept their distance. Ross's steps suddenly halted as he took interest in a slave-selling establishment. In the display window outside, a golden-haired woman stood gracefully, her blue vest accentuating her voluptuous figure, both her beauty and physique remarkably exceptional. Stella, he mused. She seems somewhat familiar. Is she a character from the original story? Ross pondered the identity of this woman, his gaze wandering over her. He seemed to have an impression of her, yet he could not quite recall who she was. However, Ross cast a glance at the woman's remarkable attributes. An E-level powerhouse. He had yet to conquer one. What would it cost to take you away? Being showcased in public, she was undoubtedly among the finest wares. A prized possession that was essentially awaiting the right buyer. Good sir, I've already made arrangements with someone who is willing to purchase me, Stella said, a radiant smile gracing her face, which was almost blinding to Ross. How could one remain so innocent, even while being treated as a slave? Chapter 11. Tesalo and Stella an appointment, you say? I seem to recall no such service for purchasing in advance, Ross inquired calmly, pondering the absence of autonomy in a slave's choice. Either this woman had indeed been reserved by a powerful individual, or she was naively believing that the slave shop would readily sell her. Those displayed in the showcase were typically deemed unsellable by the establishment, with price tags merely for show. Tesalo had declared his intention to buy me 3 years ago, and it seemed he would soon gather the necessary funds. Upon finishing her statement, the woman appeared to feel a sense of relief. Tesalo. A flicker of understanding crossed Ross's eyes as he recognized the identity of the woman. Gilded Tesalo, the future possessor of the gold fruit, destined to become the Golden Emperor, was one of the wealthiest men alive, second only to the world government. His rise was rather dramatic. Once a petty thief and gambler, he had a transformative encounter with a light of hope in the human trafficking market, which inspired him to turn his life around, striving to earn money solely to secure her freedom. Tragically, just as he was about to amass enough to purchase her, the celestial dragons appeared and effortlessly bought her instead. From that moment, Teselo's heart darkened, believing that wealth could procure anything, even seizing Don Quixote da Flamingo's gold fruit, ultimately ascending to the status of the Golden Emperor. Yet, it was a bitter irony that even as Teselo became the wealthiest man in the world, he remained unable to exact revenge upon the celestial dragons. It was likely that the golden-haired beauty before him was indeed Stella, Teselo's light of hope in this tale. Truly, she was stunning. The allure that warranted a struggle between future strongmen and the celestial dragons was undeniable. Despite an overwhelming flaw, her golden, flowing locks, alabaster skin, and delicate demeanor incited an irresistible urge to possess her. No wonder such a woman could become the cornerstone of this slave shop, standing for 3 years merely to attract patrons. "Pardon me, esteemed guest." Stella barely caught Ross's words. Yet his attire and the demeanor of his attendant indicated that he was a person deserving of respect. "Nothing of consequence. Merely a wager I wish to propose." "A wager, you say? What might that entail?" A chill crept into Stella's heart as she met Ross's enigmatic smile. However, as a distinguished guest, she was obliged to maintain a cheerful facade. "Let us wager whether Teselo can successfully purchase you," Ross proposed with a smile. "Please, do not trouble him. I am willing to accompany you." Stella's expression shifted dramatically, interpreting Ross's words as a threat to Teselo's life, compelling her to heed his call. No, irrespective of him. You shall accompany me today. However, before we depart, I wish to present you with an entertaining spectacle. Should your Teselo indeed be able to buy you without any interference from the slave shop, I shall snatch you from him and impart upon him a lesson he shall not forget. At Ross's words, Stella fell silent, dismissing the notion of being forcibly taken. Having heard such declarations far too often, for 3 long years, she had remained in the slave shop. During this time, countless admirers had been drawn to her beauty and charm, including formidable pirates and wealthy merchants. Yet none had succeeded in liberating her. Was it a lack of funds? Or perhaps insufficient strength? If neither was the case, the issue must lie with her. Perhaps the slave shop had never intended to sell her at all. As the painful realization washed over her, Stella's face contorted in anguish. Why had she been captured and taken from her homeland as a slave? Why did the so-called hope conceal such profound despair? Who would grant her liberation? In that moment, even without Teselo's presence, she understood the truth. As Ross had suggested, even if Teselo managed to gather the funds, he could not take her away. From the very beginning, she had never been mere merchandise. At that instant, Stella harbored a slight resentment toward her own beauty. If not for her appearance, perhaps she would never have attracted the attention of those vile traffickers. "Our Ross Saint?" A languid voice interrupted her thoughts. "Ross, is that his name?" Stella mused, curious as to why he was referred to with the title Saint. Before she could ponder further, she lifted her gaze to witness a scene that left her dumbfounded. The once bustling street had fallen eerily silent as a celestial dragon donned in protective gear strolled through, with people prostrating themselves in reverence. The only individuals remaining standing were herself, Ross, and his attendant. The voice she had just heard belonged to that very celestial dragon. Saint. A realization struck Stella, her breath quickening as fear crept in her eyes while gazing at Ross. The guest who had engaged her in conversation was, in fact, a celestial dragon. As she recalled the notorious reputation of the celestial dragons and Ross's earlier unyielding tone, her heart was thrown into turmoil. Philemon Saint. Ross merely nodded in acknowledgement as the newcomer approached. Topman Philemon, a celestial dragon occupying a middle ground between the lethargic and the elite, was not particularly distinguished. Had it not been for his grandfather, a member of the 5 elders, he would have been indistinguishable from Ross. Previously, Ross had been on par with him. While Stella's beauty and grace intrigued Philemon as a noble celestial dragon and a descendant of the 5 elders, He would never publicly vie with another celestial dragon for a mere slave. A slave girl was hardly worth his exertion. Once Philemon walked away, the street remained shrouded in silence. One celestial dragon had departed, yet another lingered. Turns out I am not the golden-haired one, she mused, reflecting on Ross's awakened memories that had brought him to the Sabaody archipelago recently. Distinguished sir, Stella cautiously glanced at Ross. Feeling the weight of the celestial dragon's presence, she dared not breathe too audibly, let alone maintain her previous demeanor. Maintain your composure, or I shall be compelled to eliminate you. Ah, understood, esteemed guest. Stella immediately straightened, kneeling on the display platform, her body tense, desperately attempting to appear relaxed, though it was impossible to regain her former ease. Chapter 12. You will surely become the king of the sea, Ross chuckled, not intentionally trying to make things difficult for Stella. Rather, it was precisely because Stella appeared so downtrodden that he felt compelled to tease her further. Stella! The sudden exclamation stood out starkly against the tranquil street. Tezzolo? Stella gasped, covering her mouth with her hand as she gazed at the green-haired youth rushing towards her. Even though she knew Tezzolo could never truly buy her, the companionship they had shared over the past 3 years was genuine, and she felt a deep gratitude for him. Tezzolo. Guild Tezzolo. Comprehensive rating, E-level. Ross merely glanced at him before losing all interest. Even as a plot character, his rating was surprisingly low before he had grown. It was even inferior to Stella's. Perhaps only those connected to the main storyline could possess higher ratings before achieving prominence. Stella, I'm here. I have gathered enough money to buy you. Tezzolo exclaimed excitedly, completely oblivious to the recent events, fixated solely on the prospect of acquiring Stella. Stella, I'm going to finalize the paperwork now, Tezzolo said, his mind consumed with thoughts of purchasing Stella, entirely unaware of Ross's presence or the discomfort etched on Stella's face. No, I don't want to, Stella suddenly declared. Huh? Stella, what's wrong? Only then did Tezzolo notice something amiss with her and hurriedly approached her, concerned. I have already been purchased by this gentleman. You are too late. Stella's gaze towards Tezzolo was icy, as though she were looking a stranger. Why? Didn't we have an agreement? Tezzolo froze, unable to comprehend that the Stella who had always been gentle and encouraging towards him would utter such words. Damn it. Am I too late? A surge of anger welled up within Tezzolo. Seeing Stella's disdainful expression ignited a fierce desire to choke her. Despite the fact that he loved her so deeply, why did she have to wear such a face? Agreement? It was merely your one-sided wish. Stella turned her head away, feigning disgust, just as she caught Ross's interested, encouraging gaze, leaving her heart in turmoil. She was a kind-hearted person. Despite having been trafficked and displayed like an animal for 3 years, she still wished to believe in the goodness of humanity. She genuinely felt joy at the thought of Tezzolo turning over a new leaf. But that was enough. Distancing herself from him was the wisest and safest choice. Stella, was all of this a lie? Have you merely seen me as a tool for your freedom? Tezzolo failed to grasp Stella's emotions and instead bombarded her with questions. In his mind, Stella's drastic change in temperament could only mean that he had lost his value to her after regaining her freedom. The excitement he had felt earlier was now replaced with profound disappointment. He never anticipated that Stella was such a cunning person. Indeed, Stella's eyes held a trace of sorrow, but she placed the blame solely on herself. With this, the noble celestial dragon nearby would not hold Tezzolo accountable, would he? Not all. Ross interjected, speaking slowly. She said that to save you. Otherwise, you would have left here horizontally today. He extended his hand towards the glass display where Stella had been confined. Zani, standing nearby, understood the cue and shattered the glass with a single punch, pulling Stella from within. Having been selected from a young age for the finest training, Zani's strength was not on par with Jernica. Breaking the glass without injuring Stella was a trivial task for her. Before Stella could regain her footing, Ross wrapped his arms around her. Suddenly enveloped in warmth, she felt her cheeks flush. You're talking nonsense. Tezzolo's eyes flashed with malice as he glared at the blushing Stella. Seeing her in another's embrace, displaying such intimacy, shattered his heart completely. The idealized image he once held of Stella crumbled in an instant. Are you angry now? Ross remarked with disinterest, though he had not expected much from Tizzolo. After all, he had been a petty thief and gambler. What more could one expect from someone who had yet to undergo a transformation? Moreover, Ross stealthily glanced at Zani, standing beside him. The allure of the demon fruit did not only manifest after transformation. If Zani wished, she could enchant Tizzolo into a lovesick fool in an instant. Tizzolo, she did not deceive you. You should leave. From now on, we shall be strangers. Stella pressed her lips together, yet dared not contradict Ross. She was unsure of his motives in speaking up for her, but Tizzolo's furious demeanor certainly frightened her. Would it not be better for everyone to part amicably? Strangers? Very well. Stella, my dear Stella, is already dead. Tizzolo shrieked, abruptly drawing a short knife from behind and lunging toward Stella's neck. The sudden attack terrified Stella. She shrank into Ross's embrace, her mind blank, unable to fathom such a turn of events. Slap! Zani swiftly positioned herself in front of Stella, seizing Tizzolo's advancing hand with a fierce twist. Accompanied by a piercing scream, Tizzolo's knife fell to the ground, his right hand contorted painfully. Attacking a celestial dragon is a capital offense, Zani stated coldly, preparing to strike Tizzolo down. Stop! Ross's urgent shout halted Zani's movements, though she still delivered a kick to Tizzolo's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground, unable to rise. Fine, for Stella's sake, and since he did not intend to kill me, I will spare him. Ross had no intention of killing Tizzolo. That was hardly necessary. Tizzolo posed no threat to the celestial dragons, and killing him would only yield an E-level reward. It would be far more beneficial to nurture him for a while, as he could potentially provide an A-level reward later on. Ross looked forward to Tizzolo's growth, wishing he could develop more swiftly. Ignoring Tizzolo, who lay like a defeated dog, Ross continued to hold the docile Stella in his arms as they made their way toward the market exit. The onlookers treated the scene as though they had not seen a thing. After all, he was a noble celestial dragon. It was a miracle he hadn't killed anyone, and no one dared to intervene. Once Ross departed, the slave shop's manager finally emerged to clear the scene, dragging Tizzolo away to avoid disrupting their business. Inside the slave shop, Torpole stood by the window, watching Ross's retreating figure while holding a phone bug resembling Doflamingo. Young master, our finest merchandise has been taken by the celestial dragon. Aha! It is a good thing to be taken by a celestial dragon. We can promote it as our slaves being valued by the celestial dragons. Young master, there is another matter. The Navy has sealed off the slave auction house, and this is also related to the celestial dragons. The affairs of the slave auction house are of no concern. Let them contend and scramble amongst themselves. When we possess the strength to venture to the archipelago of Chengdu, the slave auction house shall surely bear the name of Don Quixote. Young master, you are destined to become the sovereign of the seas. Chapter 13. The E-level collapse once again in the sacred land of Mary Geos. Stella leaned heavily on the table, gasping for breath. She had just practiced the horse stance repeatedly, sweat dripping steadily onto the floor. At this moment, moving even a finger felt like a monumental task. I have completed the E-level collapse. Quite impressive, indeed, came Ross's voice from behind, gently stroking Stella's hair with an unusual tenderness. A smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, especially as he noticed the faint traces of blood on the ground, which only heightened his delight. It was unexpected that the slave shop treated Stella with such care. Perhaps they truly saw her as a valuable asset. Fortunately, he had arrived in time, becoming a faithful ally. Ross effortlessly lifted Stella into his arms. Her form felt light and supple between his powerful embrace. Standing at a height of over 8 meters, Stella usually exuded an elegant presence. However, in the face of Ross's towering stature, which surpassed 2 meters, she appeared diminutive, akin to a gentle kitten nestled against a giant, radiating an aura of vulnerability that stirred compassion. Ross, always inclined to offer tenderness to a woman satisfied with her performance, settled down on the newly delivered 10-meter bed, allowing Stella to lean against him. Stella, have you met the owner of that slave shop? I have seen him a few times, Stella replied, her breath still labored. Due to her inexperience and the protracted duration of Ross's attentions, she struggled to recover. He is a tall, gaunt man covered in slime. I believe the manager referred to him as Torpol. Stella spoke candidly, revealing everything she knew. Having spent so long in the slave shop, she had come to understand that her future was intricately tied to the whims of her owner. Being a slave to a celestial dragon had its advantages and disadvantages. Lacking the wisdom or capability to contemplate these matters deeply, her sole desire was to serve Ross to the best of her abilities. Once she recognized that freedom was a distant dream for someone like her, simply surviving became her only aspiration. Torpol. So does him. I wondered who possessed such grand ambitions. Ross mused, his brow arching in realization. Torpol was a subordinate of Don Quixote da Flamingo, and in the future, nearly half of the slave industry in the Sabati archipelago would be linked to him. Yet that was a decade away. It was surprising that Doflamingo had already begun to establish his influence there. However, given Doflamingo's ambitious nature, such maneuvers were hardly unexpected. Ross held a certain admiration for Doflamingo. His cunning and intellect were commendable. Had it not been for Luffy's intervention, Doflamingo might have fared quite well. Unfortunately, this world favored strength and lineage, despite Doflamingo's promising background. His foolish parents had stripped him of his celestial dragon status. With Doflamingo's talents and a relatively weak string fruit, becoming a warlord of the sea and ruling as a local sovereign would have sufficed, yet aspiring to be one of the 4 emperors was utterly unattainable. Embracing Stella in his arms, Ross contemplated the possibility of collaborating with Doflamingo. Celestial dragons possessed nearly everything the world had to offer, but all through the channels of the world government. Should the 5 elders or him strip them of their privileges, the celestial dragons would become mere lambs awaiting slaughter. And Ross had no desire to live in such oppression. Once a celestial dragon, one ought not to be outdone by other pirates turned emperors. Strength and influence were both essential. The path ahead was arduous and fraught with challenges. 3 days later, Ross was practicing swordsmanship. The system provided merely techniques and physicality. The timing of each move was something he had to ponder himself. He refused to rely solely on the system, striving for personal improvement whenever possible. At that moment, Stella entered hurriedly, dressed in a well-fitted secretary outfit, her silhouette accentuated by a black pencil skirt that hugged her curves. "Master, CP0 instructor Zephyr requests an audience," she announced, bowing respectfully, a hint of nervousness in her tone. Her long legs, encased in stockings, appeared strikingly alluring, and the tailored design of her outfit highlighted her ample curves, as if they were on the verge of breaking free from their constraints. "Allow him to enter," Ross replied, his face lighting up with joy upon hearing of Zephyr's arrival. He rose, casually patting Stella on the back. In this new environment, Stella exuded an even more captivating charm than when they first met, radiating an indescribable allure. Previously, at the slave shop, Stella had only received the bare minimum for survival. However, in Ross's presence, she was afforded the best of everything. Such a wonderful master, she thought, casting a tender glance at Ross before hastily exiting the palace. Over the past 3 days, she had essentially become Ross's messenger, experimenting with various attires, something she had never dared to imagine before. This life exceeded her wildest dreams, and she cherished her current existence, treasuring Ross's care for her. Shortly thereafter, Stella returned, ushering in Zephyr, accompanied by a dozen women laboriously dragging several large crates behind them. "Place the items down and stand aside," Zephyr instructed casually. The women quickly set down the boxes, standing obediently to the side, their movements tinged with tension. They were the families of the Marines whom Ross had purchased, now serving as cleaning staff within his palace. "This is 5 billion berries, and I have brought the people as well," Zephyr stated, dressed in a crisp, white CP0 suit. Addressing Ross in a rather casual tone, Ross paid it no mind. The status of a celestial dragon held weight only among the orderly, while true power demanded respect. Set it there. The Navy must have profited handsomely this time. The expenditure of 1 billion berries on Rosswold indicated that the Navy had likely gained even more. Approximately 3 billion berries in cash, primarily from various slaves. If handed over to the world government, they could fetch around 4 billion berries, Zephyr explained calmly. Zephyr spoke of slavery devoid of guilt. Initially, Ross had harbored some concerns about potential conflicts with the Navy regarding this matter, but after reviewing his memories, those worries dissipated entirely. The Navy represented justice, and Zephyr undoubtedly had a sense of justice as well. However, in this world, moral standards were alarmingly low. In a realm where strength dictated everything, discussions of equality were laughable. The concept of slave trading was so deeply ingrained that it was seen as a normal part of life, devoid of any notions of right or wrong, much like laboring for a master. This mindset had persisted for centuries. Most Marines viewed justice merely as combating pirates, preventing widespread violence and plunder, and fortifying the world government's rule, rather than challenging human traffickers or striving for a harmonious society. It was akin to ancient courts addressing murder and arson while ignoring the commonplace purchase of concubines or servants by ordinary citizens. In contrast, amidst the pirates of this era, Ross felt he was almost a paragon of virtue. Chapter 14, the first encounter with Akainu Sakazuki. With the arrival of Zifa, Ross could finally undergo systematic training. Zifa is renowned as the most exceptional instructor in the Navy, and now he has ascended to the role of CP0 instructor, having mastered the CP0 training system. It is noteworthy that the CP0 training program enabled Lucci to transform into a vice admiral in just 2 years, and Kaku could likely hold his own against Jack. By comparison, CP0's training is slightly inferior to that of Teacher K, yet significantly superior to that of the likes of Rayleigh and Garp. With such an outstanding faculty and an inexhaustible supply of training resources, even an ordinary individual could swiftly become a formidable warrior. Given Ross's foundational skills provided by the system, his growth was exponentially accelerated. After just 1 month of intensive training, Ross transcended mere statistics and attained the combat prowess of a rear admiral. While this level of strength may not be deemed overwhelmingly powerful, it was sufficient for self-preservation. "Master, we still haven't secured that fruit," Stella said, her tone tinged with disappointment as she stood beside Ross. After a month of nurturing, she had blossomed into a striking beauty, her allure magnified several-fold. As time passed, Ross grew more adept at utilizing her abilities, and he casually bestowed the healing fruit upon Stella. With the healing fruit, Stella could not only provide medical assistance during Ross's training, but also heal herself at night, allowing Ross to explore even more possibilities. Ultimately, Ross felt that the fruit was a worthy investment. If it couldn't be obtained, it was likely that those old geezers were deliberately obstructing him. He would have to demonstrate some results with this extermination order. Ross chuckled darkly, feeling somewhat irked by the sensation of being denied resources. As he perused the world government as treasury, he stumbled upon a fruit that piqued his interest. Given his recent encounters with numerous ability users, he was fairly confident that special rewards would not yield new powers. At most, he could only acquire a devil fruit directly from his kills. Thus, if he desired to obtain a fruit for himself, he would have to rely on the world government. Unfortunately, the fruit he sought was exceedingly powerful, and even his grandfather refused to grant it to him, let alone the other 5 elders. Even the celestial dragons must prove their strength before being permitted access to the powerful fruits sanctioned by the elders. Ross Saint, Sakazuki has arrived. The extermination order is prepared and ready for your command, Zifa announced as he entered the palace, his expression serious as he regarded Ross. The extermination order for O'Hara was fully prepared, awaiting Ross's departure. "I understand, Zifa." "Zani, I entrust my safety to you this time," Ross replied. "Of course," Zifa affirmed readily. "I shall adhere to your command." Zani slightly bowed, her eyes betraying no hint of emotion. Pleased with their responses, Ross rose leisurely from the sofa, stretching his arms wide. Stella, ever attentive, moved gracefully behind him to assist in removing his garments. In just a minute, she deftly dressed him in a tailored black suit, carefully draping a white cloak emblazoned with a world government as emblem over his shoulders. "Master, everything is ready," Stella whispered softly, tenderly adjusting his collar to ensure every detail was immaculate. Once finished, she bowed slightly and stepped aside. "Since everything is prepared, let us depart." Ross laughed heartily, wrapping his arm around Stella's slender waist as they made their way out of the palace. Zifa and Zani flanked him on either side. The geography of the pirate world is quite peculiar, with the Red Line and the Grand Line intersecting to delineate the four seas, shaping the current world order. The Grand Line and the four seas are interconnected through the Calm Belt, an area devoid of wind that renders sailing impossible. This region is also inhabited by numerous colossal sea kings, making it impassable for ordinary vessels. Therefore, to reach the four seas without traversing the Calm Belt, the only expedient routes are two. On the Red Line, Mariehua is the sole city, serving as the stronghold of the world government. This indicates that the entire Red Line is under the direct governance of the world government, and this artificially created route can only be utilized with their permission. As a celestial dragon, Ross, being a member of the Navy, a subordinate organization of the world government, naturally possesses the right to navigate this route. At the port of Mariehua, Ross encountered Sakazuki and his fleet of vice admirals. Commander Sakazuki, a towering figure adorned with a navy cap, stood over 3 meters tall, emanating a palpable heat from his very presence. Sakazuki, indifferent to Ross's celestial dragon status, merely acknowledged him by his extermination order title. At just over 30 years of age, he was at the zenith of his prowess and energy, with the world government and navy viewing him as a prime candidate for the next admiral. Board the ship, Ross said, nodding in a subdued manner, conveying no desire for further conversation. Sakazuki was a staunch hawk within the Navy. His singular goal was the annihilation of pirates, even if it meant sacrificing a considerable number of civilians. Such a character possessed no personal sentiments, and even the closest of allies would be discarded if they obstructed his path. Conversely, one need not cultivate a deep bond with him. As long as one could assist him in his crusade against pirates, he would prove to be an invaluable ally. Sakazuki, with his decisive demeanor, set the ship on course for the West Sea the moment they boarded. At their current speed, they estimated they would reach O'Hara in approximately 4 days. Within the command room of the warship, Ross occupied the captain's seat, with Stella and the female CP0 officers standing behind him, while Zifa and Sakazuki sat to either side. He had not brought many attendants. Aside from Stella, who manages daily affairs, his only protectors were Zifa and a single CP0 agent. Previously, Ross had not participated in the internal discussions surrounding the extermination order. He was only aware that its objective was to obliterate O'Hara. This mission was led by Ross as the commander, with former Admiral Zifa serving as the deputy. Accompanying them were Vice Admirals Sakazuki, Borsellino, Kazan, and Akainu, with the goal of completely annihilating the Tree of Knowledge located in O'Hara, while also eradicating any historians or individuals who might be privy to the world government's secrets. Sakazuki spoke with an impassive expression, his tone devoid of any emotional inflection, as though discussing the destruction of an island and the slaughter of its inhabitants were simply trivial matters. Zifa, Kazan, Borsellino, Sakazuki, and Akainu. Ross contemplated the composition of this extermination order, internally marveling at the formidable lineup. With 4 admirals and 1 future renowned vice admiral, this assembly could easily eradicate Whitebeard. However, he understood that this extermination order was, in essence, a large-scale test of obedience. Only by passing this trial would Sakazuki and Kazan earn the right to become admirals. As the era had yet to descend into chaos, the most critical factor for ascension to admiral status remained unwavering loyalty to the world government. However, it was likely that the world government had not anticipated that the one exerting the most effort in this operation was, in fact, a concealed traitor. Chapter 15. Digging deep in this mission to eradicate demons, Vice Admiral Sakazuki was tasked with the arrangements, and I would appear when needed. Ross nodded toward Sakazuki, expressing his stance. He was merely there for a bit of amusement, along with the aim of capturing a couple of targets that piqued his interest. As for O'Hara, he couldn't care less. Those historians were not truly studying history. They were probing into the taboos of the world government. After exchanging a few words with Sakazuki, he departed the command room with Stella and CP0. Zephyr remained behind to facilitate the handover with Sakazuki. Having promised the Navy, Ross intended to fulfill this mission diligently, as it would serve as a form of merit for him. Without having destroyed an island or a nation, it would be quite difficult to claim the title of an elite celestial dragon, and aspirations for that coveted fruit would be utterly futile. Commander. Just as he exited the command room, a man and a woman approached, saluting Ross respectfully. I am Guion, and this is Kaki. The two revealed their names, somewhat anxious, especially Guion, whose complexion had turned pale, while Kaki appeared slightly more composed. Upon learning that the celestial dragon had specifically summoned them aboard, it was only natural for them to feel uneasy, particularly as they were not future candidates for admirals, but rather two novices fresh out of Zephyr's elite training camp. In terms of strength, they currently possessed the prowess of a rear admiral, and merely standing beside Zanny instilled a significant sense of pressure. Moreover, even their instructor, Zephyr, had yielded. How could these two minor figures possibly resist? Observing the visibly anxious duo, Ross strode directly into the ship's quarters. Come in one by one and decide amongst yourselves who goes first. With that, he entered the designated room arranged by Sakazuki, accompanied by Stella and Zanny. 2 decades later, Guion and Kaki would ascend to the ranks of admiral candidates through their own capabilities and the Navy's nurturing. To become an admiral candidate, one must at least rival the vice admirals, with some being strong enough to contend against the 4 emperors for a short duration. Such individuals were considered formidable on the high seas. While brigadier-level warriors were plentiful, those reaching vice admiral or admiral candidate status were exceedingly rare, with only a handful achieving this level in any given era. Guion and Kaki, solely relying on the Navy's training system, had attained the strength of admiral candidates. Should Ross choose to invest additional resources, he could swiftly elevate them into true powerhouses. Such promising prospects were ones Ross was keen to hold on to, even if it required coercion or persuasion. Knock, knock, knock. Guion and Kaki did not keep Ross waiting long, and soon Guion entered after knocking. Seeing her step in first did not surprise Ross. He merely scrutinized her from head to toe. Guion possessed an admirable physique, standing slightly taller than Ross, with long, slender legs of about 1.8 meters. Her dedication to training rendered her form remarkably resilient. The spider tattoo on her left thigh added a touch of allure, while her peach-colored dress barely concealed her upper body, revealing ample fair skin and an enticing decolletage. Did you volunteer to come in, or was it decided after discussion? Ross inquired, sitting back in his chair with keen interest, observing the somewhat flustered Guion. I volunteered to come in. I did not confer with Kaki, Guion replied, taking a deep breath to steady herself. The celestial dragon before her had the power to dictate her fate, leaving no room for carelessness. Being a Navy elite, she had heard tales of the celestial dragons, and prior to entering, she had prepared herself for the worst. If Ross were to force her, she would resist with all her might. Despite the immense pressure Zanny exerted, she would still choose to fight back. Some things transcended the value of life itself. Let us have a chat. Feel free to sit anywhere. Ross smiled, gesturing to a nearby seat, which only heightened Guion's tension. This was not the demeanor she had anticipated from a celestial dragon. What? Are you afraid I might devour you? Ross chuckled. No, not at all. Guion hastily shook her head, taking a seat at the farthest distance from Ross, her gaze lowered, unable to bear the sight of him teasing Stella. Ross's behavior, bullying Stella in such a manner, aligned perfectly with her preconceived notions of celestial dragons. Yet his tone was surprisingly gentle, leaving her quite unsettled. This was not how celestial dragons were supposed to act. Let us talk about you. I started paying attention to you after Zephyr became a CP0 instructor. I understand you hail from Wano? Ross inquired. Guion's wariness was too pronounced, hindering further conversation. There were many ways to conquer a woman. Coercion was the simplest and most effective method. If other means proved ineffective, Ross would not hesitate to embrace this role. Yes, Guion nodded lightly. Her background was not a secret. Actually, I have never lived in Wano. My family is from there, so I was influenced by their culture. Are you a swordswoman? What is your current level of strength? A swordmaster? Ross glanced at the sword hanging at Guion's waist. In the world of pirates, weapons were notoriously indistinct, and as long as one wielded a bladed weapon, one could be considered a swordsman or swordmaster. However, Guion's sword was not one of the renowned 21 great swords. It was merely a long blade designated for naval officers. I learned to cut iron 3 years ago, so I can barely be called a sword master, but I'm still far from the great sword masters of the sea, Guillaume explained earnestly. Facing Ross's inquiries, she felt a sense of familiarity reminiscent of when she was questioned about her abilities and experiences before entering the elite training camp. Given her previous experiences and the simplicity of Ross's questions, Guillaume relaxed considerably. Do you aspire to become a great sword master? A devil fruit could expedite that process. Have you considered obtaining one? Not particularly. While acquiring a good fruit would be ideal, I am content to rely on my swordsmanship, Guillaume replied. In terms of physicality, women are at a disadvantage, don't you think? Though there aren't many female powerhouses, there are a few. I believe that with hard work, one can carve out a place in the future. At the very least, I am stronger than Kaki and my male peers from the training camp. I recall the training camp primarily taught the 6 powers. How proficient are you? The Navy's 6 powers? I have a strong grasp of Suru, Jeppo, and Renkaku, but I struggle with Shurgan and Tekai. Struggling with Tekai is likely to avoid hindering your body, correct? Does using Tekai not cause your muscles to harden? Practicing for an extended period would definitely lead to some stiffness, but that's certainly not because my Tekai is lacking. Chapter 16, right here, after conversing with Guillaume for nearly half an hour, Ross had gained a general understanding of her situation, allowing her to relax completely. There is an inherent difference between reading documents and hearing first-hand accounts. Currently, Guillaume's abilities are nearly comparable to those of a pirate with a bounty of 100 to 200 million. She has a solid grasp of the Navy's 6 forms, and her observation and armament hockey are in the early stages of awakening. As a swordswoman, she has just mastered the flying slash technique. At the tender age of 20, her future prospects appear promising. With sufficient resources, she could potentially reach A-class strength within 1 to 2 years. If she were to acquire a powerful devil fruit, this progress could be expedited further. However, advancing beyond that level would not merely depend on talent and effort. Without external assistance, each step forward would necessitate life-and-death battles against top-tier adversaries. How is your relationship with Kaki? Ross suddenly inquired. It's average. Although he is my only opponent in the training camp, I doubt anyone would appreciate a perverse man who harasses them daily. Guillaume's face betrayed her disdain as she recalled her encounters with Kaki, who had been persistently pursuing her since their first meeting. Just before Ross exited the command room, Kaki had once again proposed to her. Such shameless behavior, despite their mediocre relationship, had thoroughly exasperated Guillaume. Hearing her name from Ross, Guillaume instinctively tensed up. Here it comes. Although she was uncertain why Ross had chosen to engage her in casual conversation, it was time to address the main point. Ross's willingness to chat had alleviated her initial anxiety, leaving her with a favorable impression of him. Provided there were no excessive demands, she felt inclined to comply. I will present you with 3 choices. Please, go on, Guillaume replied, her expression slightly serious as she straightened her posture. The knowledge that she had options provided her with a momentary sense of relief. Firstly, you may continue serving in the Navy. I recall that the Navy headquarters assigned you to Admiral Hiru's ship for training. Should you choose this path, following the recent demon-slaying order, her fleet is likely to encounter a mishap, with only Admiral Hiru surviving the ordeal. Ross's calm words caused Guillaume's face to drain of color. This statement made it painfully clear that her future as a Navy officer was bleak. If she persisted with the Navy, not only would she meet her demise at sea, but Admiral Hiru's subordinates would also accompany her to their graves. Although she had yet to report to Admiral Hiru, and their emotional connection was minimal, she would never willingly partake in a fate that condemned others alongside her. After all, they're celestial dragons. Guillaume's heart sank, realizing that after hearing the first choice, the subsequent options would likely be equally grim. Secondly, Ross continued, his voice steady, you could become my personal CP0 agent, developing according to the standard growth of CP0 operatives. However, this choice carries risks, and I must be candid with you. I will also offer Kaki 3 choices. If he selects the first 2, you will remain unharmed. However, I will present a third option to both of you. Your third option would be to become my woman, while his third would involve submitting to my command. If he were to choose the latter while you opted for the second, I regret to inform you that his priority would supersede yours. Should he make any requests, I would not offer you protection. and some outcomes you would prefer to avoid could indeed come to pass. I choose the third option, Guion said, biting her lip yet resolutely stating her decision. Ross had laid his threat bare, one that she could not dismiss. Choosing the first option would lead to certain death. While the second option of becoming a CP0 agent was not entirely unacceptable, the prospect of Kaki choosing the third option left her feeling uneasy. Just the thought of that scenario sent chills down her spine. In comparison, she would rather align herself with Ross. After all, in terms of status, demeanor, and appearance, Ross was vastly superior to the short, portly, and sleazy Kaki. Had Ross not provided her with so many choices, she would never have considered the third option. Yet, when faced with worse possibilities, Guion found that becoming Ross's woman was not as dreadful as she had initially perceived. At the very least, Ross differed from her preconceived notions of a celestial dragon, and in many respects, she felt she would be elevating herself by accepting him. Guion silently reassured herself, her long legs instinctively drawing together, revealing her tension. Since you have made your choice, allow me to witness your sincerity. A smile graced Ross's lips as he unabashedly scrutinized Guion's conflicted expression. He was in no rush. Having received her agreement, he was confident she would follow through, merely requiring a brief moment of patience. Rather than resorting to force, he preferred to exert his influence, coaxing individuals into willingly acquiescing. Just half an hour of conversation had provided Ross with insight into how to win Guion over. From her manner of speaking, it was evident that she was an innocent soul, her life revolving solely around training and honing her swordsmanship. The only romantic experience she had encountered was Kaki's relentless pursuit, which hardly qualified as a typical relationship. In light of Guion's limited experiences, Ross realized he need not exert excessive effort. By utilizing their dialogue to dismantle her biases against celestial dragons and clarifying her present circumstances, he could guide her towards the outcome he desired. The crux of this strategy lay in the three choices he presented. While it appeared he offered her three options, he truly sought only the last one. Limiting her to that singular choice could provoke a sense of resistance, potentially jeopardizing the negotiation. However, by granting her three options, Guion's Navy background would instinctively lead her to select from among them rather than renegotiate terms. This approach would almost guarantee that she would choose the final option. If she opted for the second, it would either indicate her faith in Kaki's character or suggest that, in her eyes, he was preferable to Kaki. In either case, Ross would show no mercy. Having tasted the thrill of dominance, he would cast Guion into the depths of despair. Two prospective future admirals held significant value, yet there were countless other emerging powerhouses. Ross was not in dire need of just one or two. Right here, Guion hesitated, her fingers unconsciously releasing the fabric of her clothing. She had known what would transpire from the moment she accepted the third option. Though she was singularly focused on becoming stronger, being 20 did not render her oblivious to matters of intimacy. She had envisioned what her future partner might resemble. Yet she never anticipated that it would be a celestial dragon. Right here, is that unacceptable? Ross inquired, feigning ignorance regarding Guion's concerns. But Guion bit her lip, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Stella and the female CP0 agents. How could one engage in such affairs with others present? Is there an issue? Ross frowned, seemingly perplexed by Guion's hesitation. He was willing to trust her, but he would not dare jeopardize his life. At the very least, with Zanny present. Should Guion attempt to turn violent, she could be swiftly subdued, a safeguard he had in place. Very well. Guion opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. This was her first encounter with such a scenario, and she had never envisioned herself in such a predicament. Perhaps for a celestial dragon, this was the norm? Chapter 17. Remind yourself that you are quite all right, as Shiyuan continued to ponder aimlessly. Ross had already risen to his feet. Since Shiyuan had acquiesced, it was now his turn to take the initiative. He slowly approached Shiyuan, and before long, garments began to cascade to the floor, filling the room with a cacophony of sound. Completed sea-level breakdown. Power level 10,000. Special reward. Observation Haki, sea level. Upon hearing the melodious notification from the system, a subtle smile graced Ross's lips. Notably, His observation haki allowed him to sense that Kaji was lingering at the doorway. With his long legs standing at 8 meters, he certainly moved with remarkable speed. Listening to Ross's murmured words and feeling the fiery hand sweeping through the air, Shiyuan's already flushed face deepened in color. Outside the room, Kaji clenched his fists upon hearing the sounds of laughter and joy emanating from within. Yet he ultimately let his arms fall in resignation. After a moment of emotional turmoil, he chose to depart silently. Remaining there would only tempt him to burst in, for she was the love of his heart. An hour later, Stella and Zani emerged from the room, closing the door behind Ross. Based on the fruit's feedback, it was clear that Shiyuan harbored no thoughts of violence or rage, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Another hour passed, and the room returned to its previous state. Ross lounged leisurely against the headboard, gently cradling Shiyuan in his arms, sensing her acceptance of him. He lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, relishing the invigorating sensation coursing through him. In his previous life, he had never encountered a girl of 8 meters. Now, he was experiencing the allure of Shiyuan's long legs. The celestial dragons truly had the power to lead one astray. Once this demon-slaying mission concluded, I shall prepare for you a magnificent sword of 21 craftsmanship, and ensure that Zifa continues to serve as your mentor until your abilities reach their zenith. After he spoke, Ross could distinctly feel Shiyuan relax further. He playfully squeezed Shiyuan's pert backside, seizing the moment to win her heart. He had always believed in the philosophy of merging. Without such a union, true intimacy was unattainable. Yet once that bond was forged, it became effortless, especially in the aftermath. By the way, if you could choose a fruit of your desire, which would it be? Anything that could enhance my strength, Shiyuan replied softly, a fleeting glimmer of tenderness in her eyes. It was her first encounter, and her innocence was so easily taken away by Ross, leaving her heart filled with apprehension and devoid of security. However, Ross's willingness to discuss their future and the benefits he could provide reassured her that he truly cared, and that sufficed for now. Which type do you prefer, the natural type or the Zoan type? Ross inquired. As the first proactive future powerhouse, he had no intention of trivializing their conversation. In the future, Shiyuan might very well become his greatest source of security. In his mind, Ross had already envisioned 2 potent fruits, one of the natural variety and the other a Zoan type. Though not currently in his possession, he knew their locations and was confident he could acquire them. Is there truly a Zoan-type devil fruit? Shiyuan exclaimed in surprise upon learning of the option. Although she had previously asserted that female warriors could hold their own on the seas, those women were invariably monstrous beings, all born with exceptional talents. Instances of women ascending to the rank of admiral within the Navy were exceedingly rare, the last occurrence being over a century ago. Shiyuan was acutely aware that her physical gifts paled in comparison to true monsters. Her only reliance lay in her commendable swordsmanship and decent physical condition, which offered a glimmer of hope for her to touch upon the threshold of admiral-level strength in the future. However, if she could consume an animal-type Zoan devil fruit, her physical limitations would become a thing of the past, and she was confident that within 2 years, she could join the ranks of the powerful. There is indeed a Zoan type, but the circumstances remain uncertain. After the demon-slaying mission, you shall personally investigate. Ross nodded slightly, benefiting from his knowledge of future events, which provided him with ample information regarding devil fruits. Many fruits were currently unclaimed, and there were several Zoan types, with a few of their approximate locations known to him. The fruit he mentioned was the bat fruit, Zoan type, vampire form. In a world that boasted the red calbaloric lade field, it was only logical that a vampire fruit existed. This fruit would grant the already formidable Lade Field the ability to maintain eternal youth and boundless regeneration, but that did not diminish its value. It merely indicated a lack of resourcefulness. Lade Field was already a peer of Whitebeard and Roger. Acquiring an additional vampire fruit would not enable him to surpass that level. However, if it were given to Shiyuan, the regenerative powers of the vampire fruit could potentially elevate her to a status akin to Lade Field S, thus exemplifying its true worth. Moreover, Ross was quite eager to witness the awakening of the vampire fruit S abilities. By siphoning life, One could maintain perpetual youth, which was tantamount to immortality. Should awaken, would such a power extend to others? If the vampire fruit could indeed grant eternal life, then Ross could postpone his other longevity plans. Hence, he held high hopes for this fruit, resolutely refusing to allow anyone else to lay claim to it. Had it not been for the allure of another fruit within the world government's treasury, he would have undoubtedly consumed it himself. Yet even without indulging, he would ensure it found its way to his most trusted confidant. Currently, the ideal candidate was the very Xuan nestled in his embrace. Once he had thoroughly nurtured her, he would possess a genuine admiral-level powerhouse, one untainted by preconceived notions like Zifa, as Xuan remained a blank canvas, ready to be imbued with his colors. Zoan-type fruit. Master, I will strive with all my might. Xuan tightened her grip around Ross's arm, feeling a surge of gratitude for her decision. Had she not been so proactive and decisive, such a treasure would have never been within her reach. A more potent Zoan-type fruit could indeed give rise to an admiral, representing a support stronger than even the natural type. You need not address me as they do. Publicly, you shall be my first wife, Ross stated calmly. Having resolved to allow Xuan to consume the vampire fruit, he was determined to bestow upon her the highest status. It was not uncommon for celestial dragons to take ordinary individuals as wives. Some even had dozens of spouses. This was primarily because offspring born of such unions did not qualify as true celestial dragons, but merely bore their bloodline. Many of the world's aristocrats residing in Mariewa possessed a lineage intertwined with celestial dragons, a heritage that had, over time, evolved into the ruling class of the world government. However, Ross was indifferent to such matters. Should Xuan bear him a child, he would ensure that the offspring were nurtured as elite celestial dragons. A wife? Xuan, unaware of these intricacies, felt enveloped in warmth at the mere thought of Ross wishing to marry her, especially as his first. The idea that a celestial dragon would elevate her from her subordinate status was the very conclusion she had always dreamed of. To her astonishment, Ross offered her far more than she had ever imagined. This outcome did not seem so bad after all. Perhaps her choice was indeed the right one? Chapter 18. The execution of the demon order commences after Ross and Xuan had enjoyed their intimate moment. They emerged from the cabin to swiftly receive news regarding Kaji. It was reported that Kaji had departed the warship an hour prior and was currently unaccounted for, which caused Xuan to furrow her brows slightly. Ross, I shall go and eliminate him. She understood well the reason behind Kaji's departure. The soundproofing of the cabin was mediocre, and given that Kaji had been waiting outside, overhearing their conversation was not a difficult feat since she had chosen Ross, and Kaji had opted to leave. It was evident that they were now adversaries. Let him go. As long as he does not abandon the Navy, I shall spare his life. Or do you lack confidence in being stronger than him under my guidance? Since Xuan had entrusted herself to Ross, Kaji had become less significant. Kaji and Xuan were the most outstanding students of this year's Zephyr training camp, distinctly outperforming their peers. And both were promoted to the rank of Brigadier General upon graduation. Without Kaji as a comparison, it would be challenging to emphasize Ross's favor toward Xuan. I will surpass him. If he stands in your way, I shall personally slay him. Xuan's face radiated confidence. She was no inferior to Kaji, with Ross as her backing. If she could not excel beyond Kaji, she might as well serve Ross as a mere star. 3 days later, the warship drew ever closer to O'Hara, with the other vice admiral's vessels gradually converging to sail towards O'Hara in grand formation. Master, are we not concerned that the people of O'Hara might escape? On the deck, Stella gazed at the naval formation flanking them, puzzled as to why the people of O'Hara did not flee. Xuan, would you care to address this query? If the Navy's execution order could be so easily evaded, it would not be deemed a taboo upon the seas. Stella, one cannot escape by running. Xuan gently shook her head. She was part of the naval system, and although she had not directly participated in the execution order, she had studied relevant cases. Firstly, the information regarding the execution order was disseminated solely among the upper echelons of the Navy and the world government, leaving the local populace entirely uninformed. Secondly, the fleet executing the order only gathered 1 day prior to their arrival, leaving no time for local reactions. Even in the case of evacuating civilians, they would have to wait until the Navy had completely surrounded the area and eliminated all armed forces. Lastly, the execution order was a synchronized operation between the world government and the Navy, with the former dispatching CP organizations in advance to assist in its execution. Shiwan had only recently gained a clear understanding of this last point, after she had pledged herself to Ross the task of liaising with the world government, which Ross had previously managed, was transferred to her. In recent days, CP9 Commander Spandane had been reporting daily on the situation in O'Hara, rendering her well-informed about the locale. CP, Cypher Pole, is a covert intelligence agency subordinate to the world government's Judicial Island, officially comprising 8 divisions, CP1 through CP8, responsible for investigating global affairs. In reality, the CP organization also includes CP9 and CP0, 2 entities directly under the world government's command, the former tasked with handling special incidents, while the latter reports directly to the Celestial Dragons. In simpler terms, CP9 operates above CP1, CP8, and CP0 stands above CP9. By virtue of Ross's position, he could command all personnel from CP1 to CP9, with some from CP0 obliged to heed his directives. Currently, Shiwan effectively served as his representative within CP0, her status only slightly lower than that of Zephyr. Suddenly, a series of heavy footsteps echoed as Sakazuki and Zephyr appeared on the deck. Is there something amiss? Ross glanced at both men, surprised to see them seeking him out simultaneously. Ross, we have just received intelligence that the defected Vice Admiral Jaguar D. Saul has been sighted in O'Hara, suspected of having prematurely disclosed the execution order's plans. Sakazuki, ever blunt, wasted no time in stating the matter. Saul. That name rings a bell. Ross smiled, shifting his gaze to Zephyr. This news had already been relayed to him by CP9 a few days prior. The Navy had received the information considerably later. He was aware of Saul's notorious reputation, yet in the context of the execution order, he was merely a minor player, leaving Ross curious about the connection that prompted their visit. When Robin was merely 8 years old, the world government discovered that her mother and the scholars of O'Hara were researching the true history, prompting them to initiate the execution order to obliterate the entire island. Saul was among the first to uncover the whereabouts of Robin's mother, Alvia, and he had participated in numerous operations to capture vessels probing historical secrets. Dissatisfied with the Navy's actions, he liberated Alvia and refused to carry out the execution order. Subsequently, the Navy attempted to apprehend Saul, but he managed to evade capture, albeit sustaining grave injuries, leading him to drift to O'Hara. Ultimately, thanks to Kazan's mercy, both Saul and Robin survived, while Alvia and the scholars of O'Hara were entirely annihilated. The execution order was initially intended to be executed by the giant Vice Admiral Saul, yet he not only spared the wanted criminal, Nico Alvia, but also chose to defect. Ross, those naval families in your palace are entangled because of Saul. Zephyr remained indifferent towards Saul. He understood that the execution order was difficult for most in the Navy to accept. However, the fallout from Saul's defection had resulted in the ruin of many others, which left Zephyr with an unpleasant sentiment towards Saul. He admired Saul's courage in refusing to execute the order, yet he loathed the consequences of Saul's actions on others. One must not act impulsively, for ultimately, one must bear the consequences of their choices. Perhaps it was because he saw a reflection of himself in Saul that Zephyr's feelings towards him were so complex. In the past, his own mercy in not killing had emboldened pirates, leading to the demise of his wife and children. Individuals like Saul were perhaps best kept to a minimum. That fool has no idea how many lives his foolish actions will cost. Sakazuki scoffed, his assessment of Saul succinct, foolish and naive, a misfortune for his colleagues. The execution order should never have been necessary. The root of the issue lay in Saul's decision to let Alvia escape, prompting the higher-ups to decide on the destruction of O'Hara to dismantle the scholar stronghold, followed by individual apprehensions. Moreover, in times of chaos, severe measures must be employed. Saul's benevolent actions would not curtail evil. Instead, they would lead others to perceive the Navy as weak, inviting even more pirates to the seas. Only by ensuring that all understood the inevitable demise awaiting those who defied the world government could the number of pirates in the world diminish. What do you require of me? Ross refrained from expressing his opinion, inquiring about their intentions. He chose not to comment on Saul's kindness. As long as it did not burden him, he still hoped for a world with more benevolent souls. Otherwise, he would find it challenging to determine whom his weapon should be aimed at. The fleet admiral wishes to know how you intend to deal with Saul, Sakazuki stated candidly. Sakazuki was well aware of the fleet admiral's thoughts, that if they were to eliminate Saul directly, it might incite the doves within the Navy to harbor doubts. However, in Sakazuki's view, those foolish doves would be better off perishing in combat against pirates. The indecisive fleet admiral should vacate his position, making way for the more resolute Sengoku, the true hawkish commander during this era, who championed the righteous dominion of the world. How does Vice Admiral Sakazuki propose to handle this? Sakazuki's clarity of thought was evident. It was clear to Ross as well, who could easily discern the fleet admiral's intentions. Isn't it merely an act of bullying his youth, compelling him to unwittingly bear this burden? If it were to be stated plainly, Ross would indeed not mind. However, should there be ulterior motives at play, then he shall not accept this responsibility. Chapter 19. Do celestial dragons have a good reputation? Sakazuki spoke with cold ruthlessness, declaring that after Sabo's defection, those in the Navy who aided his escape were dealt with by his own hand. Traitors must perish. He relished Sakazuki's straightforwardness, with Sakazuki leading the charge. He merely needed to stand behind and rally support. Were it not for Sakazuki's profound obsession with both the Navy and pirates, Ross would have considered undermining him. Reflecting on Sakazuki's fierce dedication during the Marineford War, in stark contrast to the other lackadaisical officers, any superior would fervently wish for more subordinates like Sakazuki who are wholly committed. I will express my thoughts to Admiral Kong. Sakazuki nodded earnestly. He understood Ross's intentions. However, having a celestial dragon's backing was solely advantageous for him. His singular focus was to eradicate all pirates, and as long as Ross was willing to lend him support, he would gladly elevate Ross to the status of an Elder Star. Absolute justice will undoubtedly judge all pirates. I shall await that day with bated breath. Ross replied with a smile, watching Sakazuki turn away. You and Kong are both utilizing him. Zephyr, standing beside Ross, remarked with a complex expression. Being utilized indicates I still possess some value. Is that not commendable? I am not Bailey. It is impossible for everyone to like me. Ross chuckled, sensing that his efforts over the past days had not been in vain, as Zephyr was now willing to consider his perspective regarding the issue of being used. As long as he could reap tangible benefits, reputation was of little consequence. Celestial dragons, a good reputation? The mere juxtaposition of these words would strike any rational person as absurd. You are aware, Sakazuki's sense of justice is somewhat extreme. He only cares about the outcome, regardless of the chaos the process may incite, Zephyr cautioned. If justice is not extreme, can still be called justice? Ross retorted with a grin, unabashedly adding, moreover, his form of justice is not extreme enough. The most extreme among them aim their fists at my head rather than at those pirates. Are you referring to Dragon? After he defected from the Navy, he indeed made some inappropriate remarks and established some so-called revolutionary army, indicating a departure from rational thought. Zephyr shook his head. What is your opinion on Dragon? Upon hearing Zephyr's assessment, Ross's interest was piqued. This was the first time he had heard a Navy personnel discuss the Revolutionary Army and Dragon, and he was eager to glean Zephyr's insights. You should know his background. His father is Garp. During his time in the Navy, we all regarded him as the next admiral in the making. However, after witnessing several instances of conflict between nobles and commoners, he began to harbor dissatisfaction with the justice espoused within the Navy. In his view, the justice oppressed by the brutal order was not justice at all, and the Navy was not the embodiment of justice, but rather the accomplice of the world government and the Allied forces, which is why he left the Navy. Due to Garp's influence, the Navy kept this matter under wraps, merely observing him quietly to prevent any uncontrollable situations. Following Roger's death and the onset of the Great Pirate Era, Dragon naturally established the Revolutionary Army. When the Revolutionary Army was founded, the Navy convened a meeting which I also attended, Zephyr recounted, his gaze tinged with nostalgia. The Revolutionary Army, as its name suggests, is an army of freedom and valor, led by Dragon, aimed at eradicating all injustices and bringing freedom to the world. Is this not a commendable agenda? Freedom, a beautiful term, Ross scoffed. Such naive thinking, Zephyr countered. Even the darkest order is preferable to the chaos brought about by unbridled freedom. In matters of order, Zephyr had never wavered. No matter how poorly the world government performs, it is still 1,000 times more commendable than the so-called global freedom. Indeed, Ross agreed wholeheartedly with this perspective. People are inherently different. One should not assume that with global freedom, everyone will behave themselves. If the world were to be free, it would inevitably descend into a dark age, where ambitious individuals would rise to establish oppressive classes and systems. Concepts like universal consciousness or a harmonious world cannot materialize as long as humanity harbors desires. History has proven this over thousands of years. Even if an individual of absolute capability emerged, once that individual dies, the future would revert to its original state. It would be more accurate to say that the equality under a sage is, in fact, a humanitarian dictatorship. However, Ross was keen to hear Zephyr's thoughts on this matter. Zephyr's views could represent a segment of the Navy, serving as a valuable reference for him. Admiral Ross, are you familiar with the situation in non-member countries? Zephyr inquired. Not particularly. I only know that non-member countries are not governed by the world government and are not required to pay celestial gold. Yet the Navy also does not provide them with protection, Ross replied, admitting his limited knowledge about non-member countries. Only aware that the world government often showcased one to assert its authority every few years. Nevertheless, non-member countries continue to emerge like mushrooms after rain. Some arise from chaotic and remote locations, while others simply exist as lawless territories. I have visited some non-member countries, and I can assert that there is virtually no order. Strength reigns supreme there. After 800 years of development by the world government, countries with even a modicum of order have been incorporated into the ranks of member countries, leaving behind a few chaotic small nations, lawless islands, and countries with unique geographical conditions that remain as non-member territories. I once visited a non-member region called Rada Town, a small town situated on Rada Island in the South Sea, with a population of about 10,000 locals. The area is predominantly controlled by pirates or warlords. The local residents cannot be said to be miserable. In fact, they lead relatively good lives, with each resident earning an average of 1 million berries annually, Zephyr remarked, a hint of sarcasm creeping into his tone. 1 million berries? That would still classify them as a high-income group, even in the Sabadi archipelago. That must be through illicit dealings, Ross asserted confidently. Ordinary people earning such amounts can only be engaged in illegal trades, which is commonplace in non-member countries. Not only in non-member countries, but even member countries partake in such dealings. Everyone is the same. Indeed, Rada Town advertises itself as a tourist haven and a city of freedom, attracting a large number of visitors from member countries each year. But internally, it engages in the slave trade, Zephyr scoffed. Slave trade? Is that illegal? Cheyenne, nearby, appeared confused, as it was her first time hearing that slave trading could be illegal, given that there are many slave shops in the Sabadi archipelago. Slave trading is not illegal, but kidnapping and trading citizens of member countries constitutes a criminal act, Ross explained calmly. The laws of the world government are quite peculiar. Robbery, murder, and kidnapping are all considered crimes, subject to appropriate punitive measures, though the law does not apply to nobles. Each member country also has its own autonomous laws. However, one fundamental rule remains consistent. Kidnapping is illegal, while slave trading is not. This raises an important question. Where do the slaves originate? Don't ask. They come from non-member countries, and there are no missing persons in any member country. Once this point is firmly established, there is a plausible explanation for the slave's origins. It can work that way. Cheyenne expressed disbelief, feeling that the laws of the world government were somewhat trivial, as they seemed to offer slave traders a loophole. Thus, regions like Rada Town emerged, existing outside the law. Each year, they would deceive or forcibly abduct individuals to Rada Town, and with the town status, They would then sell them to various places around the world. The slave trade in the Sabati archipelago is merely a refined selection. While regions like Rotterdam and the rampant slave-catching ships are the front lines of the slave trade, Zephyr let out a cold snort, harboring a discontent for such behavior. Chapter 20. On what basis does he make that claim? What connection does this have to order? Wouldn't Lottatown be considered a product of insufficient order? Guion inquired, having grown familiar enough with Ross over the past few days to know that he didn't simply want a yes man and that she could raise questions at any time. Indeed, that's not incorrect. Lottatown is a dark place formed due to the imperfections of order. However, such dark places can only exist in areas devoid of it, which is the very essence of order. The situation we observe now is already one that has been constrained. If everything were left unchecked, a more catastrophic chaos akin to the New World would be the most likely outcome. Zifa nodded, patiently explaining. Among his students, Guion was undoubtedly one of the most outstanding. Previously, he had focused on teaching them how to enhance their strength, but now that they were serving under Ross, it was time to impart some ideological concepts. It is because of the flawed nature of order that Lottatown came into being, but it is also because of the presence of order that the entire world isn't reduced to Lottatown. Guion nodded gently, understanding Zifa's meaning. The consequence of unchecked freedom would be the transformation of the entire world into Lottatown, requiring no justification other than the principle of the strong preying on the weak. Therefore, even imperfect order is preferable to pure freedom. However, why not strive for a more perfect order? As soon as Guion voiced the question, she realized its naivety. In this age of rampant piracy, even the most perfect order would require universal adherence. Even if slave trade were prohibited, as long as there was demand, pirates and slavers would continue to exist. My thinking was too superficial. To implement a more perfect order, we must first address the issue of pirates and slavers. Guion conceded with a shake of her head. Why do you perceive the current order as imperfect? Ross suddenly interjected, a faint smile playing on his lips as he looked at Guion. Guion, as ever, remained so guileless. Shouldn't slave trade be eradicated, especially among the member states? Shouldn't the commoners of the affiliated nations be protected? Guion asked, perplexed. She sensed that her perspective was flawed, but couldn't pinpoint the exact issue. Zifa, standing nearby, exchanged a knowing glance, but remained silent. Some thoughts are best kept to oneself. Given his position, even a brief comment could only lead to unfavorable consequences. Guion, you must first understand the significance of order, Ross said, shaking his head. The order we're discussing primarily refers to the world order under the world government, encompassing various nations and peoples, the very foundation of the world government stability. Indeed, Guion affirmed, since we're discussing the world government, two questions arise. First, how can the world government maintain stability? Second, what kind of order does the world government require? Aren't those the same thing? Guion asked, bewildered. Not quite. The former concerns the price the world government must pay to maintain stability, while the latter concerns the power it gains once stable. Ross explained with a gentle smile. Price and power, you say? Zifa mused, grasping Ross's intended meaning. The world government desires stability among its member states. Hence, slave trade is illegal within those nations. However, both the world government and the aristocratic families of the member states require the existence of slaves. Therefore, a loophole inevitably exists, the slave trade involving non-member states. In other words, as long as those in power have a need for slaves, slavery will persist in this world, regardless of the presence or absence of pirates and slavers. Even if the rulers were replaced, at most, the label would change. Slaves might be renamed vassals or even employees, while the reality of their servitude remains unchanged. Guion's understanding was still somewhat hazy, but she could generally comprehend that the current order was, in fact, complete, a stable state achieved under the world government's 800-year reign. If Dragon were not striving for freedom, but instead seeking to establish a new order, what would happen? Zifa suddenly inquired, his Kenbunchiko haki heightened to ensure that no one nearby could overhear their conversation. This question was not only directed at Dragon, but also at himself and Ross. He was certain that his current thoughts were within Ross's expectations. Ross's intention, it seemed, was for him to contemplate the matter himself. Unfortunately, he would have to disappoint Ross. His mind already clouded with confusion, he now sought only answers. Establish a new order? Ross chuckled wryly. He hadn't overthought the matter as Zifa had. Whether he provided the answer or Zifa arrived at it himself, clarifying the matter would benefit him. Zephyr, if someone were to tell you that Dragon intends to become a Marine Admiral by defeating you, what would your initial reaction be? On what basis does he make that claim? Indeed, on what basis? Ross echoed with a smile. Yes, on what basis? Zifa fell silent. Given Dragon's strength, even at his peak, surpassing him would be a struggle, let alone defeating the Marines and the world government. The foundation for establishing a new order is the overthrow of the old order. Even if the Marines were to stand aside, due to Dragon's proclaimed new order, the world government's own strength would be sufficient to crush the entire world. The Holy Land of Mary Geos alone boasts over 100 Vice Admiral-level combatants, a force capable of sweeping across the globe. As for those stronger than Vice Admirals, the world government may not have many, but Zifa believed that their numbers would still be sufficient to match the strong individuals at sea, with some to spare. Such is the foundation of the world government, the reason why the great pirates can only eke out a living in the New World. However, upon considering the world government's strength, Zifa naturally thought of another matter. Ross-san, is the existence of the great pirates in the New World also part of the order? He had indeed done his homework, having been curious about this point. With the world government's strength, it should have been capable of sweeping across the globe. So why did it tolerate the existence of the great pirates? After a bit of investigation, Ross had come to understand. Indeed, the New World is quite barren, Zifa acknowledged. The world government is aware of its own flawed governance. The privileges of the celestial dragons alone make the world government far from ideal. But the New World, ruled by the great pirates, is even worse. Compared to the world government, the strong individuals in the New World, who are great pirates in name but warlords in reality, are even less capable of governing. Their subordinate territories often fare worse than the member states. By comparison, the world government appears relatively acceptable. Rather than paying the price of killing admiral-level combatants, containing them in the New World is a more cost-effective choice. Unless faced with a reckless individual like Rox, the world government simply doesn't bother with the New World. Chapter 21. Departure for O'Hara. Observing the somber expressions of Guion and Zephyr, Ross chose to remain silent, turning instead towards the ship's cabin. Everything that needed to be said had already been articulated. To rally his subordinates' loyalty, mere appeals to profit and emotion proved insufficient. The crux of the matter lay in aligning their aspirations with his own objectives, fostering a shared vision of a common goal. After all, faith is the ultimate essence of loyalty. Had he possessed the means to propagate a belief system, Ross might have entertained notions of religious dominion. Yet alas, such capabilities eluded him, relegating those thoughts to mere musings. In the absence of a faith-based approach, he resolved to rely on a secondary common goal. Currently, Guion and Zephyr were devoid of any concrete plans, merely adhering to a simplistic notion of order. Ross's task was to equate their hopes for the future with the order he intended to establish. Essentially, to continuously paint a picture, to instill ideas in Guion and Zephyr's minds. Although Ross had not practiced such methods, he had observed enough to recognize that, regardless of the flaws in another world, its societal structure was undeniably more advanced than the slave-ridden pirate realm. Through subtle guidance, even if revolutionary ideas began to circulate, Guion and Zephyr would find themselves unwaveringly aligned with him. The day passed swiftly. During this time, Borsalino and Akainu visited Ross's warship, marking a familiar encounter. Borsalino held an S rating, while Akainu was rated B. As of now, only Kazan remained an unknown entity. Kazan had been sequestered aboard his own vessel, treating Ross as though he were non-existent. Unless summoned by Ross, Kazan refrained from making any unsolicited visits. From Kazan's demeanor, Ross discerned the current inclinations of the Navy's Dove faction. They sought to avoid provocation and proximity, believing themselves to be upholding justice rather than serving the world government. Such naively simplistic notions were characteristic of well-meaning individuals. Yet, in any world, it is often the good-hearted that suffer the most. The sea breeze gently caressed Ross as he stood at the bow of the warship, gazing into the distance. A solitary island gradually came into view, its towering tree becoming increasingly discernible. Behind him, Guion and Zephyr, clad in white CP-0 uniforms, stood at attention. O'Hara, the sanctuary of historians. The Tree of Knowledge, surviving for 5 millennia, was indeed a magnificent sight. Ross lifted his gaze to the colossal tree, which nearly enveloped the entire island, and could not suppress a sense of awe. O'Hara's expanse was considerable, capable of accommodating a population of 100,000. Yet, the single Tree of Knowledge occupied nearly half of the island's territory, its lush canopy forming a vast shelter, casting shadows over much of the land. Regrettably, today it was destined to become a part of history. Akainu approached the bough, his tone laced with indifference. He held no regard for ancient relics, prioritizing only what he deemed just. Ross regarded Akainu, recognizing that with his support, Akainu was the true orchestrator of this extermination order. The headquarters had mandated the evacuation of civilians, intending to eliminate all scholars and, once the area was cleared, to destroy the Tree of Knowledge. Akainu crossed his arms, his expression betraying dissatisfaction with the headquarters orders. In his view, the higher-ups exhibited excessive leniency. Those who dared to study forbidden knowledge should prepare for death. The presence of civilians near the tree indicated their ties to the scholars, likely having provided assistance, and it was probable that hidden historians were among them. Justice is not absolute. Thus, it becomes the epitome of injustice. Since this was the headquarters stance, he would comply, pledging to accompany them to the island. Frankly speaking, he believed in Akainu's potential to become Admiral of the Navy. Should he attain that rank, the historians would surely think twice before conducting their reckless studies. This extermination order might never have been necessary. Ross's seemingly casual remark caused a flicker of interest in Akainu's gaze. Becoming admiral was a desire he harbored himself. However, in the Navy, advancement required more than just strength. All right, let's proceed to the island. Akainu, keep me informed of any developments. CP9 has reported interesting individuals on the island. I shall not accompany you further. Ross waved farewell to Akainu. His primary purpose for visiting O'Hara was to satisfy his obsession with collecting. The fate of the island and its scholars was not within his purview. Understood, Akainu rarely bowed to Ross, a gesture that, while appearing to be a standard farewell, subtly indicated a shift in his attitude towards Ross. A slight smile graced Ross's lips as he took a few steps forward. Zanny instinctively lowered herself, allowing Ross to step onto her back. O'Hara had ports, yet with the extermination order in effect, the warship would not dock but remain in shallow waters, prepared for bombardment. To reach the island, they would need to traverse approximately 1 kilometer of ocean. He had only just begun to learn moonwalk and lacked the proficiency to easily cover that distance. Swimming would be far too undignified for someone of his stature. However, as a celestial dragon, such trivialities could be overlooked. Once Ross found his balance, Zanny sprouted a pair of demonic wings, and a heart-shaped tail extended from her back. The slender tail coiled securely around Ross's waist, ensuring his stability in the air. With these preparations complete, Zanny flapped her wings, lifting Ross into the sky. Guion and Zephyr, seeing this, activated their moonwalk techniques, flanking Zanny. After all, Ross's safety was paramount, even more so than the entire island of O'Hara. Should anything happen to Ross, the Navy carrying out the extermination order would inevitably face consequences. Standing atop Zanny's back, Ross swiftly arrived at the shallow waters of O'Hara. "Your Highness, allow me to escort you for the remaining journey," Zanny offered respectfully. "No need for that. My pace is sufficient, and the situation there is not urgent," Ross replied, shaking his head. Although Zanny provided a delightful riding experience, he did not intend to treat her as a mere mount. Through their time together, Ross had come to understand Zanny's character. She would strive to fulfill any command given to her, yet her greatest desire was for fewer orders each day. Ross could not refrain from issuing commands, as that would contradict his intentions. However, allowing for some leniency was entirely reasonable. Understood, Zanny quietly retreated behind Ross, her observation haki extending outward, vigilantly monitoring their surroundings. Her mission was to protect Ross. Despite her wish for a more relaxed existence, she would execute each task flawlessly. Guion, what is their current location? Upon hearing Ross's inquiry, Guion promptly reported, according to information from Spandam, Nico Alvia is at the Tree of Knowledge, while Nico Robin is at Saul's hideout. Let us first visit Saul's hideout. Your Highness, given Saul's strength, it may pose a risk to you. Guion's brow furrowed slightly. With me here, what can Saul possibly do? Zephyr interjected dismissively, utterly unconcerned about Saul. No matter how formidable a giant he may be, he was not on the same level as them. Each time Zephyr recalled the former Navy families within Ross's palace, he felt an overwhelming urge to confront Saul. Discontent with the extermination order was one thing, but why drag a host of comrades into his betrayal of the Navy? Having implicated a group of colleagues, it would have been acceptable had any meaningful endeavor been undertaken. However, the outcome reveals a lack of significant action, culminating instead in a futile journey to O'Hara, akin to courting death. It would have been preferable to betray during the execution of the demon-slaying order. After all the turmoil, what has become of those naval officers aiding Saul? It is not the cunning of men that instills fear, but rather their folly. Zephyr has truly grasped the essence of this adage. Today, he intends to personally purge the Navy. Chapter 22. Kuzan and Saul after walking for 5 minutes. Ross and his companions suddenly halted. Oh, Teacher Zephyr and Commander Kazan. Ahead of them stood a tall figure of the Navy, Kazan. Zephyr squinted his eyes, uttering Kazan's name, instinctively stepping forward to shield Ross. Kazan, with his hands in his pockets, observed Zephyr's movement, a flicker of disappointment crossing his gaze. The heroic mentor he once revered had changed dramatically. In the past, during the time of teaching him, Zephyr had just lost his wife and son, yet he had appeared as a resolute hero in Kazan's eyes. As time passed, the esteemed Zephyr he admired vanished, replaced by the CP0 Zephyr clad in white. Now, the only mentor left for Kazan was Karp, who had guided him post-graduation from the training camp. Kazan never cast a glance at Ross. After a deep gaze at Zephyr, he chose to turn away with a nonchalant air. Ross, Zanny quietly approached, softly inquiring. In her ingrained beliefs, showing disrespect to the celestial dragons was equally a capital offense. Kazan. Just as Kazan's figure began to fade from sight, Ross suddenly spoke. Observing Kazan's slight pause, Ross calmly continued, Commander Kazan, I have orders from the headquarters to deal with the Navy traitor, Hardware D. Saul. Yet, upon taking a step forward, he was compelled to halt. Teacher Zephyr, are you going to impede my execution of the headquarters orders? He slightly lifted his head, looking at Zephyr standing before him, an aura of chill emanating from his form. If it were 10 years ago, he could not have withstood even a punch from Zephyr. However, a decade had passed, and his ice was perhaps sharper than Zephyr's fist. The duty of a Navy is to obey commands. I recall having taught you that, Zephyr remarked, his brow furrowing slightly. While he held no disdain for Kazan, he was indifferent. Among his students, Kazan was undoubtedly one of the most exceptional. Yet his excessively laid-back demeanor did not endear him to Zephyr, much like his feelings towards Borsalino. Teacher Zephyr, have I not been following orders? As Kazan's words fell, he suddenly frowned and took a slight step to the left. Almost simultaneously, Zanny appeared at his right, holding an empty phone resembling an admiral. Kazan, obey the orders of Zephyr and Ross. This is a command from headquarters. Hearing the voice from the phone, Kazan sighed, understood. Yet, he still showed no intention of turning back, instead walking left along a path of ice. Although he ignored Ross, he complied with his command. Ross, allow me to take action. You are not yet his match. As long as he does not defect from the Navy, he poses no threat to me. Ross replied coolly, continuing to stride towards Robin's direction. Kazan's appearance was merely a minor interlude. His identity as a celestial dragon destined him to be at odds with the likes of Karp and Kazan. In the eyes of those Navy members who could not tolerate imperfections, celestial dragons were also subjects to be dealt with. However, with the primary conflict being the pirates, the celestial dragons and the world government were not in haste to act. Furthermore, due to the strength of Kazan and Karp, the world government would tacitly permit their existence. As long as they did not betray the world government, their inner thoughts were of little consequence. Yet, Ross was acutely aware that Kazan would eventually betray the Navy. Were it not for his current insufficient power, he would have wished to confront him directly. Power. Zephyr and Guion observed Ross's advancing silhouette. Their expressions varied, yet they silently followed behind him. Through the matter concerning Kazan, Zephyr had gleaned some understanding of Ross's steadfastness and his stance on justice. However, having chosen the path of eradicating pirates through the world government, he had no intention of altering his course. Unless Ross truly faltered, he intended to remain a spectator for now. Guion, on the other hand, was more straightforward. Previously, she understood that one must not offend the celestial dragons. Failing to satisfy their demands could lead to dire consequences. Yet, those were merely hearsay, and Kuzan's example was evident. It was normal for a freshly graduated elite Navy officer to be subdued, but the ease with which Kazan yielded to Ross left her awestruck. Kazan's current standing within the Navy ranked among the top 5, yet such a figure could only submit to Ross's command. Unavoidably, Guion felt grateful for her choice, as it spared her from unnecessary calamities. Of course, the primary reason for her shift in attitude lay in Ross's noble status and his extraordinary strength. Each time they engaged in playful activities, Ross exhibited greater stamina than her, even capable of carrying both Stella and herself. Considering his appearance, strength, talent, status, and abilities, Ross undoubtedly ranked among the finest men she had encountered. To reach Ross's average standard, other men would need to be at least 20 years older. Contemplating these thoughts, Guion felt akin to Cinderella, perceiving herself as having aspired to Ross's heights. The group moved swiftly, soon arriving at Saul's hiding place. Though referred to as a hideout, it was essentially a small cove beneath a cliff. Saul's corpulent figure, measuring several meters, blended into the surroundings, making him appear less conspicuous. "Who are you?" Upon Ross's arrival, Saul immediately heightened his vigilance. "General Zephyr." The moment Saul beheld Zephyr's visage, despair washed over his face. Knowing he had drifted to O'Hara was already disheartening. He never anticipated encountering a general. General? Saul, is he the highest combat power of the Navy? In Saul's enormous hand rested a curious little girl with black hair, examining Ross and the others with wide eyes. Hardward E. Saul and Nico Robin. Am I correct? Ross stood at the forefront of the group, leisurely observing the duo. Indeed, even though they were characters of the narrative, their lack of growth rendered their evaluations alarmingly low. Ross sighed internally, losing interest in Robin. He had no desire for the current version of the girl, but preferred the Robin of 20 years hence. "Who are you? Are you here to capture us?" Saul rose, his towering figure exuding an unparalleled sense of oppression. Since realizing he had arrived at O'Hara and inadvertently learned of Robin's identity, he understood what was to come. Yet, he had not expected this day to arrive so swiftly. Chapter 23. Helpless Nico Robin. Nico Robin. The world government has issued a bounty on your mother. Do you know her whereabouts? Ross ignored Saul and directed his attention solely toward Robin. Saul's fate was already sealed. He had no interest in a meat on the chopping block. Huh, why is there a bounty on my mother? I don't know where she is. No, I will never tell you where my mother is. Robin regarded Ross with suspicion, having already deemed him and his companions as villains. I am not merely inquiring. Since you are unaware, I shall mercifully inform you that she is currently on this island. Now, can you guess what she is doing? Ross gazed at Robin with a smile, lacking the devilish appearance of Zanny, yet embodying a more demonic essence. You cannot use me to lure my mother out. Ross chuckled lightly, shaking his head vigorously. Impossible, you're lying. Robin fixed her intense gaze upon Ross. When she was merely 2 years old, her mother, Alvia, abandoned her in O'Hara, and she was raised by her uncle's family. During that time, only Dr. Clover had shown her kindness. The rest, including her uncle's family and neighbors, despised her. She did not understand why, feeling a sense of injustice within her heart. Fortunately, Dr. Clover taught her about history and was a friend of her mother, sharing many tales about her. Thus, even with scarce encounters with her mother, she held a profound admiration for Alvia, believing her mother was simply too busy to attend to her. "Stop it!" Saul, realizing what Ross was about to say, shouted in anger to intervene. Placing Robin behind him on a mound of earth, his massive fists clenched, his gaze fixed intently on Ross. Why not speak? If Alvia herself believes her daughter is less important than history, should outsiders be silenced? Ross calmly addressed Saul, stating his thoughts plainly. Even if Ross considered himself no paragon of virtue, he harbored disdain for parents in the pirate world. In this realm, none of the biological fathers fulfill their roles, and mothers, if not perishing during childbirth, often prove to be inhumane. To abandon your 2-year-old daughter to your brother's family, neglecting her for years while pursuing historical research. Can such a thing truly be done by a mother? If one truly did not care for their offspring, they should never have born them. No, my mother is definitely not like that. Robin stubbornly looked at Ross, utterly disbelieving his words. Doctor, Clover had told her that her mother was the best woman in the world, busy with historical research solely to unveil the unknown and illuminate the hidden secrets of the past. This was a noble endeavor. Enough. Saul gritted his teeth, his gigantic fist swinging violently toward Ross. He could not tolerate Ross defaming a mother before her underage daughter. All mothers love their children. They are all magnificent. Boom. Saul's punch was easily intercepted by Zifa. It seemed that those historians were truly not of good character. Zifa stood protectively in front of Ross, frowning sympathetically at Robin. Having known Ross for over a month, he understood that Ross rarely spoke such blatant lies in public. Parents that even a celestial dragon like Ross deemed problematic were surely worse than he had imagined. While Zifa thwarted the attack, Zanny's figure appeared atop Saul's shoulder. How troublesome. Can't you just die quietly? Zanny sighed, transforming instantly into her succubus form, her slender tail empowered with haki, striking fiercely against Saul's neck. Boom! Saul's giant form was sent crashing against the nearby rocks, sending countless fragments flying and shaking the very earth. Saul! Robin cried out, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. The tremors from Saul's impact made it difficult for her to maintain her footing. She relied on the powers of her Hana fruit to avoid falling. I'll help you. I can help you. Robin cried helplessly, desperately using her abilities to manifest countless small hands beside Saul, attempting to hoist him up. Her face reddened with effort as she exerted all her strength. But Saul's immense form proved too heavy to lift. Stop straining yourself. Make a choice. Ross's voice suddenly exploded in Robin's ears. Startled, Robin instinctively stumbled backward, collapsing onto the ground. You! Robin gazed at Ross in terror, bewildered by how swiftly he had traversed from the mountaintop to her side. Little one, don't cry. Otherwise, you'll run out of tears soon. Ross smiled softly, grasping Robin's small hand and helping her to her feet, gently brushing the dust from her clothes. Another choice. Could it be? Gun stood beside Ross, casting a peculiar glance between Ross and Robin. Could it possibly be? It shouldn't be. Although they had only known each other for a few days, Gun was confident that Ross had a penchant for the grand. All right, it is time for you to make a choice. Ross lowered himself slightly, aligning his gaze with the utterly flustered Robin, speaking slowly. I offer you a choice. Choose Saul or your mother. If you choose Saul, I shall spare his life. But in exchange, I will kill your mother. Conversely, should you choose your mother, I will spare her life but will take Saul's. The choice is yours. Decide now. I grant you 5 minutes. Should you exceed this time, I shall assume you forfeit, and both will perish. Now, the 5-minute countdown begins. Ross declared, casually producing a timer and setting it for 5 minutes. This world lacks advanced technology, yet some rudimentary machinery exists, along with various forms of black technology. Behind Ross, Gun cast a sympathetic glance at Robin. Indeed, her suspicions were correct. Ross was a celestial dragon with a twisted sense of humor. Such a choice forced upon a girl was undeniably cruel. However, Gun kept her thoughts to herself, remaining silent. Both Alvia and Saul were on the wanted list, making them critical subjects to monitor. This was merely a matter of exchanging a certain death for a chance of life. If one could survive, it would indeed reflect Ross's twisted benevolence. Only a celestial dragon like Ross could navigate such a situation and allow someone to escape O'Hara alive. Yet, it was the young girl who suffered, becoming a victim of Ross's sadistic amusement. Chapter 24. The sound of the bell's gunshot stop at Robin. Don't listen to him, Zanny commanded, her demeanor shifting from lethargy to a poised intensity reminiscent of a leopard ready to pounce. Ross's previously cheerful expression abruptly hardened, his gaze turning icy. Yes, Zani swiftly maneuvered past Solo's massive iron fist, which had been aimed at her in sheer fury. Too slow. Your giant stature relies solely on physical prowess, leaving you utterly vulnerable against an equal opponent. Zani did not engage Solo directly, effortlessly evading his blows. Even during his prime, her speed would have rendered him powerless, let alone in his currently weakened state, having recently healed but lacking nourishment. This frailty, while not particularly disadvantageous for those with innate abilities, was catastrophic for a giant reliant on brute strength. In fact, both Jiuyin and Ross could easily dispatch Solo in his current condition. With each swift movement beside Solo, Zani left a trail of wounds, blood splattering as Solo became a vision of crimson. In mere moments, he collapsed to the ground, completely incapacitated. 3 more minutes. Ross observed Solo's fallen form with a satisfied smile. Such arduous tasks should indeed fall to the hands of CP0. I had no intention of burdening Jiuyin or Zifa with this. Jiuyin still requires training, while Zifa might find such torment morally objectionable. Turning his attention to the paralyzed Robin, who appeared utterly bewildered, Ross shook his head in mild disappointment. Even an 8-year-old historian was still just a child. Since you are unable to make a decision, allow me to spare you some effort. With that, Ross clasped his hands behind his back, presenting 2 fists before Robin. One hand contains a leaf. If you choose that hand, you save Solo. If you choose the other, you'll save your mother. Quite simple. I assent it. The time is now yours to decide. As Robin anxiously fixated on his hands, Ross chuckled lightly. Oh, and do hurry. Only 1 minute and 30 seconds remain. Robin's anxiety intensified. Her small face contorted in distress as her gaze darted between Ross's hands. On the brink of despair, she recognized the gravity of her choice. Both her mother and Solo were at risk of death. Faced with the dilemma of choosing whom to sacrifice, she found herself unable to condemn anyone, even for the sake of her beloved mother. Yet, Ross had offered her a way out through sheer chance. Regardless of her choice, it would not be hers willingly. Perhaps this would ease her conscience. Images of Solo and Alvia flickered through her mind. In recent days, Solo had become a friend, yet her bond with Alvia was irreplaceable. How could she forsake Solo, who had once saved her mother, for her mother's sake? 30 seconds. The reminder jolted Robin, prompting her to exclaim, I choose your right hand. The right hand. With a light-hearted laugh, Ross raised his right hand to his chest, creating a slight opening. Ah, it seems I may have glimpsed a shadow of a leaf. Alas, your mother is destined to perish by my hand. But fret not, it will be over quickly. Robin's pupils dilated in terror as she cried out, No, no, no. I choose my mother. I choose my mother. The thought of Ross's words becoming reality was unbearable, especially knowing her choices could lead to her mother's demise. You have chosen my right hand. A choice cannot be undone. Ross maintained a smile, watching as Robin's composure began to fracture. He extended his right hand towards her, fingers slowly spreading apart. Look, you made the right choice. There's no leaf here. Congratulations. You have saved your mother. In the name of the celestial dragon, Jago Lucia Ross, I grant you permission for Nico Alvia to leave this island alive. Relief washed over Robin upon seeing Ross's empty palm. She could no longer support her weight, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. She did not doubt Ross's word. As the youngest historian, she understood the weight of a celestial dragon's promise. No one would jest with such authority. Now that young Robin has made her choice, I shall proceed to execute another of her decisions, Ross said with a grin, lightly clapping his hands. Zani immediately understood and prepared to assist Solo. At that moment, Zifa suddenly appeared beside the fallen Solo. Allow me, he said. Having witnessed the entire ordeal without intervening, he was now ready to act. At 50 years old, Zifa had long surpassed the age of mere observation. Ross's malevolence was a personal matter, not one of broader significance. The Navy had its share of violent individuals, yet they typically preyed upon pirates rather than their comrades. As long as Ross maintained his course, Zifa could turn a blind eye to the issues that arose along the way. As long as Ross's malice did not target the Navy or his former students, that was sufficient. Solo, you are a good man, but sometimes kindness expressed in the wrong manner can yield more terrifying results than evil. Zifa approached Solo, calmly articulating his thoughts as he slowly raised his fist, enveloped in the armament haki. In the vast ocean, Zifa was known not just for his title of admiral, but also for another moniker, Black Arm Zifa. The black signified his mastery of haki, while arm represented his martial prowess. Such a title attested to his unparalleled expertise in combat. Admiral Zifa, you're a demon that fosters evil, Solo rasped, his voice hoarse from fatigue. Deprived of nourishment in O'Hara, he was barely a shadow of his former self, and now even Zani posed an insurmountable challenge. Yet, the giants were not warriors who awaited death passively. Rubin, live on, you are a kind child, and you will find your own companions. Solo roared, straining to lift himself, his fist swinging heavily towards Zifa. With a sickening sound of flesh being torn, Solo's movement halted abruptly. A gaping wound appeared in the center of his right fist, creating a vacuum that exposed his heart, allowing a glimpse of the distant blue sky. Zepha, despite the devastation, Solo's immense physique permitted him to cling to life even in the face of a shattered heart. He let out a final cry, his fist once more aimed at Zifa. Bang! The gunshot echoed as Ross coldly lowered his platinum pistol, and Solo's eyes widened as a new wound appeared in his brow. This shot extinguished the last flicker of life within him. With a heavy thud, Solo fell to the ground, lifeless. Completion of A-class elimination. Upon receiving the reward, Ross was pleasantly surprised by the new techniques that had emerged in his mind. The A-level special reward was indeed astonishing, as it granted him the unique abilities of the giant race. Whether wielding a blunt instrument or a blade, he could unleash this extraordinary martial art, producing shockwaves capable of piercing through sea kings of 100 meters in size in an instant. Furthermore, with the host identified as Ross and a power level of 715, 132 out of 1,000,000, he was nearing the rank of a rear admiral after just one A-level reward. With the conclusion of this demon-slaying mission, he had acquired sufficient strength, no longer requiring Zani's presence to assist him in his endeavors. Chapter 25. Grace and Gamble Saul. Robin's anguish cry resonated throughout the bay, a haunting echo of despair. She was acutely aware that Saul had perished, a casualty of her own choices. Did she truly comprehend the fragility of life? Ross bent down, gently lifting the weeping Robin and resting her on his shoulder. Given his current stature, Robin was comfortably seated upon him. He harbored no fear of her posing a threat. In his present condition, it was utterly impossible for her, a harmless little girl, to breach his defenses. Sobbing softly, Robin pressed her lips together, tears cascading down her cheeks. She rejected Ross's words, but lacked the courage to counter him. A tremor of fear gripped her. She dreaded that if Ross were displeased, he might eliminate her mother as well. If she could not even protect her own mother, would not Saul's sacrifice be rendered meaningless? Do you remember my name, Robin? Ross inquired as he guided her step by step toward the site of Saul's demise. Remember, it is Jagarugia Ross Saint. Robin nodded vigorously, covering her eyes with her hands. She had already glimpsed Saul's lifeless form, the towering figure who had once comforted her with his unique laughter, now dead. Very well, engrave this name in your heart, Ross instructed, his gaze fixed upon Saul's corpse. His tone was deceptively gentle, yet the chilling content of his words sent shivers down one's spine. Those who cannot be slain by others, I can dispatch with ease. Problems unsolvable by others, I can resolve effortlessly. Everything in this world hinges upon my desire to act. Your choice this time has brought me delight. As a grace, you may freely designate someone or pose a question. As long as it piques my interest, I shall bestow upon you the future you desire. Gaze upon the body before you, Nico Robin. This is the consequence of your choices and the fate of opposing me. Robin, at some point, had lowered her hands from her eyes, staring blankly at Saul's remains. Oh, the poor girl Jen stood beside Ross, his eyes filled with compassion as he observed Robin. At her tender age, she could hardly grasp the concepts of power and strength. Yet, in this moment, Ross had unceremoniously breached her defenses, planting a seed called Jagarugia Ross Saint deep within her heart. The fear this seed instilled within her might be difficult for Robin to comprehend now. but would undoubtedly take root and blossom into a profound shadow in her psyche. Ji-Yun had encountered many children like her, those whose homes had been ravaged by pirates, leaving behind a few survivors with similar mental states. Most of these individuals would grow up to adopt an extreme outlook, either succumbing to darkness or fervently resisting it. It was said that Sakazuki had witnessed the slaughter of his hometown and family by pirates during his childhood, which shaped his current demeanor. Regardless, the girl known as Nico Robin would never lead a life akin to that of an ordinary girl. Her willingness to join the Navy indicated a certain kindness within her. Yet, as for Robin's plight, she had contemplated speaking up, but ultimately found herself at a loss for words. Without Ross's intervention, her identity as Robin and her recent experiences aiding Saul would have led her to an inevitable demise. Even if she managed to survive, O'Hara would undoubtedly be destroyed, and she could no longer live as a naive child. So what could she possibly say? Perhaps there existed matters more significant than life itself. Yet simply surviving in this world was a monumental stroke of fortune. If blame were to be assigned, it could be directed at Robin's irresponsible mother, fully aware of the repercussions of forbidden research, had plunged herself and her family into the abyss when they lacked the power to defend themselves. Lest apart, upon witnessing Robin gradually cease her weeping and her gaze towards Saul's body grow calm, Ross realized his mission had been accomplished. His identity as a member of the world government positioned him in direct opposition to this cadre of historians. Thus, it seemed prudent to allow Robin to descend into darkness, becoming the embodiment of her deepest fears. There are myriad ways to love and possess, and Ross was not confined by form. He merely sought the ultimate outcome. Allowing Robin to remain perched on his shoulder, Ross strode toward the Tree of Knowledge, signaling the approach of a conclusion. While traversing the path to the Tree of Knowledge, Ross suddenly received a call from Sakazuki. "What is it?" "A historian on the escape vessel has surrendered. Should we eliminate all civilians or solely the instigator?" Sakazuki's cold voice resounded. "Surrender?" Ross raised an eyebrow. This term was relatively novel in the pirate world. After contemplating the distance, he replied, "I'm not far from there. Detain him and any accomplices. I will handle the rest. You prioritize arranging for the evacuation of other civilians." "Understood." Sakazuki promptly ended the call, adhering to Ross's directives. Were it not for Ross's orders, he would have opted to execute all the informants and to safeguard the Navy's reputation, even the civilians. However, since Ross intended to handle matters personally, he refrained from intervening. "Ji-Yun, inform Spandam to ensure everyone is detained. We shall arrive shortly." Indeed, Ji-Yun nodded in affirmation, commencing communication with Spandam via the snail phone. The sudden surrender of the historian piqued her curiosity. It was quite uncommon for someone to seek their own demise after having hidden away on an escape vessel. The group was nearing the port, arriving within 5 minutes. Sakazuki had been waiting for quite some time and nodded upon seeing Ross approach. "Saul has already been executed. Sakazuki, shall we place a wager?" Upon arrival, Ross chose not to immediately address the surrendering individual, but instead focused on Sakazuki. "How would you like to wager?" Sakazuki frowned slightly. He was not fond of gambling. Yet if the potential rewards were enticing, he would not mind engaging with Ross. "Let us wager on whether anyone will retrieve Saul's body." Ross smiled. "Retrieve his body? Does he still have accomplices?" Sakazuki's expression darkened. "Accomplices of a traitor are undoubtedly scoundrels deserving of death." "Not at all. I merely refer to the Navy's colleagues." "Do you think any of them will go?" Ross inquired. "Impossible. This Navy lacks such fools." "Then let us proceed thus. If a Navy member goes to collect Saul's body, I win. Conversely, if no one does, you lose. How's that sound?" Ross smiled, confident in the wager's outcome. With a single bet, Ross was assured of obtaining a reward for defeating an S-rank target, equivalent to an A-rank kill reward, which would facilitate a significant leap in his capabilities. Chapter 26. The surrendering historian. Without a moment's hesitation, Sakazuki nodded in agreement to Ross's wager. This was not merely a bet. It was a matter of pride for him as an admiral. If the Navy were to retrieve the body of the treacherous Soro, it would indeed be a source of mockery for them. "Excellent." Ross's smile widened, and the stakes were not high. "Should I lose, I shall recommend you to the Gorosei for the position of the new admiral to succeed Zephyr after this demon extermination order. Upon hearing this, a flicker of excitement ignited in Sakazuki's eyes. This recommendation alone could significantly shorten his years of service. Even if he could not ascend directly, the merits gained from this operation would position him as a candidate for admiral. Once he became a candidate, the subsequent elevation was merely a matter of time. If you lose, however, your demand is modest: to publicly acknowledge my superiority and deliver a punch to yourself with all your might. What do you think of this wager? Ross, drawing from his earlier victory over Jernica, tailored this challenge for Sakazuki. As for the outcome, he had no doubt of his victory. Given Kuzan's character, he would inevitably take one last glance at Soro. If Kuzan were to ignore this, it would mean Ross had misjudged his sense of justice. It could only be said that there was not a single benevolent soul within the Navy from top to bottom. Very well. I shall take my leave to await the body of Soro. Sakazuki decisively accepted, without a hint of hesitation. Winning would be a substantial gain, even in defeat. The loss would merely be superficial. The fact that an admiral would retrieve the body of a traitor was already sufficient disgrace for him. This wager was trivial. Moreover, Sakazuki had never valued his dignity highly. Turning on his heel, he made his way to Soro's hiding place. There would be others to handle matters afterward, and he was solely interested in witnessing whether the Navy would engage in such foolishness before the execution of the demon extermination order. Once Sakazuki had departed, Zephyr, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. Based on my understanding of Kazan, he will indeed go. Does this mean that Vice Admiral Sakazuki is destined to lose? Jiyuan inquired curiously. From the moment the wager began, he was already at a disadvantage. Zephyr lamented. Huh? Jiyuan was puzzled. Zephyr cast a glance at his dim-witted student, but patiently explained. Regardless of victory or defeat, Sakazuki will bear the mark of St. Ross. This will serve as both a protective shield and a limiting shackle for him. So that's how it is. Jin, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped the situation. Even if St. Ross were to lose, his recommendation of Sakazuki to the Gorosei as an admiral would irrevocably seal Sakazuki's fate within Navy. An admiral endorsed by the Celestial Dragons would have his identity firmly established. Conversely, if Sakazuki were to lose and publicly admit to being inferior to St. Ross, it would be tantamount to openly conceding his subservience to St. Ross. In either scenario, the outcome remained unchanged. Contemplating this, Jiyuan looked at Ross with a mix of admiration and trepidation. It was fortunate that he was one of their own. Otherwise, she would genuinely fear being outmaneuvered. Wait, had she not already been outmaneuvered into becoming one of their own? With this thought, Jiyuan's expression stiffened slightly, and she lowered her head, feeling a wave of melancholy and isolation. Now let us focus on the matter at hand. Ross paid no mind to the ensuing dialogue. His spirits were high. The wager not only branded Sakazuki with his mark, but also aimed to secure the rewards of defeating him. This opportunity alone could potentially elevate him to B rank, granting him the strength of a vice admiral. In good spirits, Ross, accompanied by Jiyuan, located the detained historian. St. Ross. Upon seeing him, the surrounding sailors bowed in respect. Had they not become accustomed to this in recent days, Ross would have found it distasteful to witness the same individuals kneeling before him daily. Ordinarily, they would be required to kneel in his presence. Ross merely nodded lightly, signaling the sailors to rise, and then shifted his attention to the encircled group. The crowd was distinctly divided into two circles. One large circle comprised dozens of individuals of various ages and appearances, dressed as commoners, indicating their awareness of the situation. The other circle contained only a few people: a visibly anxious elderly couple, a strikingly handsome young couple, and a 10-year-old girl. Ross noted that the inhabitants of this pirate world generally possessed appealing features. At least the young couple stood out remarkably. The woman was stunningly beautiful, her figure alluring, while the man was tall and robust, exuding an air of unwavering determination. They were likely the surrendering historians along with their family. You are the one who has surrendered? Ross scrutinized the young couple, and rating information appeared before his eyes. Doyle Lena, overall rating, G. Doyle Weiland, overall rating, D. Upon seeing Weiland's rating, Ross's gaze immediately fixated on him. His perception confirmed that Weiland did not possess high combat prowess, at best slightly stronger than an ordinary sailor. A rating of D would be the utmost he could achieve. A D rating was improbable. The remaining rating likely reflected Wyland's reputation within the historian community, indicating he was a well-known figure, probably on the bounty list. St. Ross. I am Doyle Wyland, a historian from O'Hara, specializing in historical studies. Wyland stepped forward, kneeling before Ross with one knee. Being a historian, he recognized Ross's identity merely from the title. Uncle Wyland, Robin exclaimed, clearly recognizing him. However, Wyland did not spare her a glance, as if he were unaware of her presence. Only those historians understood that Robin was one of their own. Regardless of whether the celestial dragon knew Robin's identity, it was not for him to disclose. Wyland? Ross murmured the name, not out of familiarity, but St. Ross. Jiuan, being perceptive, leaned closer to Ross's ear to provide an introduction. Wyland is on the wanted list, with a bounty of 20 million. His reputation at sea is not inferior to that of Alvia, as he is known as the keeper of history. However, his appearance on the wanted poster is considerably more ordinary than it is now. Is this your true appearance? Without needing Ross's command, a nearby sailor handed him Wyland's wanted poster for comparison. Ross noted the stark contrast between Wyland's handsome visage and the rather unremarkable face on the wanted poster, explaining why others had failed to recognize him. Indeed, when venturing into the world, one must always remain vigilant. Your Highness may not recognize my true appearance, but you should be familiar with this mark. With that, Wyland extended his right arm, revealing the mark of the Tree of Knowledge on his forearm. Jiuan continued to whisper in Ross's ear. The wanted poster did indeed state that Wyland bears the tattoo of the Tree of Knowledge on his right arm. This tattoo alone is sufficient to confirm Wyland's identity. Moreover, considering Robin had called out his name, she had no time to conspire, and given her current emotional state, she would not be preoccupied with such thoughts. His identity was now unequivocal. Nonetheless, Ross was genuinely curious as to why Wyland chose to surrender. Given that no Navy personnel recognized his true identity, he could likely evade capture this time without endangering his family. It was evident that Wyland held his family in high regard, and under no circumstances would he place them in jeopardy. Chapter 27. I study history, my lord. We can attest that Wei Lin is indeed the informed one of history. We have known him since childhood. Yes, I can confirm that. My lord, this matter has nothing to do with us. Can we leave? Indeed, I had no idea Wei Lin had infiltrated the group. He had previously donned a mask, or else I would have certainly reported him. This is an injustice. Nearby, the commoners, having overheard the conversation, promptly began to point fingers at Wei Lin. They wished to avoid being implicated. They were merely ordinary folk seeking to live peacefully. Silence them and move them aside, Ross waved his hand, and the nearby Marines immediately sprang into action, ushering the commoners away, leaving only Ross, a few others, and the Doyle family. Once the area was cleared, Ross looked at Wei Lin with an ambiguous smile. This must be the reason for your confession, correct? As a historian, I know that the common folk are often a disorganized mob. Wei Lin nodded helplessly, bitterness in his voice. I can evade the Navy, but I cannot hide my identity from these fellow townsmen. They truly know who I am. Indeed, Ross slightly inclined his head in agreement. In times of peril, even one's own parents and siblings may prove unreliable, let alone merely a group of compatriots. Previously, Wei Lin could masquerade as a distant relative of the Doyle family, but he must remove his disguise before boarding the refuge ship. Otherwise, should his townsmen report him, his cover would be blown. Such matters are not worth gambling on. To survive, a rational person would choose to report, for if discovered, all aboard could perish. As a historian, I am well aware that those who abandon their families throughout history rarely meet a favorable end. He understood clearly that under the current circumstances, his family could not survive. Even if they did, they would become bait to ensnare him. If he did not reveal himself, his entire family would be doomed. It was not merely to safeguard the historical essence of O'Hara, but to protect his family. As a man, are you not afraid of being implicated in the reckoning? Ross inquired with a smile. Though I study history, to claim I am unafraid would be self-deception. I am indeed terrified. Upon hearing your title, my fear only deepens. Wei Lin laughed heartily, though his words conveyed fear, lacking any semblance of cowardice. You truly do not fear death, Ross chuckled. This informed one of history is quite intriguing, aligning well with my tastes. My lord, only with my death can my family survive, Waylon stated with a smile, his tender gaze fixed upon his worried family. From the moment he began studying historical texts, he anticipated such a day would come. Yet, he ultimately could not suppress his curiosity, which led to the detriment of his family. For this, he could only atone with his life. Are all historians like you? Ross discerned Waylon's resolve and regarded him with a trace of respect. Those willing to die for their family are indeed men of substance. I offer you a choice. Ross produced a platinum pistol from his waist and extended it towards Waylon. Kill those commoners, or take the life of one of your family members, and the rest, including yourself, shall live. Moreover, I promise you, in the future, you may continue your studies of historical texts to satisfy your curiosity. Ross relished in witnessing the struggles of others, enjoying the opportunities he bestowed. This time, he did not swear by his family's name. Should Waylon slay a commoner, Ross would allow him to live, yet he would forfeit the chance to study history. Should he take the life of a family member, not only would he lose the opportunity to study history, but he would also be enslaved, cast into the arena of the celestial dragons. Should Waylon refuse, Ross would gladly honor his word. May I exchange for another promise from your lordship? Waylon took the gun and suddenly raised his head. You truly are unafraid of death, Ross retorted. As a historian, I know you would not distress me, Waylon replied with a smile. Speak, you are worth this price. Ross sighed. From the moment Waylon grasped the gun, he anticipated what the other intended to do. Please, my lord, pledge to treat my family kindly. Waylon gazed earnestly at Ross, fully aware of the implications behind each of Ross's choices. Yet, as a historian, he possessed his own pride. Agreed. Ross sighed softly and solemnly nodded at Waylon. He then turned and walked away step by step. Bang! A gunshot rang out behind him, followed by a cacophony of frantic cries. Father! Waylon! Waylon! Uncle Waylon! Among the cries was Robin's voice, mingled with her sobs. Waylon had always treated her with great kindness. Little did she know that he would choose to end his life for the sake of his family. In that moment, Robin reflected on her own choices. She too had forsaken Saul for her mother. The difference lay in her choice to take the lives of others, while Waylon chose to end his own. Perhaps, she thought, she too should have chosen death. Regret surged within her heart. Waylon's suicide struck her profoundly. So, the options Ross presented could indeed lead to such a choice. Ross chose not to engage in the turmoil, but rather proceeded slowly forward. Noticing Ross take the pistol, Ji-Yuen hesitantly inquired, Must that Waylon die? There is never a must. He knows how to survive, Ross replied, casting a glance at Ji-Yuen. However, for some, certain matters hold greater significance than life itself. More significant than life. Ji-Yuen's eyes flickered, a hint of melancholy deep within. Ross steadied the sobbing Robin on his shoulder and strode ahead. Lord Ross, how shall we handle the Doyle family? A nearby vice admiral, though trembling with fear, approached to inquire. Despite Ross's promise, clarity was essential. What if he reconsidered? Allow them to board my warship, then arrange for them to the Navy's family quarters. As for Waylon's remains, consult his family and proceed according to their wishes. Ross replied indifferently. Understood. The vice admiral hastily departed upon receiving orders. Upon hearing Ross's instructions, Zephyr and Ji-Yuen exchanged glances filled with renewed respect. They could accept Ross's cruelty, but also admired his heroic act of protecting his family. Ross's willingness to grant dignity to the deceased surpassed that of most celestial dragons and nobles. Do not move. Beneath the tree of all knowledge, Spandane led a group of CP9, gathering all historians together. Most historians trembled in fear, crouching on the ground with their heads cradled in their arms, too terrified to move. It was not that they lacked courage. Rather, those with valor had already fallen in pools of blood. Observing the fallen scholars, the remaining historians trembled even more violently. Not all, however, were as meek as these scholars. Dr. Clover stood resolutely before the scholars, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Spandane. Beside her, Alvia stood with pursed lips, equally glaring at CP9 with fury. If mere glances could slay, Spandane would have perished thousands of times. Yet, Alas, mere gazes cannot kill. They were merely a group of powerless scholars. Do not look at me with such eyes. Were it not for your lord's orders, I would have long since executed all of you vile scoundrels. Spandane disdainfully surveyed the crowd, hardly acknowledging their presence. Lacking strength, yet clamoring for the study of lost history. What audacity they possessed. The entire world yearns for it? Spandane gazed at Olivia with a look of incredulity, questioning her grasp of history. Have you truly lost your wits in your studies? Who speaks for the hopes of the entire world? I do not share that expectation, especially considering the world government's explicit prohibition. That is indeed the hope of all humanity. The world government is mistaken. I must communicate with the Gorisii, Dr. Clover stated solemnly. With your capabilities? How dare you presume? Spandane retorted scornfully. Were it not for St. Rose's order to spare these two, he would have eliminated them without hesitation. Commander, a powerful presence approaches. We assess that we are not a match for them. A member of the black-clad CP9 whispered urgently to Spandane. It is not an enemy. It must be His Highness arriving. Prepare to receive him, Spandane realized, and upon hearing the CP9 agent's words, he quickly donned a different demeanor. With excitement, he focused on the approaching figures, exclaiming, Commander Spandane of CP9, alongside CP9 members, humbly welcomes St. Rose. As his voice resonated, every member of CP9 seemed to have rehearsed this moment, promptly kneeling before the approaching St. Rose. This display left Olivia and Dr. Clover utterly astonished. In the name of the saint, it could only signify the arrival of a celestial dragon. I never anticipated that the demon-slaying order from O'Hara would attract a celestial dragon. Chapter 28. The most loyal servant of the celestial dragons in the distance. Ross and his companions leisurely approached the vicinity of the Tree of All Knowledge. Although their demeanor appeared relaxed, their pace was remarkably swift. In a mere few seconds, they transformed from distant specks into figures standing before Spandam. Lord Ross, Spandam exclaimed, sliding to his knees in a dramatic display, leaving a long trace upon the ground until he was positioned before Ross. I am Spandam, the commander of CP9, the most loyal servant of the celestial dragons. It is indeed a rare fortune to behold your grandeur today. Such flattery and exaggerated gestures drew peculiar glances from all around him. Even the other CP9 members, who knelt in respect to Ross, wished to distance themselves from their superior. They were all too aware of the true nature of the celestial dragons. Even when tasked with serving them, they preferred to maintain a respectful distance, keeping their disdain concealed beneath a facade of deference. Only you, Spandam, engage in such sycophantic behavior. Yet, it became clear to them how Spandam, lacking any real strength, managed to ascend to the rank of CP9 commander. Seizing the opportunity, while everyone's attention was captivated by Ross and Spandam, Olivia's eyes gleamed with determination as she sprang into action. She dashed towards the Tree of All Knowledge. Prior to her return, she had been aware of the impending threat to O'Hara, yet she had not anticipated the Navy's rapid arrival, which left her no time to facilitate an escape. Olivia feared not for her own life, but rather that the efforts she and her comrades had made would be rendered futile. Even in death, she resolved to conceal the translated historical texts, ensuring that future generations could unveil the secrets the world government sought to suppress. Where are you headed? A languid voice interrupted her thoughts, belonging to Zanny. Before Olivia could take more than a couple of steps, she felt a heavy blow to her abdomen, causing her to stumble forward. Before she could hit the ground, a sharp pain radiated from her back as she was abruptly lifted. The scenery around her shifted dramatically, and upon regaining her composure, she found herself at the feet of a man. Struck by Zanny's assault, Olivia found herself too weak to rise, her head merely lifting enough to meet the gaze of the striking Ross. Nicole Olivia, I have long wished to make your acquaintance. Olivia possessed lustrous silver hair, lightly tanned skin, a curvaceous figure, and an air of intellect that rendered her presence remarkable. While her beauty and physique might be considered above average, they paled in comparison to the likes of Guion and Stella. Yet, Olivia exuded a scholarly aura, a rarity in the pirate world, which stirred something within Ross. How delightful it would be to exert power over such a person, he mused. Lord Ross. Olivia bit her lip, despair glimmering in her eyes. As a historian, she was acutely aware of the true nature of the celestial dragons. For 8 centuries, they had committed countless atrocities. Lord Ross, you promised to spare my mother. A youthful yet resolute voice pierced through Olivia's thoughts, causing her to startle. Robin. She gazed in disbelief towards Ross's shoulder, where her daughter, Robin, sat upon the celestial dragon's lap. In that moment, a myriad of emotions flooded her, leaving her heart in turmoil. Against Olivia, a vulnerable woman, Ross had myriad methods at his disposal. He felt no urgency. Olivia gazed defiantly at Ross, unperturbed by the threat to her life. To her, regardless of any bargain Robin may have struck with Ross, it did not diminish her resolve in this moment. As a mother, Robin held immense significance in her heart, but that significance paled when weighed against the importance of historical truth. Mom, Robin cried out, desperation lacing her voice. To save Olivia, she had sacrificed even Saul. Why? Why can't you understand that? Your resolve is commendable, but if I recall correctly, isn't your research contained within the Tree of All Knowledge? Ross chuckled, casting an understanding glance at Spandam. The sycophantic commander instantly comprehended, springing to his feet to retrieve a substantial pile of documents from a nearby CP9 member. Lord Ross, here lies the evidence of their research into the historical texts. Excellent. Ross accepted the stack of manuscripts with satisfaction, his regard for Spandam rising considerably. He began to comprehend why emperors favored such sycophants. Their efficiency in executing tasks was undoubtedly appealing. Do you desire this? Ross could distinctly sense Olivia's breath quickening as she regarded the documents in his grasp. These manuscripts represented the hard work of all the historians of O'Hara, containing much information that even Olivia had never fully perused. Oh, there is certainly someone who should know all of this, Ross remarked, drawing a platinum pistol from his waist. Bang! No! Olivia screamed in terror. Grandpa Clover! Robin wailed. Doctor! Doctor! The historians cried out in panic. Before their horrified eyes, a bullet pierced through the head of Dr. Clover, who collapsed to the ground with a thud. With no strength to defend himself, he stood no chance against Ross's gun. Completion of B-Class kill. Power, 100,000. Special reward. Ancient language, B-Class. This reward is indeed splendid. From the moment Ross laid eyes on Dr. Clover, he recognized the necessity of eliminating him. As a renowned authority in world history, even without any strength, his status conferred a B rating. Such a repository of knowledge was too valuable for Ross to allow anyone else to eliminate. In an instant, a torrent of knowledge regarding ancient scripts flooded Ross's mind. He could now assert, without exaggeration, that his ability to interpret historical texts surpassed even that of Robin in the future. Why? Why did you kill Grandpa Clover? Robin clutched at Ross's hair, her cries filled with helplessness. Dr. Clover had always been the kindest to her, second only to Olivia in her heart. Saul was gone. Uncle Vinyl was gone, and now Grandpa Clover had been taken from her as well. Yet, despite her desperate struggle to Ross, it felt no more than a mere tickle. Chapter 29. The slaughter begins. Robin. Ross calmly gazed at Robin, his tone indifferent as he stated, I never promised you that I would spare Dr. Clover. The mere glance from Ross silenced Robin's tears. Even without wielding Conqueror's Haki, the mere possession of it granted him immense power over ordinary individuals with just a gesture or a glance. With his left hand still holding a stack of documents, Ross continued unhurriedly. If you wish to continue your research on the historical texts, I will grant you that. Really? Upon hearing that she could survive and study Alvia, her eyes sparkled with hope. Dr. Clover was irrevocably gone, never to return. Those of them who remained could only assist Dr. Clover in fulfilling his final wish, to continue researching the historical texts and to reveal the lost century to the world. The history of the entire world had been interrupted for a full 100 years. 900 years ago, the pirate world was still in chaos. 800 years ago, the world government was established, bringing order to the pirate world, which has persisted until now. Any scholar of history would be intrigued by the century-long gap. What sort of history could be so significant that the world government chose to seal it away and prohibit its study? They believed that history belonged to everyone in this world, and the world government should not obstruct the pursuit of truth. With such thoughts in mind, countless individuals have sacrificed themselves, leading to the present-day O'Hara. It's simple. Each sheet of paper I hold represents a life of an O'Hara citizen. For every person you personally kill, I will give you one sheet. How can I be assured that you will keep your promise? Olvia asked nervously. She understood, well, that unless Ross permitted it, the others in O'Hara would also have to perish today. If this could grant her the power to uncover the truth, she was willing to make this trade. She would carry forward the will of all those who had fallen. I promise, in the name of the Jaguarushia family, Ross calmly declared. You should comprehend the weight of this surname. Olvia nodded slightly. As a historian, she was acutely aware of its significance. Even the celestial dragons could not violate a promise made under their name, for if word got out, Ross would be stripped of his title by the celestial dragons. She was a wise woman. At least, her worth was not enough for Ross to exchange lives for lives. Let us begin. There are 39 documents in total. This gun holds 8 bullets. One has already been fired, leaving 7 remaining. I will provide you with 4 magazines, just the right amount. Ross handed a platinum pistol to Olvia, unconcerned about her potentially turning against him. Not to mention the presence of a Marine Admiral, Zephyr, and a warlord-level Zani by his side. Even this simple gun's bullets, devoid of hockey, would struggle to breach his defenses. Host, Ross, Power, 815132600000 C. Junior Colonel, overall rating, A. Relies on identity while abroad. Skills, Domination, Conqueror's Hockey, B. Ancient Language, B. Swordsmanship, C. Marksmanship, C. Hand-to-hand combat, C. At this moment, he possessed a C-level physique. Ordinary firearms were ineffective against him. I'm sorry, Olvia exclaimed as she took the gun, her heart suddenly heavy. Then, bang! She pulled the trigger, and a historian crouching on the ground fell lifelessly. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Olvia cried helplessly, her eyes filled with sorrow and regret. Yet, her actions did not falter. Each gunshot signified the extinguishing of a life. Uncle Oka. No. Aunt Mayna. Stop, Mother. Please don't kill Grandpa Mode. Robin watched her mother murder those who had once taught her, tears streaming down her face, her voice choked with despair. Compared to Olvia, whom she had barely seen, it was these historians who had accompanied her, offering her the motivation to study history, causing her to become a formal scholar at the tender age of 8. But now, those kind uncles and aunts and the loving grandparents were being slaughtered by her mother. No, by Olvia. Why? Why? Why could Uncle Waylon choose to take his own life for his family, while my own mother chooses such extremes? Is the pursuit of the historical texts truly so vital, so crucial that Olvia, having secured her own life, must still take the lives of those who cared for her? Everyone spoke of Olvia as a kind-hearted individual. Who will come? Who will save them? Robin cried out in desperation, while the others present silently observed the horrific scene. Mother Olvia continued to utter apologies as she committed her grisly acts, not even flinching as blood splattered onto her face. Despite Robin's incessant pleas, Olvia feigned deafness, continuing to raise the gun and fire. Some historians attempted to flee, but a group of CP9 agents surrounding them offered no chance for escape. Those who dared to run were swiftly dealt with, kicked back towards Olvia, becoming the next lambs to the slaughter. Save them? Ross watched Olvia's massacre with a calm demeanor. Not all historians were like Waylon. Among them, Olvia was undoubtedly the most captivated by history. Suddenly, Ross turned, his expression warm as he pinched Robin's cheek. Since you desire it so fervently, I shall grant you an opportunity to save them. Instantly, Robin's vacant gaze ignited with hope as she looked at Ross with surprise. Ross clapped his hands, halting Olvia's slaughter. Olvia's arms fell limply, her gaze void as she stared at Ross. Ross, have I completed my task? You have killed 24. You still need 15 more, which is insufficient. Ross shook his head, surveying the dwindling crowd, his voice low yet audible to all. There are few left. I will count each one as 2 for you, but I will not impede their resistance. Oh, and anyone who kills you today may live. But they must first acknowledge the error of O'Hara's pursuit of forbidden history as its representative. Those willing to accept may begin to resist. Those who do not may await their demise. Ross, didn't you promise that Olvia could leave alive? Robin anxiously tugged at Ross's clothing, unaware that her reference to Olvia had changed. I promised you that the Marines and the world government would not intervene, but if her comrades take action, I cannot stop it. Besides, this is the path your mother has chosen. Ross gently shook his head, ignoring Robin's pleas. How can one truly understand the darkest depths without experiencing it? Will you ever find your comrades? After being betrayed by your own mother, will you still believe in the so-called comrades and redemption? Chapter 30. The Last of O'Hara Ross St. You. Olvia glared at Ross with a seething hatred, her expression and gaze as if she wished to devour him whole. Alas, she lacked the power of conqueror's hockey. Her eyes bore no lethal intent. How could she not understand that Ross sought to witness their mutual destruction? Yet the consequences he described were far too terrifying. Should one emerge as the sole survivor of O'Hara, acknowledging its faults and repenting, all their sacrifices over the years would be rendered futile. Moreover, what would her recent act of killing her companions signify? A sense of despair engulfed Olvia. She recognized that from the moment she fired the first shot, there was no turning back. Ross's words peeled away the last remnants of her modesty, laying bare the stark choice of life and death before her. Olvia was uncertain if anyone would resist, but she realized that if she did not act swiftly, she would be overwhelmed by the advancing crowd during the brief moment she needed to reload. No, she had sacrificed too much. No, she would not allow such an ending. A glint of morbid determination flashed in Olvia's eyes as she raised her firearm and pulled the trigger fiercely. Bang! The gunshot reverberated. For them, passively facing death was not terrifying. The sound of the gun was but a fleeting moment, and death itself was merely a heartbeat away. However, witnessing their comrades fall before their eyes, slain by those they cherished most, the agony and despair gnawed incessantly at the hearts of the scholars. The fallen figures of their companions lay nearby, and they could no longer withstand the allure of Ross's proposition. Survival had become their sole hope. Olvia, you demon! A robust male scholar shouted as he lunged toward her. The remaining survivors surged forward as well, charging at Olvia. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out, and 3 male scholars collapsed, but Olvia's firearm was now devoid of ammunition. The 2 remaining female scholars and 1 male scholar closed in, preparing to strike. Smack! Olvia pressed her lips together, wielding her platinum pistol, and struck the head of the lone male scholar with force. After traversing the seas for so long, she still possessed a modicum of skill. At the very least, her strength surpassed that of an ordinary person. Yet, this strength was decidedly limited. Under the siege of 3, Olvia found herself in a perilous situation. Olvia, Robin lay on the ground, staring blankly at the scene before her. Her beloved mother, in pursuit of historical truth, was grappling with other scholars as if engaged in a brawl in the village square. At that moment, the image crafted by Dr. Clover and the other scholars of her mother shattered completely. It turned out her mother was not as virtuous as she had believed. She was not so different from the family of her uncle, who had once bullied her. The only distinction was that her mother would not physically harm her, unlike her uncle's family, who would. Smack! After a minute of struggle, Olvia ultimately emerged victorious. Or rather, under the watchful eyes of many formidable individuals, her triumph was inevitable. Olvia stood trembling, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, disregarding her injuries, as her gaze fixed intently on Ross. Ross Saint, you promised me. I did indeed promise you, but consider how many you have just slain, Ross retorted. 7. According to your promise, that amounts to 14. 14. Olvia's expression abruptly stiffened. Yes, 14. She was 1 short. I still have time. There are others in O'Hara. Her eyes burned with a crimson hue as she spoke hoarsely. Having reached this juncture, she could not permit herself to be merely 1 short. Others? Are there still others in O'Hara? Ross inquired, casting a glance at Spandane, seemingly posing a mundane question. Report to you, Ross Saint. The remaining civilians of O'Hara have evacuated via escape boats. Now only we remain, Spandane replied. What did it matter if those wretched commoners had managed to flee? It had to be said this way. While others may have been oblivious to Ross's intentions, he certainly was not. Even among the celestial dragons, Ross-Saint was undoubtedly the most malevolent. Yet, Spandane dared only to voice such thoughts internally. Outwardly, he remained silent, already prepared to treat Ross as a father figure. With his identity as a celestial dragon, Spandane was wary. He could not afford to entertain any frivolous thoughts, for he had far too much to lose. None left. Alvia's expression faltered, her arm dropping limply as she released her grip on the platinum pistol. Ross skillfully reloaded his weapon and handed it to Zani. Understanding, Zani raised the gun and approached Alvia. I have afforded you a reprieve. Each of you counts as two. Think it over carefully, Ross stated calmly. Impossible. This is utterly unattainable. You never intended for me to continue my historical research. Alvia exclaimed passionately. Why is it that, despite sharing a passion for history, the disparity is so vast? If it were Viren, he would likely have understood my intent before the gun was fired. Of course, if it were Viren, he would not have issued that initial demand. I'm not so crass. Once I have spoken, it is a matter that must come to fruition, Ross replied nonchalantly. Now, think it over well. Do not allow anger and hatred to cloud your judgment. At this moment, you possess no choice. You may either continue your task and slay the last individual, or I shall take you away, where you will reside in Mariewa, deprived of any future encounters with historical texts. No, let me think. Alvia bit her lip, her mind racing. At this point, how could anyone possibly concede? The people of O'Hara, the people of O'Hara. Yes, she was one of them. However, she could not bring herself to kill her own. If she were to take her own life, what would the preceding events have meant? Calm. Alvia forced herself to regain her composure, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Ross. Suddenly, she saw Ross crouch down with a smile, gently patting Robin's head. Robin, seeing how many I have slain, you must be very saddened, Alvia realized. At that moment, that she had murdered all the scholars before her daughter's eyes. O'Hara! Alvia's gaze on Robin became increasingly vacant, her lips whispering only the name O'Hara. Indeed, she was of O'Hara, and so was Robin. Robin was the key to breaking the deadlock Ross spoke of. But why did it have to be Robin? Chapter 31. The weight of dreams, what do you intend to do? Robin exclaimed in terror. Ross's attempts at comfort only heightened her anxiety, especially in light of the actions of Veron and the contrast with her mother's deeds. She was already on the brink of collapse when she suddenly noticed Alvia once again raising a gun, this time aimed directly at her. Witnessing this scene, both Ji-Yuan and Zifa's pupils dilated in shock. Although they had reservations about Ross's conduct, they knew that these individuals were ultimately destined to kill. It was merely a matter of how. They had assumed that Ross was coercing an ordinary woman with faith to lead her astray. But Alvia's actions revealed the stark truth. She was not a steadfast historian, but a lunatic. The notion of pointing a firearm at her own flesh and blood was unfathomable to them. If they had felt a sense of regret over Veron's suicide, now they believed Alvia deserved her fate. Alvia, have you lost your mind? Robin shouted in despair, not merely because a gun was aimed at her, but because she felt utterly betrayed. She had sacrificed so much for Alvia, yet here she was, prepared to turn a gun on herself in the name of historical research. Was the study of history truly so paramount? Robin, you do not understand, Alvia murmured, her hand trembling around the gun, yet she steadfastly maintained her aim. This is the culmination of all our efforts as historians from O'Hara. Unveiling history and revealing the truth is our collective aspiration. From this day forth, I alone can fulfill it. I'm sorry, Robin. Tears streamed down Alvia's cheeks as she gazed at the distraught Robin. With a heavy heart, she closed her eyes and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The gunshot echoed, and the bullet flew forth. In that moment, Ji-Yuan and Zifa instinctively moved to intervene. But at Ross's signal, they hesitated. An inadvertent shift of Robin's body occurred. The bullet struck her abdomen, staining her clothes with crimson. Even with the least powerful bullet, the modified platinum handgun inflicted significant harm. Yet, for Robin, the physical pain paled in comparison to the emotional devastation. The deepest agony stemmed from the depth of her feelings. Alvia had truly shot her. Had Ross not intervened, That bullet could have pierced her heart. Olvia, I hate you. In her final moments of consciousness, Robin's gaze was fixed on Olvia, devoid of maternal love or affection, replaced instead by profound resentment. While Uncle Veyron had chosen to take his own life for the sake of family, Olvia sought to end hers. Never. Olvia, I hate you. You will regret this. Take care of her, Ross gently instructed as he lifted Robin into his arms and handed her to the approaching Ji-Yuen. Sighing, Ji-Yuen cast a disdainful glance at the still-closed Olvia, his eyes filled with contempt. Such a woman was unworthy of motherhood. Taking Robin, Ji-Yuen initiated emergency treatment. He had observed Ross's earlier actions and understood that Ross did not wish for Robin to come to harm. Robin's injuries, while serious, were not life-threatening. They were less severe than those she had sustained during her training. However, this relatively minor wound would haunt Robin for a lifetime. Ross, I have fulfilled my promise to you. Olvia collapsed to the ground, unable to bear the sight of Robin, her gaze filled with hope as she looked towards Ross. Indeed, I am quite satisfied, Ross replied, stepping forward to stand before Olvia. He was thoroughly pleased with her actions. How ruthless! To continue her historical pursuits. She had even been willing to harm her own daughter. It could not be said that Olvia did not love Robin. Rather, her aspirations outweighed her maternal affection. Had Olvia truly killed Robin, Ross believed she would have spent every day in remorse. Such a person would have had a boundless future in his past life. Yet, in this world where strength was paramount, even the fiercest heart would prove futile without power. Bending down, Ross tenderly caressed Olvia's silvery hair, akin to petting a newly acquired companion. The moment his hand made contact, he felt her body tremble, though it quickly stilled. She allowed his gentle touch, surrendering to his caress. With both her companion and daughter lost, Olvia had nothing left to lose except for the pursuit of historical truth. Come, rise, Ross softly urged, wrapping his arms around Olvia and lifting her from the ground. After the harrowing events, Olvia was devoid of strength, and as Ross helped her up, she instinctively leaned against him, seeking solace. Once she regained her balance, however, she became aware of her predicament and attempted to flee. Yet before she could act, she felt Ross's arms encircle her waist. In your current state, you cannot leave O'Hara. Olvia fell silent. The recent violence, coupled with her injuries and emotional trauma, rendered her incapable of even walking. She ceased her struggles. At the moment Ross stroked her hair, visions of what might transpire flashed through Olvia's mind. Yet she found herself surprisingly indifferent, a realization she could scarcely believe. Yes, having already shot her daughter, what more was there to fight against? As long as she could continue her historical research, nothing else mattered. Take this. If you fail to protect it, I will have no duplicates to offer. Ross's words echoed in her ears, prompting her to extend her hand and accept the bundle of documents from him. Olvia cradled it as if it were a treasure, pressing it tightly against her chest. These documents embodied her comrades' lifelong efforts and the sacrifices they had made. She was determined to safeguard them. Time is of the essence. We have delayed long enough. Soon, we must prepare to witness a spectacular display. Spandane lingered behind, watching as Ross departed, before kneeling to the ground. I bid farewell to you, Ross. The path you tread is forever aligned with our swords, he proclaimed, bowing deeply in Ross's departing direction, remaining in that position until Ross vanished from sight. Only then did Spandane slowly rise. All right, everyone, let us regroup. He waved his hand and sprinted towards the port. Although a few CP9 cast him scornful glances, many others harbored genuine admiration for Spandane. Such a man deserved to be recognized by his superiors. Chapter 32. The Clash of Ice and Magma. After Ross departed towards Sakazuki's ship, Kazan ultimately could not restrain himself. He instructed his aide and ventured alone into O'Hara. He and Saul shared a deep friendship, firmly aligned in their sense of justice. Offering a final farewell to Saul was a duty he felt compelled to fulfill. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Kazan arrived at the bay where Saul had met his tragic end. The feeble rays of the setting sun cast a melancholic glow upon the shimmering waters, failing to illuminate this corner shrouded in sorrow. The sea breeze, laden with salt and a barely perceptible sadness, gently caressed every inch of the space. Saul's massive form, spanning several meters, now lay lifeless in a pool of gruesome blood. His fists were clenched tightly, seemingly still harboring the spirit of his defiance, while a gaping wound in his chest silently testified to the brutality of the fatal strike. His body bore countless scars, some deep as if carved, others slender like lashes, resembling the marks left by demons chronicling his suffering. Saul, despite having mentally prepared himself, Kazan let out a sigh, his gaze filled with profound confusion as he stared at his friend's lifeless body. He reached out, his hand gently touching Saul's form. A chilling aura emanated, causing Saul's body to begin freezing. In mere moments, Saul was entirely encased in ice, molded by Kuzan into the likeness of a sarcophagus. Kuzan observed the icy coffin in silence, and with a flick of his wrist, a cluster of ice flowers appeared in his hand. He placed the flowers delicately before the frozen coffin, a final tribute to his old friend. At times, Kazan found himself questioning the righteousness of the Navy's justice. What wrongs had historians committed? They had harmed no one, yet bore the lash of the Buster Call. If the world government was indeed so powerful, why did it not exert its efforts to eradicate pirates instead of deploying the already scarce resources of the Navy to places like O'Hara? Was the Navy truly executing justice? In that moment, Kazan felt lost. I knew you would be here, Kazan. When the difference in their observation hockey was minimal, one could easily conceal their presence from the other. However, having been immersed in confusion moments before, Kazan relaxed his guard upon recognizing the newcomer. Sakazuki, what brings you here? Of course, I am here to await any potential traitors. Saul's appearance in O'Hara cannot be mere coincidence. There must be insiders within our Navy colluding with him to thwart the Buster Call. Sakazuki replied coolly, fabricating a rather flimsy excuse. He had considered that Kazan might come during his wager with Ross, but he had anticipated a discreet glance rather than any major confrontation. To his surprise, Kazan not only arrived but sought to honor Saul's memory, bestowing respect upon a traitor within the Navy, such a heinous act. Sakazuki's expression darkened as he gathered scalding magma in his hands. Under Sakazuki's furious gaze, Kazan frowned slightly, feeling inexplicably perplexed. Are you saying that you, Sakazuki, lack compassion? Must every member of the Navy be devoid of humanity? Saul was a vice admiral once, and he shared camaraderie with numerous Navy officers. Even in death, how can we not pay our respects without being labeled as traitors? Sakazuki, my intentions are similar to yours, yet I have not encountered any other traitors, Kazan replied calmly. He had no desire to argue with Sakazuki, who was merely a madman intent on exterminating all pirates. Engaging in reasoned discourse with such a lunatic was akin to playing a lute to a cow. Let it be so. I shall report your presence here to Admiral Ross and Fleet Admiral Kong without fail. Sakazuki cast a piercing glance at Kazan before turning away. Regardless of Kazan's presence, he had ample justification to defend his actions. They were equals in rank, and he had no grounds to act against Kazan. However, once reported, others would decide Kazan's fate. To Sakazuki, a lethargic Navy officer like Kazan was little more than a parasite. Those who occupied positions without fulfilling their duties deserved to be cast aside by the world government, not allowed to continue within the Navy. The Navy ought to harbor an iron will against pirates and traitors. The newcomers require healing. Tend to them all. We cannot afford to miss the upcoming ceremony. Ross nodded slightly, handing the unconscious Alvia to Stella. Upon hearing Ross's words, Alvia's eyes brightened, instinctively glancing at Robin. The only injured individuals present were she and Robin, perfectly complementing one another. To her astonishment, Robin had survived. What wonderful news! Let us treat little Robin first. Hastily following Ross's instructions, Stella approached Robin and utilized her devil fruit abilities to begin the healing process. Robin's injuries were not severe. After extracting the bullets, her wounds began to mend rapidly under the influence of Stella's powers. Observing Robin's injuries gradually returning to normal, Alvia felt an unexpected pang of anxiety. She undoubtedly wished for Robin's survival, but her previous actions had likely shattered Robin's trust. She feared that in the future, Robin would not only refuse to acknowledge her, but might also harbor murderous intentions against her. In that instant, Alvia's heart raced. If it could be avoided, she did not wish to harm her daughter a second time. However, soon a solution dawned upon Alvia. "Ross, may I request something of you?" she implored, clutching Ross's right hand tightly, as if grasping a lifeline. "What is it? Speak freely." Ross maintained a neutral demeanor. This request, Ross narrowed his eyes slightly. Alvia's obsession with history seemed almost pathological. Yet, he could empathize with her. Even without today's events, Alvia had long been captivated by the study of ancient history. It was only due to the absence of choices until now that her stance had not been so resolute. Now, having made her choice, Alvia would stop at nothing for the pursuit of knowledge. "I agree," Ross replied indifferently. Upon hearing Ross's consent, Alvia felt a wave of relief wash over her, collapsing into his embrace. Already injured from battle, she had been enduring pain. Now, her strength had completely abandoned her. Yet, her face still bore a faint, unhealthy smile. Ross's words not only promised to shield her from Robin, but also affirmed that he would genuinely keep his word. As they departed O'Hara, Alvia was genuinely fearful that Ross might renege on his promise. If that happened, she would truly lose everything. If only she had encountered such a person sooner. Perhaps the Buster Call would never have transpired, and the text of the Tree of Knowledge could have been preserved. Just as long as she could satisfy Ross and continue her research, whether by sacrificing herself, her companions, or even her daughter. Chapter 33. S-Class defeat. Both Alvia and Robin suffered only minor injuries. In a brief moment, Stella completely healed the two of them. Once their wounds were mended, Robin quickly regained consciousness. After the recent upheaval, her gaze towards Alvia was icy, subtly laced with animosity. Alvia pretended not to notice this look, choosing instead to hide in Ross's embrace, unable to meet Robin's eyes. She did not believe she had done anything wrong, yet deep down, she felt a sense of guilt towards Robin. Ross, however, paid no heed to Alvia's small gestures. In fact, he seemed to relish the moment, allowing her softness to rub against him. Regardless of anything else, Alvia possessed a commendable figure. Holding her close brought a sense of conquest. Ross, without needing to ask, Ross could discern the outcome merely by observing Sakazuki's grim expression. Sakazuki wasted no time. Before the entire crew, he knelt before Ross and solemnly declared, "I, Vice Admiral Sakazuki of the Navy Headquarters, acknowledge that I am inferior to you." As he spoke, he resolutely raised his right fist, which was instantly enveloped in armament haki. Sakazuki's true strength lay in his mastery of the magma fruit, yet the fruit's power posed no harm to him, rendering a self-inflicted blow meaningless. Boom! Under the astonished gazes of all, Sakazuki's fist crashed heavily into his own abdomen. The impact caused the entire warship to tremble, and the sea behind him erupted in tumultuous waves. This was the full might of an admiral. Even the residual force from a single punch imbued with armament haki could unleash unparalleled destruction. Wow! Sakazuki himself was not unscathed. The armament haki could pierce through the passive elementalization of Logia-type fruits, inflicting real damage upon him. Moreover, he had made no effort to defend himself, and his own full-force strike was enough to inflict significant injury. Yet in the face of it all, Sakazuki did not even furrow his brow. He accepted the consequences of his gamble. No one else was to blame. In the Navy, there were still too many parasites. S-Class defeat completed. Power, 500. 000. Special reward. Armament haki, A-Class. Stella. A slight smile curled at the corners of Ross's mouth, signaling Stella to come forward for treatment. Host, Ross. Power, 1, 315. 132-2. 000. B- Vice Admiral. This wave of rewards did not surprise Ross. After all, defeating an admiral like Sakazuki warranted a reward comparable to that of a giant admiral. The giant admiral held a unique position within the Navy. While stronger than elite vice admirals, they were often completely outmatched when facing opponents of the warlord level. In terms of power rankings, they were among the weakest A-Class. This was primarily due to the giant race's remarkable physical gifts, yet their techniques were too straightforward. When facing opponents of the same level, they relied solely on their physical prowess. However, who among those at the warlord or vice admiral level was not a formidable physical specimen against such skillful and powerful adversaries. The giants faced significant disadvantages, as their massive size often led to more vulnerabilities. Even the most combat-skilled giant warriors could not measure up to the average warlord. Nevertheless, there were exceptions. Some giants, leveraging their racial advantages, had indeed produced genuine vice admiral-level powerhouses. Sakazuki. Ross gazed at Sakazuki, who was receiving treatment. After this incident, I will still propose to the 5 elders that you be appointed as an admiral of the Navy. My efforts here have borne no fruit. Sakazuki shook his head in refusal. Having lost the bet, he was not a man who could not afford to lose. This wager had been initiated by Ross, and he could leverage this opportunity to claim the benefit. However, having lost, he could not take both the good and the bad. That was his principle. How could it be without merit? There is still one last task to complete, Ross replied meaningfully. You mean? Sakazuki's expression flickered, his gaze turning towards the eerily silent O'Hara in the distance. The personnel on O'Hara had evacuated entirely, yet no ship would fire without Ross's command. The naval artillery could not possibly rival the destructive power of the strongest Logia-type fruit. Ross approached Sakazuki, personally helping him to his feet. I will request the 5 elders to permit a live broadcast to the world, allowing everyone to witness the might of the new admiral of the Navy. At your command. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Sakazuki's eyes. Ross's intention was now crystal clear, to let him showcase his strength and obliterate O'Hara with his individual might. If he could demonstrate this during the world broadcast, it would serve as an undeniable testament to his power. The prestige he would bring to the Navy would be sufficient to solidify his position as a candidate for admiral. Moreover, it was foreseeable that his official appointment as admiral was not far off. Sakazuki declined Stella's offer for further healing. A mere punch wound was hardly a significant concern for a being of his caliber. To kill a monster like him, even an equal would have to battle for 3 days and nights. At present, all he desired was to unleash his fury. However, before doing so, he needed Ross to set the stage for him. Ross understood this as well. Seeing Sakazuki's eagerness, he first dismissed the surrounding crowd, leaving only himself and Sakazuki. He then contacted Stan, who was far away in Mariewa. What is the situation? The moment the call connected, Stan's calm voice came through. Grandfather, the matter is reaching its conclusion. The scholars Clover and Vivra have been eliminated, and the Navy trader Saul has also been killed by my hand. Only Alvia and her daughter remain, whom I have taken as slaves. Ross reported truthfully, only embellishing the identities of Alvia and her daughter. Only by treating them as his slaves could he persuade the world government to lift their bounties on them. Excellent. Stan's voice exuded satisfaction. Ross had performed admirably this time. As for capturing 2 historians as slaves, it posed a major issue for others, but it was of no concern to the Celestial Dragons. Did Ross intend to stage a rebellion? Now, to the main topic, Ross broached the subject. What authority? The authority for a world broadcast. I propose that Vice Admiral Sakazuki showcase his strength and personally execute the extermination order to obliterate O'Hara, demonstrating the might of the Navy and the world government. Ross did not mention the admiral position. Allowing Sakazuki to showcase his strength was already a clear indication of promoting him to admiral. Otherwise, an ordinary vice admiral would have no need to display their power. After a moment of contemplation, Stan seemed to converse with someone. A full minute passed before he responded. Is permitted. Upon hearing this response, a look of joy spread across Sakazuki's face. The position of admiral was secured. Chapter 34, Global Broadcast Sakazuki. Does the ship have a din-din mushy with imaging capabilities? After hanging up the call, Ross turned to the spirited Sakazuki. He understood Sakazuki's urgency. But this was not the time for haste. The audience was not yet settled, and the actor's anxiety would yield no results. Yes, I'll retrieve it at once, Sakazuki replied before hurriedly departing. This was his prime opportunity to step into the limelight, and he was determined not to let it slip away. Missing this chance could mean a protracted ascent to the rank of admiral, perhaps enduring a decade of waiting. Life seldom affords one more than a few decades. The sooner he became an admiral, the sooner he could ascend to the rank of fleet admiral and fulfill his ambitions. There are various types of Den Mushi, including those for photography, communication, surveillance, eavesdropping, projection, and live broadcasting. To conduct an online live broadcast, one must utilize the imaging Den Mushi. This device can transmit images to specialized screens across the globe, allowing control over the broadcast range, with varying permissions depending on the Den Mushi's classification. Furthermore, significant events in certain regions are also disseminated via these devices. Pirates in the New World use this method to interact with the populace, akin to holding press conferences. However, such broadcasts are limited to regional dissemination and cannot achieve global outreach. Only the highest-tier imaging Den Mushi, controlled by the world government, can facilitate worldwide broadcasts. Long ago, the world government monopolized this technology, effectively controlling public opinion as screens were established across the globe. 2 years prior, the judgment of Roger and the impending trial of Ace were both conducted through this medium, although both instances resulted in adverse publicity. While Ross was not particularly adept with these devices, the ship had specialists for such tasks. Within moments, everything was prepared, buzzing, as the imaging Den Mushi activated. The images of Ross and Sakazuki appeared on screens across the member nations. East Blue, Goa Kingdom, Royal Capital. What? Why is the Navy suddenly on screen? Where's this? Why is there such a large tree? The clamor echoed as the sudden appearance on the screens drew attention from many in the capital. A couple strolling through the streets noticed the change in the screens. Dragon, is that? The woman, petite with round eyes and black hair, wore a comical smile. The Navy, that is the tree of knowledge in O'Hara. They intend to destroy that island. He had heard of the situation in O'Hara from Saul. He wished to save O'Hara, but with his current power, he could do nothing but feign ignorance. Originally, he planned to inspect the remnants post-destruction, yet he did not anticipate the Navy's public execution. However, Dragon could do nothing but silently watch the unfolding scene on the screen. Unbeknownst to him, his fists had clenched tightly, only to be gently released by the woman beside him. Greetings, everyone. The tall figure clad in a black suit and draped in a world government cloak, Ross, smiled at the camera. I am Jagarishia Ross Saint, a celestial dragon. At this declaration, a wave of astonishment swept through the global audience, some instinctively kneeling in reverence. The prevalence of live broadcast screens in member nations, coupled with the world government's 800 years of propaganda, had embedded the image of the celestial dragons deep within the public consciousness, especially among the weaker 4Cs. Pirates viewing the broadcast were filled with trepidation at the sight of Ross, while some reckless souls in the New World displayed disdain. According to the laws of the world government, those who study forbidden history face the death penalty. The scholars of O'Hara have violated this edict and have now been eradicated. The list of those executed includes, as the lengthy list of names was read aloud, most civilians were left in shock. This was the intended impact of the broadcast, a reason the 5 elders had approved it. The study of history may be trivial, but defying the world government's decrees is grave. If individuals dared to oppose the world government, chaos would ensue. Allowing pirates to fester in the New World while compelling member nations to contribute gold was sufficient. Those lacking power who wished to commit crimes needed to consider the consequences carefully. Since Roger's demise, the era of great pirates commenced. However, the judgment against Roger did not yield the desired effect. Thus, the purpose of Ross's broadcast was to assert the authority of the world government, ensuring continued faith among member nations. Simultaneously, Ross could seize this opportunity to gain prestige, elevating himself within the ranks of the Celestial Dragons. This mutual understanding between Ross and the 5 elders was crucial. For this broadcast to succeed, it had to be impactful. North Sea, Ruzol Island. Fufu. The Celestial Dragon is personally overseeing this. The world government can no longer remain idle regarding the matters initiated by Roger. Doflamingo cackled with arrogance, his shadowed eyes hidden behind sunglasses, fixated on Ross on the screen. Had it not been for past events, he too would have been among the Celestial Dragons, rather than struggling to amass power from scratch. What made him lesser than those inept fools? Just because his father grew weary of being a Celestial Dragon, he had been stripped of his birthright. Damn it, that wretched father. On screen, Ross continued with calm composure. Thus, All malignant entities that have transgressed against the authority of the world government have been eliminated, and we shall now execute the Demon Extermination Order against O'Hara. What is the Demon Extermination Order? It's truly a Demon Extermination Order. O'Hara will be no more. The Demon Extermination Order is a directive from the world government to annihilate targets. Once issued, the firepower of the Navy's fleet can effortlessly obliterate an island. Across the globe, discussions erupted at the mention of the Demon Extermination Order. Some were filled with dread, others remained silent, while some expressed sorrow. Yet all shared one sentiment. None had ever witnessed the true form of the Demon Extermination Order. At that moment, be they civilians, pirates, or nobles, all wished to see what the true Demon Extermination Order entailed. This particular order would be executed by the Admiral Candidate Sakazuki. Sakazuki commenced the execution of the Demon Extermination Order. Chapter 35. The Burning O'Hara Sakazuki execute the Demon Slayer Order. At last, the awaited command ignited a spark of excitement in Sakazuki's eyes. He had not forgotten that Ross had referred to him as an Admiral Candidate during the live broadcast. After all, this was the Demon Slayer Order. If his status were diminished, it would inevitably raise doubts. The title of Admiral Candidate was just right. Moreover, this designation was merely an informal acknowledgement from the Navy, lacking any formal authority. Even if Ross used this title, it would bear no substantial consequence. Now, it was his time to shine. Boom! Under the gaze of the entire world, Sakazuki's legs transformed into magma as he ascended into the sky. The sheer spectacle of his ascent elicited gasps from countless civilians and captivated the attention of all pirates with bounties under 100 million. Meteor Volcano. With his fists clenched like two dormant volcanoes, he aimed at the heavens. An indescribable energy surged within him, manifesting as endless waves of heat and light. Suddenly, Sakazuki's fists morphed into twin magma cannons, their formidable power causing the very heavens to tremble. Thunderous roars reverberated, shaking the air and resonating within the souls of the spectators. Every second, hundreds of magma projectiles erupted from his fists like furious fire dragons. Each one the size of a basketball, blazing and radiant, they streaked across the sky, leaving brilliant trails in their wake. These magma orbs did not plummet immediately, but, under Sakazuki's astonishing control, appeared tethered by invisible chains, suspended in the sky, forming a flowing ocean of lava. The magma swirled gracefully in midair, weaving breathtaking patterns, akin to a celestial meteor shower, yet infused with cataclysmic power. In a typical battle, these magma projectiles would have already cascaded down under Sakazuki's command. However, this time, he opted to charge up for the best display. With his current stamina, he could sustain the eruption of magma for an entire day. The challenge lay not in launching the magma, but in maintaining its suspension in the sky. Ross stood quietly at the bow of the ship, admiring the fiery clouds above. The grandeur of the scene alone was enough to leave the viewers in awe. As the magma spread across a radius of 100 meters above the Tree of Knowledge, the civilians gazed in reverence, while pirates of lower bounties displayed visible fear. When the magma expanded to 500 meters, those with bounties of 100 million began to show trepidation. At 1,000 meters, the notorious pirates of the New World wore grave expressions. Simultaneously, news of the live broadcast of the Demon Slayer Order drew many to the screens, eager to witness this extraordinary spectacle. Even the sovereigns of the New World, upon hearing of the Demon Slayer Order, joined in with a sense of morbid curiosity. As the ocean of magma expanded to 2,000 meters, it enveloped the sky, resembling an impending natural disaster. Observing this scene, both Dragon and Whitebeard, watching the live stream, couldn't help but display serious expressions. They did not doubt their ability to prevail, but the sheer destructive power exhibited by Sakazuki's natural abilities would likely annihilate any nearby allies, leaving only solitary warriors like Red Count or Big Mom, who cared little for their comrades, able to view Sakazuki's display with equanimity. Boom! As the ocean of magma amassed to 2,500 meters, 2 hours had already elapsed. Everyone fixated on the live stream. many wagering on the extent of Sakazuki's forthcoming display. Only a few formidable individuals could surmise that Sakazuki was nearing his limit. Should he continue to expand, his strength could rival that of Whitebeard, a feat deemed impossible. However, after witnessing Sakazuki's exhibition, no one doubted his admiral-level prowess, with most only believing he still fell short of the likes of Whitebeard. Sakazuki's gaze reflected a hint of strain. This was indeed his limit. Nevertheless, the ocean of magma had completely engulfed the Tree of Knowledge. Meteor fall, Sakazuki bellowed. With this command, the suspended ocean of magma appeared to be drawn by an invisible force, beginning to tilt. The floating magma, released from its constraints, cascaded towards O'Hara like vengeful meteors, carrying the destructive power to obliterate. The magma flowed like lava from a volcanic eruption, cascading from the heavens with a brilliance capable of melting all in its path. Racing towards O'Hara, the entire island seemed submerged in a fiery ocean, with nowhere to escape or hide. Sakazuki's power was on full display at this moment. As the molten flow represented nature's wrath, wherever it passed, be it solid rock or flourishing trees, everything was instantaneously obliterated. The colossal Tree of Knowledge, standing at the center of O'Hara, bore the brunt of this fury. The magma crashed down upon its trunk and branches like a tempest, consuming a whole. The once mighty Tree of Knowledge appeared fragile under the onslaught of Sakazuki's might, reduced to mere plaything in his grasp. The trunk crackled under the searing heat, while the leaves wilted swiftly, dissipating into wisps of smoke. If the tree suffered so, one could only imagine the fate of the island structures, which crumbled to ashes almost instantaneously beneath the lava's torrent. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remnants and the suffocating heat of the magma, as if the entire world had fallen under Sakazuki's fiery dominion. On the nearest warship, Ross and the others felt the intense heat wave wash over them. The expressions on the ship varied. Ross narrowed his eyes slightly, quietly relishing the grand spectacle unfolding before him. He marveled at Sakazuki's strength, yet he believed that one day he would reach such heights. Moreover, the fruit he had chosen might yield effects surpassing even Sakazuki's. Zephyr remained the most composed among them. Although he had not witnessed Sakazuki's prowess in some time, he had always estimated his potential. Observing Sakazuki's current capabilities, Zephyr's gaze bore a hint of satisfaction. Gion, Zani, and Stella watched in silent awe, their eyes reflecting reverence for the powerful display. Even Zani and Gion witnessing an admiral's full might for the first time. In a one-on-one confrontation, they would stand no chance against an admiral-level adversary. Alvia and Robin wore the most complex expressions, tears streaming down their faces as they watched the Tree of Knowledge engulfed in flames. What was burning was their homeland. Chapter 36. In the name of St. Ross, flames blazed fiercely, turning the entire island into a barren wasteland. This calamity-like scene spread across the globe through live broadcasts, while phone bugs continued to record, awaiting further dissemination. Ordinary people, witnessing O'Hara's transformation into a hellish landscape, wore expressions of shock. How terrifying! Is this what a Marine Admiral is? It is said that when one offends the celestial dragons, the Marines will dispatch an admiral. Hiss! This must be a monster. What a joke! How can such terrifying beings exist in this world? In their understanding, no creature could possibly possess such strength. Yet, the mere emergence of a candidate for admiral from the Marines displayed such overwhelming power. It is important to note that above the candidates are the active admirals and the fleet admiral. This implies that such monsters are not singular within the Marine ranks. Gulalala, on an island in the New World, the Whitebeard pirates, currently regrouping, chanced upon Sakazuki showcasing his might. Before the screen, the towering figure of Whitebeard erupted in hearty laughter. "Old man, why are you laughing?" inquired Marco, the punk-haired youth beside him, curiosity evident in his voice. Sakazuki's prowess had even unsettled him. The Whitebeard pirates had always been measuring themselves against the Marines, and Whitebeard was certainly on par with the fleet admiral. Thus, it followed that their captains aimed to match the strength of the Marine admirals. As the captain and ship's doctor of the 4th Division, Marco recently found himself in a position of responsibility after the 2nd Division captain left the crew, which remains vacant. They were unaware that Zephyr had retired to CP0. Based on their understanding of the Marines, it should have been he who measured up against Sakazuki. Witnessing Sakazuki's display today, Marco felt a chill. The younger generation of Marines had matured. The future seas would undoubtedly be more intriguing. A bold smile adorned Whitebeard's face. He remained the peak powerhouse with his golden locks flowing, showing no signs of aging. Following the captures of Roger and the Golden Lion, the Whitebeard pirates had firmly established themselves as the mightiest pirate crew on the seas. Even with Kazuki Oden's departure, the crew still boasted 2 companions of the strength of a Yonko, while Marco and others were rapidly growing, promising a bright future. With such a formidable foundation and Whitebeard's unwavering desire to protect his comrades, how could he fear the Marines' might? Old Man is still as imposing as ever. Marco instinctively raised his head at Whitebeard's commanding presence. He was the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Even if he was not currently on par with Sakazuki, the future held possibilities for victory. Similar conversations unfolded across various corners of the New World. With the capture of the Golden Lion and the disbandment of the Roger Pirates, the New World had descended into utter chaos. Observing the display of power from the Marine Admiral only heightened their urgency. To become a sovereign among pirates, one must first earn the right to confront the Marines. If they wished to evade the Marines' constraints, they needed to carve a bloody path and become legendary pirates to even contemplate such matters. Boom! The Tree of Knowledge was utterly consumed by flames, and the entire island billowed thick smoke. Sakazuki slowly lowered his arm, hovering in the air while catching his breath. That previous exertion had drained much of his strength, leaving his justice cloak completely charred. Maintaining the magma without damaging his clothing had been his utmost limit. The integrity of the Marine's image was paramount. Buzz! Sakazuki descended, landing before Ross. Given that Ross had granted him both face and substance, he would reciprocate with due respect. Under the watchful gaze of the global audience, Sakazuki knelt on one knee before Ross. Saint Ross, your orders have been fulfilled. Very well. A slight smile graced Ross's lips. Following this event, as long as his principles remained steadfast, Sakazuki would become a formidable ally in the future. He removed his world government cloak and approached Sakazuki, draping it over him. Rise. Admiral Sakazuki. Yes. With Ross's assistance, Sakazuki slowly stood. Compared to the Justice Cloak, Ross's world government cloak was far more exquisite, enhancing Sakazuki's imposing figure. The cloak billowed gently in the wind, yet did nothing to diminish the aura of lethality surrounding him. Instead, it augmented his air of inviolable authority. Meanwhile, the viewers around the world gazed at Ross with transformed perceptions. Previously, they understood that injuring a celestial dragon would summon an admiral, aside from a select few. They were unaware of the deeper implications of this statement. Now, clarity dawned upon them. To provoke the celestial dragons was tantamount to summoning Sakazuki, equivalent to the annihilation of O'Hara, and assuredly their own demise. In the eyes of the world, Saint Ross had ascended to a position of unparalleled nobility among the celestial dragons. O'Hara lay in ruins, yet the shockwaves it imparted upon the world continued to reverberate outward. A day later, following the conclusion of the extermination order, 5 warships dispersed once more. Kazan, Palyasalino, and Akainu would remain in the West Sea, leveraging the devastation of O'Hara to purge the pirates there. With Sakazuki's renown now established, it was time to deal a heavy blow to the pirates. Following these events, Kong grasped the world government's intentions and proposed to the Gorosei the promotion of Sakazuki to admiral. Given Sakazuki's performance, the Gorosei readily concurred with Kong's resolution, preparing to confer the title of Marine Admiral upon him in a month, specifically to oversee the New World. The sharpest blade, after all, must be showcased outwardly. Ji Yuan, you shall make a trip to Sleepy Town. In the ship's cabin, Ross embraced Ji Yuan, his voice laced with a hint of languor. Having promised Ji Yuan, he was determined to fulfill that promise. Sleepy Town was where the Red Count discovered the vampire fruit, though it lay within the New World. Ji Yuan's current strength should suffice for the endeavor. The New World is populated with formidable beings, yet is also rife with the clandestine tendrils of CP0. With the support of the world government, she would have ample opportunity to navigate these waters. Despite the apparent abundance of powerhouses, genuine figures at the level of warlord were indeed few. In places like Sleepy Town, it would be fortunate to encounter even a handful of individuals comparable to Ji Yuan. Understood. Excitement flickered in Ji Yuan's eyes, fully aware of the significance of Ross's words. Possessing this mythical Zoan fruit was tantamount to securing a ticket to the ranks of admirals. She would not let this opportunity slip away. Chapter 37. Loyalty lies with the most promising one. As Guion departed, Ross stepped out of the cabin. Throughout the previous day, he had remained by Guion's side, while the others lingered nearby. It would take considerable time for Guion to reappear, and Ross particularly admired her long legs, nearly 1.8 meters in height. His demeanor towards Guion was markedly different. In this chaotic world, she was one of the few who could genuinely assist him. In contrast, individuals like Stella and Alvia held positions only slightly superior to those of mere acquaintances. Nevertheless, after spending time together, Ross found himself particularly fond of Stella and intended to keep her close. Master, Stella greeted him with a radiant smile. Even after spending an extended period in the darkest of places, she seemed never to have relinquished hope, nor did she choose to embrace the shadows. There were no disturbances yesterday, were there? Ross did not halt his stride as Stella draped a cloak over his shoulders. With his robust physique, he was not overly concerned about the weather's effects. However, his indifference did not diminish his appreciation for Stella's gestures. No, Robin stad bisay Fanny, pestering her to teach her combat skills. Alvia remained in her quarters, engrossed in her research, not even emerging for meals, Stella reported, her arms trembling slightly as she cradled 2 spheres, nearly dropping them. Ross stepped forward to assist her, stabilizing the spheres before continuing onward, inquiring, "Are there any other updates?" Guion had been responsible for the information from CP, but due to her temporary absence, some matters related to her had been entrusted to Zanny. Stella was tasked with managing his daily life and necessities, and upon hearing Ross's question, she understood precisely what he sought. News from the Holy Land indicates that your dedicated vessel is ready. It utilizes the latest technology from the world government, powered by mechanical propulsion, and the hull is coated with sea prism stone, allowing it to traverse the windless zones effortlessly. Stella elaborated, her primary responsibility being Ross's ship. Ross nodded in satisfaction. He would undoubtedly be traveling frequently and could not rely solely on the Navy's warships. In a world predominantly covered by oceans, possessing a personal vessel was essential. His expectations were not extravagant. A large cruise ship akin to the one Tizolo would acquire would suffice. However, constructing such a vessel would require 1 to 2 years, even if he possessed ample funds. Therefore, he had previously instructed Stella to arrange for a temporary ship. A vessel capable of navigating the windless zones would serve him well in the short term. Upon leaving the cabin, Ross had no intention of seeking out Zephyr and Sakazuki. It was evident they were either training or attending to official duties, and he had little interest in observing their endeavors. Robin had been assigned to Zanny's quarters, making her Ross's first destination. "Ross, dear," Zanny exclaimed upon his entrance, her tone tinged with an unusual hint of panic. At that moment, she clutched a white strapless top, her movements somewhat stiff. Responding to Ross's appreciative gaze, she hastily resolved her situation and donned a white suit from nearby. Observation hockey was an active skill that consumed considerable mental energy, and under normal circumstances, few would maintain it continuously. Furthermore, aboard a warship, Zanny had lowered her guard, not anticipating anyone besides Ross would intrude. Nevertheless, Zanny maintained her composure, standing before Ross with her head bowed. Ross had been instilled in her from a young age as the object of her loyalty, and she would accept any of his actions. If he could grant her a few days of leave, that would be even better. "Ross, is there something you need?" Zanny inquired, her head slightly inclined, bowing respectfully. Should she have activated her succubus form at that moment, her tail might have unconsciously swayed, betraying her inner turmoil. "Nothing urgent. Where's Robin?" Ross shook his head, relishing the delightful surprise of the morning. He had previously underestimated Zanny's allure. To his astonishment, her figure exceeded even that of Stella S. It was remarkable how she could move so swiftly while bearing such weight. Earlier, Zanny had constrained herself, leading him to form an erroneous assessment. Robin overexerted herself with her fruit abilities yesterday and is currently resting, Zanny stated, unperturbed by Ross's gaze as she guided him to the bed where Robin lay curled up, preparing to awaken her. Not just yet, Ross interjected, glancing at the slumbering Robin. Yesterday, she sought your guidance on combat skills, correct? Indeed, but without your permission. I would never teach her such things. Thus, she spent yesterday practicing her Hana abilities to enhance her strength. Zanny nodded slightly. That was to be expected, Ross thought. After encountering significant upheaval, individuals often yearn to bolster their capabilities, especially since Alvia had inflicted the deepest wounds on Robin, likely amplifying her desire for strength. However, Robin's physical talent and fruit abilities were not particularly suited for combat. With her potential, even with relentless investment of resources, she might only reach the level of an elite rear admiral. The pirate world thrived on genetic talent. The only variable was the fruit. Without such advantages, unless a miraculous system intervened, becoming a formidable force was nearly impossible. The notion of 200 times effort was merely a fanciful notion. If strength could be attained purely through effort, the seas would be teeming with individuals like Whitebeard. The idea of esteemed mentors was equally fanciful. If guidance were truly effective, the numbers of the Navy and world government's elite would have multiplied tenfold. Since Robin wishes to enhance her strength, you shall be responsible for instructing her. Just arrange the specifics as you see fit. Understood, Zanny replied earnestly, nodding. As long as it was Ross's directive, she would undoubtedly comply. From a young age, she had been conditioned to pledge her loyalty to the Jaegeru family, and since Ross was a member of that lineage, he was the one to whom her allegiance was due. As for the other members of the Jaegeru family, Zanny harbored her own thoughts. The indoctrination she received had left her with no intentions of betraying the family, but no one had ever clarified to whom her loyalty should be directed. For Zanny, being beside Ross felt far superior to executing tasks for Satan. She sensed that, for the most part, Ross regarded her as a person rather than a mere weapon. In the Holy Land, she appeared human but was, in truth, a tool. She had lived this way for over 20 years, growing accustomed to it. Was it not entirely normal for masters to regard their slaves as less than human? At the very least, her circumstances far surpassed those of other slaves. Yet, in Ross's presence, she could perceive a subtle respect that stirred ripples in her once icy heart. Not every form of respect could evoke such feelings within her. Only members of the Jaegeru family were worthy of her complete devotion. Moreover, Zanny firmly believed that Ross would become the most esteemed member of the Jaegeru family in the future. Chapter 38. The turmoil in the South China Sea as Ross and Zanny engaged in casual conversation. The phone bug on the table suddenly rang. You should answer it. Ross nonchalantly gestured, prompting Zanny to approach the phone bug and connect the call. This is Zanny from CP0, serving St. Ross. Have you found her? And she is still alive? A flicker of joy crossed Ross's face as he swiftly moved to the phone bug. I'm St. Ross. I will immediately make my way to your island. From this moment on, gather the finest physicians nearby to ensure that the woman's health remains intact. Additionally, do not disclose any information regarding the world government or myself. Understood? Upon hearing Ross's voice, the simulated image of the phone bug visibly displayed a hint of panic, quickly transforming into a demeanor of respect. Very well. After terminating the call, Ross turned towards the door. Stella, inform Sakazuki to command the warship to proceed at full speed. Even if it requires pushing the vessel from behind, we must reach the Holy Land as swiftly as possible. Yes. Stella, understanding the urgency in Ross's tone, hurriedly exited the cabin. Ross had never been this anxious before. The gravity of the situation was unmistakable. St. Ross. The journey from the Holy Land to Bartelera Island typically requires 3 days for a conventional warship. While Ross spoke, Zanny had already unfurled the nautical chart before them. The world government possessed the most comprehensive maritime maps, and as a celestial dragon, Ross had access to the most detailed version. The distances marked on the chart were derived from meticulous measurements, leaving minimal room for error. Bartelera Island lay in the South China Sea, and the fastest route from their current location in the West Sea involved traversing the Red Earth continent via the artificial waterways of the Holy Land. 3 days that feels rather lengthy. Ross shook his head, realizing he was racing against time. He had initially anticipated that the woman would be found as a corpse, never expecting she might still be alive. Remarkably, perhaps influenced by his decision to send someone to the South China Sea in search of her, she had managed to survive for 22 months. This was a true race against time. With each passing day, her life hung in the balance, potentially leading to a tragic outcome. Yet, if he could rescue both her and her child, he would undoubtedly gain a loyal S-rank powerhouse. To achieve such potential, even with a background of being raised in a free environment, she could reach the level of a warlord by the age of 20. With his bloodline, such talent would be squandered. However, if he could cultivate her under his guidance, preparing the mythical Zoan fruit in advance, he could very well be poised to take down Blackbeard in 20 years. This time, Ross was determined to engage in an endeavor akin to that which Whitebeard cherished. Notify the Holy Land to prepare 20 robust slaves capable of swimming, ensuring they possess no devil fruit abilities. Simultaneously, mobilize all devil fruit users with flight capabilities within the world government. Ross stated calmly. Understood. Zanny was well aware of Ross's intentions and immediately began coordinating with the Holy Land. Suddenly, the ship trembled violently. A tremendous force surged from the rear, causing the entire warship to tilt slightly. From an external perspective, one would witness the ship having furled its sails, racing forward at an astonishing speed. Due to the excessive velocity, the vessel seemed to skim above the surface of the sea, with only the stern remaining submerged. At the rear of the ship, Zephyr, upper body bear, hoisted the warship with both hands, his legs propelling him with blurring speed. With each kick, the warship accelerated further. The rapid increase in speed caused Robin to tumble overboard. Fortunately, Ross was nearby and swiftly grasped the collar of her shirt. Otherwise, she would have collided with the door. What has happened? Robin asked, feeling disoriented as the world spun around her. The warship has accelerated. We will reach the Holy Land in the shortest possible time, Ross replied, guiding Robin outside the cabin. Despite the ship tilting at nearly a 45-degree angle, he moved with ease, a testament to his formidable strength. Huh? Robin gazed at the inclined ship, bewildered. It was difficult for her to fathom how they could achieve such incredible speed, especially upon exiting the cabin and witnessing the massive waves produced by the ship's rapid movements. She could only stare in astonishment. St. Ross, is that a person? Robin's finger trembled as she pointed at Zephyr, struggling to believe they were being propelled forward by an individual. Zephyr, once an admiral, surpassed even Sakazuki in strength. It's true, Ross explained, making his way toward the stern. This statement held merit. Zephyr excelled in physical combat and hockey, making him particularly effective against Logia users. Under equal circumstances, Sakazuki indeed fell slightly short of Zephyr. However, while Sakazuki was still in his ascent, Zephyr had already reached his peak. Over time, the disparity between them would become evident. Zephyr, I appreciate your efforts. Time is of the essence. I need to rescue a remarkable woman. Ross reached the stern, offering an explanation to Zephyr. He could have chosen not to explain, but recognizing Zephyr's willingness to push the ship, he felt it necessary to provide some context. Since it's for a rescue, I have no objections. Pushing the ship is merely a test of strength for me, Zephyr replied, his energy seemingly inexhaustible. With precise control over his strength, he could maintain this effort for 3 days and nights. At our previous speed, we would require 3 days to reach the Holy Land. Zephyr, gauge your stamina. Once we arrive, others will manage the subsequent journey, so ensure you rest well, Ross advised thoughtfully. The stamina of an admiral was in an entirely different league. At his current capacity, he could push the ship for an hour before exhaustion. Yet with Zephyr, estimating his limits proved challenging. For him, this pace might feel like child's play. I understand, Zephyr responded, increasing his speed yet again. Ross could distinctly feel the acceleration, estimating it had at least increased by 30%. Their current velocity was now 4 times that of their initial speed. At this rate, they would reach the Holy Land in less than a day. Following that, with a change of vessels, they could likely arrive at Bartaylor Island within 2 days. This speed represented the pinnacle of what they could achieve. All that remained was to hope that this velocity would suffice to save her. Chapter 39. After Ross elucidated the situation, he did not continue to disturb Zephyr and took Robin away from the stern of the ship. The Marines aboard exhibited a slight sense of panic, yet they swiftly adapted under Sakazuki's leadership, whose fiery temperament naturally influenced those around him. Finding a secluded corner, Ross gently set Robin down, though he still grasped her arm. "Hold onto the railing. I wouldn't want you to accidentally tumble overboard." All right." Robin quickly extended her hands to clutch the railing. The warship was moving at a rapid pace, and with the ship's tilt, her small frame could easily be thrown overboard if she lost focus. "What do you plan to do after O'Hara's fall?" Ross asked bluntly, without treating Robin as a mere child. Though young, Robin had endured her share of life's tribulations and was as knowledgeable as Alvia, the esteemed historian. "Can you let me go?" Robin bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with hope. "Are you speaking of yourself, or you and Alvia?" Ross inquired with a hint of amusement. "I." Robin hesitated, recalling Alvia's actions, her gaze steadfastly transforming. "Just myself." "Just yourself?" Ross chuckled, ruffling Robin's hair. "Do you have any family out at sea?" "No." "What skills do you possess to sustain yourself?" "I can read history," Robin murmured softly. Ross shook his head in amusement, undeterred by Robin's disappointed expression, and pressed on. "Can you protect yourself? You are no longer a citizen of a member nation. Those without citizenship often end up enslaved." "I." Robin was rendered speechless. How would she protect herself? With her current abilities, she couldn't even defeat Alvia, let alone the pirates that lurked everywhere. At this moment, she felt her aspirations were rather naive. Indeed, even if Ross were to release her, could she truly take care of herself? Observing Robin's bewilderment, Ross's lips subtly curled upward. "Why do you wish to leave?" "I want to distance myself from Alvia," Robin declared without hesitation. She dared not voice her disdain for Ross. Her feelings toward him were complex, although she recognized Ross as the architect of her plight. Viewing it from his perspective led her to conclude that he hadn't erred in his actions. The historians led by Alvia were indeed mad, which justified the world government's annihilation of O'Hara. She learned just yesterday that the civilians of O'Hara had evacuated and only the historians had perished. Furthermore, the world government had not executed anyone. It was solely Ross who had killed Dr. Clover and Saul, the two closest individuals to her. Even if Ross acted under orders and treated her well, Robin still found it challenging to forgive him. As for the others, they had all fallen to Alvia's madness. "What comes next after escaping Alvia?" Ross raised an eyebrow. "Do you intend to let her continue her research into the forbidden history?" Robin's expression darkened. If Alvia, that madwoman, were to persist in her studies, then the lives of those historians would have been lost in vain. Robin did not expect Ross to intervene. She had nothing left to offer in exchange, and this was a promise Ross had made to Alvia. To her, Ross was a man of his word, and she hoped he would remain so. At least then, her guilt would diminish somewhat. After all, in a moment of crisis, she had been the one to advocate for Alvia's rescue, which ultimately led to Saul's demise. Saul need not have died if she had chosen to save him instead. Robin pondered in despair, her thoughts a chaotic whirlwind. With her limited experience and knowledge, she could hardly process the multitude of emotions, especially after the recent upheaval. Why this obsession with the forbidden history? Ross chuckled, glancing at Robin. "You are the youngest and most knowledgeable historian of ancient languages. Why pose such a question to me? I would ask you instead, why pursue the taboo?" "Ah, how do you know I understand ancient languages?" Robin trembled slightly, frightened by the realization that Ross recognized her as a historian. She was acutely aware that the world government had issued bounties for all historians from O'Hara who could speak the ancient tongue. "Do you think you have concealed yourselves well?" Ross chuckled, shaking his head, placing a hand atop Robin's head, and speaking earnestly. "Robin, remember, there are only secrets that others do not know. Once a second person is aware, it ceases to be a secret." "Is that so?" Robin pondered. Dr. Clover often claimed their research was clandestine and would not attract the attention of the world government. Yet, as Ross indicated, secrets are seldom undiscovered. Once the world government learns of O'Hara's endeavors, it would surely become engulfed in flames. "It all comes down to strength," Robin murmured. The power Sakazuki displayed yesterday vividly illustrated the potential dangers. Alas, O'Hara could never hope to possess strength comparable to Sakazuki's. Engaging in casual conversation with Robin was always a refreshing experience, requiring little mental exertion. He had long harbored feelings for her, and with the opportunity to nurture her from a young age, he would not let it slip by. Grandfather Clover said that the century is a blank history, and it is the duty of historians to unravel all historical gaps, Robin recited, pursing her lips. She did not fully grasp the significance of uncovering the voids. She merely committed it to memory as a tenet of a historian. However, the fate of O'Hara proved that Dr. Clover's assertion was erroneous. What is your perspective? Ross countered. Robin was astute. Despite her youth, her experiences had forged her own opinions. His role was simple, to guide her. Even if Robin were to embrace darkness, he would welcome it. I believe Grandfather Clover was mistaken. A glimmer of determination flashed in Robin's gaze. She held little suspicion toward Ross. After all, it would be child's play for him to eliminate her. In truth, she yearned to discern the validity of her thoughts, particularly after the events of yesterday that had irrevocably altered her perspective. Ross, I believe history has never been blank or false. Only those who survive are worthy of recording history. What we perceive as history is merely the narrative crafted by those who lived it. Attempting to restore the so-called blank century is ultimately futile. Chapter 40. The darkening of the little maid, a most intriguing perspective unfolded as Ross gazed at Robin. His expression tinged with surprise. Even he had not anticipated that a single blow would align Robin's thoughts so closely with those of Doflamingo. Doflamingo's assertion that justice must prevail? It is an inevitability, for only the victors can define justice. Yet, this notion has left a profound impression on many. Presently, Robin's ideology mirrors the belief that only the conquerors can inscribe history, a concept far more sophisticated than the simplistic historical scholarship prevalent in the pirate world. Ross found delight in the burgeoning ideas of Robin and resolved to seize the moment for further persuasion. How shall we record this? Robin inquired instinctively, though her mind was already forming conjectures. In the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar, the scholars of O'Hara defied the prohibitions of the world government, attempting to alter history in a bid to overthrow it. All who plotted rebellion were deemed traitors and executed by the world government, with O'Hara itself obliterated by Admiral Akainu. Ross was not speculating. He was stating facts. This was glaringly evident, and the documentation was prepared, awaiting its inscription in the annals of the world government. Upon hearing this, Robin fell into silence. After a considerable pause, a glimmer of contemplation flickered in her eyes. Lord Ross, I wish to propose a transaction. She could not bear to witness Alvia conducting her historical research unhindered. She yearned to see Alvia meet her reckoning and to witness her despair at the end. For this, she was willing to forsake her own self. Robin was uncertain of Ross's thoughts regarding her, yet their recent encounters had emboldened her. It seemed that whenever serious matters were discussed, Ross was amenable to bargaining or presenting her with options. Regardless of Ross's ulterior motives, as long as it facilitated her goals, she would comply with his wishes. Do tell, Ross replied, intrigued. Robin's proposition came more swiftly than he had anticipated. He had expected her to broach the subject years hence. He was left wondering whether the content of the transaction aligned with his own speculations. Gazing earnestly at Ross, Robin articulated her thoughts. To instill despair in Alvia, one must first offer her boundless hope. She understood that even if Alvia sought to study the historical texts, she would be under the scrutiny of Ross and the world government. Thus, Robin proposed that Alvia be allowed to fabricate the historical texts. And the cost? Ross inquired noncommittally. I have perused all the historical texts previously stored in O'Hara. All their research is imprinted in my mind. Robin gestured to her head, a hint of madness in her smile. I can meticulously construct a history most advantageous for the world government, to be publicly disseminated by Alvia herself. My sole request is that once Alvia makes this revelation, she understands that she is disseminating falsehoods. This was the most potent strategy she could conceive to shatter Alvia. Alvia, who had sacrificed her closest kin for the sake of historical truth. How could she possibly endure? If Alvia valued history above all, Then Robin would ensure its utter destruction. Still insufficient, Ross remarked coolly. To be forthright, Robin's proposal would undoubtedly entice the five elders. However, to Ross, it bore little significance. He could achieve such outcomes on his own. What was missing from Robin's terms was that which he desired most. Upon hearing Ross's tranquil words, Robin pressed her lips together. The two exchanged glances. A prolonged silence ensued. Ultimately, Robin's eyes dimmed. For the sake of Alvia, she was willing to do anything. I am prepared to bear the mark of the celestial dragon on my face. As she uttered these words, Robin seemed to have expended all her strength. Had Ross not held her, she might have fallen into the sea. No need for it to mar such a beautiful visage, Ross replied, gently toying with Robin's hair, a smile gracing his lips. I shall inscribe the exclusive mark of the Jago Lucia family upon your arm. From the moment it is etched, you shall be my maid. I understand. Robin's countenance turned ashen, as if consumed by despair. Yes, master. Hearing her response, hardly more than a whisper, Ross's lips curled into a subtle smile. Once assured that Robin could stand firm, he strode purposefully toward the cabin. In her practice the previous day, Robin had pondered countless scenarios wherein Ross did not eliminate her, even dreaming of them in her sleep. Her mention of becoming Ross's slave was merely one of those possibilities. So be it. To be Ross's slave was within her expectations. Both Alvia and Ross remained her adversaries, memories she could not erase. She held no animosity towards Ross for inciting Alvia. Had he not done so, another would have. Sooner or later, Alvia would cast her aside for the sake of historical texts. Her hatred lay in Ross's act of murdering Dr. Clover, in Ross's slaying of Saul. Once she had avenged herself upon Alvia, Ross would be next. Inside the cabin, Ross approached Alvia's quarters, a smile still adorning his face. Too naive, he mused. That fabricated expression of hers is nearly identical to my own when I feign submission. Language, actions, demeanor, even one's gaze can be masked, yet sometimes physiological responses betray even the most subtle of emotions. Robin, you displayed such resistance during our physical contact. Ross contemplated, his smile growing more delighted. If Robin were to transform into an obedient maid, it would strip away all semblance of amusement. He genuinely wished to witness how Robin would exact her revenge. Or perhaps, whether she would succumb first or if her quest for vengeance would reach its conclusion first. Lord Ross. Zanny's form appeared at his side. She had already concluded her communications with the Holy Land, remaining discreet while Ross conversed with Robin, following his directives to stay hidden. Did you sense that? Ross inquired with a grin. Yes, Nico. Robin has harbored 6 intentions to kill you, each accompanied by malice and hatred when discussing Alvia. Zanny reported respectfully, lowering her head. She possessed the powers of the succubus fruit, inherently able to perceive the emotions of others. Unless one wielded the advanced observation haki or possessed conqueror's haki, they would find it easy to be discerned by her. Even a girl like Robin, she could read her innermost emotions from hundreds of meters away. Chapter 41. Discussing history after parting ways with Robin, Ross swiftly made his way to Olivia's chamber. Apart from the treasures he had acquired from Sikaski, these two individuals were his most significant gains from coming to O'Hara. While they may not offer substantial assistance in his endeavors, they certainly provide him with considerable amusement. In his current station, enjoyment and delight hold far greater value than mere material pleasures. Without any intention of knocking, Ross pushed the door open and his gaze swept across the room, quickly landing on Olivia, who was seated at her desk. Due to the recent tremors from the ship, the room was in disarray, with bedding and chairs strewn across the floor. Yet Olivia showed no inclination to tidy up. Instead, she stood at the desk, engrossed in a historical document, protecting it from being blown away. The sound of Ross entering did not even draw her attention. So captivated was she. Ross approached her from behind, resting his left hand on her shoulder while his right arm lowered to support himself at her chest. Ross Saint. Olivia was startled by his sudden presence, but relaxed upon recognizing him. After securing the documents with a heavy object to prevent them from flying away, she leaned back against her chair, breathless. She dared not change her posture, fearing that Ross might alter his mind. At this moment, she had no other thoughts. Her sole desire was to delve into the historical texts and seize an opportunity, while Ross and the others were preoccupied to disseminate her findings widely. Should the opportunity elude her, she would preserve the translated history, confident that, as long as it remained undiscovered, someone would eventually unveil it to the world. This was the aspiration of all historians in O'Hara, and she was determined to fulfill it. How well versed are you in the history of the current world government? Ross held no sentiment of delicacy. He lifted Olivia and placed her on his lap, resuming his previous actions. Olivia was likely the most authoritative historian still in existence, with the possible exception of the ancient sages in the Holy Land who might know more than she. He was quite eager to understand the history of this world. However, it was evident that he could not glean insights from the celestial dragons, for he had discerned that they were either fools or riddlers. Even if he were to consult Saitan, he would likely gain no fruitful answers. Much of history had been sealed away, accessible only to the five elders. I have a fair understanding, Olivia replied. What specific information would you like to know, Ross Saint? Although she felt some discomfort from his actions, she endeavored to set aside her physical sensations and focus on his words. If Ross had an interest in history, it was undoubtedly favorable for her research. Share with me what you know about world history, starting with the origins of the Sea Circle calendar, Ross casually suggested. He did not expect to hear any explosive revelations, but would be content with discovering a few hidden secrets. Certainly, Olivia, relieved that Ross appreciated history, thus creating a more conducive environment for her studies, relaxed her body, gathered her thoughts, and began to recount. The history we know begins with the Sea Circle calendar, marking the inception of the current world order. Approximately 1,500 years ago, for reasons unknown, the world's foundation sank by 200 meters, separating the formerly contiguous continents. This phenomenon persisted for several decades, leading to the present global configuration. We designate the day of this monumental change as January 1st of the first year of the Sea Circle calendar. What about before the Sea Circle calendar? Ross inquired, intrigued. He had not previously concerned himself with such matters, but a 200-meter drop in the foundation was no trivial occurrence. Before the Sea Circle calendar, it was referred to as the Heavenly Calendar. Much of the history from that era has been submerged beneath the ocean, so my knowledge is limited, Olivia reflected before continuing. It is said that during the Heavenly Calendar period, humanity largely existed as slaves to various powerful races, lacking any means of rebellion. It was only following the cataclysm that humanity emerged as the central figures in this world, ushering in an era of internal strife among humankind. Every island became a nation of its own, with diverse fleets expanding outward, while other races were stifled by the ingenuity of humanity. Indeed, that sounds like a grand epic, Ross remarked, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, it was a chaotic yet prosperous time, with turmoil far surpassing the current age of piracy. Reaching a state where everyone was a soldier and everyone was enslaved, Olivia nodded earnestly, having already disregarded Ross's unconscious movements. By the way, though I am unaware of how your family history is recorded, according to the fragmented historical information we possess, the Jaguaruja family was first documented in the year 138 of the Sea Circle calendar. Such an early record? Ross arched an eyebrow, signaling Olivia to continue. He had assumed that the celestial dragon families had suddenly risen to prominence during that blank century, but upon further reflection, it was improbable that 20 nations could unite to establish the world government without a foundation of established powers. Yes, records from Jaguaruja Island indicate that in the year 138 of the Sea Circle calendar, the kingdom of Jaguaruja was founded with the first king named Saren. At that time, the kingdom of Jaguaruja was rather weak, but after 400 years of growth and expansion, it became one of the most powerful kingdoms in the South Sea. Subsequently, in the year 700 of the Sea Circle calendar, the world government was formally established, and the Jaguaruja family relinquished their ancestral land to become one of the celestial dragons. Olivia's eyes flickered. This was all known information. However, how the Jaguaruja family ascended to become celestial dragons was not documented in history. Prior to the establishment of the world government, the last recorded information regarding the Jaguaruja family was in the year 583 of the Sea Circle calendar, coinciding with the beginning of that blank century. The other celestial dragon families were similarly enigmatic. They had explored the ancestral lands of all celestial dragon families, with some yielding no historical information whatsoever. What transpired during that century? The collaboration of 20 kingdoms to create the world government is a monumental achievement worthy of being chronicled and celebrated throughout history. What events unfolded during those 100 years? Ross pondered, squeezing Olivia's hand playfully, fully aware of her intent to extract information from him or pique his curiosity. Unfortunately, he had no insights to offer and lacked any desire to investigate. However, the ancestral land of the Jaegerusha family was indeed worth exploring. In a world that revered lineage, he might uncover some treasures left behind by his forebears. Nonetheless, for now, there were more intriguing matters at hand. He felt a twinge of hunger. Chapter 42. Famish completed sea-level defeat. Power 10,000. Special reward. Ancient language B. Hiss. Olivia trembled on the bed, unable to move a finger. Her gaze towards Ross tinged with a hint of terror. She was not merely an innocent girl. She believed she would be unharmed. Yet she did not anticipate Ross's perverse nature. The warmth of compassion she once thought to be the brutal king's cruelty towards slaves was now her own bitter experience. The agony she felt, compounded by Ross's formidable physique, nearly overwhelmed her. Excellent. Ross nodded in satisfaction, while he felt a sense of pity for others. He harbored no such feelings for Olivia. If she did not cherish herself, why should he bother? He could always compensate with a few historical stone tablets later. Nevertheless, the experience of simultaneously developing 3 locations was indeed his finest yet. This sensation even slightly surpassed that of the long legs of the 1.8-meter beauty from Guion. After all, with her, he had to exercise a modicum of restraint. As long as you were satisfied, Olivia forced a smile. She had long foreseen this day. Her physical state mattered little. All she desired was to delve into the study of historical texts. Ross was indifferent to such matters. He found himself puzzled about whether the celestial dragons were unjustly ruling or merely fearful of Joy Boy's return. Yet, it hardly made sense. This world was rife with inhumane actions, and Ross did not delve too deeply into it. Ultimately, it boiled down to power and the human heart. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, they would command the world. Who cared about Joy Boy? Surely, no single individual could dominate the entire world. If he were truly that formidable, how could the world government have overthrown him? What his ancestors could achieve, there was no reason he could not replicate. Oh, and he had the system. Ross, invigorated, exited the room. As for the small hand that had suddenly appeared moments before, some things were better left unspoken. It sufficed for him to know what was in his heart without making it common knowledge. Ross Saint. Upon exiting, Zani approached him eagerly. How far are we from the Holy Land? Ross inquired. He had just indulged in an extended period of leisure, while the warship continued to surge forward at high speed. The sun had already set. Estimating, it had been around 7 or 8 hours since Zephyr began propelling the ship. They would likely reach the Holy Land in about 5 hours. Everything was prepared for his arrival, and he could set sail at any moment. 20 slaves with a bounty of 100 million and 10 users of the flying fruit abilities have been arranged for you. Zani reported meticulously as a dutiful steward. Very well. And what of Bartolomeo Island? Ross nodded in satisfaction. Having the identity of a celestial dragon made a significant difference. Had he been an ordinary pirate, by the time he reached Bartolomeo Island, that woman might have already met her demise. Moreover, it was possible that upon arrival, a figure cloaked in the mantle of justice might emerge and send him flying with a single punch. However, now, he was curious to see if that individual would dare to appear. The situation at Bartolomeo Island is stable. The woman has been examined by a doctor. According to the physician's assessment, she can last at most 3 days. Furthermore, childbirth could pose a fatal risk. Zani spoke respectfully. Is it certain that this information has not leaked? Ross's eyes narrowed. The doctor was brought by the family SCP-0, and all the CP agents who had previously located that woman had been executed by him. Zani softly replied that she was unaware of the woman's identity. But Ross valued her, which was sufficient. Regardless of whether the child she carried bore the bloodline of the Jaegerusha family, she needed to be regarded as a second-tier priority. The CP-0. Ross did not finish his thought, but Zani understood his implication. That CP0 is loyal to Saint Satan. I entered CP0 in the same batch as him. We share some acquaintances, and I have requested him to maintain confidentiality for the time being. Based on my understanding of him, he will keep the secret until your arrival, but he will undoubtedly report everything to Saint Satan afterward, Zani explained. I will leave this matter to you. Even if it is exposed to Saint Satan, I will not hold you accountable, Ross said with a smile as he made his way to his cabin. They were about to reach the Holy Land. He needed to rush to the South Sea. To leave it in my hands. Ross Saint, your trust in me is truly remarkable. Zani's eyes sparkled momentarily, her face displaying a hint of languor. While being trusted was a positive thing, she preferred to follow orders. Rather than such high expectations of trust, a few days of leave would be more gratifying. Alas, Walter's strength seems mediocre. Perhaps I should find an opportunity to discreetly eliminate him to avoid hindering his highness and adding to my burdens. Zephyr was as strong as a monster. He arrived an hour early, delivering the warship to the Holy Land of Mariehua. This was merely the warship's limit, not Zephyr's. Once Zephyr disembarked, he was only slightly out of breath. Ross surmised Zephyr still had half his strength remaining. Indeed, a general-level powerhouse was formidable like a beast. Ross and his companions acted swiftly, declining Sakazuki's offer to follow, and boarded the dedicated vessel prepared by the world government for him. Zani, I entrust you with the subsequent arrangements. He had previously reported this matter to Saint Satan. Since it was tacitly approved, there would be no further complications. What a bother. Instructor Zephyr, please take a moment to rest. Zani nodded toward Zephyr, who stood nearby, and approached a group of slaves. In an instant, she transformed into her succubus form. Pink ripples spread outward, enveloping the slaves and users of abilities before her. Enchantment was a fundamental capability of a succubus. Such an overt ability had little effect on the strong, but mesmerizing those with bounties of around 100 million was effortless. In mere moments, all gazes turned toward Zani, filled with madness and obsession. Follow my commands. 2 shifts, 24 hours of relentless speed ahead. Commence operations now. Group 1, push the ship from the stern, and Group 2, the flying abilities team, pull from the front. Yes, the resounding, synchronized voices erupted as the slaves, invigorated as if struck by a surge of energy, leapt into the sea, beginning to swim and push the ship forward. While these slaves could not compare to Zephyr, rotating in groups of 10, along with 5 flying ability users pulling from the front, their speed was not significantly slower than Zephyr propelling the vessel. Chapter 43. The wrong time meets the wrong person on the island of Bartalera in the South Sea, Port Gasti. Rouge lay in bed, her belly prominently rounded. At this moment, her delicate features were further marred by an expression of anxiety. To protect the life of the child within her, she had endured a pregnancy that spanned an arduous 22 months. Initially, as the naval forces and the world government's search for her diminished after 20 months, she felt a sense of relief. However, who could have anticipated the sudden reappearance of CP agents within her vicinity, actively searching for someone matching her appearance? This revelation made her heart race, forcing her to endure for an additional 2 months. She could feel her body nearing its limits. Just days prior, she had even succumbed to unconsciousness. Rouge was uncertain whether she would be able to bring her child into the world safely. Regret flooded her thoughts. What began as love for that man had transformed into a profound affection for the life she carried. This was a life she had nurtured, and regardless of the circumstances, she longed for it to be born safely and to grow up healthy. Her remaining wish was singular. Yesterday, she had overheard voices outside her door. The pursuers had mentioned that if they could not find her by the next day, they would prepare to withdraw. For some time, she had not stepped outside. Meals were delivered by a kind little girl from next door. This was how she had survived during the previous searches, so she did not believe she had been exposed this time. If she could hold out just one more day, she would enlist her neighbor's help to arrange for someone to assist with the birth and care for her child. Her neighbor, an elderly gentleman, had taken in several orphans from the village and had always been kind to her. Surely, he would help her care for her child. That thought brought a smile to her face, though it was fleeting, soon eclipsed by a sudden knock at the door. Who could it be? Rouge covered her mouth. her heart racing as she glanced towards the entrance. At this hour, her neighbor would not come looking for her, and the other islanders believed she had left, entirely unaware that she still resided there. It was inconceivable that someone would come now. Could it be her pursuers? "Excuse me," a gentle male voice spoke from outside. The door creaked open, and sunlight flooded the dim room, momentarily blinding Rouge. In preparation for an unexpected search, she had sealed her windows and drawn the curtains, creating the illusion of an unoccupied space. Now, with an unfamiliar stranger entering, her anxiety surged to an all-time high. She heard footsteps approaching, stopping at the foot of her bed. As her eyes adjusted to the light, she beheld a strikingly handsome man, reminiscent of a prince from a fairy tale, exuding an air of noble elegance. This man was unlike any she had known before. Even the prince of the Bartellera kingdom paled in comparison to his radiance. As her mind drifted to the father of her unborn child, a complex swirl of emotions washed over her. He had abruptly entered her life, compelled her in ways she never anticipated, and then just as suddenly abandoned her. She struggled to form an opinion. Had it not been for him, her years would not have been fraught with such hardship. Yet he was deceased now, having met a dramatic end that also claimed countless innocent lives. The island of Bartellera had not always been so tranquil. The onset of the Great Pirate Era had brought a horde of pirates to its shores, and the local populace had suffered greatly. Young women she had known, whose weddings she had attended as a bridesmaid, were now victims of this turmoil. Merely hearing her neighbor recount the tragedies filled her with a profound sorrow. In truth, her feelings towards that man were likely dominated by anger and hatred. Yet, the child was innocent. All she desired was for her baby to be born and to live a good life. "Who are you?" Rouge finally asked, unable to contain her unease as the man remained silent. She lacked extensive knowledge of the world, unlike him, who had traversed its many corners. To her, this nobleman was the most exquisite and charismatic individual she had ever encountered. If he were affiliated with the world government, he must belong to the upper echelons of society. J. Galicia Rose Saint, that is my name. Finally, I have found you. He gazed upon the pale, sickly beauty before him, scrutinizing her closely. Rouge's appearance might have been rated merely above average, yet she radiated a maternal glow, an intrinsic warmth that stirred something within him. Beautiful exteriors were commonplace, but resilient souls were rare. This woman, who had stubbornly carried her child for 22 grueling months, warranted his deliberate visit. Port de Rouge, if I am not mistaken? Indeed, that is correct. Greetings, Lord Rose Saint. The knowledge that he knew her name intensified her anxiety. She remained oblivious to the true significance of Saint, believing it merely to be part of his name. Call me Rose Saint, or any other name you prefer. Saint is merely a title of respect, Madame Gol. He smiled at her, revealing yet another layer of her identity. The Pirate King's true name was Gol D. Roger, and by addressing her as Lady Gol, he implied her connection to him. Please, just call me Rouge. I do not wish to hear that name again. Are you a member of the world government? Her body trembled slightly, yet at that moment, a wave of relief washed over her. She had finally been discovered, and with that realization, she released all her pent-up tension, for it had become irrelevant. Given Roger's actions, she had often wished for the world government to eliminate his entire lineage, let alone the organization itself. Surely, you must be aware of what the world government ought to do: eliminate you. It seemed Roger had not informed her of the implications. Rose Saint had been observing Rouge closely and noted her reaction upon hearing Roger's name, as well as her desire to distance herself from him. From what he could gather, her time spent with Roger was shorter than her pregnancy, and Roger had departed without waiting for the child's birth, leaving chaos in his wake. While such matters may have been trivial to someone like Roger, for Rouge, the relentless pursuit and inability to give birth to her child was an unbearable burden. It was likely that she harbored a latent resentment towards Roger. However, under such immense pressure, she had little time to contemplate, with the desire to give birth becoming her sole obsession. Chapter 44. A deeply disturbing realization. Lu Jiao pressed her lips together as she inquired, her mind brimming with questions. Given the circumstances, it would be prudent to clarify matters concerning her child. Alas, she might never discover whether her offspring was a boy or a girl. The world government was established by 20 kings, among whom was J. Roger. Roger's act of surrender was not a genuine attempt to atone for his life as a pirate. Rather, he sought to transform his public execution into a grand spectacle for pirates. Different individuals must adopt diverse approaches. Lu Jiu, a commoner who had not suffered persecution from the world government, could engage in a normal conversation. Human emotions rarely align, and some might even perceive the oppressed as overly sentimental. Furthermore, Lu Jiu was in a stable condition, allowing her some time for dialogue. Only with Lu Jiu's fervent desire to survive could Stella's healing fruit be fully realized. Stella was poised just outside the door, ready to intervene at any moment, and he harbored no concerns for Lu Jiu's safety. Given Lu Jiu's current plight, she needed to harness this ability to preserve her life. In the future, when Ji Yuan obtained that fruit and awakened its power to bestow life upon others, the concept of eternal motion could be achieved. Stella healed ailments and wounds, while Ji Yuan transmitted vitality. Together, their powers could approximate immortality. Lu Jiu contemplated Ross's words, and her gaze towards him shifted. The 20 kings of the world government had been a topic she had heard about, despite her life in the South Sea. Ross, was he not one of the celestial dragons? It dawned on her that all celestial dragons might resemble Ross. Even someone like her, deemed wretched, was treated with a modicum of gentleness as he elucidated the situation. The world government, it seemed, was not entirely malevolent, having never experienced a better existence. She mused that after 800 years of world government rule, it had somehow endured without descending into utter chaos. Pirates had occasionally appeared, but they seldom troubled the island of Badalara, allowing her life to remain relatively tranquil. It was only after Roger ignited the great pirate era that the seas erupted into turmoil, bringing calamity to Badalara. Regarding the world government's manhunt, Lu Jiu believed herself guilty. Had it not been for her child, she would have long lost the will to live, especially since many innocent lives have been harmed due to her actions during that upheaval. Do you not find any issue with that manhunt? Ross softly inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Jiu's expression. What do you mean? Confusion washed over Lu Jiu's face. She genuinely did not grasp the problem at hand. This matter was not meant for your knowledge. Ross sighed, a hint of pity crossing his features. However, the world government has entrusted me with it now. I desire to prevent innocent individuals from being implicated and to ensure that malevolent figures do not meet a peaceful end. That is only right. Lu Jiu instinctively nodded. Her palms clenched tightly. She remained unaware of what Ross referenced, but the way he regarded her instilled a sense of unease. Even a rational person could discern that Ross was implying something concerning her. I wish to ask a question. Prior to Roger's execution, how many individuals were aware of your connection to him? Ross's voice resonated as he gestured with his hands. Stella, stationed by the door, grasped the cue and entered, closing the door behind her, standing by the bed like a maid, ready to provide treatment to Lu Jiu. Lu Jiu could not endure any distress. Ross needed to proceed with utmost caution. Knowledgeable individuals? Upon hearing Ross finally broach the subject, Lu Jiu felt a wave of relaxation. If the matter had not been public, it would have left her in perpetual anxiety. Now that it was out in the open, death seemed inevitable, a fate she had long prepared for. However, Ross's question, I have never left Badalara, and no one knows Roger's identity. Only I am privy to it. As for your question, I can assure you that none among my acquaintances are aware of the child's identity. Lu Jiu was certain of this. Perhaps the grandfather from her neighbor's house had speculated, but he certainly did not qualify as a knowledgeable insider. Roger would have remained oblivious to this matter before his demise. Thus, a new question arose. Ross's gaze toward Lu Jiu grew increasingly sorrowful, making her slightly uncomfortable even while lying down. Such pity was unfamiliar to her. It felt peculiar. What question? Lu Jiu instinctively asked, the ambiguous sensation weighing heavily on her. Given that no one in your vicinity is aware, how did the world government learn of Roger's offspring? Indeed, since there were no knowledgeable parties around her, there could not have been any leaks. Logically, only she and Roger possessed this information. Based on the existing outcomes, the world government had initiated a manhunt for Roger's bloodline, specifically within the South Sea. Thus, How did the world government come to know of this? Lu Jiao abruptly lifted her head, her gaze fixed intently on Ross, her voice trembling with urgency. Sir, please tell me the answer. Ross, as a celestial dragon, undoubtedly understood the full scope of this matter. Otherwise, he would not have been able to locate her. Surely, you already possess the answer in your heart, do you not? Ross countered, his eyes reflecting a profound compassion. In this world, truly, not a single figure related to her father was virtuous. Roger's judgment was questionable. Rather than entrusting his progeny to Rayleigh or other companions, he chose to confide in Garp. Had this matter gone unmentioned, no one would have suspected Roger of having an heir, allowing Lu Jiao and her unborn child to lead a normal existence. Regardless of what the future held, it could hardly be worse than the present. Did Roger disclose this? Why would he do so? Lu Jiao's face bore a hint of self-mockery. Indeed, since there were only two individuals in the know, and she had not leaked any information, the only possible leaker was Roger himself. Perhaps Roger merely spoke without thinking. Yet his declaration about everyone seeking his treasure revealed him to be a man of loose lips. Thus, her current predicament, a pregnant woman in the South Sea facing the onslaught of the Navy and the world government, was all rooted in Roger's own actions. Chapter 45, Birth Roger. Lu Jiao clenched her fists tightly, her breath quickening with anger. Due to her past experiences, her feelings for Roger had nearly been extinguished. Now, learning that her suffering and that of her child were entirely due to him only deepened her resentment. She could endure her own torment, but her unborn child was innocent. Whoever sought her child's life would face her wrath. Previously, she had directed all her negative emotions toward the Navy and the world government. It was only now that she realized both were merely acting reactively. If Roger had not leaked information, none of this would have transpired. Roger, that child is yours too. Tears streamed down Lu Jiao's face as she felt a profound sense of despair, realizing she had entrusted her fate to the wrong person. Madam, do not become overly agitated. It could harm the child, Ross said, gently sitting beside her on the bed. He grasped Lu Jiao's hand with his left while wrapping his right arm around her shoulder, allowing her to lean against him. He harbored no ill intentions, merely wishing to convey the truth. In her moment of anguish, Lu Jiao required only a shoulder to lean on. Thus, he was indeed a good man. I am sorry. I lost my composure. Lu Jiao pressed against Ross's chest, tears flowing uncontrollably. Yet she attempted to suppress her emotions as pain surged through her abdomen. She knew she was unlikely to survive, but all she wished for was her child's survival. Surely, Ross, being a good man, would grant her request. In Lu Jiao's mind, Roger was Roger, she was she, and the child was a separate entity. The sins committed by Roger had no bearing on the child. Even if the child shared his bloodline, from the moment Roger leaked secrets, that bond ceased to exist. The child within her was solely her bloodline, and nothing more. Stella. Ross sensed Lu Jiao trembling in his embrace, and, realizing the gravity of the moment, exchanged a glance with Stella. She hurried to the other side of the bed, placing her hands on Lu Jiao's abdomen. Who are you? Lu Jiao, in excruciating pain and lacking the strength to resist, nonetheless regarded Stella with trepidation. She possessed the healing fruit, and if Lu Jiao could hold on, she could ensure their safety. Trust me, your child can indeed. Lu Jiao recognized the subtext in Ross's words, lifting her gaze to meet the man's eyes filled with hope. If only she had met him first. Rest assured, hatred need not be perpetuated by blood. Unless you and your child choose to acknowledge Roger and inherit his legacy, you are not bound to him in any way. Ross spoke soothingly, aiming to help Lu Jiao relax. Given the circumstances, he desired both mother and child to survive. If Lu Jiao could live, Ace's future would likely unfold as he hoped. Thank you. Lu Jiao felt all tension dissipating. The string she'd been holding taut finally snapped, not through her fragility, but through a conscious release. Even if her demise was probable, the survival of her child was sufficient. The bearer of the healing fruit should be able to save this child who arrived past the normal gestation period. Should she not? Master, please assist in removing her garments. I need to prepare for the delivery, Stella urged Ross, having recently acquired extensive medical knowledge from the doctors in the Holy Land. Certainly, Ross extended his hand, carefully tearing away the fabric of Lu Jio's lower skirt. With his current strength, it was a simple task to destroy the clothing without harming Lu Jio. Anticipating such a scenario, he had ensured Stella learned the necessary skills, and with his assistance, there were no significant issues. They worked diligently until nightfall. Ross held a newborn in his arms, while Lu Jio had drifted into a deep sleep, her complexion not overly fatigued. The healing fruit had proven extraordinarily potent. Lu Jio, who had been on the brink of death, felt a significant recovery, though her body still required replenishment to achieve full health. Stella, you have worked hard. Ross gently placed the infant on Lu Jio's bed, then lifted the exhausted Stella from the chair, carrying her toward the door. The toll on Stella had been considerable, expending her life force for the treatment. It's nothing. Saving Sister Lu Jio fills my heart with joy. Despite her fatigue, Stella wore a radiant smile. She was inherently kind. Even without Ross's guidance, she would have chosen to help Lu Jio upon hearing her story. Rest assured, the life force you have expended will be restored to you, Ross said, ruffling Stella's golden hair, akin to petting a docile kitten. The once empty house had become their temporary residence, and after departing from Lu Jio's home, Ross soon arrived at the neighboring abode. Your Highness. Zanny opened the door for Ross, her demeanor respectful as she followed closely beside him. Since the last time Ross had appointed her to lead, her manner of addressing him had shifted. Is the matter resolved? It is resolved. He did not have the opportunity to report to Saint Satan. Only the dead can keep secrets, Zanny replied softly. Trusting Ross, she was determined to handle the situation adeptly. And what of the subsequent matters? Ross was pleased with Zanny's actions. She was far superior to Guernica. Near the island of Battleira, I encountered a retired vice admiral. We clashed and ultimately perished together, Zanny reported, unfazed. Whose vice admiral was he? Ross raised an eyebrow. A retired vice admiral, a significant figure. Even as a rear admiral, he had already attained the rank of vice admiral. Having once served with Vice Admiral Karp, their relationship akin to that of mentor and friend, Zanny respectfully informed him. Although that Vice Admiral has aged and can no longer exhibit the full strength of his rank, he was once formidable. A surprise attack could easily lead to mutual destruction with CP0, Ross mused. Karp, huh? Ross nodded, acknowledging her words, his gaze shifting to Zephyr seated in the living room. Without high-ranking protection, he dared not approach Battleira Island. After a day of rest, Zephyr had nearly regained his strength. Saint Ross, there is no need to regard me. Zephyr suddenly opened his eyes, having overheard Zanny and Ross's conversation, which they had not bothered to conceal. Or perhaps, upon setting foot on the island, he had surmised Ross's intentions. He had not anticipated that the Pirate King Roger truly had a bloodline. Even more astonishing was the realization that there were individuals within the Navy involved in this matter, knowingly remaining silent. Roger was merely a villain who instigated the Great Pirate Era. Did the Navy truly wish to protect the progeny of such a man? Karp had pursued Roger for decades. I suspect there exists a mutual understanding between them, Zephyr stated candidly. He and Karp shared a long-standing camaraderie, though he disapproved of Karp's demeanor. That reckless attitude was in stark contrast to his pursuit of justice. Friendship is one thing, but principles are another. Zephyr was fully aware of this distinction. Chapter 46, as for Ace and Karp, let's set that aside for now. If you were to come to Bartolomeo Island, before Ross could finish his sentence, Zephyr interjected with a resolute tone, rest assured, with me here, he cannot harm you. While Karp's strength surpasses his own to some extent, it does not imply that he is without means to contend with Karp. Both are formidable martial artists, and if it were a matter of determining a victor, it would take at least a celestial event to do so. Moreover, Karp has no compelling reason to engage him in battle. To fight over the bloodline of Roger? Such words would only invite ridicule upon the Navy. If it were just Ross and the others, Karp might indeed resort to action, as long as no one is aware. This matter would remain concealed. However, even if Karp were stronger, he could not easily eliminate him, thus providing ample time for others to relay crucial information. For this reason alone, Karp would hesitate to act recklessly. Karp holds no regard for the world government, which in turn overlooks him due to his formidable prowess. Yet, should he dare to transgress the world government's boundaries, no matter the cost, death would be his only fate. Now that you've articulated that, I can rest easy. Ross replied with a smile, pleased with Zephyr's stance. Might I be so bold as to inquire how you intend to deal with that mother and child? Zephyr turned his gaze to Ross. His relationship with Ross was distinct from that with others. Though he occupied a superior position, his strength allowed him the freedom to switch allegiance to another celestial dragon without consequence from the world government. Thus, compared to others, he spoke with greater informality. This was also true of his remarks regarding Lucille. Ace possesses significant potential, but only if he can be kept under control. Even the most exquisite weapon must not harm its master. This arrangement is ideal. Should the need arise, I can guide the child along the path of righteousness. Zephyr's expression softened slightly. It was precisely because his family had been implicated that he did not wish to bring them further harm. If that were to occur, how was he any different from the ruthless pirates? Yet, should his family choose to engage in malevolence, he would show no leniency. Once he matures a bit, I will entrust his training to you. Ross nodded with a smile, beckoning Zani and heading straight to Lucille's residence. He lacked the patience to train Ace himself. At most, he could offer some mental guidance. With Zephyr's assistance, the situation could not be more favorable. 2 hours later, Lucille awoke from her stupor. This was the most restful sleep she had experienced in 2 years. Throughout that time, carrying Roger's child had kept her in a constant state of anxiety, compounded by the physical strain of enduring the pregnancy without giving birth. She had worried about the potential dangers to her child, yet the steadily strong heartbeat always brought her comfort. This child was resilient. Despite enduring such hardships, he persisted. If the baby could endure, what reason did she have to give up? At last, everything had come to a close. Lucille slowly opened her eyes, feeling the weakness in her body and the emptiness in her abdomen, jolting awake from her daze. "Where's the baby?" The familiar voice from behind her soothed her. She couldn't fathom why. Having just met Ross today, she felt he was far more reliable than Roger. Perhaps it stemmed from Roger's choice to abandon her at her most desperate hour, while Ross had chosen to stand by her side, offering her hope. "Sir." Lucille struggled to rise. Ross did not grant her that opportunity, extending his hand to gently press her back onto the bed. "Your only task now is to rest. I shall take care of the child for the time being, and I will arrange for someone to assist." "Thank you." Lucille pressed her lips together, feeling warmth fill her heart for the first time in ages. So this is what tenderness feels like. She had never experienced it before. "Is it a boy? Does he have a name?" Ross sat beside her bed, cradling the infant, presenting a heartwarming scene of a family of 3. He had previously mentioned the name Ace, but I do not wish to bestow that name. Mentioning Roger, a hint of resentment flickered in Lucille's eyes. Her suffering stemmed almost entirely from him. Had Roger not revealed her secret, would she have endured such hardship over the past 2 years? How many innocent children and women in the South Seas would have avoided such a dreadful fate? Let it be this name then. Ace, like the sword Roger wielded, symbolizes severing the era he created. Isn't that a fitting conclusion? Ross maintained his smile, not intending to alter the name Ace. The name Ace would inevitably draw connections to Roger. In 20 years, he hoped that Ace would completely eradicate the age of pirates. The impact of this would far exceed his own intervention. Furthermore, with 2 decades of preparation, he would surely possess the strength to contend with him. At that time, the balance of power would shift. Then let it be called Ace. Upon hearing Ross's words, Lucille acquiesced to the name. If Ace could indeed achieve the outcome Ross envisioned, then that conclusion would be the most unbearable for the deceased Roger. "Sir Ross, why are you being so kind to us?" With the pain subsiding, Lucille's thoughts began to wander. She could not comprehend why Ross had chosen to save her. At her most dire moment, as she brought Ace into the world, she had sensed death beckoning her. To wrest life from the clutches of death surely demanded a tremendous price. Was she truly worthy of such sacrifice? To carry a child for 22 months, solely for the purpose of bringing him into this world, is an act of great valor. Ross spoke softly, a smile gracing his lips. "You should not be tainted by Roger's misdeeds. He is a villain who unleashed the world's evils, while you are merely a mother wishing for her child to survive. Thank you for seeing me this way." Lucille found herself at a loss for words. The torment of the past 2 years seemed to dissipate entirely in light of Ross's words. "Now, your health is paramount. Once you regain your strength, I shall gradually share certain matters with you. For now, let me feed you. You have depleted your body too much and require nourishment. Ross carefully assisted Lucille into a sitting position, placing Ace in her arms before taking the porridge from Zani. Lucille tightened her grip on Ace, her gaze instinctively drifting toward Zani. Previously, Stella had been an exceptionally striking woman, and now Zani appeared even more radiant. No one could compare to her. For reasons unknown, a pang of jealousy unexpectedly surged within Lucille. Now open your mouth. Hearing the gentle voice beside her, Lucille's cheeks flushed, and she instinctively obeyed, parting her lips. Soon, she felt the tender porridge enter her mouth, and she realized what was happening, her tongue rolling the porridge before swallowing. At that moment, she couldn't even bear to look at Ross. Surely, he had noticed her earlier oddity. It was too embarrassing. Chapter 47. The uninvited guest Ross did not linger long. After feeding, he took his leave, leaving Zani to care for Lugio, not feeling rushed about subsequent matters. When one's life is surrounded by individuals from a particular faction, even without deliberate indoctrination, one inevitably aligns oneself with that group. The whispers of outsiders pale in comparison to personal experience. However, it is essential to ensure that individual enjoys some comfort. Otherwise, it may produce counterproductive results. In the following days, Ross completely relaxed. Each morning, he accompanied Zephyr to practice on the beach. In the afternoons, he settled in Lugio's home to read books and newspapers. And by night, he engaged in games with Stella, leading a remarkably fulfilling life. Even ordinary individuals in the pirate world boast robust physiques, further enhanced by top-tier recuperation. By the third day, Lugio was able to rise from her bed and walk. By the fifth day, she had fully recovered. After giving birth to Ace, Lugio seemed to radiate a gentle aura, drawing even Ross's occasional attention. Ross did not attempt to conceal his feelings. Being a celestial dragon, he embraced compassion. However, this blissful period came to an abrupt end on the seventh day. Admiral Karp had arrived, discreetly approaching the island by swimming. Zephyr opened the door, a hint of mockery in his expression. In just a few days, with Ross's identity and wealth, he could easily bribe everyone on Bartai Island, equipping each household with a common snail phone. Even if Karp could evade the watchful eyes of the world government, upon stepping foot on this island, he would inevitably receive reports. Previously, Karp had merely speculated. Now he could confirm it. The esteemed Navy hero Karp truly knew the whereabouts of Roger's offspring. Choosing to watch the innocent suffer in the South Blue rather than disclose this secret. Given their familiarity, would he merely cast a furtive glance or attempt to seize the child? Ross rose slowly, his bones cracking audibly. Ross, strength, B, Vice Admiral, combat skills, Conqueror S hockey. Armament acquis, A, observation acquis, C, swordsmanship, C, marksmanship, D, martial art, C. During these days, with Zephyr as a training partner, he had sufficiently honed the strength he had acquired. While this power may fall short against Karp, in a situation where Karp was not fully engaged, he would not be swiftly defeated. It would depend on the nature of Karp and Roger's agreement. Should they have agreed to assist in caring for Ace, Karp's character might indeed prompt him to resort to abductive measures. Zephyr snorted. He had never held a fondness for Karp's disposition, and his disdain had only deepened. Even in death, Roger's influence continued to affect countless individuals. Such a person hardly warranted sympathy. Moreover, he was certain that Karp would not come to Lugio's aid. His concern was solely for Roger's progeny. If he truly cared, he would have found a way to rescue her long ago. From Zephyr's understanding, Karp was likely grappling internally with whether to save Roger's child. Back then, he was simply an ordinary sailor, brash and impulsive, a trait that had not changed with time. Zephyr scoffed. Ross did not harbor a fondness for Karp. Karp professed his principles, yet upon reviewing his life's actions, it seemed he had accomplished much, yet left behind an abundance of regrets. There was a time when a band of pirates seized the palace of a member country, holding hostages in 4 separate locations. Crane, Sengoku, and Karp undertook the mission to rescue them. Reflecting on past events, Zephyr sighed. At that time, the world government decided to bombard the palace, intending to kill everyone. The Navy headquarters instructed us that we had but one opportunity to rescue them, Should we exceed the time limit, the bombardment would commence. We four agreed to strike simultaneously. Sengoku and Crane opted for cunning, luring away the captors, successfully rescuing all hostages. And you and Carp? Ross inquired. Sengoku and Crane's choices and outcomes were not surprising. But Zephyr's statement indicated that his and Carp's decisions had diverged significantly. I sought to be the unsung hero, opting for a stealthy approach to incapacitate the guards. Carp, meanwhile, drew a considerable number of defenders, making my task surprisingly smooth. Although I was eventually discovered, I managed to rescue the hostages just before they could be used as leverage. On Carp's side, he unexpectedly chose to charge in recklessly. The noise he created was tremendous, and Sengoku found it utterly amusing. Afterward, he even expressed gratitude to Carp, believing Carp had deliberately drawn attention to facilitate our rescue. In reality, Carp hadn't contemplated such strategy. He simply believed that his brazen actions would suffice to save everyone. The outcome was mediocre at best. After a fierce battle, 20 hostages were taken. With the exception of the crucial prince, all others perished in the crossfire. In terms of mission results, he had saved a key figure and avenged many by eliminating several pirates. Yet, I have consistently disapproved of his actions. He is at best a brute, unworthy of the title hero. Zephyr scoffed. The term hero held a complex meaning for him. In his youth, he bore similarities to Carp, albeit with a slight edge of intellect, yet both shared idealistic convictions. It was only after a personal tragedy that he awakened and transformed. Nevertheless, he still hoped for more heroes in this world, though certainly not of Carp's ilk. But Carp is a Navy hero, Ross teased. You know better than I how he earned that title. Zephyr's expression darkened. Should Carp have saved the Navy or a nation? Leading to his acknowledgement as a Navy hero, he would have accepted it wholeheartedly. The crux lies in the fact that Carp saved the celestial dragons of God Valley and partnered with Roger's pirates to vanquish the Rocks pirates, which is what elevated him to hero status. The value of this achievement was so inflated that it sullied the notion of heroism in his eyes. Indeed, he is a hero. Who could dispute my status as a celestial dragon? Ross smiled, relishing the rare moment of Zephyr's unease. Carp saved celestial dragons, and the world government tacitly recognized him as a Navy hero. That was beyond question. That is true. I nearly forgot you're also a celestial dragon. Zephyr shook his head, often finding pleasure in Ross's company, to the point where he subconsciously overlooked Ross's identity. In everyday interactions, Ross exhibited none of the repugnant traits typically associated with celestial dragons, only revealing a hint of malicious humor during missions. Chapter 48. The Abduction Indeed. If Carp is a reckless man, would he dare to act in broad daylight? Ross approached the window, gazing across at the house of Lugio. From his vantage point, he could see Lugio cradling Ace by the window, while Zanny rested on the nearby sofa. Sensing his gaze, Lugio looked up in confusion, their eyes meeting perfectly. Upon noticing Ross's attention, a look of joy crossed Lugio's face as she waved Ace's small arm in greeting. Zifa observed this scene with a sense of unease. The amicable interaction between a celestial dragon and the wife and child of Roger felt inherently strange. Based on my understanding of him, if I were absent, he would certainly make a move. However, knowing I am present, he will likely seek to divert my attention, Zifa remarked. Carp would not dare to abduct someone in front of him. Otherwise, it would be foolish behavior, akin to wearing a sign reading, "I intend to betray the Navy." Even if he wished to assess the situation discreetly, Carp would not brazenly appear in the daylight. Carp simply prefers to rely on his fists rather than his brain. But that does not imply he is unaware of what is permissible. If he were truly reckless, he would have long since severed ties with the celestial dragons. In light of this, we shall await the arrival of night. I have heard that Carp does not favor the use of observation hockey. Zifa chuckled, stating, his physical prowess surpasses mine, with his Busashoka hockey leaning more toward offense than defense. And he also possesses Conqueror's hockey, rendering him more powerful than I. Yet, when it comes to observation hockey, he is hardly any better than a novice. It seems that for those at your level, the significance of observation hockey diminishes greatly? Ross inquired curiously. Some individuals, through rigorous training, can even acquire extraordinary abilities, such as foresight, telepathy, and the ability to hear the voices of all things, which are all derivatives of observation haki. It is not without merit. Admirals come in various forms. For instance, Sakazuki and Borsalino are entirely different in nature. Zifa shook his head, explaining earnestly, with Sakazuki's physique, even with slightly inferior observation haki, he can still contend effectively against opponents of equal rank, compensating through attack and defense. However, if Borsalino's observation haki were lacking, he could be severely injured by Sakazuki exploiting a weakness. Observation haki is indeed valuable, but once one's physical capabilities are sufficient to withstand high-intensity battles at the same level, its utility is considerably diminished. If one avoids exhausting their stamina through direct confrontation, a powerful admiral can unleash continuous strikes without the need for evasion. Therefore, engaging an opponent like Garp with speed is of little significance. Ross pondered thoughtfully. Ross, you are a genius. I concur with that sentiment. Perhaps in a few years, you will possess the strength to surpass both me and Garp. Zifa smiled broadly, having trained with Ross daily and knowing his capabilities intimately. However, should you encounter Garp now, I implore you to flee without hesitation. If he lacks the interest to pursue you, you may find an opportunity to escape. Strength in both speed and power? Ross raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Garp excels in both speed and strength, though his defense and observation haki are somewhat lacking. Yet with his speed, the average person's observation haki would find it difficult to respond in time. Even I would struggle to evade an attack, while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Direct confrontation remains the optimal strategy. If one possessed Borsalino's fruit and subsequently awakened its powers, long-range attrition could be contemplated, Zifa elucidated. For now, we must regard Garp as a hypothetical enemy. I must ensure Ross comprehends the true extent of his threat. I genuinely fear Ross might impulsively rush into the battlefield between him and Garp, despite Ross's considerable strength, surpassing some vice admirals. It is still premature to meddle in the affairs of admirals. Understood. Ross nodded lightly, displaying little emotion. He had attained his current strength in less than 2 months. With at least 22 years remaining before any complications arise involving the Celestial Dragons, he mused that if he were to eliminate one C-class pirate each day, he would soon surpass Garp. In this world, there is no shortage of people. As the era of great pirates dawns, he will reap these bountiful rewards, and others will be grateful to him. Night fell silently. Garp, feeling uncomfortable, shook off his black cloak and emerged from his makeshift resting place, heading towards the island's settlement. During the day, he had not been idle. He had not only scouted a ship for his escape, but had also allowed his cloak to dry. He had prepared thoroughly for this endeavor. It could be said that he had expended more mental energy on this mission than he had in his entire life. Before his arrival, Garp had experienced some internal conflict. He had promised Roger to look after his progeny. Yet, as a Navy officer, protecting the offspring of the Pirate King seemed quite the conundrum. However, upon arriving on the island and gathering information, Garp quickly solidified his resolve. Roger's child had not only been born, but was also a boy named Ace, and that Celestial Dragon had been seen in close proximity to them. Many in the town speculated that the Celestial Dragon was indeed Ace's father. Upon hearing this, Garp could no longer contain himself. Regardless of Roger's status as the Pirate King, he was a kindred spirit. The offspring of a hero should never be sullied by a Celestial Dragon. He could not bear to imagine the sorrow of Ace growing up to become an accomplice of the Celestial Dragons. Thus, upon receiving the news, Garp resolved to act that very night, to abduct Ace and escape. This is the place. Cloaked in black, Garp arrived at Lugio's residence. He considered his stealth abilities commendable. At least his observation haki detected nothing amiss. Meanwhile, Ross was asleep in his room. The maid attending to Lugio was resting by her bedside, with Ace nearby. As for Zifa, it mattered not where he was. Bang! Garp struck with force, shattering the glass of Lugio's home. His movements were incredibly swift as he charged towards Ace's crib. The distance between the master bedroom window and the crib was less than 5 meters, easily traversable over Lugio and the maid. Who? Zanny exclaimed, swiftly transforming into her demon form and lashing her tail at Garp. Caught unawares, Garp had not anticipated the maid's prowess. Who would send someone capable to care for an ordinary woman like Lucio? With a rip, Garp's hood was torn away by Zanny's tail, revealing his square face. Yet, Garp's speed was astonishing, and he had already scooped the infant from the crib into his embrace. Put Ace down. Lucio, now awakened, screamed. However, had Garp the time to observe her expression, he would have detected something amiss. It appeared that Lucio's outcry was not born of genuine emotion, but rather a mere formality. Zanny's figure suddenly appeared before Garp, launching an attack. Garp disregarded Zanny entirely, effortlessly pushing her aside with a punch before leaping out the window. With a few agile movements, he had already vanished from sight. Chapter 49. Obstruction. Once Garp departed, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Lu Jiu stared vacantly at the crib, her expression a tumult of emotions. Zanny, exhibiting little sentiment, stretched languidly before leaving the room to head towards the guest room. Her overtime was concluded, and it was time to rest. What? At that moment, Lu Jiu's negative sentiments reached a near boiling point. The moment she laid eyes on Garp, she recognized him instantly. He was the Navy officer Roger had often spoken of, the one he trusted the most, and even shared photographs with her. Reflecting on it now, Roger was not merely reminiscing. He was entrusting her child to someone. Why would you entrust your child to a Navy officer? Did you deem me unworthy? Or did you fear that your pirate comrades would face retribution? Lu Jiu's countenance darkened significantly, her fists clenched tightly, her resentment towards Roger escalating to a zenith. She could care less for her own life, but to endanger her child's life and to have them walk a preordained path was unacceptable. She would rather her child live a mundane existence than follow the delusions of that madman Roger. On the deserted shores of Battleira Island, where a wooden sailboat lay anchored, Garp paused abruptly upon his arrival, cradling the infant in his arms. He tightened his grip on the child, his expression grave as he gazed ahead. Even without the use of observation hockey, he could discern two distinct figures obstructing his path to the boat. Zifa. Garp let out a low growl. He hadn't expected Zifa's dull wit to allow him to ambush him in advance. Garp, you have arrived, Zifa remarked, stretching his neck as he positioned himself in front of Garp, blocking his way. Step aside, Garp commanded in a low tone. Whether I step aside or not is not for me to decide, Zifa scoffed, taking a step to the side to reveal Ross standing behind him. They had anticipated Garp's arrival at Battleira Island and had prepared thoroughly. The child in Garp's arms was an orphan Ross had arranged for well in advance. With black hair and a resemblance to Lu Jiu. Through the special channels of the CP organization, he had been brought to Battleira Island. They intended to stall Garp to ensure he had reservations about resorting to violence. Otherwise, once the battle commenced, Zifa could not guarantee Ross's safety. However, as long as Garp held the child, even if he were to discover that this child bore no blood relation to Roger, he would be unable to unleash his full potential. If Garp could abandon the innocent, then he would no longer be Garp. Despite Zifa's disdain for Garp's demeanor, he still acknowledged Garp's belief in justice. Celestial Dragon. Garp's expression darkened further as he gazed at Ross's face. Put Ace down, and I will allow you to leave, Ross stated flatly, his tone leaving no room for dissent. He was not an ordinary person like Lu Jiu, who had never acted. Garp could see no signs of pretense in him. Impossible. He is my grandson, and I will take him away. Had he not been obstructed, he might have chosen to withdraw and reconsider. But Ace was already in his grasp. There was no way he would abandon him now. Your grandson? Ross and Zifa exchanged incredulous looks, as if Garp was attempting to fool them. Such statements were not to be made lightly. Huh, Garp, are you implying that Roger is your son, or that Lu Jiu is your daughter? Zifa's laughter rang out loudly. He knew Garp would not fabricate excuses, but he had not anticipated such a feeble one. What are you talking about? Garp's face bore a look of confusion, as if he was entirely unaware of the implications. Who is Lu Jiu? Roger has been dead for 2 years. How could his child just be born? Is there not a way to verify if he is Roger's offspring? The world government has recently developed a new technology that can compare human DNA to ascertain blood relations. Even the deceased can be tested as long as cells are available. Ross gazed at Garp with amusement, eager to hear his retort. He had not come to force Garp out of the Navy, as long as Karp remained within its confines. He had ample means to compel him to compromise. But should he push Karp away, he would have to be wary of Karp's potential retaliation. Given Ross's current resources and manpower, he could not afford to let Karp slip away. Upon hearing Ross's words, Karp fell into silence. He already understood the outcome without needing a test. The child in his arms was undoubtedly of Roger's bloodline. This was something Roger had confided in him. There could be no mistake. Furthermore, after Roger's demise, he had secretly visited Battleira Island and seen Lucio, confirming that Ace was indeed Roger's orphan child. This predicament was partially his fault. Had he not inadvertently leaked information regarding Roger's legacy during a naval discussion, it would not have triggered such a chain of events. Even after trying to amend his earlier slip, he could only brazenly assert that Roger had informed him before his death that he had offspring, though he did not know the specifics of who or where. His blunder had resulted in the innocent suffering in the South Sea, likely affecting all those connected to Roger's lineage, including the infant and the pregnant woman. At this juncture, Karp could not possibly hand the child over. If Ace were not taken by him, then the innocent lives in the South Sea would have perished in vain. With this thought in mind, Karp resolved to take the initiative. If you dare to make a move, I will destroy every ship in the vicinity. Zifa's words extinguished Karp's plan, rendering his expression even more somber. Zifa snorted coldly. Having known Karp for decades, he was well aware of Karp's mindset. You could swim to the next island, but carrying a child, he would undoubtedly perish. Karp remained silent. Just as Zifa had stated, without a ship, he had no means to escape with Ace. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he shifted his gaze to Ross. As his eyes fell upon Ross, who observed Ross tiefly producing a den Mushi, listen den Mushi can connect to Makanfa listen den Mushi, who happens to be one of the current elders. Karp, you wouldn't want this matter to reach my grandfather, would you? What do you intend to do? I cannot possibly hand Ace over to you. Karp gritted his teeth, deciding to embrace the dire situation, no longer wishing to fabricate lies. As long as he did not hand Ace over, he would accept any harsh conditions. Otherwise, he was prepared to go down fighting. Now, he was alone, unencumbered by attachments. His son, Dragon, had grown and no longer heeded his words. He had no desire to govern him. Neither the Navy nor the pirates held any allure for him anymore. He had come to see the world for what it was. The notion of justice prevailing was utterly unattainable. All he could do was remain true to himself, resolute in his refusal to yield. Chapter 50. Karp, I can let you go and keep your secret, but I have 3 conditions. Ross raised 3 fingers, calm and unhurried. He knew that Karp would concede. Or rather, Karp was inherently a man prone to compromise. Determined to capture Roger, Karp's efforts relied solely on the latter's surrender. His relentless pursuit ended up being mere pretense. When Roger surrendered, he reminisced as a friend and even promised to look after the next generation. Karp, despite his steadfast principles and sense of justice, refusing promotion to admiral out of disdain for the Celestial Dragons, was in essence compromising. He wished to cultivate Luffy into a Navy officer. Yet Luffy aspired to become the Pirate King, and when they met again along that journey, Karp chose to let him be. Karp wanted to save Ace, but hesitated, failing to fulfill his duties as a Navy officer or rescue him, ultimately avoiding confrontation with the murderous Akainu, still opting for compromise. Beyond his strength and reputation, hesitation, failure, and compromise defined the latter half of Karp's life. Based on this, Ross was confident that Karp would concede once more. Let us hear it. Karp's expression darkened, but constrained by Zifa's presence, he dared not act. He could not kill Zifa in the short term, nor could he ensure the silence of all witnesses. The only option left was to wager his life in exchange with Ross. However, should he proceed with this, whether he survived remained uncertain, and Ace would undoubtedly perish. The inhabitants of the island might also meet their demise as a consequence. Even he could foresee this, making such an action impossible. Regardless, Ace's death held no significance, since Ross was willing to make demands, as long as it ensured Ace's and his own safe departure. What harm was there in compromising? Having served in the Navy for many years, he had seen enough of the world's government's malevolence. Had he not continually suppressed his anger, choosing to turn a blind eye? The first condition, You must lend me your full strength 3 times in the future. Rest assured, your opponents will undoubtedly be villains. Ensuring your reputation as a Navy hero is preserved. Ross waggled his index finger. Not a problem. Garp readily agreed. It was his duty to confront evildoers. At that moment, his expression brightened. Ross's demands were reasonable, not an attempt to deliberately frustrate him. The second condition, you may take the child, but he must adopt a new name, Gordy. Jas. Ross raised 2 fingers, shaking them before Garp. In a world of pirates, the line between truth and falsehood was often blurred. He did not concern himself with Jas's future. Should he thrive, it would be a joy, and should he perish, there would be no regret. The journey of life is long, and as a celestial dragon, one must learn to find amusement. Very well, Garp's expression shifted slightly, but he acquiesced. He did not wish for Ace, Jas to inherit the Joel surname. Yet upon reflection, naming him Ace bore little distinction. There were many Gauls. As long as Jas joined the Navy in the future, it likely wouldn't pose a significant issue. The third condition is not intended to trouble you. Jas was born under my gaze. Although my interest lies solely with Luffy, I have cared for him for many days. Ross's words lingered, seemingly casual. Yet he noted Garp's moment of realization, knowing his statement held weight. Whether Garp was genuinely naive or astutely clever, there was no need for him to ponder too deeply, as it could disrupt the plan. Even if Garp disbelieved him, it mattered little. He could not simply notify the Gorosei about Ace's substitution. Vice Admiral Garp, the third condition is straightforward. Strike yourself, inflict a light wound, and bleed. Then kneel and concede to me. Ross spoke with unhurried composure. An opportunity to achieve an S-rank defeat was rare. He was unwilling to let slip away. An S-rank defeat equated to the killing of an A-rank stronghold. There were few A-rank warriors in the world, either affiliated with the world government or hiding in the New World, making it challenging to find targets to vanquish. Upon his multiple confirmations, the conditions for defeat were merely to bleed from a wound and verbally concede, making the requirements quite simple. Ha! You celestial dragons certainly possess a wicked sense of humor. Garp burst into laughter upon hearing this demand. The incident of Sakazuki kneeling in defeat had been widely publicized by the world government, and the upper echelons of the Navy were well aware. This was precisely the outcome Ross desired. By crafting an image of one who relishes strong opponents conceding, even if he encountered powerful foes, it wouldn't stir unnecessary troubles. Perhaps, in the future, those formidable figures from the world government would voluntarily seek him out to concede. After all, he would not waste time on mere weaklings. An S-rank warrior conceding was worth 5 A-rank defeats, 50 B-rank defeats, or 500 C-rank defeats. The world government harbored no fewer than 10 S-rank figures, yet it was improbable to muster 500 B-rankers. Rather than having B-ranks line up to concede, it was preferable to accept only those above A-rank and proactively seek out S-rank opponents, thereby establishing his reputation. Perhaps, after a few encounters with pirates of S-rank, they would also be inclined to show him respect. Of course, should he encounter hostile S-ranks, he would certainly crush them, only considering defeat rewards if he could not eliminate them outright. Agree to it, and you may leave. Otherwise, you know the consequences, Ross stated without ambiguity. I care little for such trivialities. Garp laughed heartily, lifting Jas in one arm while the other pounded his chest. Wow, a mouthful of blood spewed forth. But Garp remained unfazed, as though merely scratched by a tickle. For a warrior of his caliber, even grievous injuries would not elicit a sound, let alone such a minor wound. Then Garp knelt, his voice solemn. St. Ross, today I concede. Next time, I shall not allow you to obstruct me. These words were spoken with genuine feeling. This time, being halted by Ross and Zifa was indeed his defeat. If Ross clung to this point and reported it to the Gorosei, he would have no chance of redemption. Yet this loss did not signify his defeat in the future. Garp rose in silence, clutching Jas, swiftly passing Zifa and Ross, and boarded the prepared vessel. Alone, he swiftly set sail. Completed S-rank defeat. Power, 500. 000. Special reward. Navy 6 styles, A rank. The Navy 6 styles were quite a commendable reward. Ross smiled. watching Garp's ship recede into the distance until it vanished from sight. By the way, Zifa, did you inspect the ship? It seems to only contain meat, wine, and fresh water. Do you think Garp might inadvertently starve Jas? There is indeed a possibility of that. Zifa's expression was peculiar, but he should seek assistance from nearby islands. The closest is less than a day's journey from here. All that remained was to endure a little hardship for young Jas. One could only hope Garp would prove to be a decent person and not let him starve. Ross smiled, turning to walk deeper into the island. Chapter 51. The behavior of Whitebeard, the window that had been shattered by Garp, had been hastily mended by Stella, merely covered with a piece of wood. With a creak, the door swung open as Ross entered, scanning the room's layout before settling beside Lucio. I apologize for the fright you experienced today. For a permanent solution, this is the best course of action. Who knows when the next opportunity to defeat Garp will arise? Given the current circumstances, this is the most favorable outcome we could hope for. Ross had long anticipated this scenario. Should Garp discover the true ace, his approach would be markedly different. Garp had far more reservations than Ross. While he currently lacked the strength to contend with Garp, as long as Garp remained within the confines of the lawful order, he would never be able to triumph over him. It is sufficient for me. I'm truly grateful to have you all here. Luju lowered her gaze, her voice heavy with fatigue. She was bewildered. Before Ace's birth, everyone had shunned her. After his arrival, they flocked to her. What did they perceive her as? And what of Ace? Lujo understood that Ross's interest stemmed from Ace. Otherwise, as an ordinary woman, she would hardly warrant his attention. Yet throughout this ordeal, Ross had chosen to afford her respect. No one else, not even Roger or Garp, had ever inquired about her thoughts or cared for her welfare. Were it not for Ross, she would have long since perished. He could have simply waited until her death to take Ace without needing to save her. He's just like Garp, isn't he? She mused. Indeed, the Navy hero Garp was once a principal in the pursuit of Roger, yet he never succeeded. Ross nodded thoughtfully. In the pursuit of a shared goal, they inadvertently became allies. Is this what the pirates refer to as the romance of freedom? Lugio's gaze drifted to the broken window, a bitter smile forming. At least Roger's discernment in assessing character was impeccable. The Navy officer he entrusted with his child would defy the principles of justice to ensure Ace's safety, which spoke volumes. And you? Do you intend to take Ace as well? She asked, her eyes fixed on Ross, an abyss of thoughts hidden within. Only I can safeguard him, ensuring he grows up beside you. You must realize this, Ross replied, unwavering, his gaze steady upon Lugio. Ace was indeed a significant reason for his presence. Otherwise, what urgency would compel him to arrive so hastily? I understand, hence I have but two requests. A flicker of despondence crossed Lugio's eyes. Without strength, one ultimately cannot dictate their fate, merely awaiting its arrival. The only silver lining was that misfortune had lagged behind fortune. Speak. I'm open to negotiations, Ross encouraged, confident that Lugio could not conceive of unreasonable demands. He believed he had garnered some goodwill in her heart, yet he understood that human emotions were not easily swayed, especially not in such a brief period. Had Lugio lacked the resolve, she would not have endured the agony of carrying a child for 22 months. This woman, in many respects, was formidable. I wish to remain by Ace's side until he reaches adulthood. That is only right, Ross acknowledged with a nod. To become formidable, one must possess not only talent, but also character and disposition. This can be divided into the ruthless path and the compassionate path. The compassionate path seeks strength to protect, striving for greater power to safeguard one's emotions. He had no intention of molding Ace into a ruthless killer. True warriors are not forged through the eradication of feelings, but through. The weight of gratitude is immeasurable. One would traverse fire and water for their lord. A warrior cherishes the bonds of kinship, willingly sacrificing everything. Nurturing a grateful individual carries far more value than cultivating one devoid of emotion, and is considerably easier. Lugio was the embodiment of the grace Ross intended for Ace. Will you accept Ace as your adopted son? Upon hearing Ross's acquiescence, Lugio stated her second condition, instinctively lowering her head thereafter. This request felt somewhat presumptuous. After all, Ross was a celestial dragon, while Ace was the illegitimate child of the pirate king Roger. Surely, Ross would not agree. Not a problem. From this day forth, Ace shall bear the name Jaegerusha the Ace. However, he is not my biological progeny and cannot be called by the sacred name. Ross nodded slightly. He was not merely adopting Ace as a son, but also bestowing upon him a surname. The name Jaegerusha had not solely belonged to those who ventured to the Holy Land. Many branches remained in their ancestral home, though some had since changed their names, with only a few lineages surviving to this day. When Ross easily acquiesced to the first condition, Lugio felt relief, believing Ross to be genuinely kind. However, when he also consented to the second condition, a sense of pressure enveloped her. She was not the type to accept what others offered without due consideration. Suddenly, Ace's cries pierced the air, drawing their attention. Lugio sprang to her feet and approached Ace. An infant's sudden wail usually signified hunger or the need to relieve oneself. Checking Ace, she confirmed he was clean and quickly deduced he was hungry. As she busied herself, she momentarily forgot Ross was present, perhaps mistaking him for Stella or Zani, who typically remained nearby during Ace's cries. Once Ace began to feed, Lugio finally realized, "Don't look." Her cheeks flushed under Ross's unabashed gaze. How could she have been so careless? "Shall I wait outside for you?" Ross suggested with a smile. Lugio hesitated, then shook her head, pressing her lips together. "No need. Let us stay here." Ross had seen far more during her labor, yet being under his unwavering gaze made her profoundly uneasy. Caught in Ross's unabashed stare, Lugio instinctively raised her head, meeting his gaze. Ross was taken aback momentarily, but then a smile broke across his face. Since Lugio had initiated the contact, how could he refuse? Before Lugio could process her thoughts, Ross stepped forward, lowering his head to kiss her forehead. Gradually, he moved to her delicate lips. Chapter 52. Welcome to the other side of the world. The dawn of the east shone upon the island of Battleira. 3 days had elapsed since that fateful night when Karp had sought to capture them. During these days, in a bid to ensure Lugio's safety, Ross had relocated her residence to Lugio's side, providing her with vigilant protection in the master bedroom. Now, after 3 days, Ross and her companions prepared to depart, leaving behind the burdens of the past. In her grasp lay the promise of a new future. Setting sail, the vessel gently departed the harbor, and Ross found Lugio at the bow, cradling Ace in her arms. The sea breeze caressed her cheek as she donned a sun hat, her face alight with a radiant smile. "Is this your first time at sea?" Lugio gazed into the vast expanse of ocean ahead, chuckling, "Indeed. It is my first in 20 years. Is this the scenery that pirates yearn for? It doesn't seem particularly remarkable." In truth, the beauty of the sea was not extraordinary. Standing beside Lugio, Ross shared her gaze upon the azure waters. No one relished the monotony of a static view. Whether pirates or adventurers, they were all in pursuit of the unexpected surprises that occasionally graced the ocean surface. "Like that pirate ship?" Lugio remarked playfully, her lips curving into a mischievous smile as she spotted a vessel in the distance. A pirate ship had appeared on the waters ahead, resembling a battered wooden craft flying the pirate flag. Such pirate crews frequently passed by Battleira Island, their members often less formidable than the island's constable. With her relationship with Ross deepening, Lugio felt increasingly liberated. If one were to consider age, she and Stella were actually of the same generation. However, the oppressive fear of being hunted and the constant agony had stifled her true nature. Indeed, such encounters brought a rare joy to the sea. Ross chuckled softly and turned to call out, "Zani, hand me a sword." "Of course, Your Highness." Zani's distinctive languid voice echoed as she appeared beside them like a gust of wind, brandishing a standard naval longsword. "Your Highness, will an ordinary longsword suffice? The ship lacks any advanced weaponry." "Certainly." Ross accepted the long sword, performing a flourish with it. It was a rare opportunity to indulge her interest in play. As the ship advanced, they drew nearer to the pirate crew, who were desperately attempting to steer away from them. Although the crew sought to escape, they were under the command of Zephyr, who typically had Ross's tacit approval to hunt pirates. This time was no exception. As they closed the distance, the pirate ship came into clearer view. It was a diminutive wooden sailboat, manned by 5 individuals, both men and women, frantically trying to change course. Recognizing the insignia of the Navy and the world government was fundamental for any pirate. To be oblivious to the world government's symbol on board a ship would invite mockery from one's peers, even in death. Dominance. A formidable shockwave erupted from the sword, clutched tightly in Ross's grip, unleashing a cataclysmic force that stirred the ocean into a tempest, surging toward the audacious pirate ship. With a resounding crack, the naval longsword in Ross's hand shattered under the immense pressure, splintering into countless fragments that scattered across the sea. This weapon had already reached its limit in unleashing the might of the giant's dominance. Boom! The shockwave barreled forth, striking the pirate ship with irresistible force. In that instant, the entire vessel seemed to be crushed by an invisible hand, disintegrating into dust that danced in the sea breeze. The pirates on board had no time to react. Instantly engulfed by the shockwave, their flesh and bones mingled, transformed into a mottled rain that fell into the ocean, merging with the waters. In that moment, the sea appeared stained crimson, the air thick with the scent of blood. Completed F-level kill, completed F-level kill, completed. The ship continued its course, unimpeded by the destruction wrought upon the pirate vessel, slicing through the debris of splintered wood. Even after they had ventured far, Lu Jiao remained awestruck by Ross's display of power. Battleira Island lacked the world government screens, and due to her unique status, she could not witness the live broadcast from O'Hara elsewhere. Though she had heard tales of a Marine admiral single-handedly obliterating islands, witnessing such strength firsthand was a novel experience. During Roger's time, he had never displayed such prowess before her. After all, she had merely been a fragile girl. Could one truly attain such extraordinary strength? When Ace grows a bit older, I shall arrange training for him. By the age of 10, he could reach this level, Ross asserted. 10 years old. That seems rather exaggerated. Lu Jiao gasped. It is not exaggerated at all. Some prodigies are inherently capable of such feats. If at 10, one cannot obliterate a small pirate ship, then one is truly lacking in talent. Not everyone can amass strength over time, Ross replied, shaking her head. The training systems of the Navy and world government contrasted starkly with the capricious fate of pirates. With systematic training, one's abilities would demonstrate a consistent and stable progression from a young age, seldom experiencing dramatic leaps. Such sudden advancements typically stemmed from those who had previously lingered in lesser circles and then underwent rigorous training that unlocked their potential. Of course, not everyone could realize their talent. Even those with the potential for conqueror's haki might never awaken it without specific circumstances. Many gifted individuals were gradually buried in the monotony of life, ultimately fading into obscurity. Now that Ace had become her adopted son, his upbringing would undoubtedly surpass the laissez-faire education of Carp. Coupled with the prospect of a mythical Zoan fruit in the future, the possibilities seemed promising. So this is what the world of pirates entails, Lu Jiao mused, feeling as if she had finally grasped the essence of this realm. Not quite. Ross interjected with a smile, shaking her finger in correction. This is not the world of pirates, but rather another facet of a world governed by the world government. Chapter 53. The Kingdom of Lanka. The journey following the Kingdom of Lanka proved to be remarkably smooth. Despite the onset of the Great Pirate Era, which saw many audacious youths daring to confront the world government's vessels, the outcome was typically the sinking of their ships before they could approach. Your Highness, we will arrive in 10 minutes. Do you require my company? On the deck, Zanny approached Ross to report the current situation. Staying by Ross's side was quite relaxed, unlike the constant vigilance required when near other celestial dragons. After all, Ross possessed formidable strength, and aboard the ship was the even mightier Zephyr. Zanny's role was merely to ensure no oversights occurred. What is the situation on the island? Ross casually inquired, his gaze revealing calmness. His visit to the ancestral land was merely a whim, and he had not conducted any thorough investigation. Discovering unexpected delights would be ideal, but their absence was of little consequence. Your Highness, the island of Jagurushia spans 200,000 square kilometers and is currently ruled by the Kingdom of Lanka. The Lanka family, once a vassal, has maintained control of this territory since migrating to the Holy Land, Zanny respectfully explained. What of the current king? Ross asked nonchalantly. His name is Lanka Humphrey, aged 45 with 17 sons and 21 daughters, 42 queens, and over 200 slaves. Zanny was able to recite this information from memory, a skill honed by her family's training. He hardly sounds like a virtuous man, Ross chuckled quietly. Even the mere statistics conveyed that King Humphrey was no paragon of virtue. What sort of respectable individual has 42 queens and over 200 slaves? The total population of Jaguarussia Island is 4 million, contributing an annual tribute of 40 billion berries to the celestial dragons, which is deposited into the family treasury. Additionally, the income of the Lanka royal family and nobles is approximately 20 billion berries, Zanny reminded him. To maintain their rule, the Lanka family indeed expended considerable resources. Ross chuckled softly. The tribute alone surpassed the kingdom's earnings, clearly illustrating the Lanka family's determination to uphold their dominion. Other affiliated nations did not contribute nearly as much, with only superpowers or major trading nations reaching half that amount. As for the annual tribute of 60 billion berries, it was unlikely to incite public discontent. No matter how dire the circumstances, life must continue. An uprising? Unthinkable. Within the Four Seas region, a mere vice-admiral can easily quell a nation's rebellion. Unless one resorts to piracy and guerrilla tactics at sea, occupying territory merely leads to a death sentence, Ross mused. How many family members are there currently? Ross suddenly inquired. There are 51 members in total, with Satan Saint as the head of the family, and you're second in line, Zanny stated clearly. She knew what Ross was after and promptly added, Satan Saint requires a subsidy of 10 billion berries next year for research and the Navy, with the remainder going into the family treasury. In other words, if I seize the kingdom of Lanka, I could secure an additional 50 billion berries even by maintaining the status quo. Ross raised an eyebrow. Drawing too much from the family treasury would appear overly avaricious, particularly with Satan Saint keeping a watchful eye. However, if you were to conquer the kingdom of Lanka and replenish Satan Saint's share, the opinions of others would be rendered inconsequential. The tribute from his own kingdom would be justifiable. In the world government's hierarchy, the tribute was essentially equivalent to what affiliated nations supplied. A portion was allocated for the indulgences of the celestial dragons, and another for the Navy and world government expenditures. To uphold global equilibrium, Ross personally believed that the pressure exerted by tributes on the common populace was hardly a concern. It was primarily an issue of middlemen profiting from price differences. Currently, affiliated nations enjoyed autonomy. Yet the common folk were still burdened with taxes to support the royal families and nobles of these nations. If the affiliated nations were abolished and replaced with a regional system, managed by world nobles appointed by the family, it would not only benefit the world government, but also significantly enhance the lives of ordinary citizens. You may interpret it this way. According to the family's intelligence, the combined wealth of the Lanka royal family and nobles is estimated at 100 billion berries. Zanny organized her thoughts and provided Ross with an accurate figure. Regardless of Ross's intentions, her role was simply to follow orders. 100 billion, that is no trifling sum. With an average of 100,000 berries per person, that could purchase the livelihoods of 1 million individuals, Ross calculated, a pleased smile gracing his lips. No one understood better than he that population equates to wealth. The notion of rare geniuses or extraordinary individuals was rendered moot by a substantial population base. In such a vast demographic, no one was beyond birth. Although the pirate world may possess few islands, it can certainly be described as sparsely populated. The island of Jaguarussia encompasses 200,000 square kilometers and, with modern standards, could accommodate at least 30 million residents. Once capacity was reached, there remained the possibility of expanding into the Red Line for cultivation. Utilizing many fruits for combat was a waste. Investing in infrastructure was the true path forward. Suddenly, as Ross contemplated what excuse to use upon arrival at the island, his transponder snail began to ring. He answered without hesitation. Upon seeing the transponder snail transform into the likeness of Guillaume, Ross's demeanor shifted slightly to one of seriousness. He had missed the sight of her long legs, standing at 8 meters. Ross, I've acquired the fruit. Guillaume's voice was tinged with fatigue and hoarseness, prompting Ross to raise an eyebrow. What happened? Normally, acquiring a fruit would not leave her in such a state. It should have been a moment of relief, if not joy. While her strength surpassed that of Jean, she was still unable to eliminate him. The beast pirates. Kaido, one of the future emperors of the sea, a top-tier powerhouse, certainly possesses S-class strength even now. However, he is currently lying low in Wano. It is unlikely he will make any significant moves before Kozuki Oden's demise. The reasons for Kaido approaching Gion were obvious. The beast pirates only recruited those with animal-type devil fruit abilities, and Kaido might have heard about the mythical Zoan fruit in Sleepy Town, prompting Jean to investigate. Alternatively, Gion might have encountered a formidable animal-type fruit user just by chance. However, Kaido Wano, Sea Prism Stone. As Ross pondered these keywords, a flicker of intrigue appeared in his eyes. Wano seemed quite expansive, and with its location in the New World and Sea Prism Stone mines, there appeared to be ample opportunities for both livestock and mining industries. Chapter 54. The performance begins after hanging up the phone. Ross did not rush to find Kaido in person. Kaido was not at his peak yet, and his subordinates could play among themselves. However, if Ross were to intervene directly, the situation would escalate dramatically. As far as Ross was aware, Kaido had recently forged an alliance with the world government, trafficking Sea Prism stones in exchange for berries, supplies, and Zoan-type devil fruits. Nevertheless, pirates were inherently different from the Navy. A necessary reprimand was still required. Zanji, Your Highness. Zanji bowed slightly, having overheard the conversation through the transponder snail. Request Kaido's transponder snail and inform him that I possess 2 ancient Zoan-type fruits, seeking to exchange them for 2 individuals. Ross stated calmly. Should this be a matter of substance, it would indicate Ross's genuine intention to negotiate. Otherwise, it would merely be a temporary measure, preparing for future hostilities. 1 saber-toothed tiger fruit and 1 snake-neck dragon fruit. I need 2 persons. One named Jean, the other Kozuki Oden, Ross elaborated. Understood. Zanji nodded, refraining from inquiring about Kozuki Oden's identity. Since Ross had instructed her to act, she would comply, and if the exchange fell through, so be it. Complete this task within the next 2 days. For now, accompany me off the ship. Ross gazed toward the approaching harbor, his eyes narrowing slightly. At this moment, Kozuki Oden was still alive, and he could certainly devise a plan in Wano. Whatever Kaido could accomplish, he could too. However, the immediate priority was to secure the first foothold. The harbor had evidently been cleared in advance, a vast area left open for Ross's ship to dock. A throng of people lined the shore, seemingly awaiting the arrival of the celestial dragons with bated breath. The welcoming ceremony appears quite grand, Ross remarked with a hint of sarcasm. The island of Jagor Lucia was the ancestral home of his family, and his visit had been announced well in advance. He had no interest in incognito visits or pretending before fools. Better to confront the rulers directly. This sort of welcoming ceremony I have experienced several times. Those standing over there are less commoners and more like actors hired by the kingdom. Zifa stood beside Ross, gazing indifferently at the distant harbor. As a marine admiral, he had visited numerous allied countries, and the reception he received was not dissimilar to today's. Over the years, allied nations had developed a standardized reception process. After all, we are merely temporary visitors. It suffices if they put on a show. However, it does present an opportunity for maneuvering. Ross chuckled softly. The Lanka family must be eradicated, though it depended on finding the right pretext. If the justification favored subsequent governance, that would be ideal. If no advantage presented itself, simply citing the king kneeling with his left foot first out of discontent would suffice. It was no grave matter. After all, they are celestial dragons. Failing to kill them would be problematic. As the ship neared the harbor, the melodious, welcoming music suddenly erupted. Lanka Humphrey, along with all the nobles of the Lanka kingdom, warmly welcomes the esteemed celestial dragons. With this resounding proclamation echoing across the harbor, the once bustling dock instantly fell silent. The sea breeze seemed to cease, and even the sound of waves lapping at the shore became imperceptible. Hundreds of thousands of citizens, led by Humphrey, knelt in unison, foreheads touching the ground, afraid to raise their heads to gaze upon the colossal ship gliding into the harbor. Humphrey, That name is correct, isn't it? Ross's voice suddenly resonated beside Humphrey, as he and Zanji appeared before him. Humphrey was a man of imposing stature, standing at 2.5 meters with a somewhat corpulent physique, entirely enveloped in opulent royal attire, appearing excessively cumbersome. "You may address me as you wish, Your Highness." Humphrey scrambled to Ross's feet, kissing his toes. Not long ago, Ross had conducted a global broadcast. His strikingly handsome visage had left a deep imprint in Humphrey's memory. The island they stood upon was named after Jaegor Lucia. The celestial dragon who had just entered the world's consciousness bore the surname Jaegor Lucia. This was akin to a golden opportunity presented on a silver platter. "Let them rise. I prefer fewer people around. Just you stay close." Once Humphrey had polished Ross's shoes to a brilliant shine, Ross continued forward. "As you command, Your Highness." Humphrey promptly stood, dismissing the surrounding nobles, leaving only a few attendants to clear the path. He had warned the entire capital to keep their composure during the celestial dragon's visit. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to wait for the celestial dragons to depart before he would annihilate their families. The surrounding commoners were clad in vibrant new garments, each appearing well-groomed. No wonder Zifa had remarked that these people were actors. Given the current state of the pirate world, commoners could hardly attain such living standards. The notion of commoners specifically coming to the harbor to welcome such figures was laughable. To believe it would require a fool's credulity. Even if a marine admiral arrived, commoners might not bother to greet him. After all, he was not the savior of their realm. Who would care for a prominent figure unrelated to them? Moreover, everyone was well aware of the celestial dragon's nature. Ordinary citizens would be more inclined to avoid them than approach. After dismissing the crowd, Humphrey, like a devoted attendant, scurried to Ross's rear, respectfully introducing, "Your Highness, please follow me. Your resting palace has been prepared with 20 of the kingdom's most beautiful maidens at your disposal." With that, he guided Ross toward the lavish carriage that had been ready in advance. "Let's first explore the city." Ross glanced at the opulent carriage. The steps were not particularly high, and he could easily leap aboard, yet he remained still. Humphrey was a perceptive man, harboring his own schemes. A fact Ross could easily discern. Such schemes mattered little. Even greed was acceptable, provided one possessed strength. This vast island of Jaegor Lucia would not be entrusted to a cadre of fools. It was to be his future stronghold. "You have the final say." Upon noticing Ross's inaction, Humphrey immediately positioned himself in front of Ross, bowing low to the ground. The surrounding commoners, being the offspring of nobility, were aware of the celestial dragon's status. No matter how humble Humphrey appeared, it would not undermine the Lanka kingdom's dominion. As long as he refrained from displaying any disgrace before the lowly masses, Ross could do as he pleased. "Zanji, you may board first." A smile graced Ross's lips as Zanji stepped onto the carriage. Observing Humphrey's expression darkened momentarily. Though fleeting, his keen perception captured the shift effortlessly. "Humphrey, you are quite commendable," Ross casually complimented, then stepped onto Humphrey's back, boarding the carriage. As the carriage began its journey, it marked the commencement of Ross's expedition to Jaegor Lucia. Chapter 55. Strolling through the streets, the capital of the Lanka Kingdom is Lanka City, with its port situated at the southernmost tip of the city. Riding in a carriage, one can revel in the vistas of Lanka City while traversing its streets. Most kingdoms in this world are scattered across various islands, with maritime realms being the most prevalent, primarily focused on pastoral or agricultural endeavors, complemented by regional characteristics and trade. These nations often lag behind in technological advancement, exhibiting a minimal degree of modernization. As the carriage rolled over the freshly tarred cobblestones, Ross pulled back the curtain to gaze outside. To Ross's discerning eye, Lanka City seemed to embody the essence of the medieval era. Flanking the streets were modest brick and stone houses, their mud walls freshly painted. Yet remnants of moss removal still bore traces of dampness. A mere glance sufficed for Ross to surmise that these efforts were hastily undertaken in anticipation of his arrival. The streets within the city were remarkably tidy, with only their carriage traversing the thoroughfare, while numerous commoners lined the path to extend their greetings, creating a vibrant and picturesque urban tableau. "Turn left at the intersection ahead," Ross suddenly instructed. Humphrey hesitated, not out of fear of encountering anything unsightly. He was all too aware of the dragon people's true nature. His concerns stemmed from the recent turmoil in the Lanka kingdom, besieged by rampant piracy, necessitating the allocation of funds to cultivate a capable military. The announcement of increased taxes had already sparked considerable discontent among the populace. His apprehension was not for the plight of the commoners, but rather for the possibility of Ross being affronted by their misfortunes, which could lead him to question his ability to govern Lanka kingdom effectively. Should anything befall Ross within the kingdom, the Lanka family would face annihilation. "I am not consulting you," Ross remarked, casting a cold glance at the driver, Humphrey, whose body involuntarily trembled under the intensity of Ross's gaze. Humphrey dared not utter another word, acquiescing to Ross's will. Even if they were to be jostled by commoners, their safety was not assured. However, defying Ross's wishes would surely spell his doom. The carriage complied with Ross's directive, veering into an uncharted path. After traversing less than 100 meters, the scenery outside had transformed dramatically. Dilapidated stone structures, a foul odor permeating the air, and disheveled vagrants occupied the narrow streets. "Your Highness, this is the slum of Lanka Kingdom. These are the commoners, and I fear they may offend your sensibilities," Humphrey cautioned timidly. "If they're so offensive to my eyes, then why not provide them with proper clothing and tidy the streets?" Ross retorted nonchalantly, "Well, they're commoners. Even if we were to clothe them, they would ruin it within days. Even if we cleaned up, it would soon revert to disarray." Humphrey stammered, his resolve wavering. These individuals, incapable of generating significant value, held a status barely above that of slaves. He shared the prevailing sentiment among the nobility, indifferent to the fates of such commoners. "Oh, is that so? I find that hard to believe," Ross replied, raising an eyebrow. A few exchanges were sufficient for Ross to condemn Humphrey to a fate worse than death. Aside from his steady driving, he was essentially a liability. Since he could not be of use, there was no need to squander further time on him. Once he had served his purpose, he could be discarded. "Stop the carriage." Upon hearing Ross's seemingly casual command, Humphrey's complexion paled. Connecting the dots from Ross's earlier words, he realized the gravity of the situation. To Ross, it might merely be a novel exploration, but revealing the truth would amount to deception. What chance of survival would he have then? "Your Highness, it is far too dirty here." Smack! Before Humphrey could finish, Zani suddenly appeared beside him, delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling to the ground, rolling twice due to inertia. The pain coursing through his body elicited a cry of anguish, as his untrained physique could hardly withstand such an assault. Meanwhile, Zani swiftly halted the carriage, positioning it not far from where Humphrey lay. The peculiar scene instantly captured the attention of onlookers. "Is that His Majesty the King?" "Indeed, it is him. My daughter was taken by him, and ultimately perished in the palace. I would recognize him, even in ashes. My God, how could His Majesty be on the ground? Isn't today the day the dragon people are visiting? Why is he here?" Whispers rose like daggers, inflicting both mental and physical torment upon Humphrey, who was already racked with pain. His disgraceful predicament was laid bare before the commoners. An overwhelming sense of humiliation and shame threatened to consume him entirely. Before he could drown in the mire of his despair, a crisp sound of footsteps approached, stopping directly in front of him. "Your Highness is disembarking," Zani announced, her words striking him like a death sentence, shattering his last defenses. No, Your Highness, I cannot display such disgrace in front of the commoners," Humphrey pleaded, gazing imploringly at the figure within the carriage, his face etched with desperation, seeking forgiveness. As the king of Lanka Kingdom, he had suffered immensely in service to the dragon people. Surely, given his sincerity, he deserved some reprieve. "You cannot afford to lose composure. Are you suggesting that I should?" Ross's indifferent tone rendered Humphrey breathless. Acutely aware of Zani's icy stare, he understood that he had no avenue for choice. It was either to kneel or face the wrath of the dragon people, who would suffer only verbal reprimands if he were to be killed. Ross, however, remained unconcerned about the consequences. If he resisted, he would forfeit his very life. Like a soul stripped of its essence, Humphrey slowly rose to his feet, inching his way to the side of the carriage under the scrutinizing gaze of the commoners. "Your Highness, please step down." With a voice hoarse and raspy, Humphrey implored, while Zani, embodying the poise of a refined steward, stepped onto his prostrate form to open the carriage door. Once the door was ajar, Zani gracefully retreated, addressing the assembly with a voice audible to all. "Your Highness, Prince Jagor Lucia, King Humphrey claims this area to be unkempt. Please continue your exploration of this locale under his auspices." Upon hearing Zani's proclamation, not only did Humphrey's pallor deepen, but the commoners' gazes turned towards him with palpable disdain. This was not a true slum. It lay adjacent to the port, where ordinary individuals labored for their livelihoods. The filth and disorder were not of their own making. Life was already arduous enough. Who had the luxury to concern themselves with such trivial matters? Furthermore, the state of the streets had little to do with the workers or vagrants. It was the kingdom's failure to allocate resources for maintenance that had left this area in disarray. Chapter 56. The Demise. Very well, Humphrey. I trust you have no objections. Ross stepped out of the carriage, placing his foot upon Humphrey's ample back. The king's robust physique rendered the act akin to treading upon solid ground. "I cannot," Humphrey replied, his visage marred by despair. Ross's tone left no room for negotiation, and he dared not utter a dissenting word. Tales of the celestial dragon's capriciousness had reached his ears, yet today he bore witness to its reality. With no option but to comply, Ross pressed down upon Humphrey's back, signaling him to advance. He paid little heed to any grievances the king might harbor. To Ross, there existed no distinction between Humphrey and the common folk. The only disparity lay in the potential for the latter to become his assets, whereas Humphrey merely obstructed his acquisition of greater wealth. Were Humphrey to truly possess the people's favor, such indignities would not befall him. The evidence was palpable. Humphrey had crawled for an extended duration, yet none had shown pity for the fallen monarch. With the gift of observation hockey, Ross could discern every whisper within a 200-meter radius. The gathered crowd was not insignificant, their hushed conversations rife with schadenfreude, illuminating the king's tarnished reputation. "Yes, your Highness." Humphrey, unable to defy, continued to crawl forward, resembling a colossal wretch traversing the street. Having lived a life of opulence, he had never engaged in such an act, and as he moved, his body writhed uncontrollably. Yet Ross remained unperturbed, standing firmly upon his back as if on level ground, unaffected by Humphrey's struggles. For one of his prowess, maintaining equilibrium was a trivial task, albeit slightly more taxing than walking unaided. Nevertheless, this was precisely the outcome he sought. While benevolent rulers exist in this world, those lacking strength only become prey, inviting the voracious appetites of others. Conversely, whether a ruler is benevolent or tyrannical, strength ensures that none dare oppose. However, once dominion is established, the policies of a tyrant yield results swifter than those of a just king, for the consequences of rebellion are dire. The Harbor District was among the quickest to disseminate news. The spectacle of Ross riding on the back of Humphrey spread like wildfire. Before the king had traversed even a single street, word of the event had reached the harbor and was swiftly extending to the capital and other cities upon the island. Reactions varied. Some expressed joy, others trepidation, some fear, others excitement, and many reveled in the misfortune. The myriad facets of life played out across the island of Jagorushia. The crowd surrounding Ross grew increasingly dense, especially as they noticed his indifference towards them, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. Everyone yearned to glimpse the celestial dragon, particularly the one who had recently broadcast the decree to exterminate demons. They had just learned that this celestial dragon bore the illustrious surname of Jagorushia, both the name of their island and the noble lineage frequently paraded by the Lanka kingdom in claims of legitimacy. Today, they beheld the living embodiment of that name, even as he rode their king. "My prince," as the throng thickened, despair deepened upon Humphrey's countenance. His sole hope lay in the possibility that the sheer number of onlookers might irk Ross, prompting him to eliminate the crowd. Humphrey recalled Ross's previous disdain for large gatherings. He felt a twinge of relief. Having previously warned the citizens of the capital that their behavior would determine their fates, once the celestial dragon departed. Thankfully, the commoners seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, refraining from undue provocation, their laughter restrained to the occasional chuckle at his struggles. If the crowd had turned malicious, Ross's whims might have spelled his doom. To be a mount for a celestial dragon was not in itself a disgrace. Such roles were typically reserved for the most peculiar of slaves. Slaves. The thought weighed heavily on him, and in a moment of weakness, his hands faltered, leading him to crash to the ground. Ross, perched upon his back, stumbled slightly due to the unexpected fall, eliciting gasps and warnings from the onlookers. The fear of the celestial dragon's fall sent shivers through the crowd as they realized the potential consequences of such an event. Yet, the commoners dared not approach too closely. Even if they wished to act as a cushion, they were too far away to intervene. With a thud, Ross stumbled twice before losing his balance and tumbling off Humphrey. In an instant, Zanny appeared beside him, delivering a swift kick that sent the king crashing against a nearby stone structure. She then deftly grasped Ross, ensuring he landed safely. In truth, Ross's strength rendered him impervious to harm. However, to eliminate a king of a vassal state required a semblance of justification. The audience had gathered, and a performance was necessary. Given the differing societal contexts, the rationale must adapt accordingly. In a world governed by the world government, the oppression of the common folk hardly constituted a valid excuse. It was a common practice. Conversely, should a celestial dragon suffer an accident, it would be deemed a grave offense, punishable by death. The narrative had reached its climax, awaiting Ross to pen the final act. Humphrey, he glared coldly at the fallen king, already sensing through his observation hockey that Humphrey was no longer among the living. Zanny's strength surpassed his, and a mere kick from her could extinguish the king's life. The surrounding crowd instinctively recoiled at Ross's chilling tone, fearing the repercussions of being entangled in the aftermath. An incident involving a celestial dragon would inevitably summon admirals. They wished to avoid a fate akin to that of O'Hara, consumed by magma. Meanwhile, the royal guard, who had silently trailed behind, could no longer feign ignorance and hurried to Humphrey's side to assess the situation. The captain of the guard, the first to arrive at the king's side, squatted down, his eyes widening in disbelief. "His Majesty dead? Your Majesty has passed." The captain's dazed declaration ignited a wave of astonishment among the commoners. None had anticipated that Zanny's seemingly desperate kick would result in the demise of the king of the Lanka Kingdom. Chapter 57. Escape from the cage. The news of King Humphrey's demise spread with astonishing swiftness. It was evident to all that the kingdom of Lanka had faced a grave calamity. The common folk, upon hearing this tidings, initially reacted with panic. However, upon deeper reflection, the situation took on a more intriguing perspective. The very heavens that had oppressed them, treating them as mere shadows, had now fallen. The collapse of such a tyranny could, perhaps, herald a turning point contingent upon the character of the newly appointed monarch. Yet, before the citizens of Lanka could fully comprehend the implications of this upheaval, another sensational announcement emerged the following day. The second prince, in collusion with 6 brothers, had stealthily infiltrated the residence of Ross, seeking vengeance for their father's death. That night, flames illuminated the entirety of Lanka City, rousing most of its inhabitants from slumber as they ventured into the streets to discern the unfolding chaos. The disgraceful antics of the prince and the nobles were laid bare before the populace. As the turmoil subsided, the perpetrators found themselves bound upon the execution platform, vociferously cursing the celestial dragons and Ross. Crucially, their disdain for the ordinary folk was palpable. They scorned the commoners for not joining their treachery. The public's outrage reached a fever pitch, and in a wave of fervor, Zanny executed the second prince and his entourage of nobles. Such an affront against the celestial dragons would not go unpunished. The naval forces stationed at Jaegerus were swiftly mobilized to besiege the noble quarters, condemning any family implicated in the conspiracy against Ross to the gallows. The execution spectacle endured for an entire day and night, with the audience shifting in and out, unable to withstand the prolonged ordeal. During the purging of the nobility, an even more explosive revelation surfaced. The actions of the eldest prince were doomed to failure, and all nobles involved were stripped of their titles and wealth. This purge claimed a staggering 90 of the noble class, leaving only a mere 10 of lesser nobles trembling in dread, fearful of the impending blade. Meanwhile, as Ross orchestrated the dismantling of noble houses, Kaido of Wano received news transmitted by Zani. Wahahaha! Upon hanging up the phone, Kaido erupted into a boisterous laughter that reverberated throughout the chamber. Jin, the celestial dragons wish to exchange you for a mere ancient Zoan fruit. Kneeling before him was Jin, clad in black armor with ebony wings and white hair. His head bowed low. He had recently learned of a bounty of 300 million on an animal-type devil fruit user pirate, and during his recruitment efforts, he had fortuitously encountered Ji Yuan, who was in search of the same fruit. Typically, anyone who encountered a CP0 operative would instinctively flee, yet Jin was different. Born able, a remnant of the Lunaria clan, he had been a subject of experimentation by the world government and the celestial dragons since birth, harboring only animosity towards them. Had Kaido not been imprisoned alongside him, he might have remained a lab rat or become a lifeless corpse. During a fateful encounter in the New World, unable to suppress his emotions, Jin engaged in combat with Ji Yuan and a servant of the Jaegers family. At that time, Ji Yuan had not yet acquired the fruit, and despite facing overwhelming odds, he held the advantage. However, killing was a formidable challenge. This chase unfolded over 10 arduous days, during which he eliminated 3 members of the CP organization. Following this, Ji Yuan unexpectedly gained fruit powers, surpassing Jin in strength. Though due to the unique nature of the Lunaria clan, killing him proved difficult. As for Jin's original target, he had long since perished in the skirmish. Wahahaha! Kaido's laughter filled the air, his massive frame shifting slightly as he leaned back in his grand chair, unconcerned. Jin, I have vowed to protect you. I shall not let you be sent away. One day, we will overthrow the world government. But before that, we require time. Kaido had many subordinates, yet he favored Jin above all else. His loyalty and potential were qualities Kaido cherished. Although Jin's strength was somewhat lacking, he undoubtedly envisioned him as a future confidant. Mr. Kaido, should we agree to the other exchange? An ancient Zoan fruit could grant us a reliable ally, Jin inquired solemnly. That would be Kazuki Toki, the woman of Kazuki Oden, correct? It is wise not to provoke him just yet. Let us bide our time and communicate with the world government. Requesting a little more time, Kaido replied with a grin. He had once regarded Kazuki Oden as a formidable figure. However, after using Wano as a threat, Oden's refusal to resist was one thing, but to dance naked in public was utterly absurd. Kaido soon realized that Oden held no ulterior motives. He genuinely believed Kaido's words, trusting that they would honor their agreement and leave Wano after 5 years. Such naivety was indeed rare. 3 years prior, Kaido had not feared Oden. Yet Wano was his territory, and at that time, his crew was not particularly strong. A confrontation would surely result in heavy casualties. However, should they accumulate strength for another 2 years, Oden's standing among the people of Wano would surely wane, and even if they reneged on their pact, few would come to his aid. Moreover, as their strengths ebbed and flowed, Kaido felt assured of his dominance over Wano. Kaido found it perplexing why the world government sought Toki. He speculated it was likely due to her possession of the time fruit, which attracted their attention. This fruit might be formidable, yet Kaido deemed it beneath his notice. His ambition was to assemble a pirate crew composed entirely of Zoan fruit users. Once Oden was dealt with, he could negotiate with the world government for a better deal, likely securing another ancient Zoan fruit. Wahaha! Jin, tomorrow you shall accompany me to witness the dance of Prince Kazuki in Wano. One day, we will make those lofty imbeciles pay dearly. Kaido's raucous laughter echoed far and wide, and for the first time in a long while, a smile graced Jin's almost expressionless face. It was only in Kaido's presence that he felt a sense of inner peace. It is worth noting that the world government still had a bounty on his head. Should his whereabouts be discovered, regardless of the outcome, capture or death, a reward of 100 million berries awaited. Jin had long since vowed to shatter this cage alongside Kaido. Chapter 58 Proclamation: The nascent dawn of the East still ascended. When Ross beheld the morning light for the 10th time, the entire Lanka kingdom had been thoroughly purged. Within the royal chambers, the queen and princess, who had stayed overnight, were taken away in body bags, while Ross, attended by Stacy, completed his morning rituals. "Your Highness," Zanny's figure appeared beside him, her face bearing a hint of fatigue. For the past few days, the affairs of the Lanka kingdom had been primarily managed by her, with only Stacy and Lugio assisting. Although Zephyr possessed greater capability, his strengths lay predominantly in military might, and Ross had no intention of involving him in administrative matters. Some processes did not require Zephyr's complete awareness. Seeing the outcome was sufficient. This understanding reflected the tacit agreement between Ross and Zephyr. As long as the results were favorable, Zephyr would tacitly approve, even if it contradicted the principles he once upheld. At present, Ross desired nothing more than to bring an end to the pirates. "Has the cleansing been completed?" he inquired casually, stepping outside. Zanny and Stella followed closely behind him. "It is done. A total of 42 noble families have been eliminated, yielding approximately 90 billion berries in assets. This is merely a preliminary estimate. The actual returns will likely exceed 90 billion once all assets are liquidated. 90 billion berries at wholesale prices could almost purchase 1 million slaves," Ross remarked with a smile. In this world, the population was not scarce. After millennia of procreation, any moderately sized island bore traces of humanity or other races. Currently, there were fewer than 200 member nations in the world government, while the actual number of islands and nations was in the thousands. The non-member regions and islands were also primary sources of slaves. "While this method is cost-effective, I have an even cheaper plan," Ross chuckled, shaking his head. "Purchasing outright with money is always the least efficient option. Achieving great things with minimal expenditure is the true art of strategy." "Have the screens in the other cities been set up?" Ross inquired. Jagolasia Island comprised a total of 10 cities and 40 towns, sprawled across 200,000 square kilometers, housing nearly 4 million inhabitants. According to his vision, to ensure smooth governance, each city would have 1,000 screens, and each town would have 100. This way, even if he were far away in the Holy Land, he could continue to exert his influence on the island through real-time broadcasts. "They are ready. Do you wish to make an appearance today?" Zanny nodded in response. Although she longed for a break, her efficiency in work was remarkable. Recently, Ross had summoned 10,000 naval personnel from the South Sea, along with countless supplies, all of which she was currently coordinating. "Since everything is prepared, let us make an appearance today to stabilize the people's hearts. It is well known that I prefer to remain low-key. I would rather not be in the limelight unless absolutely necessary." Ross jested, eliciting subdued laughter from Zanny and Stella. The celestial dragons were already quite ostentatious, yet among them, Ross was undoubtedly the most conspicuous. When it came to global notoriety, he eclipsed even the likes of the Five Elders, especially after the recent live broadcast of the Demon Purge. However, it was regrettable that Ross's reputation was sharply divided, with numerous supporters and detractors. After issuing his commands, Zanny spent the entire morning preparing. The equipment was ready for immediate broadcast, but gathering the island's populace to the screens would require some time. After enjoying lunch prepared by Stella, Ross leisurely made his way to a reception room. At the end of the room stood a large screen, displaying live footage from various screens across the island, while a transponder snail rested on the table. This broadcast was not global. It was limited to the confines of Jagolasia Island. "Your Highness, all is prepared," Zanny said, slightly bowing, her exquisite silhouette unmistakably captivating. As she spoke, a throng of people stood before every large screen on the island. Their expressions varied, but predominantly united in apprehension. Although Ross had only purged the nobles, which included some affluent merchants, the common folk still felt a palpable tension. If even the lofty nobles could be eradicated, controlling them would be merely a matter of words. With a sudden flicker, the dark screen illuminated, gradually revealing Ross's figure at the center of the frame, capturing the gaze of nearly 80 of the island's inhabitants. "Good afternoon, everyone," Ross said, resting his elbows on the table, fingers intertwined, his youthful and handsome visage emanating an undeniable authority. As the populace gazed at him, silence enveloped the crowd, awaiting his words. I am Jagolasia Ross Saint. You may be familiar with my name. The very island beneath our feet bears my family's name. 8 centuries ago, the Jagolasia family was the sole ruler of this island. When the world government was established, we chose to depart not out of abandonment of our ancestral land, but in pursuit of a more noble cause. Among the initial 20 kings who founded the world government, only one family relinquished the glory of the celestial dragons to remain steadfast in their ancestral domain until today. For the sake of world stability, the Jagolasia family relocated to the holy land of Mariewa. For 800 years since the establishment of the world government, the Jagolasia family has consistently led it forward. To this day, the head of the Jagolasia family continues to serve as one of the 5 elders, upholding the operation of the entire world government. Ross eloquently articulated the achievements of the Jagolasia family, rephrasing the narrative of their departure from the island. While it was true that the family had abandoned their homeland, such an assertion would not be voiced. The impact of different narratives varied significantly. The Lanka family, once vassals of the Jagolasia family, had been granted the authority to govern Jagolasia Island. Yet, they became blinded by power, losing their sense of reverence. From this day forth, the Lanka family is disbanded, and the Lanka kingdom shall be renamed the Jagat district, directly controlled by the Jagolasia family. I will serve as the inaugural governor of this district, overseeing military, political, cultural, and economic affairs. After the transformation into a district, the Jagat district will retain all privileges of a member nation, and due to its direct affiliation with the family, it will not be required to pay the heavenly gold, only the district taxes. The district tax structure will be reformed, adhering to the principle of rewarding those who contribute more, thereby encouraging the development of commerce, industry, and agriculture. Chapter 59. The sacrificial grounds. Ross sat unperturbed in the foremost seat of the reception hall, while the citizens of the special district stood quietly beneath the screen, listening attentively. Although they could not fully comprehend his discourse, terms like special district and kingdom felt distant and abstract. The benefits he enumerated resonated with them. First and foremost, they would not be obligated to pay the celestial tribute. Furthermore, they would continue to enjoy the rights of a member state, with naval protection promised to the island. And given that it was directly governed by the Jagarushia family, their security was significantly enhanced. The matter of taxation seemed trivial in their view. Taxes were typically levied proportionally, whereas the celestial tribute was imposed per capita. In lean years, the former still afforded them a glimmer of hope, while the latter offered no respite. Thus, when Ross concluded his live broadcast, the crowd erupted into cheers, their prior anxieties dissipating in an instant. The celestial dragons governed the sacred lands, which were exempt from the celestial tribute. Ordinary people in this realm were akin to nobility. Ross, a celestial dragon, administered Jagarushia Island, which also enjoyed exemption from the tribute. Hence, the sacred site of Jagarushia Island placed its commoners on par with nobility, although such thoughts lingered only in their minds. The mere contemplation was sufficient to instill a sense of superiority among the island's residents. This was precisely the effect Ross aimed to achieve and would further promote. Rather than expending $90 billion on purchasing slaves, it would be far more advantageous to invest the same sum in vessels to establish trade routes connecting Jagarushia Island with the wider world, specifically to attract people. The resultant population growth would undoubtedly surpass that achieved through direct purchases. After the broadcast, Ross rose and, as he made his way out, remarked, "Zanny, delegate your responsibilities over the next few days. The officials dispatched by the world government have arrived. We shall then take time to promote a select few from the island." "Understood, Your Highness," Zanny replied, inclining her body slightly. This had been a prior agreement between them. Following the eradication of the nobility, someone had to oversee the management of the special district. Initially, they would request personnel from the world government, subsequently assessing those among the island's populace who aspired to progress. The evaluation would commence with written examinations, half of which would pertain to competence, while the other half would gauge loyalty. During the examinations, she would traverse the venue, attuning herself to the emotions of the candidates. The island was predominantly inhabited by common folk, and even those with capabilities typically reached only the rank of lieutenant. Lacking the advanced haki, she could sense their emotions from within 100 meters. After the preliminary screening, Ross would personally interview the mayors and town leaders, whose selections would serve as the inaugural administrators of the Jagurushia Special District, directly liaising with Ross. Though he desired to be a hands-off manager, the nascent phase of this venture necessitated his involvement. This world was replete with formidable warriors, yet talented administrators were a rarity. The caliber of the five elders was not vastly different from Xani's. They simply had broader experiences, having developed a reliance on established practices that enhanced their efficiency. Were Ross to assume their responsibilities, he would probably fare worse than the five elders and Xani, who possessed genuine experience in management. Xani had previously overseen a family training base, endowing her with far greater practical knowledge than he. After the broadcast, Ross departed his chamber, heading towards the rear mountains of what was now called Jago City. The island bore the name of the family, having been their home for centuries prior to the establishment of the world government. Much like the Nefertari family in Alabasta, the Jagurushia family also maintained a sacred site on the island, nestled within the mountains behind Jago City. For 8 centuries, guardians from the Jagurushia family had protected this site, and none dared to intrude. Upon reaching the mountain, family members stationed there emerged to bow in deference to Ross. While they might not be acquainted with other members of the Jagurushia family, both Satan and Ross were figures they could not overlook. "I shall pay homage to our ancestors. You need not accompany me," Ross stated as he entered the sacrificial grounds. The sacrificial site lay within a cave in the mountains, an area to which the guardians were not permitted entry. Ross was uncertain whether they had ever entered. His interest in this location had peaked while perusing materials during his leisure at the sacred site. Historical records indicated that the Jagurushia kingdom had faced several crises, and during each instance, the reigning monarch would enter the sacrificial grounds. Curiously, upon the king's entrance, the island of Jagurushia would become encircled by towering waters, as if enveloped in a formidable barrier. Intrigued by such an extraordinary legend, Ross was eager to explore the sacrificial grounds. The world of pirates was replete with wondrous powers, yet he was unsure what category the sacrificial grounds belonged to. Regardless of its nature, the ability to summon towering waters around a 200,000 square kilometer island was undeniably awe-inspiring, surpassing even the might of S-class warriors, likely rivaling that of the 3 ancient weapons or even Emu. As he entered the cave housing the sacrificial grounds, a cool breeze greeted him, and the light diminished as he ventured deeper, relying solely on a torch for illumination. Above him, vibrant murals adorned the stone walls, unfolding like a flowing historical scroll before Ross's eyes. These murals, resplendent in color and fluid in line, had withstood the test of time, remaining vivid even after nearly a millennium. These depictions bore a striking resemblance to those Ross had encountered in ancient Egypt, narrating the legendary and mythic history of the Jagurushia family. His understanding of the Jagurushia family was predominantly shaped by memories from his previous life, coupled with the sense of power and status he experienced as a celestial dragon. Undoubtedly, having ascended to become one of the 20 kings of the world government and maintaining dominion over this world for a span of 8 centuries, his family must possess some extraordinary attributes. Chapter 60. Is Mayan Jinjian a legend or a reality? Ross squinted slightly, his gaze resting upon a series of murals. The first mural depicted a crowned king kneeling before an altar, upon which rested a peculiar blue fruit adorned with spiral patterns. The second mural illustrated the king consuming the fruit, waves crashing around him. The third mural portrayed the king suspended above the altar, surrounded by turbulent waters. The narrative conveyed by these 3 murals was easily comprehensible, recounting some of the family's secret symbols. Yet, a question emerged. If the formidable water barrier was a manifestation of the fruit's power, why did the illustrious warriors of the Jagurushia lineage not consume it, instead employing it as a weapon of mass destruction? The origins of the devil fruit remained shrouded in mystery, but over the years, certain characteristics had been discerned. Each devil fruit materializes only once at a given time. It can only regenerate upon the death of its previous wielder. The location of its rebirth continues to be an enigma. Some fruits appear near the last known fruit, while others manifest in fixed locations, varying widely. Given that the family had navigated crises through similar circumstances, it suggested that this fruit consistently reappeared within the family's domain. However, the enigma persisted. Why did those kings, after consuming the fruit, fail to emerge from the sacred ground? It was undeniable that numerous fruits bore severe side effects. For instance, the poison fruit could induce diarrhea, while a failed awakening of the animal fruit could result in a transformation into a beast. Yet, the notion that a fruit's power could be utilized solely once, after which the individual perished, was unprecedented. With a sense of anticipation, Ross pressed onward. Approximately 5 minutes later, after traversing a long, shadowy passage, he finally entered an expansive space. Though nestled within the mountains, the area emanated a peculiar serenity and solemnity, as if it existed isolated from the world, basking in a transcendental quietude. In the center stood an ancient, colossal altar. Above the altar, a beam of faint light filtered through a crevice in the rock, resembling a divine guide, gently illuminating a sacred object at the altar's center, a blue fruit with spiral patterns. Ross instantly recognized it as the fruit depicted in the murals, its abilities remaining a mystery. Exercising patience, Ross surveyed the surroundings of the altar. As he approached, he noticed ancient inscriptions adorning the base. Jaegerusha Salen, Jaegerusha Flick, Jaegerusha Tovin. He softly articulated each name etched in the ancient script, recognizing them as the names of his ancestors. It must be acknowledged that the ancient script capabilities acquired from O'Hara remained remarkably useful. Most of these names belonged to long-deceased figures, with little necessity to retain their memory. Apart from historians and a select few within their lineage, these names had not been widely disseminated. Perhaps fewer knew of Joy Boy than of these ancestors. Rather than immediately examining the fruit, Ross's gaze shifted to the right side of the altar. There a massive stone tablet loomed, densely inscribed with ancient characters. Indeed, there existed historical texts, though not in the conventional sense. They appeared to be family records. Ross chuckled softly as he approached the tablet. 800 years prior, the world government had been established, erasing a segment of history by substituting it with a new writing system, the one in contemporary use. The records in ancient script had been nearly obliterated by the world government, leaving behind only forgotten stone tablets that chronicled the ancient characters once used. These tablets, inscribed with ancient writing, were precisely what the historians of O'Hara sought. Standing before the stone tablet, Ross's eyes scanned the ancient characters, and he murmured softly, Jaegerusha, contracts with the devil, nourished by the blood of descendants, commanding the might of the sea, awaiting the one who masters the devil. The demon was named Mayan-Jinjian. Upon reaching the conclusion, Ross raised an eyebrow, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Mayan-Jinjian? This name bore a striking resemblance to Nika. Nika signifies the spirit of the rubber tree, interpreted as a solar deity. The translation of Mayan-Jinjian in ancient language was even more direct, god of the sea. If Ross remembered correctly, there existed a fishman named Daerudo Mayan-Jinjian within the Sun Pirates, a name embodying two deities. Daerudo's form was also that of a mythical beast fruit, with the current wielder residing in Wano. Ross could hardly fathom that the ancestral fruit of the Jaegerusha family was intertwined with the deity of the sea. It was common knowledge that the devil fruit possessed only two weaknesses, sea prism stone and the ocean itself. A consumer of the devil fruit would instantly become unable to swim, a veritable landlubber. So what was the nature of this Mayan-Jinjian fruit? Being associated with the god of the sea, it could not possibly render one incapable of entering the ocean. That would be exceedingly absurd. Ross's gaze shifted back to the blue fruit upon the altar, his eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. By the current nomenclature of the fruit, combined with the information from the stone tablet, it was likely that the fruit was named human fruit, mythical beast type, Mayan-Jinjian form. In terms of prestige, it should rank alongside the Nika fruit. Yet, while the Nika fruit could be seized upon awakening, consuming this fruit might pose a mortal danger. With this thought, Ross smiled knowingly. He proceeded to investigate the sacred ground thoroughly, ensuring no details were overlooked and that no surprises awaited him. After completing his inspection, Ross turned without hesitation, striding purposefully toward the exit, not casting a single glance back at the fruit on the altar. How amusing! Having painstakingly transformed into a celestial dragon, he certainly would not gamble with his life based solely on 2 cursory glances at the stone tablet. Moreover, there existed an array of ancestors who had perished by such folly as cautionary tales. However, this did not signify that Ross would abandon the fruit. It was already established that the fruit consistently reappeared on Jaguarushia Island, a crucial piece of information. Knowing that the fruit would not elude him, all that remained was a series of experiments. Once he was certain of its safety, he could consume it without delay. Even if he were uncertain about this particular fruit, the one at the Holy Land would not be a poor alternative. Even if he were to forego the fruit, Ross believed that relying on the system would not lead him astray. It would merely mean lacking a formidable power. Though it was true that in this world, strength did not necessarily hinge upon the fruits. Both martial arts and swordsmanship had their limitations. Those powerful fruits were the true means of clearing minions and altering the battlefield. In comparison, human destruction had a significantly smaller scope. Furthermore, Luffy possessed a fruit, indicating that the path of the fruit was indeed the highway to success. Additionally, Ross felt a twinge of envy toward the various unique abilities. As for the adverse effects of the ocean and sea prism stone, those were secondary concerns. In his recollections, he had yet to encounter a formidable being who succumbed merely due to the ocean or sea prism stone. The uncertainty remained, which fruit would ultimately prove to be his destiny. Chapter 61. Attempt upon returning to his chambers, Ross dialed the phone bug to contact Saint Satan. Some matters did not warrant concealment from him. After all, for the foreseeable future, conflict between them were unlikely, and Satan would continue to serve as a shield. Brew. The phone bug connected, revealing the aged visage of Saint Satan. What is it? The mere sound of Satan's grave tone informed Ross that it was not an opportune moment for idle chatter. Typically, such a pretense was only adopted during gatherings of the 5 Elder Stars. Since O'Hara had been handled with finesse, Satan's demeanor towards Ross had softened considerably in private. I am at the ancestral grounds, having just paid homage at the shrine to our ancestors. Grandfather, I notice your name is not inscribed upon the altar. Would you like me to carve both our names there? Ross refrained from mentioning the fruit, yet he was confident that Satan comprehended his implication. The sacred site held little of value for him apart from that singular fruit. My achievements are insufficient for my name to be etched above. If you wish to have your name inscribed, then prove your worth to me, Satan replied with a nonchalant tone. Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced Ross's lips. Both were enigma-laden individuals, yet he grasped the essence of Satan's words. Simply put, Satan lacked the capacity to bear the fruit's power, yet consuming it did not guarantee demise. Only those with adequate strength could harness its might. Moreover, should Ross consume that fruit, he would undoubtedly secure his position as the next head of the Jago-Luckia family, with a strong likelihood of succeeding to the rank of the 5 Elder Stars. Do not say I did not caution you, Satan added suddenly. Even if you have your name inscribed to the shrine now, if you lack the requisite qualifications, it will soon revert to its original state. Then I must demonstrate my worth to you, grandfather, Ross replied with a smile before ending the call. This final hint from Satan was pivotal, affirming his previous conjectures. As long as the wielder of the Mianjin fruit perished, the fruit would reappear upon the altar. This exemplified the notion that once one was deemed unworthy, everything would revert to its initial condition. How alluring could such a unique fruit's effects truly be? The following day, unable to contain his eagerness, Ross summoned Zephyr, who remained aboard the ship, and took Stella along with 3 labor slaves he had previously captured, leading them to the sacred site. Are you truly going to let them consume that fruit? Zephyr gazed at the blue devil fruit upon the altar, his expression revealing a hint of incredulity. A devil fruit appearing in the Dragon Family's shrine is no ordinary occurrence. To feed to slaves? Is that not a waste of potential? If the fruit is indeed powerful, I could partake of it myself. It is but a minor experiment, Ross replied with a slight smile, nonchalantly plucking the blue devil fruit and tossing it to the slave at the forefront, a robust man. These slaves had been brought from the Holy Land to assist him in navigating the vessel. They were D-class and even C-class individuals who had yet to taste a devil fruit, thus serving their purpose. Consume it, and should you survive, I shall bestow upon you great fortune, Ross stated calmly. The slave, upon hearing this, displayed evident delight, showing no hesitation as he grasped the devil fruit and took a hearty bite. After all, he was a slave. What did he have to lose by seizing the opportunity to consume a devil fruit? In just a few moments, he had devoured the fruit, which tasted horrendous, yet somehow evoked a sense of pleasure within him. Feel the power, Ross instructed with composure. Master, do not worry. I have witnessed others consume fruits before, and I shall endure, the robust slave exclaimed, excitement etched across his features. Ross remained non-committal once the fruit was consumed. The individual before him was already as good as dead. Whether he could withstand its effects was not up to the slave to decide. A faint sound disrupted the surrounding stillness, followed by a strange power beginning to emanate from the robust slave. Ross observed as torrents of water surged forth from the slave's body, enveloping him entirely like a fountain, forming a water sphere around him. Simultaneously, the slave's physique began to transform. His feet gradually lifted off the ground, his body floating as if cradled by an invisible force. His originally short black hair turned white in an instant, growing rapidly, cascading down like a waterfall until it reached his waist. His eyes, too, became gradually obscured by silver, shimmering with an otherworldly brilliance. During this transformation, the robust slave exuded an overwhelming pressure. Even a mere bystander would feel an instinctual urge to prostrate themselves. Stella, still grasped by Zephyr, would have likely reacted were it not for his restraint. Suddenly, the robust slave's face contorted in agony. Water continued to coalesce around him, causing the ground beneath to tremble ominously. At that moment, the phone bug rang, and upon answering, Ross heard Zani's voice. Your Highness, water is rising outside Jago Lucky Island, approximately 10 meters high. Understood. Calm the populace and inform them that this is merely a test of our technology to protect the island. Report any developments to me immediately. Ross concluded the call, casting a glance towards the robust slave, disappointment evident in his eyes. He had not anticipated that the rising water was a passive effect of consuming the fruit. Yet, the mere 10-meter surge raised questions. Was the slave too weak? Or was there an issue with the method employed? To ascertain the truth would require further experimentation, and such pursuits often demanded sacrifices for the sake of knowledge. Help! The slave, seizing a moment to catch his breath, gazed pleadingly at Ross, but before he could complete his sentence, he choked on the water, worsening his condition. Zephyr, what is his current state? Ross narrowed his eyes. The robust slave's condition was decidedly abnormal. Given his strength, he should not be ensnared by water, even without the fruit. This was a classic scenario of a devil fruit user being subdued by seawater, a situation Ross had witnessed countless times and could not mistake. The sudden emergence of water was likely seawater. Zephyr regarded the slave, now enveloped in water, his expression pensive. He began to comprehend why Ross had chosen to have the slave consume the fruit. It was the first time he had observed a devil fruit being accompanied by seawater. Seawater inherently incapacitated devil fruit users, and in severe cases, it could lead to drowning. Only those with extraordinary strength could mitigate such a debilitating sensation. Yet, regardless of one's might, the inability to wield the fruit's powers in such a weakened state was indisputable. Those who fell into the sea typically prepared in advance, activating their powers to protect themselves or relying on physical prowess or comrades for rescue. Indeed, it is seawater. Ross narrowed his eyes. The bizarre combination of devil fruit and seawater was unprecedented in his experience. Without a moment's hesitation, Ross's leg muscles contracted rapidly as he propelled himself toward the robust slave. A low hum reverberated as he unleashed a swift kick, compressing the air and creating a sharp cutting wave, a technique from the Navy's sixth forms known as Ransoku. This wave, while not overwhelmingly powerful, effortlessly cleaved through the seawater, sending the robust slave hurtling through the air. Have I saved him? Ross squinted, observing the fallen slave as he awaited the outcome. He harbored a foreboding sense that rescuing him would not be as straightforward as it seemed. Otherwise, this fruit would surely not have been kept under wraps by the family. Chapter 62. The Incomplete Fruit Ability. Thank you, Master. Wow. The burly man had yet to recover from the earlier crisis when he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The water surged around him again, forming a spherical cocoon. The man attempted to struggle, but the overwhelming sensation of helplessness upon contact with the seawater rendered him immobile. This seawater was indeed troublesome. If it continued to cling to him autonomously, there would be no solution. For a fruit user to wield their powers, they must either escape the seawater or undergo prolonged desensitization training. However, after consuming this fruit, time was not on his side. Zifa furrowed his brow. Driven by curiosity and boldness, he extended his hand through the water barrier, pulling the burly man out. Attempt to control the water flow. He spoke in a low voice, as his arm was suddenly enveloped in haki, spreading towards the man. Enlisting assistance from others to help control the situation seemed a feasible plan. Sir, I don't know how to control it. The burly man grimaced, utterly bewildered by the origin of the water, let alone possessing any power to control it. Moreover, he felt his stamina draining at an alarming rate. If the situation did not change, he feared he would soon be utterly exhausted and perish. Zifa disregarded the man's plight and was astonished to discover that the seawater penetrated his haki, forcefully seeping from the man's body in an attempt to envelop him. Was haki ineffective? While haki could resist fruit abilities, it did not nullify them entirely. Ross shook his head, lost in contemplation as he observed the burly man. Master, my stamina is continually depleting. I can't stop. At this rate, I will soon die. Seizing the moment, the burly man cried out, his voice laced with terror. No one could remain unperturbed in the face of death, especially not a pirate slave who was yielding out of fear. Stamina is continuously depleting. Ross pondered, recalling the water currents surrounding the island. It seemed that the current was consuming the man's stamina. The island spanned 200,000 square kilometers, with the outer ring stretching at least 20,000 kilometers. To generate 10-meter-high currents over such a vast area would drain even an admiral's stamina, let alone that of a mere D-rank burly man. Was this a test from the fruit, or merely a side effect? Zifa, knock him out. With limited information at hand, Ross felt compelled to continue experimenting. Zifa, already grasping the man, swiftly rendered him unconscious. Yet even in his stupor, the seawater continued to seep out, showing no signs of abating. Clearly, this was not merely a side effect of the fruit. It was indicative of the fruit's uniqueness. Furrowing his brow, Ross considered that side effects would not trigger post-unconsciousness. Only abilities akin to natural-type fruits, which allow for elementalization, would remain active in such a state. To affirm his hypothesis, Ross contacted Zanny outside, confirming that the seawater containment had not dissipated. This revelation spoke volumes. Bang! Ross raised his platinum handgun and fired a shot at the man's forehead. Zifa frowned. He could have intervened, but sensing Ross's intent, he ultimately refrained from acting. Crack! The man's head exploded like a watermelon. Yet what erupted was not elemental water, but a gruesome mixture of blood and brain matter. One shot was all it took for the burly man to perish. It seemed he did not possess a natural type ability. Zifa shook his head in regret, feeling no substantial emotion. They had come to test the fruit, and the target was a notorious pirate. His sense of justice remained intact. However, it was indeed unfortunate that such a peculiar fruit would vanish with the man's demise. Complete D-rank kill. Power level, 1000, special reward. Incomplete Mianjin fruit ability, to receive a fruit ability directly as a reward. Ross had never encountered such a situation. Typically, upon completing a kill, special rewards would consist of the target's most proficient skills. While grinding experience in the Holy Land, Ross had slain numerous fruit users. Yet, killing a user had never yielded a fruit ability before. Based on the previous performance of the burly man, Ross could only surmise one possibility. The man had never gained the recognition of the Mianjin fruit, resulting in his only acquiring an incomplete version of its powers. This would not hold true for other fruits. Most fruits, even without awakening, would grant access to their full abilities, merely dependent on subsequent development. Ross gently closed his eyes, beginning to sense the fruit power he had acquired. It was a faint yet uniquely potent force. With a whoosh, the seawater, conjured by the burly man, fell to the ground after his death, forming small puddles. Under Ross's influence, these puddles levitated, swirling around him. "Ross!" Zephyr shouted sternly, his fist striking the water currents to disperse them. The seawater was a bizarre ability linked to the fruit. He could not allow it to approach Ross. "It's fine. This is a power inherent to my family," Ross casually fabricated a lie. Different races possessed unique abilities. This was considered normal in this world. "That's good," Zephyr replied, visibly relieved. He genuinely feared Ross might become ensnared by that strange fruit ability. After years in the Navy, experiencing countless battles, he had encountered many unpredictable fruits. A few times, he had been caught off guard, and without the support of his comrades, he might have perished long ago. Thus, despite his aversion to fruits, Zephyr remained vigilant against their powers. Ross gently waved his arm, gathering the seawater before him, manipulating it into various shapes. However, achieving precision proved exceedingly difficult. When attempting to form a dragon's head, a serpent's head materialized instead. When striving to create a cube, the edges appeared excessively rounded. These failures stemmed from his inadequate control and the weakness of his newfound ability. Nevertheless, it indirectly confirmed that the Mianjin fruit indeed possessed the power to control seawater. The existence of a fruit that could directly manipulate seawater astonished Ross. The inherent weakness of devil fruits lay in seawater. Thus, the ability to control it equated to countering all fruit users. Could he now navigate the world of pirates with the advantage of aquatic evasion? Furthermore, it seemed Ross had found a safe method to utilize the fruit. With this thought, Ross lifted his gaze, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he beheld the altar. Following the burly man's demise, the once barren altar again bore witness to the emergence of a new Mianjin fruit. Chapter 63. Practice brings truth. Consume it, Ross commanded, as he ascended the altar once more, seizing the Mianjin fruit and tossing it to the tall, slender slave. It must be said, the Jagolu family possessed remarkable understanding. This altar seemed specifically erected for this fruit, perfectly timed to leverage the rebirth of the fruit. "Master, can I not eat it?" The tall man grimaced. He was not much stronger than the previously robust man, and consuming this fruit would surely lead to his demise. A fruit that could regenerate infinitely in the same location was indeed peculiar. At that moment, Zephyr's realization dawned upon him. No wonder Ross exhibited such audacity in offering such a precious fruit to a slave. It could indeed regenerate without limit. Nevertheless, he remained skeptical of Ross's actions. He was aware that this was the sacrificial site of the Jagolu family, indicating that Ross's lineage had already discovered this fruit. The fact that it had remained undiscovered for so many years spoke volumes. Problems that had persisted for centuries could hardly be resolved by the deaths of a few slaves. "I'm not negotiating with you." Ross, like a specter, activated the Navy Six style, shave, and in an instant appeared beside the tall man. He snatched the fruit from the man's grasp, gripping his chin firmly, and forcefully inserted the fruit into his mouth. With a gentle pat on the tall man's throat, a significant portion of the fruit's flesh was swallowed against his will. The devil fruit's effects would manifest with just a single bite. The remainder would lose its potency regardless of consumption. After feeding the fruit to the tall man, Ross stepped back, allowing him to undergo the same transformation as the robust man, ultimately enveloped by a sphere of seawater. With a wave of his hand, Ross lifted his palm. The seawater encircling the tall man seemed to be drawn towards his hand, swiftly converging into his palm. However, the water around the tall man showed no signs of diminishing. Clearly, Ross's extraction rate could not match the rate at which it was being generated anew. "This is still inadequate," Ross lamented, sighing as he dispersed the seawater. Zephyr had previously tested it. Indeed, it was merely ordinary seawater. To be thorough, Ross once again recalled Zanny. Was there any change in the water flow compared to before? The tall man was slightly stronger than the robust man, with an overall rating of C-, capable of generating a water flow of about 15 meters, which was commendable. However, to generate a flow of hundreds of zhang would require an extraordinary height, perhaps nearing 1,000 meters. Excessive indeed. Reflecting on the descriptions in family documents, Ross's expression turned peculiar, and he felt an impulse to have Zephyr consume the fruit. Finding a slave rated B or above was no simple task, and he feared he might not have the opportunity to verify what kind of strength could lead to the effect of hundreds of zhong of water flow. With a bang, accompanied by the sound of gunshot, the tall man collapsed to the ground. Having obtained the answers he sought, Ross showed no hesitation. Completion of sea-level defeat. Power 10,000. Special reward. Mayanjinjian fruit ability, incomplete. As anticipated, the reward was indeed an incomplete fruit ability. Furthermore, the two abilities were additive rather than cumulative. After consuming the reward, Ross could assert this conclusion with certainty. Previous repeated rewards did not yield new changes. They merely indicated accumulation on the panel, requiring 10 skills of the same level to exchange for a single higher level skill. Ross was certain that the reason was not due to the tall man's sea strength. The incomplete fruit ability was weaker than that of the robust man, purely a 112. Thus, Ross concluded that the acquisition of an incomplete fruit ability bore no relation to the owner's strength. Consume him. Ross once again grasped the reborn fruit and approached the only female pirate he had brought along. However, to be a female pirate in the vast ocean and achieve a C rating, one could easily surmise her formidable nature. Indeed, the woman before Ross was more masculine than many men. The female pirate opened her mouth, but ultimately spoke no further, taking the fruit and consuming it willingly. Not eating would lead to immediate death, while consuming it offered a glimmer of hope. What if the fruit recognized gender? What if she was the chosen one? 2 hours later, bang! As the gunshot rang out, the same notification as when the tall man perished appeared. However, despite the identical wording of the reward description, Ross sensed a significant difference. This time, 11,110. Indeed, as the duration of resistance lengthened, the acquired incomplete fruit ability correspondingly strengthened. With the plan confirmed, Ross instructed Zephyr to depart. After all, his actions were hardly humane, and it was better not to be witnessed by Zephyr. However, Ross retained Stella, instructing her to observe from a distance while holding a transponder snail, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Subsequently, Ross had Zanny arrange for the slaves to be brought over, to be monitored by the Guardian Sacrificial Team. Upon hearing his orders, they began to usher the individuals in. With tasks at hand, Ross scarcely found time to rest, choosing instead to reside within the sacrificial grounds. Half a month later, far away in a new world, Shizuka arrived at Jagolu Island. Zanny, where's Lord Ross? Shizuka felt a twinge of anxiety as she observed only Zephyr and Zanny awaiting her arrival at the port. She sensed that her mission had not been flawlessly executed. Although she had acquired the fruit, she had also provoked Kaido and, crucially, lost a number of colleagues. Lady Shizuka, His Highness, is currently in seclusion for training. At a critical juncture, otherwise he would have surely come to greet you, Zanny explained. Ross had previously mentioned granting Shizuka the title of his first wife, hence Zanny's continued use of the appellation. Initially, Shizuka had found it uncomfortable, but after hearing it repeatedly through the transponder snail, she had grown accustomed to it. May I visit the place where Lord Ross is in seclusion? Shizuka was astonished by Ross's dedication, but still wished to see him. After all, she had just begun to relish that newfound sensation before seeking the fruit to enhance her strength. There are no restrictions from His Highness, but you may witness some rather unsightly scenes, Zanny kindly warned. What kind of scenes? Shizuka instinctively inquired. Just before entering the port, she had observed towering water currents, seemingly encircling the entirety of Jagolu Island. Were it not for the sturdiness of the vessel she had boarded, it might have disintegrated while traversing those waters. However, Shizuka believed this to be merely a unique geographical feature of the island, as she had encountered similar environments in the New World not long ago, and thus did not find it particularly remarkable. Nothing too alarming, just a tad gruesome, Zanny replied with a smile, pinching her fingers to illustrate a small gap. In recent weeks, she had nearly ushered 100 individuals through, from the initial 20 laborer slaves to the subsequent noble captives yet to be processed. The time intervals required were steadily decreasing. Chapter 64. The Return of Cheyenne. A hint of tragedy lingers, yet I find myself unafraid of such things. Upon hearing the address from Zani, Cheyenne left without a care. In her journey to the New World, the number of lives lost at her blade remains unknown. Thus, the notion of tragedy holds little weight for her. However, along the way, Cheyenne mentally prepared herself. She surmised that it was likely Ross's twisted sense of humor at play, deriving pleasure from the torment of others. Despite her limited interactions with Ross, she sensed he was not the type to prey on the innocent or the weak. Those who fell victim to him often bore some degree of fault. As Cheyenne traversed the streets, she overheard numerous discussions among the common folk. Life had improved remarkably, far better than during Humphrey's reign as king. This they attributed to the benevolence of Governor Ross. Without him, their lives would not be so prosperous. Your title is redundant, for Saint is already a noble designation. You should refer to him as His Highness Ross, or simply Lord Ross, or Governor Ross. Do you understand? He has freed us from the celestial tribute, allowing us to hold our heads high as human beings. I wish to address him as His Excellency, the Saint Governor Ross. Huh. Your admiration for Lord Ross seems to exist only in words. I have a portrait of him hanging in my home. Wait, why do you possess a portrait? Displaying an image of a celestial dragon is a grave sin. Haven't you heard Lady Zani's press conference? The governor's office has dedicated shops selling portraits and sculptures of Lord Ross. Why didn't you mention this sooner? I'm going to buy one right now. With Cheyenne's keen senses, she could easily capture distant sounds as she walked. Focusing on Ross as a keyword, she gleaned many intriguing pieces of information. It was the first time she witnessed the common people venerating the celestial dragons as deities, not out of fear or trepidation. Cheyenne felt that Ross had indeed broken new ground. Furthermore, she learned that Ross had abolished the celestial tribute for all residents of the Jagar district, a first in 800 years. Even her sense of justice paled in comparison to such a deed. She had not erred in her choice of allegiance to him. As she neared her destination, Cheyenne took a deep breath. At this moment, she felt that even if Ross were to conduct a living sacrifice at his family's altar, she could forgive him. Surely, he must have his reasons for doing so. Entry is prohibited. Just as Cheyenne approached the cave entrance, the captain stationed there blocked her way. I am Cheyenne, wife of Lord Ross, she declared, revealing her identity granted by Ross and officially recognized by the Holy Land. Lady Cheyenne, please enter. Upon hearing her name, the captain immediately knelt, his face a mask of reverence as he stepped aside. Before arriving, Cheyenne had received messages from Zani. However, the captain's respect was not directed at her, but rather at Ross within the cave. Their small team was tasked with sending in several individuals daily, and, after each group, they would have to retrieve the bodies. The weight of this duty was taking a toll on him. Rise! Cheyenne nodded at him and proceeded into the cave. From his expression, she gleaned some understanding, though the specifics would have to wait until she witnessed it for herself. With Cheyenne's speed, she soon arrived at the altar. Upon seeing the scene before her, she paused in surprise. Is this it? Ross was seated on the steps of the altar while Stella was giving him a shoulder massage. Nearby, a figure was encased in a sphere of water, silver hair and eyes indicating he was utilizing his powers. Cheyenne had prepared herself for Ross to be the executioner, only to find him observing another's abilities instead. Although she had never seen someone wrap themselves in water, she had encountered few ability users and felt no particular astonishment. Lord Ross, Cheyenne called out, and when his gaze fell upon her, her face blossomed with a radiant and enchanting smile. In her recent days of searching for abilities in the New World, her thoughts had often drifted to Ross. Although their initial meeting was less than ideal, their subsequent interactions filled her with satisfaction. Long before acquiring her powers, Cheyenne had resolved to follow Ross to the ends of the earth. Ross rose with a smile, opening his arms wide. Without hesitation, Cheyenne strode forward, embracing him tightly. The familiar scent of her, the warm touch, stirred a hunger within Ross. Recently, his life had been that of a hermit in pursuit of power, with only occasional moments of playfulness with Stella. Deep down, he held a special fondness for Cheyenne, not merely for her impressive stature and striking form, but also for the comfort of their companionship. While Stella and Luigi were pleasant, They often appeared too vulnerable in his presence, lacking the strength to fully engage him. Cheyenne, however, was a woman who dared to be a knight. After savoring the moment, Ross finally released Cheyenne. "Show me your abilities." At his request, a subtle smile graced Cheyenne's lips. Instantly, her form began to transform. Her eyes gradually took on a profound shade of purple, her skin becoming strikingly pale, resembling the purest porcelain under moonlight, exuding an indescribable chill. Simultaneously, her pointed ears rose delicately, her once regular teeth elongated into sharp fangs, and her lips turned a luscious crimson, akin to a freshly bloomed rose, hinting at an alluring seduction. From her back unfurled a pair of wings, as dark as the night. With a gentle flutter, her movements became more graceful, each gesture radiating an elegance that transcended the mundane, like a specter dancing in the night sky, both chilling and captivating. The vampire fruit has greatly enhanced my abilities, including Cheyenne, overall rating 8- Since their last encounter, Cheyenne's power had undergone a staggering transformation. Before her departure, her strength was merely at a C level. Ross had heard whispers of her breakthroughs in combat, indicating that prior to consuming the fruit, she was approximately at a B level. After ingesting the vampire fruit, Cheyenne's prowess had surged to an entirely new echelon, placing her on par with Zani and Soro. However, even among equals, disparities in strength exist. Raw potential does not always translate to actual combat effectiveness, as numerous factors influence the outcome of a battle. Although they shared the same tier, Cheyenne would not stand a chance against Zani. However, against Soro, she held a glimmer of hope for victory, given that the vampire fruit was particularly effective against cumbersome foes like him. The enhancement provided by the mythical beast fruit primarily influenced physical attributes and unique capabilities. According to Cheyenne, her speed had nearly doubled, and she possessed the ability to absorb blood to replenish her stamina and vitality. With this sanguine ability, as long as she could breach her opponent's defenses and obtain their blood, it theoretically allowed her to exhaust any adversary. Cheyenne had never lacked the foundational skills. Her shortcomings lay in her physical condition and absence of extraordinary abilities. Though she possessed monstrous physical talent, she still fell short when compared to the likes of Sakazuki, Zephyr, and Garp, let alone Big Mom and Kaido. Ingesting the mythical beast fruit, combined with Cheyenne's innate gifts, was sufficient to bridge the gap in talent between her and the top-tier powerhouses. Chapter 65. Transformation. Remarkably, after listening to Ji-Yuan's account, Ross felt quite satisfied. The little cabbage he nurtured was thriving. "Ross, how are you doing? Do you need assistance?" After sharing her own matters, Ji-Yuan inquired about Ross's cultivation. Previously, Zani had mentioned that Ross was in seclusion, and she suspected he had paused his training to await her arrival. "I have nothing pressing at the moment, but I possess a method that could enhance your strength," Ross replied, slowly raising his palm. Suddenly, the sea surged from the air, crashing toward Ji-Yuan. She displayed a look of confusion, yet did not resist, allowing the water to envelop her as it was under Ross's control. However, the moment the water washed over her, she sensed something amiss and instinctively exclaimed, "Is this seawater?" Before consuming the fruit, she had prepared herself not to enter the sea. After consuming it, she had even immersed herself in seawater, recalling the similar feeling of helplessness she now experienced. Fortunately, her physique was resilient. Although her body was inundated with weakness, she managed to maintain her standing posture, albeit trembling involuntarily. "If you find it unbearable, let me know. Staying in the water will help you adapt and increase your resistance to seawater and sea stone." Ross enveloped Ji-Yuan in seawater, leaving only her head exposed. Generating and controlling seawater in small quantities was one of his recent achievements. As long as stamina permitted, he could continuously produce seawater on land and manipulate it in combat. Although the mechanics eluded him, he was aware that the fruit's ability enabled the generation of seawater, which countered other fruit abilities. Upon the demise of the 10th slave, Ross would intuitively master it. Moreover, as he acquired more fruit abilities, the efficiency of converting stamina into seawater improved. Initially, even when exhausting his stamina, he could only create 2 to 3 tons of seawater, a mere volume sufficient to envelop Ji-Yuan. After half a month of continuous absorption, his ability to generate seawater had exponentially increased. Now, if he were to deplete his stamina, he could produce at least 100 tons of seawater. Though it remained a modest stream, it was hardly sufficient for combat use. Most importantly, with Ross's ongoing acquisition of the Mianjin fruit's abilities, his resistance to seawater grew stronger. While his fruit abilities were system-derived, he still felt the effects of seawater and sea stone. Initially, he was unable to wield his powers in a seawater environment or when touching sea stone. However, perhaps due to the incomplete nature of his fruit abilities, he was not affected in the same debilitating manner as other fruit users. He simply couldn't unleash his powers. Gradually, as his fruit abilities advanced, he became capable of manifesting his powers within seawater. At present, he could nearly exercise his abilities fully in seawater, even sensing a faint amplification. This meant that the adverse effects of seawater on devil fruit users hardly impacted him. Regrettably, this was limited solely to seawater. The sea stone still posed a significant threat. The solid nature of sea stone likely exacerbated its debilitating effects on devil fruit abilities, reducing his power to 30% when in contact with it. Ross slowly lifted his palm, facing the noble tightly enveloped by seawater. With a rush, the surrounding air seemed to solidify as the sphere of seawater began to contract under his command. The seawater, as if squeezed by an invisible force, created an airtight, ultra-high-pressure environment. The color of the seawater deepened under pressure, seemingly impervious to light in this sudden oppression. With ominous cracking sounds, the noble's body began to deform under the irresistible pressure. His flesh and blood gradually liquefied in this extreme environment, dissolving into a dark red mist within the water. This was Ross's latest technique. While seawater itself lacked direct lethality, manipulating it to form a high-pressure environment was sufficient to instantly incapacitate weaker foes. Unfortunately, this technique was ineffective against stronger opponents. For now, his Mianjin fruit abilities could not influence the powerful. Completed E-level kill. Power level, 100 special reward. Mianjin fruit ability, incomplete. An upgrade at last. Ross glanced at the newly acquired fruit ability on his panel, sighing inwardly. Since the first 10 individuals, his fruit abilities had ceased to grow. The last 2 had merely become tagged for stacking, and he was uncertain how many stacks would be necessary for further enhancement. Moreover, given the incomplete nature of this ability, stacking them would likely not yield substantial strength. Thus, a choice lay before him. Ross raised his gaze, fixating on the regenerated Mianjin fruit. His current state should not classify him as a true fruit user. The presence of the Mianjin fruit indicated he merely borrowed the fruit's abilities through the system rather than becoming an actual fruit user. This meant that if he refrained from consuming the Mianjin fruit, he could opt for another fruit instead. With this thought in mind, Ross approached the Mianjin fruit. Master. Stella expressed concern as she observed Ross approaching the fruit. Previously, he would always summon others to consume it, coercing them into submission. This was the first instance of him standing before the fruit alone. Over the past half-month, Stella had witnessed many individuals consume that fruit, yet none had survived. All perished in the seawater it summoned. Fear not, it is time to make a decision. Ross smiled reassuringly as he grasped the fruit. He had greater faith in this fruit than in ordinary Zoan types. His current water manipulation abilities, combined with a standard Zoan fruit, would likely yield less potent results than consuming a strong one. In any world, specialization often surpassed generalization in the martial hierarchy. Ross, is this fruit dangerous? Jiwen was drawn to Ross's actions, her brows knitting slightly. The expression on Stella's face, coupled with the fruit's sudden appearance after the noble's demise, raised suspicions. There is some danger, but it is manageable. Ross shook his head gently, clutching the fruit in his hand, and ultimately took a decisive bite. The bitter taste exploded in his mouth, and despite his prior anticipation, he could not suppress a grimace. It tastes dreadful. Fortunately, the flavor was fleeting. Suddenly, his body underwent a peculiar transformation, as if an invisible force lifted him. He began to float gracefully, surrounded by an ethereal aura. His silver hair appeared to come alive, growing and cascading like a galactic waterfall, shimmering with a soft glow. Simultaneously, his complexion paled, as if shedding mortal hues while gaining an air of divine purity. 2 silver dragon horns quietly emerged from his crown, sharp and distinct. His eyes transformed as well, radiating a silvery luminescence akin to twinkling stars, making it impossible to gaze directly at them. In that moment, Ross seemed to embody a deity, exuding an aura of inviolable majesty that inspired both reverence and an irresistible urge to worship. Chapter 66. Experimental abilities. With a resounding crash, tumultuous waves surged beneath Ross's feet, the mighty ocean churning outward. What an overwhelming presence. Is this the Conqueror's Haki? Cheyenne's expression shifted slightly as she swiftly lifted the dazed Stella, ascending to a higher vantage point. While ordinary Conqueror's Haki had little effect on her, the powerful surge unleashed by Ross after consuming the fruit sent a shiver down her spine, instilling a sense of intimidation. Either Ross's Conqueror's Haki was exceptionally potent, or this fruit augmented its power. In either case, it implied that the fruit was fearsome. Ross's transformation continued, his aura steadily escalating. However, Cheyenne could discern that Ross's condition remained stable and devoid of any imminent peril. This brought her a measure of relief. This fruit was far more formidable than the mythical Zoan she had previously consumed. Suddenly, the phone snail rang, and Cheyenne located the source of the sound, extracting it from Stella's chest. "This is Cheyenne," she answered. "This is Zanny. How is His Highness faring?" A massive wave has erupted on the outskirts of the island, and the entire area has been sealed off, Zanny said, her voice taut with concern. Ross has just consumed the fruit and is currently in the adaptation phase. Everything is proceeding well, Cheyenne assessed, glancing at Ross. She had not witnessed the others who had consumed the fruit, but the divine aura emanating from Ross suggested that he was not in distress. "Good. Zephyr and I will head to your location immediately. Thank you for your efforts," Zanny swiftly concluded before hanging up, knowing they needed to verify Ross's condition after his sudden consumption of the fruit. Ross's transformation persisted for a full hour, and by the time Zephyr and Zanny arrived, he was still in a state of mental disarray. It resembled the awakening of a mythical Zoan fruit, though she had never seen a fruit that could be awakened immediately upon consumption. Zephyr scrutinized Ross, furrowing his brow as he formed a conclusion. His assessment aligned with Cheyenne's. Ross posed no immediate danger, but was in the process of attuning to the fruit's capabilities. Typically, consuming a fruit confers its corresponding powers, which can then be gradually developed. However, the fruit that Ross has consumed seems to inherently bestow formidable strength, granting him immediate combat prowess, Zephyr mused. Once the transformation concludes, will His Highness possess the strength of Master Zephyr? Cheyenne inquired with curiosity. It's hard to say. Some fruits endow ordinary individuals with extraordinary power, and Ross's fruit falls into this category. Yet, such fruits often come with significant side effects or limitations. The ramifications of this fruit could be astonishing. It might even elevate him to the level of a vice admiral, Zephyr speculated. Though he had never encountered a precedent for an individual ascending to the rank of vice admiral simply by consuming a fruit, he had also never seen a fruit capable of manipulating seawater. If he had been present during Ross's consumption, he would likely have urged caution, suggesting that Ross select a different fruit. However, since Ross had already consumed it and showed no visible signs of distress, he could only harbor his astonishment internally. Buzz. A whirlpool of seawater radiated from Ross's position, spreading outward. Upon witnessing this, Cheyenne and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they hastily lowered their bodies. Boom! The high-pressure water collided with the rocky cliffs, causing the mountain to tremble, and sunlight streamed through in several areas. Ross. Zephyr was the first to notice Ross regaining his composure and called out to him. "Zephyr, I'm fine." Ross gently shook his head, propelled forward by the ocean's currents, and quickly floated to Zephyr's side. This time, he had truly struck gold. "Let's depart. Cheyenne, accompany me to test my abilities." "Zanny, have the area restored," Ross instructed. "Understood." Zanny and Cheyenne responded resolutely. With Ross unharmed, Zephyr felt reassured as he prepared to leave. As for the nature of the fruit's abilities, he held little interest. After all, he had little fascination with fruits. No matter how powerful the seawater Ross commanded might be, it held little relevance to him as a martial artist devoid of any fruit. After handing Stella over to Zanny, Cheyenne followed Ross away from the ceremonial site to a secluded stretch of coastline, as Ross had now gained control over the fruit's abilities. The currents surrounding Jigola's island receded, restoring the area to its previous tranquility. "Ross, how should we proceed with the experiment?" Cheyenne asked eagerly, having witnessed the grandeur of Ross's consumption firsthand. The strength of this fruit was undoubtedly formidable. When she had consumed the vampire fruit, there had been no such commotion. "I will solely utilize the fruit's abilities. You should unleash your full strength against me." Ross nodded at Cheyenne. After consuming the fruit, his power had undergone a monumental transformation. Ross, power, 5, 24 million, 7 million, a dash, warlord level, fruit, human fruit, mythical Zoan, Mianjin transformation, awakening not yet achieved. Fruit abilities, levitation, flying, ocean mastery, controlling water, sea listening, water perception, ocean restoration, replenishing stamina, sea generation, creating water, transformation, mythical beast form. Combat skills, observation hockey, S, conqueror's hockey, A, armament hockey, A, sovereignty, marine 6 styles, A, swordsmanship, C, marksmanship, D, martial arts, C. The mythical Zoan fruit conferred upon Ross a comprehensive enhancement, with the most notable improvement being a remarkable surge in his physical prowess, elevating him to the level of a warlord. Moreover, both his conqueror's hockey and observation hockey saw significant enhancement. The increase in conqueror's hockey was modest, while observation hockey, bolstered by the sea listening ability, ascended to an S-tier level. The abilities Ross previously possessed had augmented by over 10-fold. It is no exaggeration to say that even without the fruit's awakening, he felt confident challenging an admiral on the high seas. While he may not be capable of defeating them outright, his ability to recover through the continuous influx of seawater meant that even an admiral could not vanquish him. "Ross, be cautious." Cheyenne drew her fine blade, acquired from a new world, from her waist. With a flick of her wrist, a crimson-pink slashing attack sliced through the air, hurtling towards Ross. She had previously mastered the flying slash, yet it had consumed too much stamina to be utilized in real combat. However, with the vampire fruit now augmenting her vitality, stamina was no longer a constraint. "Come fort." Ross chuckled lightly, extending his slender hand forward. In an instant, a deluge of seawater manifested before him, coalescing into a 2-meter-wide, 1-meter-deep water barrier. Splash! Just as the water barrier formed, the flying slash collided with it. Cheyenne's flying slash was formidable enough to effortlessly sever a naval vessel. Yet, when the rosy glow struck the water barrier, it was as if it had met an impenetrable fortress. Water splashed forth, transforming into a haze of mist in the air. Ultimately, Ross's water barrier remained unyielding, and the flying slash only penetrated half a meter before disintegrating completely. Cheyenne gazed at the water barrier and the relaxed Ross behind it, a flicker of competitive spirit igniting within her. "I shall now commence in earnest, Ross." Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Cheyenne's form transformed, her vampire half-beast transformation activating instantaneously. A pair of broad wings unfurled from her back, stirring a tempestuous wind as she transformed into a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards Ross. Chapter 67. A fight of unfinished business by the coast. Xiwan flapped her bat-like wings, wielding her swift blade as 12 crimson slashes erupted in a fan shape, slicing through the air with a resonating buzz. Shurtao 12 slashes. In response to Xiwan's fierce assault, Ross merely smiled lightly, extending his arms and drifting backward as invisible currents of the sea surged beneath him, obstructing Xiwan's advance. Mianjin observed that the fundamental ability of her fruit allowed for levitation. The gossamer waters held her body, enabling her to move through the air with minimal exertion. Boom! Xiwan's strikes effortlessly pierced through the watery barrier, sweeping past Ross and cleaving the rocks behind him into perfect cubes. The shattered coral, still suspended in the air, was swiftly engulfed by the suddenly rising waves. With another beat of her wings, Xiwan's form flickered atop the cresting waves, surging upward towards Ross, her blade unleashing a torrential barrage of thrusts. Shirtao, sudden rain. Zonghai. Ross raised his right hand, reaching out toward the CS surface, causing the waters behind him to erupt, a towering wall of water soaring skyward, aiming directly at Shiwan. Swoosh! Shiwan's figure vanished, the sea splashing into emptiness. When she reappeared, she had already positioned herself above Ross. Shirtao, landslide. Shiwan lifted her swift blade high, its edge enveloped in a dark hue, before bringing it down with tremendous force. Faced with this cataclysmic strike, Ross merely smiled faintly, crossing his arms before him. In an instant, countless currents surged forth to block Shiwan's attack path. Boom! The water splashed violently as Shiwan broke through the oceanic barrier, her momentum undiminished as she descended directly towards Ross. Relying solely on the sea was insufficient. Ross chuckled softly, his hands also cloaked in the dark hue. Clang! The swift blade clashed against his arms, the sound of hardened forces colliding echoing like tempered steel. Due to the earlier obstruction, Shiwan's attack had already lost much of its strength, insufficient to inflict harm upon Ross. Nevertheless, the immense impact forced Ross down into the ocean. Ross! Shiwan's expression tightened, her beautiful eyes flashing with concern. In her understanding, those with fruit abilities feared the sea. Even if Ross could manipulate it, he too would be an exception. Splash! Before Shiwan could react, a gigantic column of water surged upward, enveloping her entirely. It was over. The moment she entered the water, Shiwan's countenance changed dramatically. After consuming that fruit, Ross genuinely showed no fear of the sea. However, she herself was terrified of it. With a swift motion, Ross ascended along the water column, moving faster than a fish, reaching Shiwan's side in the blink of an eye, lifting her powerless form into his embrace. Ross, I am too weak. I couldn't provide you with a proper challenge. Shiwan bit her lip, unable to meet Ross's gaze. The defeat was too humiliating. She felt unworthy to face anyone. Had she been defeated head-on, it might not have stung so deeply. However, being trapped by the sea and losing her combat ability was a disgraceful scenario for someone of her caliber. You have just acquired your fruit and have yet to adapt to battle with me. This is entirely normal. Although it is regrettable not to have fully tested your abilities, I have witnessed the scene I long to see. Against those with fruit powers, as long as the battlefield is set upon the sea, I am nearly guaranteed victory. Ross reflected, recognizing that his direct offensive might be low, but against formidable foes like Big Mom, he anticipated difficulty in breaching their defenses. Additionally, he acknowledged that he must exercise caution against physically adept opponents. Outside of these concerns, he felt assured. Listening to the sea and the sea's essence was the core of Mianjin's fruit capabilities. With the ability to hear the sea, he could effortlessly capture any sound transmitted through the waters within 100 kilometers. Furthermore, while engaged in combat within the sea, Ross could anticipate his opponent's actions, as the water would sense their power. Simultaneously, fighting in the ocean allowed him to replenish his stamina by absorbing seawater, facilitating gradual recovery from injuries. As long as the ocean remained, his energy was limitless, although the absorption of energy was less than the consumption required for creating a cycle. The vastness of the ocean provided ample resources. Once he submerged, he could attain an invincible position. Throughout their journey, Shiwan had already regained her strength. Yet she silently allowed Ross to carry her, enjoying the ride. Upon their return, a rejuvenated Ross immediately chose to enter seclusion. The last time he had fought alongside Shiwan, neither had consumed a fruit, and he had narrowly triumphed. This time, both had partaken of the fruits, and he was eager to see who would remain standing in the end. Completed A-class defeat. Power level, 500. 000. Special reward. Observation Haki. Hey. After a day and a night of recuperation, Shiwan emerged from her quarters, her heart content. The truth was evident. The sea god could not surpass a vampire on land, for the vampire could drain the sea god's essence, yet the sea god could not do the same. After 2 days, Ross remained invigorated, while Shiwan, Stella, and Luju were utterly exhausted. As the year 1500 approached its conclusion, Ross stabilized the situation on Jagor Lizzie Island, becoming thoroughly acquainted with the powers of his fruit before embarking on his journey home. On an afternoon imbued with the salty breeze of the sea, Ross stood on the expansive deck of his returning ship. Yea, Ace lay in Ross's embrace, restlessly squirming and uttering incomprehensible sounds. Ace still brimmed with energy. Siwan approached Ross, her face adorned with a radiant smile as she extended her finger to tease Ace. Having heard Luju's tale, she felt nothing but pity for Ace, while her disdain for Roger grew even deeper. A man unfit to be a father, even if he became the Pirate King, was still a failure in her eyes. Perhaps it had been a long time since she had boarded a ship, for she seemed exhilarated, or perhaps it was simply in her genes to yearn for the sea. Ross chuckled playfully. Come on, if you truly inherited Roger's genes, Luju would be in for a hard time. Siwan raised an eyebrow. Because Ross had an advantage through his sea essence, Siwan was forced to become close friends with Luju during these days. With a shared animosity, their bond naturally grew closer. Ross remained indifferent to these developments. He did not believe in fate, but rather in the truths he held. That may be true. Siwan covered her mouth, stifling her laughter. She did not buy into Ross's fanciful tales. Despite Ross receiving the finest education in the world, he was no saint. All right, let us discuss serious matters. You usually practice your swordsmanship at this hour. You would not come to the deck to seek me out, Ross said, handing Ace to the awaiting Stacy, his expression turning slightly grave. Unfortunately, Siwan is merely a warrior. She can handle simple intelligence, but should not be entrusted with governing a nation. Kaido insists we grant them more time under the pretext of being protected by Kazuki Odin, seemingly wishing to prolong the matter, Siwan explained. Prolong? They have already delayed for half a year, and they have yet to mention the matter of Jean, since they refuse to accept our goodwill. Do not blame us for taking action, Ross remarked, gazing at the increasingly clear sight of the Red Earth continent, his tone calm, yet resolute. Once I reach the Holy Land, I will meet with the Gorosei, and then we will head straight to the New World. Understood. Facing the renowned beast pirates, Siwan felt no fear. Instead, her eyes shimmered with eagerness. In this era hailed as the Great Pirate Age, the overall strength of a navy far surpassed any individual pirate crew. Even with the power Ross commanded, it was sufficient to ensure her lack of fear towards Kaido's threats. This time, she was determined to sever Jin's flames and capture him alive as a gift for Ross. Chapter 68. Fegelin to Shamrock. As Ross and his companions ascended the escalator pulled by slaves, they slowly made their way from the port into the city. Upon entering, they were halted by an individual. Ross Saint, it has been quite some time. The one who stopped Ross was a red-haired youth clad in luxurious military attire. Ross lifted his gaze slightly, glancing at the newcomer, and instantly lost interest. Shamrock Saint, I have no desire for idle chatter with you. Fegalan de Shamrock, the eldest son of the supreme commander of the Knights of God, Saint Gringu, and also the twin brother of the red-haired Shanks. In Ross's memory, this peer, born of elite celestial bloodlines, was often compared to him. Until this year, Shamrock had always been regarded as the exemplary child, destined to inherit his father's legacy. In contrast, Ross had previously been perceived as an inconsequential layabout. However, this year, the tides had turned. Ross had suddenly risen in prominence, leaving Shamrock feeling somewhat out of sorts. Recently, you have been making quite a name for yourself in the lower realms, even more so than I, who have just entered the Knights of God, Shamrock remarked, his eyes fixed intently on Ross, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. To Shamrock, Ross's deeds seemed insignificant. What merit was there in gaining renown in the lower realms? Was it not something any celestial being could accomplish? The fact that his esteemed father had praised Ross in his presence was intolerable for him. So, Ross replied, his gaze playful, easily discerning the immaturity in Shamrock's demeanor. Should anyone seek trouble, he would undoubtedly respond with a firm fist. However, if someone came seeking to share their wealth, he would welcome them with open arms. The upcoming heavenly hunt will be held on Holy Island in the North Sea. Let us see who can claim the most kills, Shamrock proposed decisively. And the stakes? Ross arched an eyebrow, his interest piqued. The heavenly hunt, held every 3 years by the celestial beings, involved selecting an island and hunting its native inhabitants. Should the native population prove insufficient, additional slaves would be released to enhance the entertainment. All celestial beings could participate, but typically, only the more powerful among them showed enthusiasm for every event. Once all living beings on the island were exterminated, the world government would deliver a devastating blow, erasing the island entirely. The Heavenly Hunt of 18 years ago coincided with the long-planned attack by the Rocks pirates. It was during that battle that Garp gained fame alongside Roger for defeating Rocks, earning the title of Marine Hero. Moreover, Shamrock's father, Saint Gringu, also rose to prominence during that conflict, and he now served as the commander of the Knights of God, the annual quota of heavenly gold for the Fegalinda family. Shamrock proclaimed, raising his head high. The allocation of heavenly gold for each family correlated with the number of elite celestial beings and their status. Over the years, the Fegalinda family had made considerable progress, ranking among the most formidable families beneath the 5 Elder Stars. Can you make that decision? Ross inquired, raising an eyebrow. The Fegalinda family's annual allocation of heavenly gold was at least 300 billion berries, roughly equivalent to the tax revenue of a third-tier city in Ross's former life. While it was not an insignificant sum, it was hardly remarkable considering the stark differences in productivity between the two worlds. This world had a population that was twice that of Ross's previous world, yet its average productivity was less than 1/10. I can indeed make such decisions. A mere 1 trillion berries. I fear you may not be able to produce it. Shamrock nearly laughed aloud. His father, Saint Gringu, was the patriarch of the Fegalinda family, and Shamrock had excelled since childhood, groomed to become the future patriarch. Now, having entered the Knights of God, he was more than capable of making such a small wager. You mentioned a mere 1 trillion berries. Let us add another condition, a mythical Zoan fruit. Ross casually suggested. You wish to wager the fruit from the Jageru family treasury? Shamrock's interest was piqued. What, does your family treasury lack equivalent treasures? Ross countered. Of course not. How about the Cerberus fruit? It is not inferior to your golden crow fruit. Shamrock replied, his eyes gleaming with fervor. The Cerberus fruit, also known as the Hellhound fruit, was indeed a remarkable fruit, but Shamrock had no intention of consuming it himself. He preferred the golden crow fruit from the Jageru family treasury. Deal. Ross raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised that Shamrock would offer such a valuable item. Since the other party had made a sincere offer, he gladly accepted. Fegalinda Shamrock, comprehensive rating, and Shamrock's A-rank strength was likely legitimate, but it was merely that. After consuming the Mianjin fruit, his ability to clear an area would not be on the same level as Shamrock's. Given a little preparation time, he could easily obliterate an island. Then, it is settled. Shamrock, satisfied with Ross's agreement, left with a pleased expression. Let us continue, Ross said, moving forward. Master, what is the heavenly hunt? Lugio, who had been listening to their conversation, inquired curiously. That is 1 trillion berries and a mythical Zoan fruit. Though Lugio did not fully grasp the value of the mythical Zoan fruit, she recalled that both Ross and Guillaume possessed such fruits. Ross had even mentioned obtaining one for Ace in the future, which made her remember the name. She thought that fruits of such caliber must be the finest of devil fruits. Not to mention, there was also the staggering sum of 1 trillion. She had never contemplated such a vast amount of wealth in her life. The number of zeros was overwhelming, yet here were 2 individuals using it as a wager. This only deepened her curiosity about the heavenly hunt. Not only her, but Stella and Guillaume were equally intrigued. Though they were closer to Ross and had heard numerous secret tidings, they were still unaware of the heavenly hunt's details. The heavenly hunt, Zifa should know. Ross chuckled, glancing at Zifa, indicating for him to explain. The heavenly hunt. Zifa's expression grew serious as he sighed. Since the establishment of the world government, the celestial beings hold this grand event every 3 years, randomly selecting an island of a non-member nation to slaughter its native inhabitants. Should the native population prove insufficient, they even release some slaves onto the island for the participating celestial beings to enjoy. A collective gasp escaped the lips of the other women upon hearing the description. While they had previously heard of the celestial beings' brutality, Stella had witnessed it a few times in the Holy Land. Yet she had not perceived them as markedly different from the nobility of other kingdoms. Now, The viciousness of the celestial beings was vividly manifested before them. The slaughter of islands and extermination of species, occurring every 3 years, was beyond their imagination. Chapter 69. Unfettered Freedom. By the way, each participating celestial dragon is allowed to bring attendants, and the kills made by these attendants also count. The first to slay in each massacre earns the right to join the Knights of God, though this is merely a symbolic reward with little significance. A smirk curled at the corner of Ross's mouth as he spoke with a sudden wicked amusement. Although it was indeed slaughter, he bore no substantial psychological burden. The islands selected for this purpose were inherently the most uncooperative regions among the non-member states in relation to the world government. Given their differing stances, extermination was simply the conclusion. Benevolence may hold some merit, yet Ross favored tyranny, a path long trodden by countless individuals. In his past life, the feudal dynasty that reigned the longest in history maintained its grip on power through such methods. Initially, during invasions, should even a single soul resist, an entire city would be put to the sword. Ultimately, rather than inciting the populace's valor, this approach rendered them subservient. The lessons drawn from history dictate that one must either kill symbolically or eliminate thoroughly. Now that Ross had become a celestial dragon, his reputation was already tarnished. There was no need for pretense. Why is the Knights of God membership merely a symbolic reward? Ji-Yuan instinctively inquired. Upon joining the celestial dragon hierarchy, she began to grasp the true significance of the Knights of God. This elite group could only be joined by the most distinguished celestial dragons, with entry granted only to those closely associated with these elite figures. If Ross were to join the Knights of God, it would likely enable her and Zephyr to join as well, enjoying a status equivalent to that of ordinary celestial dragons. After all, members of the Knights of God were also permitted to partake in the heavenly hunt. Ross chuckled softly, remarking that there were myriad ways to join the Knights of God. Aside from those seeking immediate fame, most had already applied through conventional channels. Even those aspiring for notoriety among the celestial dragons were often pre-selected members of the Knights of God, merely going through the motions. Now, asking ordinary individuals like them to compete with the elite seemed rather futile. As Ross's words trailed off, the others regarded him with peculiar expressions. If someone like Ross could still be considered an ordinary person, what are the other celestial dragons? Yet, they did not genuinely believe the other celestial dragons to be particularly formidable. The recent figure, Shamrock, was clearly inferior to Ross. This wager was certainly not a trivial matter. Zephyr grinned, alluding to the crux of the situation. If this were merely a contest among the next generation, such grand stakes would not be at play. The Navy's annual budget barely reached the trillions, yet both sides were now poised to expend tens of trillions, an endeavor that would undoubtedly strain even the celestial dragons. It was entirely reasonable. The resources of the world government were finite. Beyond the commander of the Knights of God lay the 5 Elder Stars, each one a coveted target for the likes of Figurando. My grandfather, too, ascended from the ranks of commander. What else could it be but a decisive clash determining the future of 2 families? Ross shrugged. In the past, he had been lackluster. Now that he had found his resolve, he posed a potential threat to the interests of the Figurando family, and Shamrock would not remain idle. While a loss of 10 trillion might not entirely cripple an upper-tier celestial dragon family, years of tightening their belts would be unavoidable. Should they gamble such a vast sum and still fail, not only would he be viewed as expendable material among the celestial dragons, but the position of the 5 Elder Stars in Satan Saint's domain would also be precariously threatened. Unity against external foes was a fundamental principle, yet internal strife often constituted the prevailing theme. Even among the celestial dragons, there exists conflict, Lugia mused. She had once believed that those exalted above would be devoid of troubles, only to discover the myriad complexities at play. However, individuals like them, the common folk, had no options available, unlike Ross and his ilk who could oppress others. Where there are people, there are struggles. Who would not wish to be the singular victor? Ross lightly chuckled, unfazed. Now that they had arrived, what meaning was there in not toppling those above? High-ranking cattle were still just cattle, after all. Essentially, Ross and Luffy belonged to the same ilk, both yearning for uninhibited freedom. However, Ross's desires were far more intense, lacking the innocent simplicity of Luffy. Stella, arrange accommodations for them. Anywhere around my palace will suffice. I shall pay my respects to grandfather. Master, I will make the necessary arrangements, Stella replied with a smile, bowing as she led the group deeper into the family estate. Prior to the demon-slaying order of O'Hara, she had spent considerable time within the Jagoria Palace complex, thus familiarizing herself with the surroundings of Ross's palace. After the two groups passed each other, Ross, expressionless, advanced towards Guernica. Let us proceed. Guernica merely nodded slightly, leading the way without uttering a word. The events that transpired over half a year prior within Ross's palace still loomed as a psychological shadow for him. Once, he had gazed upon a bright future, yet after being reprimanded by Satan Saint, he had become a subject of mockery among CP0, to the extent that he now refrained from speaking, fearful of saying too much and erring. Now, if he remained silent, surely there could be no fault in that. Guernica guided Ross to Satan Saint's palace, located at the heart of the Jagoria family, far more opulent than Ross's own dwelling. Upon reaching the palace entrance, Guernica knelt on one knee, proclaiming, "Satan Saint, I have brought Saint Ross." Ross paid Guernica no mind, striding boldly into the palace. As he crossed the threshold, the two CP0 guards immediately knelt, respectfully declaring, "Saint Ross." Ross glanced at the two, suddenly taken aback. So even the CP0 here must pay their respects upon seeing me? I was under the impression that only the ordinary CP0 were required to do so. At this pronouncement, silence enveloped the palace. The two guards instinctively turned their gazes toward Guernica. Truly, foolish Guernica had dared to slight the only two elite celestial dragons of the Jagoria family. Take him away and punish him according to the rules. Satan Saint, seated within the palace, had surely heard Ross's words, fully grasping their implications. It was merely a young man seeking to establish his authority now that he had achieved some success. However, what could one expect from a youth? If not the desire to shine? Ross was the family's future hope, and Satan Saint saw no harm in granting him this moment of indulgence. Moreover, Guernica was indeed deserving of punishment. Guernica's eyes widened in disbelief. Bewildered, he was dragged away by two CP0 guards, utterly confounded as he was led halfway before comprehending nothing. How could he be at fault when he had said nothing? To act was a mistake. Not to act was a mistake, to speak was a mistake, and to remain silent was also a mistake. What was he to do? Was being a CP0 truly so arduous? Brothers, please don't slap me later. Chapter 70. Even gods can die. Once the irrelevant parties exited, only Ross and Saint Satan remained within the palace. Saint Satan showed no intention of rising, merely observing Ross from behind the immense desk. Neither of them was inclined to initiate conversation, instead scrutinizing each other in silence. The palace was enveloped in an eerie stillness, yet two invisible forces of dominance subtly clashed, consuming one another in an ongoing struggle. With age, one's eyes grow weary with prolonged gazing, unlike in youthful days. Not enough, Saint Satan stated indifferently. Ross frowned slightly, as he harbored a deep-seated aversion to riddles. Such straightforward matters could simply be asked directly. Why resort to testing with Guernica or engaging in a battle of wills? What about this? Ross snapped his fingers, and a surge of water enveloped his feet, lifting him gently into the air, allowing him to gaze down upon Saint Satan. You actually survived and consumed that fruit? Upon witnessing Ross's transformation, Saint Satan abruptly stood, astonished by Ross's audacity. He had anticipated that, with his warning, Ross would refrain from risking his life. Yet, he had not foreseen that Ross would indeed dare to consume it. The fruit, symbolizing the sea god, was something Saint Satan had never even dared to contemplate trying. Ross merely smiled, relishing the sight of Saint Satan's uncharacteristic disarray. It seemed even the venerable saint had moments of vulnerability. Naturally, Saint Satan was unaware of Ross's circumstances. Aside from the peculiar manifestation during the consumption of the fruit, Ross had never showcased its powers publicly, opting instead for private training with ZEF or others in secure locations. Moreover, The celestial dragons held their own arrogance, viewing the ocean beneath the red line as the netherworld, entirely unworthy of attention, unless it pertained to fundamental matters of the world government. Even the elders would share this sentiment. Coughing lightly, Saint Satan took a moment to compose himself before slowly resuming his seat with the aid of his cane. Since you have consumed that fruit, then it is indeed sufficient. Does this fruit harbor any secrets? Ross seized the opportunity to inquire. The kingdom of Jagalucia was established over 300 years ago, and they had likely possessed profound knowledge of this fruit for over a millennium. Are you aware of the 3 ancient weapons? Saint Satan countered. The king of heaven, the king of the underworld, and the king of the sea. Is there a connection? Ross felt a spark of interest. No connection, Saint Satan replied nonchalantly, igniting Ross's youthful ire. What do you mean there is no connection? Do not rush. Saint Satan shook his head, leisurely adding, you must sense that this fruit wields dominion over the sea. Indeed, Ross nodded in agreement, fully aware of this fact, without needing Saint Satan's confirmation. The so-called Sea King merely commanded the sea creatures, falling far short in comparison to the true essence of the sea god embodied by this fruit. 13 centuries ago, our ancestors offered a conjecture, Saint Satan said, raising his gaze to Ross with a wistful sigh. This world comprises 3 elements, the sky, the earth, and the ocean, each representing a supreme deity. The sky god hovers above the sun, the earth god presides over the land, and the ocean god dwells in the seas. It sounds like a myth, Ross remarked nonchalantly, although he understood the gravity of Saint Satan's words. Before his arrival, his knowledge of the pirate world was limited to Luffy's journey concluding at Egghead. Yet, within that limited scope, he had encountered information regarding the sun god Nika. Indeed, from our contemporary perspective, it may appear as mere myth. However, our ancestors experienced it firsthand. During the founding of our nation, the cataclysm of the Earth's submergence was not far off, Saint Satan mused, his tone tinged with nostalgia. It seems unrelated to the sea god. Ross feigned indifference, yet he committed this information to memory. The existence of the sun god Nika was an established fact. Should an earth god or a fiery serpent emerge one day, he would be entirely unperturbed. Even if one day Sakazuki awakened his fruit and discovered it to be not of magma, but of the fiery serpent, Ross would find no surprise in it. The sea god was inscribed within the sacred texts of the second world. In the void, breath stirred. The forest god dispatched demons. As the flames of the sun continued to spread, the moon folk dreamed, as did the earth folk, while humanity vanquished the sun to ascend to divinity. The ocean god raged, for they could no longer meet. As he recounted these events, Saint Satan's tone remained flat, yet Ross discerned the underlying disdain, as if he were a witness to these occurrences. The Jagalucia family were not mere observers. They were participants. Ross reflected on the advantages of a family with a rich history. It was entirely possible that one of their ancestors played a pivotal role in history. In the perception of a giant race, it seemed that slaying gods to ascend was a grievous act. He implied the giants, yet referred to the world government. Ross could not comprehend this. For him, humanity slaying gods was always a matter of celebration. Yet, it appeared that, apart from the denizens of that realm, other races elevated gods to lofty heights, regarding the act of slaying gods as the most despicable betrayal, one that would surely incur divine retribution. Why then? Were humans deemed unworthy of becoming gods? Must one be reborn through blood to attain divinity? The history of the giants spanned even longer than that of humanity, and due to their might, their presence was felt throughout the world. They arrogantly believed that humanity had pilfered the authority of the divine, enabling them to become dominators of the world. Saint Satan chuckled lightly. Then what are you afraid of? Ross raised his head, posing a profound inquiry. My family and I have never feared the death of gods, Saint Satan implied. So that is how it is, Ross scoffed, incredulous that anyone would fear the return of the deceased. 800 years, and you've truly lived like a dog. Mind your words. Saint Satan's cane struck the ground heavily, a formidable wave of conquerors' hockey enveloping the palace. Understood, I shall speak no more of it. Ross chuckled softly, entirely unaffected by Saint Satan's hockey. What Saint Satan had revealed was sufficient for Ross to grasp certain truths. The highest among the celestial dragons was not merely his adversary. He was also the enemy of the Jago Lucia family. This was the survival strategy of the Jago Lucia clan. If their strength was lacking, they would temporarily retreat, conforming to the whims of those above. However, once they possessed strength, certain individuals would no longer have the luxury of dictating terms. The Jago Lucia family had not committed the act of slaying gods for the first time. Chapter 71. You are too extreme regarding those matters from the past. You are well aware in your heart. Satan nodded in satisfaction. Although Ross may have come into his own a bit late, for a family with such a long history, awakening at any time is not too late. Though he did not express it explicitly, he believed that Ross would understand. The true deities had perished over 15 centuries ago. The authority of the gods had been fragmented. Even the sun god of the second world was merely a counterfeit, feasting on the remnants of demons. Such beings, claiming to be divine, were merely borrowing the legacy of antiquity. If it were not for the ancestors of the family. Thinking of this, Satan halted his musings. What is past is past. The future is what truly matters. Now, if Ross can endure the side effects of that fruit, perhaps he can elevate Jago Lucia to the pinnacle in the times to come. Let us discuss another matter. Satan looked at Ross and spoke deliberately. As you have surmised, a group of unrelated individuals has appeared in O'Hara. Have they all gone? Ross smiled. This was a matter he had previously mentioned to Satan, a topic he had wanted to bring to his attention. From his perspective, it would be best if the Revolutionary Army, Vegapunk, and the Giants were all eradicated. The Giants were the first to arrive, seemingly to retrieve the body of Solo, but in reality, they were plotting to seize the texts of O'Hara. Satan snorted softly. So, are you prepared? Ross smiled. The affairs concerning the Giants have always been managed by the Knights of God. Why should we interfere? Satan replied coolly. Such insincere words from you, old dang. Ross scoffed inwardly. He did not believe that Satan was unprepared, despite the grand spectacle of Sakazuki destroying the island. The texts of O'Hara had long been hidden away by historians, some buried underground, others cast into lakes. It is important to note that O'Hara contained more than just historical texts. Many ancient technologies could even inspire Vegapunk. Renowned as a scientific prodigy surpassing the world by 5 centuries, it is sufficient proof of the value of those texts. Given this information, if Satan remains unguarded, he must truly consider the issue of remaining low-key. If his comrades are too foolish, he would have no choice but to wait until he is invincible to emerge. The matters of the Giants can be entrusted to the Knights of God. But as the god of scientific defense, you must oversee the affairs of the scientific department. Once he becomes invincible, the Giants' hidden cards will be of no consequence. If those cards were truly formidable, with the reckless nature of the Giants, they would have already stormed Mariehua instead of remaining within their small territory. Currently, the key issue remains Vegapunk. Knowing that he is utterly uncontrollable, Ross does not wish to be left to clean up the mess for Satan in the future. Ross, you are too extreme, Satan stated calmly. Every individual possesses distinct value. Even if he has lost the ability to research military weaponry, he can still shine in other realms. Can you comprehend the process of his research? Ross retorted. Does he not recognize the character of the celestial dragons? Each one, without exception, is illiterate. They claim to engage in technology, yet few can even understand a chemical equation. I may not comprehend it, but it does not hinder me from recognizing the value of the finished product, Satan replied. Are you certain he will not secretly conduct research? If he were to discover something and it were to leak, what benefit would it bring us? Ross inquired again. He has always adhered to the principle that eliminating unstable factors is preferable to utilizing them. Vegapunk is not like Robin or Alvia. Even if he understands ancient texts, Robin and Alvia could never access the true history. Even if they did, publicizing it would pose no loss to him. To ascend to the pinnacle of the world ultimately relies on martial strength. However, Vegapunk is different. He possesses the ability to mass-produce B-class robots and is said to be capable of creating A-class clones. Ross himself is not afraid, but he does not desire a shattered world. In this technologically underdeveloped world, no one can prevent Vegapunk from disseminating information. If the Revolutionary Army acquires the technology to mass-produce B-class robots, it would spell disaster for the world government. Even if they were to eliminate the Revolutionary Army, there will always be those with intent. The knowledge of such individuals would be troublesome. Even if the production cost of B-class robots is high, producing C-class robots would certainly be less expensive. If the world government can mass-produce B-class robots, other factions can likewise mass-produce C-class ones. Should enemies engage in guerrilla warfare using such robots, they would have no means to counteract. Ultimately, they would be left with no option but to defeat technology with technology. Yet, the question arises, why would the world government believe that Vegapunk would not implant backdoors into the robots or clones? Even if he did, could the scientific incompetence of the world government truly discern it? That is a valid point, yet the ability to adapt to the brain fruit is a rare find. And it is indeed somewhat regrettable. Satan sighed softly. There is no need to lament over the fruit. If the user perishes, they will be reborn. And a more suitable individual can be found, Ross asserted. He understood that since Satan had said this, it indicated that he had already been swayed. Vegapunk holds great value, but he is not of paramount importance to the world government. In fact, he is somewhat dispensable. Only in the presence of equal adversaries does one require an arms race to bolster their own strength as much as possible. Currently, the world government stands unrivaled, with only a few scattered strong forces. If the world government truly wished to, they could sweep the entire sea within a year. In contrast, other factions are in greater need of Vegapunk. If other factions were to acquire Vegapunk, they might even have the capital to challenge the world government, relying solely on the resources of the New World. Alas, it is regrettable. It is his own fault for venturing to O'Hara. Satan shook his head, reaching a consensus with Ross. He had originally intended to retain Vegapunk to develop civilian technology, swiftly enhancing transportation between the Red Line and various islands. However, Ross's argument held merit. There is no need to risk inciting turmoil over something of little importance. In a brief exchange of words, the fate of a top-tier scientist was decided. As for the presence of Drago in O'Hara, Ross did not even mention it. At present, Drago has yet to establish the Revolutionary Army, and the world government is hardly concerned with his childish antics. If he were to raise the threat of Drago now, Satan would not only be disbelieving, but would also think him to be making a mountain out of a molehill, believing he lacks the vision of a celestial dragon. With the strength at his disposal, he and Drago would likely be equally matched, making it impossible for him to take on this matter willingly. After all, Drago would not create chaos in the Jagat district. A more tumultuous world would only benefit the development of the Jagat district. Thus, only one final matter remains. Chapter 72. The essence of the devil fruit indeed, there remained but one final matter. Satan's saint gently nodded, gesturing towards a document on the table. I do not oppose what you wish to do, but now is not an opportune time. However, you may still prepare for me. Ross picked up the document and casually flipped through its pages, revealing a plethora of historical records from the period between the 600th and 700th years of the Sea Circle calendar, encompassing that blank century. These records not only detailed the history associated with Joy Boy and the 20 celestial dragons, but also contained numerous descriptions of deities. Strikingly absent were any mentions of ancient weapons or the sun god. To Ross's knowledge, the sun god was a taboo subject, one that could not be uttered in conversation. How much of this is genuine? Ross inquired. 100% is authentic. Fabricated content holds no value. We are not the only witnesses to history, Satan's saint replied calmly. Sometimes everything may be true, yet it does not necessarily lead to a genuine outcome. It is indeed fortunate to have a family backing you, Ross remarked, glancing through the document once more. Having allies who do not hinder one's progress is truly splendid. It stands to reason that those who have remained as elders for such a long time must possess considerable skill, yet they have encountered Luffy. Wait, is that statement truly accurate? Ross pointed to a line in the document, surprise evident in his voice. The power of the devil fruit stems from the wishes of living beings. Each devil fruit embodies a deity living in the fantasies of certain beings. This was Ross's first encounter with such a mystical interpretation of the devil fruit. He had previously thought it related to some deity from ancient texts. After careful consideration, he ultimately decided to retain this information. The era anticipated by Jaegor Lucia was not merely a game of pirates. Only by standing out among the gods can one become the undisputed king of deities. Given the control exerted by that figure above, whether the sun god would return as prophesied remains uncertain, and they could not herald the deeds of the sun god. Since they could not resurrect the strongest being from ancient times, they would need to propel themselves forward instead. What is the complete text? Ross expressed his desire to hear the entirety. He would discern the truth from the falsehoods himself, but given its transmission over several hundred years, it must possess a degree of credibility. Ross had never shied away from confronting the strong. His identity as a celestial dragon endowed him with an invulnerable position. If he could comprehend the essence of the world, he would be able to respond with composure. The birth of the devil fruit follows the wishes of humanity. As long as there are those who pray to it, the fruit shall not disappear, Satan Saint stated calmly. This is merely fundamental information that every head of a celestial dragon family can grasp. Sharing it with Ross poses no issue. The difference in meaning, when rephrased, is quite remarkable, Ross chuckled. While both statements conveyed similar sentiments, Satan Saint's earlier remark evoked a sense that consuming the devil fruit could render one a deity. Should this statement circulate, it would likely embolden all manner of entities to claim divinity. Dragons, ice gods, light gods, and soul gods might be acceptable, but names like jacket god and rolling god would be utterly absurd. At its core, the devil fruit is the self-aspiration of living beings, a potential for evolution. Each ability signifies a form that an individual wishes to embody. According to the ancestors' speculation, these aspirations violate the laws of nature, which is why the sea loathes the devil fruit, as the sea is the mother of nature. Thus, the weakness of the devil fruit lies in seawater. All who bear such cursed abilities essentially dwell in a future once wished for by someone. Satan Saint elaborated, as he was indifferent to the origins of the fruit's power. To him, the forces of the world could be categorized into two types, controllable and uncontrollable. The former must be firmly grasped, while the latter requires constant vigilance. If this is true, what does the Mianjin fruit represent in terms of someone's aspirations? Ross's gaze narrowed. As a user of the fruit, Ross could distinctly feel that the Mianjin fruit was never capable of disregarding the sea's influence. Rather, it could resist the effects brought about by this influence. This implied that the Mianjin fruit was also a living being's wish, albeit accompanied by a desire to conquer the sea. The past holds no value for pursuit. You only need to know that when the power you wield reaches a certain level, all rules will be written by you, Satan Saint cautioned. This was also the reason he previously stated that he did not believe now was a good time. Ross was currently too weak, to the point where he could be easily manipulated. At this moment, Ross was hardly more than a larger-than-average ant in the eyes of that figure. Having served as an elder for so many years, Satan Saint understood the fundamental laws of this world all too well. As long as one possesses overwhelming strength, everything else is ephemeral. Desires become merely a matter of time. Rest assured, I will not be so impatient. Once the heavenly hunt concludes, I shall venture into the new world for my own pursuits. With this, their conversation reached a natural conclusion. Ross had no intention of lingering. After uttering this remark, he turned and made his way outside. He felt a deep resonance with Satan Saint's words and began to comprehend why the world government sought to seal that blank century. Fundamentally, it was a measure of risk avoidance. As long as someone invoked the name of the sun god Nika, the entity that Nika represented could potentially return, causing upheaval in the world. From the current historical perspective, Nika's appearances had altered the world's landscape twice. However, to Ross, the fact that even the reborn sun god instilled fear merely suggested that the figure above was not as formidable as believed. Nonetheless, this matter would remain for the time being. Though he had gleaned numerous secrets ahead of time, Ross was acutely aware of his limitations. Possessing a powerful fruit did not automatically grant him the right to partake in certain affairs. It could only be said that it was after acquiring this fruit that he became entitled to this knowledge. At present, his strength remained far from sufficient to contemplate these matters. To rapidly enhance his power, he would need to engage with others. The upcoming heavenly hunt and subsequent expedition to the New World would serve as an invaluable training ground for him. Once his strength attained an S rank, he could begin to carefully strategize many issues. Ultimately, to achieve a life of unfettered freedom, one must possess greater strength. Chapter 73. The greed brought by the era. The grand doors of the palace swung open once more as Ross sauntered out leisurely. He paid no heed to the onlookers, simply brushing past the three individuals and steering his course towards his own palace. The fates of individuals differ, and even with a modicum of strength, one cannot alter their destiny. The reason Jernica awaited him at the entrance was merely to assess his character and temperament at the behest of Saint Satan. Since Saint Satan wished to observe, Ross would oblige. Those whom he valued, he would safeguard with his own might. Those whom he did not were but mere pawns in the grand game. Amidst the concerned gazes from various quarters, Ross felt a fleeting sense of disorientation. After all this time, he was no longer alone. His small circle had begun to take shape. "Master, the rooms have been allocated. Would you prefer to bathe now, or—" Stella, donned in her maid's attire, approached Ross with poise and grace. She felt no discontent with her current life. From the moment she was sent to the slave market, she had anticipated this existence. Compared to some of the harrowing tales she had heard, her current circumstances were vastly superior. In fact, the plight of other celestial dragon slaves was far more tragic. Being a slave to Ross was, in her eyes, a stroke of fortune. "For now, please assist Lucian in settling Ace," Ross said, glancing at the slumbering Ace, a smile gracing his lips. In his recent dialogue with Saint Satan, neither had broached the subject of Ace, although it was highly probable that Saint Satan was unaware of the full scope of events. The fact that Zani had dealt with a member of the CP0 was undeniable. Saint Satan could certainly deduce something from it. However, both men had tacitly chosen to remain silent on the matter. Primarily, Roger's death had rendered him devoid of value. Even if Saint Satan were to discover that Roger's bloodline resided with Ross, he would not pursue the topic further. After Roger's demise, such matters became inconsequential. Even during Roger's life, as long as he did not infringe upon the world government's taboos, figures like Saint Satan would not deliberately target him. The so-called era of great pirates was a concern for the Navy. They were indifferent to the affairs of the lower world. A bit of chaos only facilitated their collection of heavenly gold. Once Stella departed with Lucian and Ace, Ross outlined the subsequent arrangements. This time, the elder stars responsible for the heavenly hunt are the environmental war god, Marcus Maz, while Zifa will most likely be assigned to the guard unit and will not participate in this endeavor. Is this a veiled attempt to weaken our strength? Shizin furrowed her brow. While Ross conferred with Saint Satan, they were not idle. Zifa had procured information regarding the holy island of Chasen through CP channels. The island was situated on the fringe of the doldrums, far removed from mainstream shipping routes, with its economy, technology, and civilization levels being rather primitive. The only notable aspect was its meager deposits of sea prism stone. Initially, the world government had employed a policy of conciliation, allowing Chasen Island to pay its tributes in sea prism stone in exchange for joining the Federation. Unfortunately, the island's natives rejected the proposition outright. They were entirely unaware of what the world government entailed and were certainly not inclined to pay any tribute. Following their rejection, the world government contemplated leaving the land, but not the people. However, given the scarcity of sea prism stone on the island, they ultimately opted for a trade arrangement. Chasen Island, being remote and lacking in civilization, initially prospered through the exchange of a modest amount of agricultural products, which delighted the natives and prompted them to mine the sea prism stone. Both parties were satisfied with the arrangement. However, with the onset of the era of great pirates, circumstances shifted dramatically. An influx of individuals flocked to the seas in search of the treasure spoken of by Roger, and Chasen Island, being off the beaten path, became a frequent haunt for numerous pirates. This exchange of information led to an unexpected fallout. The islanders felt deceived and promptly tore up their contract with the world government, subsequently selling the sea prism stone to the pirates. This incident was not particularly significant. Under normal circumstances, the world government would dispatch a few CP9 agents to resolve the matter. Yet, coinciding with the heavenly hunt, it was selected as a target, becoming a quintessential example of the new era of piracy. Neither Zifa nor Shizun harbored much fondness for the natives of Chasen Island. Thus, Shizun's foremost concern was how to assist Ross in overcoming Shamrock. Weakening our strength is not a concern. The Admiral-level powerhouses would not participate in the Heavenly Hunt and would serve merely as peripheral protection. If such powerful figures were involved, there would be no room for anyone else. Ross shook his head. Then this time, I shall accompany you, Shizun proposed. While Ross possessed formidable abilities through his devil fruit, they were only effective in specific combat scenarios. Should he encounter a martial artist of equal caliber, his prowess would be significantly diminished. The battlefield this time would be on the island, making it challenging to harness the sea's amplifying properties. There would still be a degree of peril for Ross. We shall act together. Ross nodded gently, for this had already been part of his considerations. Shizun's current strength was no trifling matter. After fully acclimating to her devil fruit over the past 6 months, her combat capabilities had improved significantly, even if her overall rating remained unchanged. By the way, the great sword I promised you will arrive shortly. It is named Kenpyra. Since Shizun's previous sword had been Kenpyra, Ross saw no reason to seek out other renowned blades. The distinction between a great sword and a supreme great sword lay solely in the wielder, not in the sword itself. Typically, the weapons of great swordsmen were black blades, while the so-called black blades were often great swords cultivated through the application of haki. The 12 supreme great swords were those black blades nurtured to their utmost potential with haki. Upon wielding such a sword, it was not the person who controlled the blade. Rather, it was possible that the haki contained within the sword exerted control over the wielder. Kenpyra? Is it the one from the Navy treasury? Shizun's eyes sparkled with surprise as she gazed at Ross, genuinely astonished that she would receive this blade. During her time at Zifa's training camp, the Navy had once dangled the prospect of this sword before her, promising to present it to her upon her promotion to Rear Admiral. The whims of fate were unpredictable. She had never anticipated that after choosing to leave the Navy, she would still have the chance to obtain this long-coveted sword. This sword was indeed inquired about by St. Ross previously. He must have specifically looked into your experiences at the training camp, Zifa interjected. As one grows older, one tends to revel in heartwarming tales. Witnessing a student find a good destiny evokes a sense of nostalgia. Yet, this was not mere idle talk. St. Ross had genuinely sought confirmation from him and had arranged for the sword to be exchanged from the Navy for a sum of 1.5 billion berries. The experiences of these past few days had granted Zifa a more rounded understanding of Ross. While Ross's personal character might have its flaws, he undoubtedly proved to be an exceptional superior. Chapter 74. The instructor never taught this move Zephyr. No need to say such things. Ross remarked with a raised eyebrow and a light chuckle. Shall I fetch it? Zephyr paused momentarily, while he did not object to the task. It seemed unnecessary for him to personally escort a large knife. Teacher Zephyr, the year is drawing to a close, Ji Yuan said softly, an unusual glimmer in her eyes. Indeed, the end of the year approaches, Zephyr replied, his demeanor suddenly melancholic. Yes, it was soon time for him to pay tribute to his wife and child. Thank you, Ross. Zephyr expressed his heartfelt gratitude. The loss of his family had always been a heavy burden on his heart, tormenting him day and night. He often woke from sleep in distress. Recently, the Navy had apprehended 10 pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million, all of whom were to be taken to the Holy Land. Other things you lack not, but I shall personally execute these 10 pirates to see you off, Ross smiled, noting that he required to eliminate pirates to enhance his strength. Their lives were invaluable and should be utilized effectively. Upon hearing this, both Zephyr and Ji Yuan's gazes toward him shifted subtly. Human emotions can be complex, yet at times, they can also be remarkably simple. Ross was no novice. He possessed an inherent understanding of human nature. Some women simply need kindness, while others seek preferential treatment. Among all women, Ji Yuan was the one Ross favored most. The others were merely embellishments in his life. He cherished each one, yet none held the significance of Ji Yuan. Is that Robin over there? Ji Yuan observed a small figure drenched in sweat during training and expressed her surprise. She had left earlier and had not heard the conversation between Ross and Robin. It was unexpected to see Robin, a scholar of history, now so passionately devoted to enhancing her abilities. It is she. I have heard from my family that she has been diligent over the past 6 months, completing her CP9 preparatory training daily. Ross nodded lightly, his gaze lingering on Robin. Compared to their last encounter, Robin's complexion had noticeably brightened, possibly due to changes in her diet and environment. Her formerly short hair now cascaded to her shoulders. However, the most significant transformation lay in Robin's strength. Back in O'Hara, even with the powers of the flower fruit, she was merely on par with an ordinary Marine. With further development of her abilities, she might even contend with a Navy lieutenant. Given her age, such prowess was commendable. "Robin, come at me," Ross called, making no effort to conceal his intentions as he stepped into the center of the training ground, beckoning her. Ji Yuan stood by, relaxed, her hands at her sides. With Robin's current abilities, she posed no threat to Ross. Had it been anyone else, she would have remained vigilant to prevent any unexpected incidents. "Ross, Master." Upon seeing Ross, Robin's eyes revealed a flicker of complexity. Although her time spent with Ross was brief, those few days had left an indelible impression. O'Hara, her hometown, had been destroyed by Ross. Saul, her friend, had been slain by him. Dr. Clover, her mentor, had also met his demise at Ross's hands. Olvia, her mother, had been driven mad by Ross. Despite being in the world's safest environment at the Holy Land, she often suffered from insomnia. She was afraid, terrified. Every time she closed her eyes, visions of O'Hara flashed across her mind, her mother's madness and Ross's mocking smile. These two individuals had become the shadows of her life. "What are you dawdling for? If I were your enemy, you would already be dead." Ross approached Robin and gently patted her shoulder. He fully perceived the complexity in her gaze, yet remained indifferent. Robin was far more intriguing than mere empty beauty. He anticipated the surprises she might bring in the future. "Master, I am here." Robin bit her lip, crossing her arms as she activated her flower fruit abilities. She was unaware of Ross's true strength. If he had urged her to unleash her full power, it would be her own fault should he perish due to her negligence. From the ground, countless small hands emerged, fists raised as they advanced toward Ross. He effortlessly leaped, employing the moonwalk technique to soar into the air. There were numerous hands below, at least 100, signifying that Robin had exerted herself to the utmost. Yet, Robin gazed up at Ross, floating above, then down at the multitude of small hands, her expression clouded with confusion. Now that he was airborne, how was she to strike him? The combat techniques her instructor had taught her did not include strategies for aerial battles. Moreover, Robin discovered that she could not directly exert her abilities on Ross. Just as she attempted to sprout hands from his body, she suddenly felt her strength wane, rendering her unable to use her fruit's powers. "Robin, you still have a long way to go." Ross gracefully maneuvered through the sea of hands and landed beside her once more, playfully tapping her forehead with his finger. "That technique you just witnessed is the moonwalk from the Navy's 6 styles. In the future, you will often encounter opponents who can fly. However, the key remains in mastering Haki." Robin pursed her lips, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. "The flower fruit can sprout arms on all objects, but it fails against you, Master." The instructor mentioned that this is the ability of Haki, which can nullify the powers of devil fruits. Haki is commonplace in the New World. Nearly every pirate possesses it. Therefore, regardless of the fruit, you must enhance your own strength. Ross affectionately ruffled Robin's hair, patiently instructing her. His method of countering her fruit's abilities did not involve Haki, but rather a nearly imperceptible layer of seawater he formed on his surface using her own capabilities. With such protection, nearly all special fruit abilities became ineffective against him, more efficient than Haki. "I understand." Robin turned her head slightly, feeling a profound sense of discomfort. Why was he being so kind to her when he was the cause of her family's destruction? It was utterly baffling. Chapter 75, Secrets. After offering Robin a few words of guidance, Ross departed with Shizuka. However, before leaving, he fulfilled their previous agreement by branding a unique dragon's hoof mark on the inner side of Robin's right forearm. Each family's dragon's hoof mark bears subtle differences, allowing for easier identification of which slave belongs to which household. The mark of the Jaguarushia family features a slightly smaller central circle with a distinct pattern on the outer edge. Ross's exclusive mark, a cerulean dragon's hoof, is imbued with a special ability he developed after mastering the art of listening to the sea. This mark functions similarly to a life card from a considerable distance. He can sense a general direction, and as he nears, he can pinpoint a specific location and even hear and see events occurring near the mark. The only limitation is that, with his current abilities, the special effect of the dragon's hoof can only last for 1 year, requiring a renewal each year. However, as his strength and mastery of the fruit increase, the duration will correspondingly extend. Master, Robin gazed at the mark on her forearm with a complex expression, an unexpected sense of relief flickering in her eyes. From now on, she would be Ross's slave. Furthermore, each time she activated her fruit's powers, the mark would be present on her arms, rendering any attempts to conceal it with long sleeves utterly futile. Once she obliterated Alvia's existence, she would ensure that Ross paid the price for all he had done to her. That girl seems a bit off, Shizuka remarked suddenly after they left. Though a pure warrior, her powers have been heightened after consuming the vampire fruit, granting her extraordinary sensory abilities. Robin's emotional concealment was merely average and could not escape Shizuka's keen perception. Quite normal, considering the tumult she has just endured. If she were unaffected, I would have doubted her, Ross replied with a smile. Just as long as you understand, Shizuka replied with a peculiar smile, choosing not to elaborate further. She recognized this as one of Ross's peculiar whims and silently mourned for Robin in her heart, for she feared that under such a master, her days ahead would be far from pleasant. As they continued walking, they arrived at Alvia's residence. Without needing to enter, Shizuka could sense who was inside and immediately stated, "Lord Ross, Stella previously informed me of the main palace's location. I shall await you there." If Ross were to take her inside, the outcome would be all too evident. Ross saw through Shizuka's intentions, but felt no urgency regarding the matter. Taking his time was part of the enjoyment. After embracing Shizuka, he turned to enter Alvia's abode. It had been half a year, and he found himself yearning for her. Shortly after entering, harmonious symphonies filled the air. An hour later, Ross finally rose, satisfied. Gazing at Alvia, whose skin glowed with vitality, yet lay immobile, he chuckled. "I am pleased you have refrained from engaging in frivolities these days. When might I, cough, see the new historical texts, cough?" Alvia coughed lightly, saliva glistening at the corner of her mouth, yet she paid it no mind, her gaze pleadingly fixed on Ross. For the chance to study historical texts, the recent events paled in comparison. "You need not consult the historical texts. I can share with you whatever you wish to know." Ross gently caressed Alvia's cheek, sensing a strong resistance emanating from her. Yet the more she resisted, the more it intrigued him, especially as this woman, filled with defiance, continuously sought to persuade and hypnotize herself. No, only the content recorded in the historical texts is truly authentic. Alvia insisted stubbornly, desiring the most genuine history rather than Ross's rendition of the world government's narrative. Ancient texts had long been lost, and the inscriptions on stone tablets were the acknowledged history by scholars. "Very well, today I am in good spirits. Tomorrow, I shall present you with a piece of historical text," Ross replied, withholding further comments. Those who devoted themselves to studying history often possessed their own obsessions. His aim was to lead Alvia to independently recognize that what she saw was the truth. Is the history inscribed on stone tablets the true history? How laughable! Is it not possible that the ancient characters on those tablets were fabricated by another group, presenting a skewed version of history? Present-day individuals cannot comprehend ancient scripts, and has the world government not maintained the corresponding legacy? Such a notion seems implausible. Yet, Ross found pleasure in Alvia's thoughts otherwise. He would have to devise ways to have her accept their constructed history. As things stood, it was just right. The layout of the chamber remained unchanged since his departure. In the front hall stood a magnificent glass tank, within which swam four elegantly graceful mermaids, resembling ethereal beings from the underwater realm. She stood quietly before the glass tank, curiously observing and admiring the mermaids' graceful dance. "Is this your first encounter with mermaids?" Ross strolled up behind Shizuka, wrapping his arms around her. "Not exactly. I've seen them before, but the prior encounters were quite different from today." Shizuka leaned back gently, allowing herself to sink into Ross's embrace. She had never visited Mermaid Island. The only time she had seen fish-headed, human-bodied creatures was during her journey to the New World, encountering some rather grotesque beings. What distinguishes them? They all possess a head, a body, and a tail, Ross replied with a chuckle, not perceiving any difference between the mermaids he kept and those found elsewhere. He was not a virtuous man, but wealth afforded him indifference to trifles. Yet they are entirely different from those I encountered before. Aren't fishmen supposed to have fish heads, human bodies, and be dreadfully ugly? Shizuka furrowed her brow, a look of confusion crossing her face. Her bewildered yet adorable eyes elicited an involuntary laugh from Ross. Chapter 76. The weapons are ready. The creature with a fish head and a human body is known as a fishman, while a human head with a fish body is referred to as a mermaid, Ross explained with a smile. Previously, he had been aware of Guyon's lack of such common knowledge, solely focused on enhancing her strength, and had not anticipated that she was unaware of the distinction between fishmen and mermaids. Can they interbreed? Guyon inquired, presenting a new question. Of course, there is no reproductive isolation between us and both mermaids and fishmen, let alone between fishmen and mermaids, Ross responded. Can we truly have offspring with fishmen? Will they be human or fish? Guyon shuddered at the thought of the fishman's grotesque appearance. She considered herself somewhat of an aesthetic enthusiast. Otherwise, she wouldn't despise khaki so vehemently, nor would she so readily succumb to Ross. Ross was markedly different from those celestial dragons. During her time at the Holy Land, Guyon had encountered many celestial dragons, and only Shamrock could barely match Ross's level of attractiveness, while the rest fell far short. This depends on the strength of the genes. If the human genes are strong enough, the offspring will only exhibit partial fishman traits. Conversely, if the fishman genes dominate, the offspring will predominantly resemble fishmen, which is similar for mermaids as well. One cannot deny that there are formidable beings in this world. Legends of grass fish and fish grass are quite prevalent. For instance, Big Mom is an ambitious individual who aspires to give birth to a multitude of races, and among her progeny are both mermaids and fishmen. However, her genes are exceptionally potent, allowing her children to largely retain their human forms. As for how the generally less robust fishmen could potentially challenge Big Mom's towering 9-meter frame, that is beyond his understanding. So that's how it is. Guyon pouted, casting a reproachful glance at Ross. You've barely been standing here, and your hands are already getting restless. Do men only think about such things when they hold a woman? Although, she did find herself contemplating those thoughts as well. All right, if you have a penchant for studying mermaids, I shall gift you a few. But now, let us take a tour of our bedroom. Though it wasn't quite time for slumber, their stamina was commendable. Starting now would perfectly align with the time for rest. 10 days later, Ross donned a black suit under Stella's attentive guidance, draped with the emblem of the Jaegerusha family, emanating an aura of maturity and authority. After ensuring his attire was impeccable, Stella assisted Guyon in adjusting her white CP0 uniform, which also bore the Jaegerusha crest. The two stood together, their towering statures complemented by their formidable presence, evoking a sense of admiration from Stella. Master, the weapons have been placed in the foyer, Stella reported, quickly regaining her composure and bowing slightly. Today marked the day of the Sky Hunt's departure, and she was included in the list of accompanying personnel, albeit in a logistical capacity. Without involvement in the island's combat operations, let us proceed. The weapons have been forged for half a year, yet I am unaware of their quality. Ross took the lead, guiding Guyon towards the foyer. Over the past 10 days, both he and Guyon had reached the A-rank tier of strength. Guyon had achieved this through diligent training, whereas Ross had done so through relentless combat. Both had promising futures ahead. Ross, strength, 7, 16 million 9 million, A, warlord level, fruit, human fruit, mythical beast type. Mink form, awakening not yet achieved. Fruit abilities, levitation, flight, ocean control, manipulation of water, sea hearing, water perception, ocean rejuvenation, restoration of stamina, tidal generation, creation of water. Transformation, mythical beast form. Combat skills, observation hockey, S, conqueror's hockey, A, armament hockey, A, sovereign, navy 6 styles, A, swordsmanship, B, marksmanship, B, hand-to-hand combat, B. At his current level, Progressing further would require more than merely defeating C-rank pirates, as such efforts would yield insufficient gains. Killing a C-rank pirate would only grant an increase of 10,000 in strength, while defeating or overwhelming an A-rank could yield as much as 500,000. The disparity between the two was stark. Unfortunately, A-rank foes were elusive. Captured individuals were confined to the 6th level of Impel Down. Additionally, due to the recent commotion he had caused, many celestial dragons were displeased with his solo ventures, making it challenging for him to seek out A-rank opponents in Impel Down. However, once the Sky Hunt concluded, he was determined to visit Impel Down. At the very least, he needed to possess the strength to confront Kaido and Kazuki Oden before heading to Wano. His elevated status would allow him to bypass numerous complications. Yet, the absence of conflict did not equate to a lack of need for strength. One must remain formidable, without power. Encountering someone who might flip the table would only lead to regret. Upon entering the foyer, Ross beheld 2 elongated weapon cases. Zephyr had been summoned by the 5 elders to represent CP0 in ensuring the security of this Sky Hunt. Following the previous Rocks incident, at least 3 Admiral-level figures would accompany to guarantee safety. Typically, one would come from CP0, another from the Navy, and one from the 5 elders. Occasionally, St. Greenbow would also make an appearance. With the stakes of the gamble between Shamrock and Ross, both St. Greenbow and St. Satan would attend to spectate, while the Navy dispatched Admiral Sengoku alongside Paul Yasalino. Adding Zephyr and 5 elders Marcus Maz's involvement, a total of 6 Admiral-level powerhouses would be present. Such an extravagant assembly would easily overpower any pirate faction in the New World. Here you go. Ross retrieved the Kinbaira from the weapon case and tossed it to Gion. Upon entering the hall, her eyes widened in awe at the sight of the Kinbaira, barely restraining her excitement. For a swordsman, a fine blade was nearly akin to a lover. Furthermore, the Kinbaira was a treasured gift from her beloved, making it all the more significant to Gion. Silently accepting the Kinbaira, she secured it at her waist, vowing to elevate its status among the supreme blades through her own prowess. Now, let us examine my weapon. Ross chuckled softly as he approached another massive weapon case, nearly 7 meters in length. The mere sight of the weapon case hinted at the enormity of its contents. With a push, the case opened, revealing the weapon within. It was a nearly 6-meter-long halberd, resting quietly inside the case. The shaft was a deep blue, its hue profound like the boundless deep sea, smooth yet textured, as if one could feel the vastness and weight of the ocean. A dragon coiled tightly around the shaft, its form sinuous and powerful, scales distinctly visible, evoking the image of a dragon gliding through the sea. The halberd's head presented a stark contrast to the shaft, adorned in a pale blue, a color transition that was both striking and harmonious, adding depth to the overall design. The blade was incredibly sharp, its edge as thin as a cicada's wing, reflecting a dazzling cold light under the dim illumination. That chilling gleam was sharp and piercing, as if it could rend all asunder. The Sea God Halberd. Chapter 77. No plans to let go. The Sea God Spear was a weapon crafted for Ross after he consumed the Mianjin fruit, designed by the artisans of the Holy Land. The most renowned craftsmen in the pirate world are located in Wano country. Yet the artisans of the Holy Land possess skills that are equally remarkable, coupled with the vast material resources of the world government. The weapons forged by the Holy Land artisans are indeed the finest in the world. Before Ross lay the Sea God Spear, a pinnacle of craftsmanship and materials in the pirate realm, its strength surpassing even that of the supreme Great Blade 12. Should it be further imbued with the Haki of armament, it could evolve into a weapon of the same caliber as the Great Blade. Ross effortlessly lifted the Sea God Spear, its weight of several hundred kilograms feeling almost insubstantial in his grasp. With his current physique, even items weighing over a ton felt trivial. As he unleashed his armament Haki, it enveloped the spear without any hindrance, covering it entirely in an instant. Witnessing this, the nearby Gion's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although the Sea God Spear was not a sword, the characteristics of a good weapon are universally applicable. Weapons that transmit force effectively are often more amenable to being shaped into black blades or black spears. Just a glance was enough for Guion to recognize that the sea god spear was superior to his Kynpyra. After a slight flourish, Ross manipulated the spear to shrink, ultimately reducing it to the size of a hairpin, which he then affixed to his suit's lapel. What sort of ability is this? It was the first time Guion had encountered a weapon that could change size. The spear was forged from a unique material known as sea condensing stone, which possesses an extraordinarily high density, weighing hundreds of pounds even in a fist-sized form. Furthermore, weapons crafted from this material enlarge upon absorbing seawater. Ross offered a brief explanation. The vast ocean has long harbored many materials that were discovered early on but lacked practical applications. Weapons made from sea condensing stone are largely impractical unless wielded by fishmen. Otherwise, they are cumbersome. Most confrontations in the pirate world occur on land, and while weapons made from sea condensing stone grow in seawater, they shrink when removed from it for too long. Utilizing such an unstable material as a weapon is akin to courting disaster. However, Ross, with his ability to control seawater, could effortlessly adjust the size of the sea god spear, unlocking its full potential. Constantly enveloped by his seawater, he could disregard the weapon's weight and maintain a state of readiness for battle. Otherwise, he would have to carry the spear daily or find a dedicated spear bearer, presenting not only a hassle but also numerous risks. Once all preparations were complete, Ross departed the Holy Land with Guion and Stella. The methods for the celestial dragons to investigate Holy Island varied. Some would accompany the elders, while others would venture on their own. Zifa and the CP agents responsible for the arrangements had long since arrived at Holy Island, sealing off the entire island in anticipation of the celestial dragon's arrival. Ross's approach differed from the others. He opted to send his ship to fetch personnel from the Navy, intending to proceed to Holy Island afterward. While the Navy was nominally under the world government's command, obedient to the elders and the aristocracy, in practice, only one elder, Saint Satan, directly managed the Navy, his grandfather. Although Saint Satan could not transform the Navy into a private army for Jaguruja, the proximity to power was advantageous. Given such favorable conditions, Ross was determined to make use of them. The Navy was teeming with talent, and Ross had no intention of overlooking those who could be swayed. As for the obstinate individuals, he had no plans to spare them either. When Ross and his companions arrived at the port, the Navy personnel had been waiting for some time. St. Ross, the leading middle-aged Navy man, a robust figure, bowed slightly in greeting. The man sported frog-like glasses, a braided beard, and a military cap adorned with a seagull, beneath which lay a shock of unruly hair. Admiral Sengoku, your assistance in ensuring the safety of the celestial dragons is greatly appreciated, Ross acknowledged with a nod. With Zifa reassigned from the Navy, it was imperative to deploy another admiral-level force for the safety of the celestial dragons. Currently, Akainu was stationed in the New World, leaving only Garp or Sengoku available for dispatch. However, Garp was known for his independent nature, which meant that such responsibilities typically fell to Sengoku. That is my duty, Sengoku replied before stepping aside, maintaining a balance of familiarity and distance. He harbored no fondness for the celestial dragons. Yet his disdain was not profound enough to warrant extreme measures. After all, had he truly found the celestial dragons intolerable, he would have followed Garp's lead and opted not to ascend the ranks. Every admiral in the Navy implicitly accepted the existence of the celestial dragons. Ah, celestial dragon brother, we meet again. After Sengoku stepped aside, the slightly disheveled visage of Borsalino appeared, grinning broadly as he greeted Ross. The two had met previously during the O'Hara incident, though their interaction had been minimal. Borsalino, it has been a while, Ross replied, to ensure the smooth execution of the celestial dragon's hunt. Admiral Sengoku led a contingent of 5 vice admirals, a force formidable enough to be compared to the demon-slaying order. Has Kazan not come along? Borsalino, classified as S in rank, along with Akainu and Kazan, represented the strongest trio of the next generation of the Navy, often hailed as the pinnacle of naval power since the onset of the narrative. Celestial Dragon brother, I am not particularly acquainted with Kazan, but I have heard he harbors some discontent towards you, Borsalino remarked with subtle implication. His intent was not to disparage a colleague, but rather to signal his allegiance. as being aboard Ross's ship indicated his stance. The notions of justice or injustice mattered little to him. In such tumultuous times, securing a reliable ally was paramount. A token of loyalty was indispensable when seeking a credible protector. "Oh, what declarations has Vice Admiral Kazan made?" Ross feigned surprise. The Navy was broadly divided into 3 factions. Akainu's iron-blooded faction, which prioritized the extermination of pirates regardless of the world government's actions. Borsalino's neutral faction, which remained indifferent to the world government and pirates alike, viewing the Navy merely as a job. And Kazan's benevolent faction, which abhorred both pirates and the world government. The future Navy under Kazan's influence would likely lean towards the factions represented by Akainu and Borsalino, simultaneously suppressing or manipulating Kazan's faction. Regardless of whether it meant diverting conflicts or brainwashing, the aim was to ensure that the benevolent faction's focus did not rest on the world government. Ross held no illusions about being a paragon of virtue, nor did he believe that the future world government under his leadership would embody integrity. The most alarming aspect of the benevolent faction was its capacity for moral evolution. Today, they might view pirates or slave owners as evildoers. Yet tomorrow, they could elevate their moral standards to condemn landlords and nobility, and later merchants and administrators. Eventually, their perspective might devolve into a binary worldview where anything not virtuous was deemed malevolent. The utopian vision propagated by the self-righteous may be a popular sentiment. Yet should that day ever arrive, existence would become indistinguishable from that of automatons. Chapter 78. A glimpse of sincerity, Kazan leveraged the incident involving the Celestial Dragon at O'Hara to garner support from a faction within the Navy, while also establishing connections with the self-defense forces. Borsalino remarked with a smile, exhibiting no sense of betrayal towards his colleagues. Ross, their superior, could only consider it a case of reporting beyond the usual hierarchy. "I've heard that Dracul Mihawk has transformed his self-defense forces into a revolutionary army." Ross inquired with a grin. Due to the unique properties of the glint fruit, Borsalino was currently tasked with intelligence within the Navy. Originally, under the guidance of Saint Saturn, there were plans for Borsalino to oversee the science division after his promotion to admiral, primarily to monitor Vegapunk, who had exhibited some dubious behavior. However, with Vegapunk's disappearance, there was no longer a need for an admiral-level presence at the science division. How astonishing! I did not expect that even the esteemed could be aware of such trivial matters. Borsalino feigned exaggerated shock, though a contemplative glint sparkled in his eyes. The Navy had only recently learned of the transition from self-defense forces to Revolutionary Army, merely reporting it to the 5 elders without further discussion. The fact that even Ross was privy to this information spoke volumes. It indicated that Dracul, once overlooked, had captured the attention of the world government. A development of grave concern. Upon realizing this, Borsalino promptly abandoned any thoughts of maintaining contact with Dracul. He had long regarded him as an old acquaintance, once believing that he might achieve something significant. Yet now, with the world government as scrutiny, he could only silently mourn for Dracula's fate. This world is peculiar, for there are always those who believe they can change it. Kazan is one such individual, as is Dracul, Ross remarked, shaking his head. "Do you think these individuals are akin to moths drawn to a flame?" Borsalino chuckled, continuing Ross's line of thought while concealing his true feelings behind a playful facade. "Do you perceive moths to a flame as a pejorative expression?" Ross responded with a laugh. "Is it not?" Borsalino queried with an exaggerated look of puzzlement. "Certainly not," Ross countered, shaking his head. "If this world were devoid of such individuals, it would lack much of its intrigue. The world has never feared change. It dreads stagnation. The realm of your thoughts is too elevated for me to comprehend," Borsalino said, squinting his eyes as he smiled, genuinely taken aback. His experiences with celestial dragons had shown him that both the elite and the common shared remarkably similar perspectives, albeit expressed in different manners. In their eyes, celestial dragons were the sovereigns of the world, and both the Navy and pirates were nothing more than a rabble of lowly commoners. Their reference to the Red Line as a sacred land and the sea as the lower realm revealed their mindset quite clearly. Those individuals were utterly indifferent to the happenings of the sea. How could a deity from their lofty perch ever comprehend the sufferings of mortals? Borsalino could not have anticipated the peculiar nature of Ross's thoughts. While still maintaining an air of superiority, Ross regarded himself merely as an observer rather than a detached deity. Borsalino, once the celestial hunting concludes, you would not mind assisting me, would you? Ross inquired with a smile. Of course not. Your command shall be my guiding light. Borsalino responded readily, always quick to agree, though the execution would depend on his mood. Should Ross issue a directive of necessity, Borsalino would invest the requisite effort. However, nothing could impede his leisurely pursuits within the Navy. Help me keep an eye on Kuzan and Dracula's communications. If necessary, facilitate their interactions, Ross instructed. You are truly something else, Borsalino remarked, raising an eyebrow, hesitant to utter more critical terms. If this world indeed possessed a hell, Ross would undoubtedly secure a unique place within its depths. I am merely providing them a pathway. If you wish the same, I shall accommodate you. Ross said with a restrained smile. I have no desire to leave the Navy. My attachment here runs deep. Individuals like Kuzan, who disrupt the harmony, must be expeditiously removed from our ranks, Borsalino jested, agreeing to the matter in a light-hearted manner. After all, his verbal assent was merely superficial, with Ross's instructions being vague. The execution remained entirely at his discretion. A singular dominance is hardly beneficial. Whether it be Kuzan's faction or Sakazuki's, his workload would inevitably double. Thus, it was only prudent to manage one side before addressing the other. After exchanging a few more words, Borsalino found an excuse to take his leave. Ross observed his retreating figure, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He had never expected that a mere conversation would sway Borsalino to his side. Sometimes, ensnaring an individual requires persistent incentives. To fully win Borsalino's allegiance, Ross would need to continually present him with tasks. Gion, your orders? Contact Sakazuki and inform him that Borsalino has agreed to monitor Kazan at my behest. This matter shall fall under his purview. What to do with a sluggish subordinate? Naturally, one must assign a supervisor who cannot tolerate any shortcomings. Once Borsalino and Kuzan inevitably crossed paths, the ensuing events would be out of his hands. Following the O'Hara incident, Kazan now harbored little tolerance for error. Should Borsalino inadvertently provoke him, it would surely be a spectacle to behold. Ross appreciated Borsalino for this very reason, though indolent. He was not inclined to abandon his stable position. A slight nudge and the right amount of pressure could yield a reliable asset. With the ship's normal cruising speed, it would take a full 2 days to traverse from the Holy Land to St. Island. Such ample time would not go to waste, as Ross intended to engage with several Navy personnel aboard, many of whom piqued his interest. Not long after Borsalino's departure, Ross was greeted by the first individual he had been anticipating. Admiral Sengoku, do you also find today's weather quite agreeable? Sengoku lifted his gaze to the overcast sky, nodding solemnly. Indeed, the weather is quite pleasant. Well then, Admiral Sengoku, your visit must not solely be for discussing the weather, Ross remarked with a smile. With the current fleet admiral, Kong, on the verge of promotion, Sengoku was the most qualified candidate to succeed him. In other words, the day Kong ascended to a higher position would coincide with Sengoku's elevation to fleet admiral. However, whether he would truly assume that title hinged upon the sincerity of his intentions. Sengoku was the most qualified contender, yet he was not the only one. Chapter 79, Different Stances, Nothing More Raw Saint, I extend my sincerest apologies regarding the appearance of carp in the South Sea. Sengoku slightly bowed and lowered his head to Ross. He had been friends with carp since their early days in the Navy, and, over the years, they had become trusted allies. The incident involving carp's appearance on Bartolomeo Island had not concluded with the abduction of Jas. Ross would not let such an opportunity to tarnish Carp's reputation slip away. The news of Carp's assault on a mother to seize her child had already spread throughout the Navy. Moreover, Sengoku and Crane, Carp's close friends, had been subtly informed of the reasons behind Carp's actions. To be honest, even though Sengoku knew Carp could be rather unpredictable at times, he never imagined Carp would descend to such chaos. Previously, Carp had already endangered many pregnant women and children in the South Sea, And now he had suddenly appeared to abduct Roger's son. Even Sengoku was at a loss as to Carp's intentions. However, there was little he could do. As a close friend, it was his duty to resolve the matter. That incident, while not particularly grave, involved Jas's unique identity. Had the Navy devised the appropriate contingency plans? Ross gazed at Sengoku. Since the latter had brought it up, he undoubtedly intended to exploit the topic. Carp could not possibly be aligned with him. Since they were destined to be adversaries, it was imperative to expel Carp from the Navy ranks to facilitate his own actions. We have already prepared the necessary plans. Carp has assured me that once Jas reaches the appropriate age, he will be welcomed into the Navy, Sengoku boldly fabricated. In truth, he had no knowledge of Jas's whereabouts. If Jas were to lead an ordinary life, Sengoku suspected the world government would not pursue the matter. What worried him was the possibility of Jas following in Roger's footsteps, aspiring to become a pirate. Carp's assurances? His son, Dragon, had renamed his militia the Revolutionary Army. The name of the Revolutionary Army. Who were they seeking to overthrow? Ross regarded Sengoku with a sardonic smile. Some individuals are bound by their word, while others speak without regard for truth. Carp was typically a whimsical person. If he were serious about something he believed in, he might remember it for a lifetime. Yet, the promise of Jas joining the Navy seemed as credible as believing that the Celestial Dragons were benevolent. Naturally, it was the Revolutionary Navy. In a time when pirates ran rampant, Dragon, a man of justice, sought to eradicate piracy and restore peace to the world, a noble pursuit indeed. After articulating his thoughts, Sengoku himself seemed unconvinced. When Dragon departed from the Navy, he nearly declared his opposition to the world government. However, what could he do? Dragon was Carp's son. Assistance was required, regardless. With the assurance of Admiral Sengoku, I can rest easy. I shall convey your words to my grandfather faithfully, Ross replied with a smile, appearing unperturbed by Sengoku's fabrications. Given his evident bias toward Carp, what more could he achieve? After their discussion, Ross comprehended Sengoku's stance. When matters did not involve Carp and his associates, Sengoku could stand alongside him. However, should Carp be implicated, Sengoku, while not betraying the Navy, would undoubtedly harbor a sense of partiality. There were still a few years until the current marshal would ascend, with the exact timing dictated by Saint Saturn. Since Sengoku wished to navigate both sides, he ought to fulfill his role as admiral without aspiring to the position of Navy Marshal. It would be wiser to allow Akainu to accumulate experience for a few more years, paving the way for a seamless transition. In truth, Ross had already relinquished any expectations of Sengoku. Different stances, nothing more. After their conversation concluded, Sengoku departed with a solemn expression. Although Ross did not articulate his thoughts overtly, how could the so-called strategist Sengoku fail to perceive the underlying implications? Sengoku harbored ambitions of becoming the Navy Marshal, and no one was more qualified than he. Yet, a single word from the five elders could shatter all his hopes. Sengoku was acutely aware of this, yet he could not utter any insincere words. Some matters ultimately transcend the realm of power. The subsequent journey unfolded without significant turbulence, and the ship smoothly arrived at St. Charles Island. Although Ross and his companions were not the last to arrive, their timing was still relatively late. Have the esteemed five elders not yet arrived? Gion inquired softly, surveying the surrounding ships and leaning closer to Ross. Zifa was still overseeing matters in the Jagot district, leaving all trivial affairs to Gion. Those crucial figures always make their entrance last. They will not arrive by ship, Ross replied, shaking his head. He was certain he would adopt a similar approach in the future. Who does not relish the opportunity to shine before others? Teacher Zifa has relayed word that Greenhawk and Shamrock are aboard the ship at Feglin. Shall we pay them a visit? Gion asked quietly. She was unfamiliar with the etiquette among the Celestial Dragons, and the Navy did not instruct on such matters. She had merely seized the opportunity to learn a few things. Logically speaking, as an elite of the Jagolukia family, Ross should indeed pay a visit to Greenhawk. After all, Greenhawk was the commander of the Knights of God, second only to the five elders in rank. If my grandfather does not come, I will certainly go. But since he is coming, there is no need for me to attend. Ross shook his head. Even among the Celestial Dragons, strength held precedence. However, To infiltrate this circle, one must first possess the identity of a celestial dragon. If you were to meet Greenhawk now, it would inevitably lead to veiled insults. Merely exchanging words would indeed be rather dull. Were he to possess the prowess of Roger or Carp, he would surely relish the opportunity to converse with Greenhawk while figuratively standing on Shamrock's shoulders. That would lend the encounter some substance. Lacking sufficient strength, it would be better to refrain from attending. After all, once the heavenly hunt concluded, any embarrassment would not fall upon him. What is the situation on St. Charles Island? Ross raised his head, gazing at the island in the distance. The island occupied a considerable area, stretching far beyond the horizon. However, according to his hearing ability, St. Charles Island was primarily a rectangular expanse, measuring approximately 20 kilometers by 30 kilometers, with a total area of around 600 square kilometers. The indigenous people of St. Charles Island are known as the Elan tribe, who possess 10 settlements scattered throughout the island. Each community averages about 5,000 inhabitants, and the strongest among them possess the strength of a sea governor, with the mightiest nearing the rank of Rear Admiral in the headquarters, Guion elaborated. As Ross's aide on this mission, she had memorized these details prior to their departure. Sea governors? Rear Admirals? Ross expressed mild astonishment. This small St. Charles Island harbors such formidable individuals? Upon further contemplation, he found the situation understandable. Not every strong individual sought adventure in the Grand Line. Many remained in their homeland. Moreover, the North Sea was not destined to become the future East Blue. There were indeed numerous pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. An island lacking strength would have been eradicated by pirates long ago. Chapter 80. Each displaying their unique abilities after gaining a slight understanding of the situation on Sacred Island, Ross chose not to delve further into it. Instead, seizing the remaining time, he made his way to the world government ship, where the celestial dragons congregated. All that was needed now was for the two elders to take their positions, and the heavenly hunt would officially commence. However, even at this moment, some celestial dragons could hardly contain their impatience, prompting them to capture a few natives of Sacred Island for entertainment. Ross's true objective had never been the natives of Sacred Island, but rather this group of celestial dragons participating in the heavenly hunt. Upon locating them, Ross easily secured a wager. The outcome would be determined by the number of kills. As long as Ross's tally exceeded the combined total of the other celestial dragons who signed the agreement, he would emerge victorious. The stakes were not particularly high, merely 500 million berries, yet over 50 celestial dragons participated in this wager. Should Ross prevail, the A-rank defeat reward of 100,000 berries per participant would significantly enhance his strength, not to mention the considerable additional earnings he could amass. The predetermined time for the heavenly hunt swiftly approached. On that bright morning, Ross stood at the bow of the ship alongside Guion, his gaze fixed on the adjacent vessel. It was an extraordinarily opulent ship, adorned with lavishly dressed celestial dragons who congregated in small groups on the deck, numbering well over 100. The heavenly hunt was an important event for the celestial dragons. Despite its brutal nature, countless celestial dragons adored it. These dragons were merely ordinary participants in the hunt, a mere collection of individuals to make up the numbers. Upon sighting Ross on the deck of the other ship, their expressions grew even more animated, with several making gestures of slitting their throats toward him. Observing their antics, Ross merely smiled in silence. To him, they were merely season experience points. Thanks to their noble lineage, celestial dragons were born with an A-rank comprehensive rating, an authority bestowed upon them by the world government. Provoking a celestial dragon would instantly summon powerful admirals. This was no idle threat. In this world, most individuals would rather provoke a true A-rank powerhouse than a celestial dragon. However, Ross's status afforded him immunity. As long as he refrained from slaughtering them all, they were all potential sources of experience. Ross felt a twinge of reluctance to eliminate these charming experience points. He contemplated establishing a form of livestock farming on the Red Earth continent, leveraging the celestial dragon status to maintain their strength rating without revealing their circumstances to others in the sea, thus providing him with a steady stream of experience. Buzz! While Ross was lost in thought, ripples suddenly erupted from the world government ship. In an instant, two formidable waves of energy radiated outward, before the watchful eyes of many. The two elders, Saint Maz and Saint Satan, materialized on the deck. The celestial dragons were accustomed to such occurrences, yet the CP agents and Navy present displayed solemn expressions. It was noteworthy that the elders had previously been at the world government, yet now appeared suddenly on Sacred Island. This ability alone was a testament to the world government's might. The entrance was quite impressive. Ross raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips. The world government had amassed considerable resources over the years, possessing numerous forms of teleportation capabilities. Not only could they teleport to Sacred Island, but they could easily transport themselves to Wano country as well. This was also the reason the world government held contempt for the pirates of the New World. Unless one bore the protagonist's halo, no matter how adept one was at evasion, being caught just once could result in a horde of equally powerful foes descending upon them. This was why Ross harbored trepidation towards the world government. Fortunately, he was still a member of the world government, allowing him to gradually seize control from within. Opposing it through external means would be a protracted endeavor. The heavenly hunt officially commenced, following Saint Maz's appearance. He wasted no words and promptly declared the start of the hunt. Amidst the excited shouts of the celestial dragons, several slave ships set forth from various directions of Sacred Island, racing toward the island's interior. A multitude of slaves and pirates were released, all of whom were the prey for this grand event. Ross Saint. On the ship of Figurando, Shamrock called out loudly to Ross, "One native is worth 10 points. A strong native 100 points, and the strongest native 1,000 points. Pirates and slaves are all worth 10 points, while strong pirates and slaves are valued at 1,000 points. Are you willing to accept this challenge? Make sure your people can see clearly from above. Do not miscalculate." Ross chuckled lightly and leaped into the air. With a resounding splash, waves surged beneath him, propelling him toward the shores of Sacred Island. The sheer spectacle of his wave-walking left the other celestial dragons in awe. They were accustomed to being high and mighty, yet typically only wielded handguns to kill. They had never witnessed such grandiosity. Is that the power of a devil fruit? That unpalatable fruit possesses such might? While the celestial dragons were momentarily thrown into disarray, Shamrock's expression grew serious upon witnessing Ross's display. He, the young man from the Jagurushia family, is no weakling. Shamrock, do not let me down. With your strength, this should be easily achievable, albeit appearing rather flashy. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Shamrock promptly assured, turning to his bandaged subordinate, "Junzi, let us depart." The bandaged female subordinate, Junzi, merely nodded, her hand gesturing toward the interior of the island, where an arrow resembling a ribbon materialized. Shamrock, accompanied by two subordinates, immediately leapt onto it. Under Junzi's guidance, the arrow sped toward the heart of Sacred Island at a pace surpassing that of the waves. Even after the addition of slaves and pirates, the island boasted fewer than 100,000 inhabitants. If Ross moved swiftly, there would be no share left for him. Why could St. Shamrock fly too? Damn it, you useless lot. Why lack such abilities? The ordinary celestial dragons, still awaiting the world government ships to dock, grew increasingly displeased upon witnessing Shamrock detach from the main group. They were still aboard their vessels while others had already commenced their slaughter, igniting a sense of urgency within them. Especially for those who had wagered with Ross, their anxiety was palpable. If 50 individuals could not outmatch one, their faces would be left in tatters. Chapter 81. The cleansing begins inside Saint Island. As Ross and his companion set foot on the island, Ji Yuan instinctively furrowed her brow. The sea breeze, laden with the distinctive salty tang of the island, rushed towards them, while distant sounds of waves echoed in a heavy atmosphere. Be careful. Ji Yuan's instinctive warning broke the silence, causing a sudden stir around them. Just as Ross took a step forward, a throng of armed natives surged towards them from all directions. Their footsteps were heavy and urgent, quickly saturating the beach. These Elon tribespeople donned garments rich in tribal motifs, the dark fabric adorned with exaggerated totems, and their bare arms and calves were etched with mysterious symbols. Simple face, paint in red and black, accentuated their fierce expressions. Regardless of gender, Their gaze towards Ross and his companion was imbued with unmasked hostility. Outsiders, leave St. Island. Ross did not spare them a glance. He merely turned to Ji Yuan. You remember the map of St. Island? Yes, Ji Yuan nodded slightly, sensing a palpable aura of menace in the air. This tribe was clearly unfriendly, and judging by Ross's demeanor, he had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. While she could not match Ross in sheer destructive capability, her speed and aerial prowess and her beast form were far beyond his. Thus, her role was unmistakably clear. Intercept the strong and guide the way. Very well, take me to their settlement. Understood. Yi Yuan responded promptly, unfurling her bat-like wings that glimmered ominously in the sunlight. Before the Elon tribespeople could react, she had soared into the sky, carrying Ross with her. The salty sea breeze howled past them. Don't run. Damn outsiders. Get out of St. Island. Seeing Ross and Ji Yuan attempting to flee, the Elon tribespeople assumed they were escaping and raised their weapons, aiming to bring the two down with thrown projectiles. It was evident that they bore a profound grudge against the world government and the Navy. They would attack without hesitation upon encountering anyone associated with them. Were it not for their lack of large vessels, they would have long since confronted the blockading Navy and CP-0 head-on. For now, they could only express their fury in the most primitive of ways. Ji Yuan did not falter. As they soared above the Elon tribespeople, Ross slowly raised his hand, his slender fingers making a gentle motion. Instantly, a barrier of water waves formed around him. The weapons thrown by the Elon tribe collided with the barrier, losing all momentum and falling uselessly to the ground. However, despite the thwarted projectiles, the advance of the Elon tribespeople was unabated, as hundreds surged towards Ross amidst a flurry of blades and furious roars. With a subtle flick of his wrist, countless fine water needles manifested, cascading down like a silver rain. These needles shimmered in the sunlight, weaving an invisible net in the air. The Elon tribespeople barely had time to utter a cry of anger before being engulfed by this sudden onslaught. The sound of piercing water needles filled the air, each one striking its target with precision. Blood blossomed against the night, accompanied by cries of pain and despair. The pierced natives fell, convulsing on the ground. Their wounds were small yet fatal, as if pierced by myriad tiny daggers. Over 100 Elon tribespeople fell without putting up a semblance of resistance, utterly decimated by this terrifying water-based ability. Under the sun's gaze, lifeless bodies lay strewn about, and blood seeped into the sand, merging seamlessly with the beach. Completed E-rank kills. Completed E-rank kills. Completed E-rank kills. Completed D-rank kills. Ross had slain 108 enemies, 98 ordinary Elon tribespeople, and 10 Elon elites, earning a total of 1980 points. Aboard a specialized CP vessel, a group of CP members gathered in the command room, where a large screen displayed various perspectives of the unfolding battle. There were first-person live feeds from Ross and Shamrock, aerial views of the entire area, and observations from the forest's edge. These images broadcasted the ongoing conflict across St. Island from diverse angles in real time. In the front of the command room, a CP member responsible for tallying the results announced the latest data, while a scorekeeper recorded the corresponding points on the tactical board. Zifa sat in the commander's seat, a slight smile gracing his lips. Although Ross's prowess was not a product of his teachings, their sparring sessions were frequent. From the initial awkwardness of their battles to the current level of proficiency, Ross's combat talent was evident. With the combined strength of Ross and Ji Yuan, Zifa could not fathom a scenario in which they might lose. Were it not for Ross's current stamina limitations and the fact that the Elon tribe settlements were primarily located deeper within the island, he could clear the area solely with his fruit abilities. Shamrock had slain 82 enemies, 77 ordinary Elon tribespeople, and 5 Elon elites, totaling 1270 points. Impressive indeed. Zifa's gaze fell upon the surveillance screen, watching as Shamrock swiftly dispatched Elon soldiers, causing him to sit up straighter. While Ross's performance was astonishing, Shamrock's capabilities also commanded his attention. The two, of similar ages, displayed a terrifying level of strength. In Zifa's view, Shamrock's current abilities would qualify him for a vice admiral position within the Navy. At this moment, Ross and Shamrock resembled two arrows loose from their bows. piercing through the Elon tribespeople's defenses from opposing directions. In contrast, the other celestial dragons appeared to be playing at war, hiding behind their slaves and guards, leisurely participating in the conflict. This is the closest settlement to us. Ji Yuan spread her wings, tracing a graceful arc in the air. In merely a minute, she covered a distance of 3 kilometers and descended above the first settlement. Upon their arrival, the village below remained blissfully serene. Children frolicked in the sunlight. Women busily prepared household tasks, and the elderly leisurely engaged in their work. A group of young people gathered, partaking in a unique Elon tribal game. However, for Ross and Ji Yuan, any patrols or hidden sentinels were futile. Thanks to their Kinbunshiko haki, no suspicious movements escaped their perception along the way. Chapter 82. Weakness is the original sin under the blazing sun. Scorching rays bathe the desolate land. The unmasked presence of Ross and his companion swiftly captivates the attention of the crowd below. Yet, regardless of whether they are seen, their efforts are destined to be futile. "Allow me," Ross murmurs, slowly floating in the air, his profound gaze reflecting the bustling throng below. Suddenly, an invisible pressure descends, as if the heavens are collapsing. This is the aura of Conqueror's haki, enveloping the entire settlement in an instant. The once lively community is now silenced, as if a mute button has been pressed. In that fleeting moment, time appears to stand still. Cheers, shouts, and the laughter of children are all silenced beneath this overwhelming force. People fall like wheat before a scythe, struggling to breathe. Within mere seconds, the entire settlement descends into a deathly stillness. Indeed, the Conqueror's haki is a sight to behold, a spectacle that never fails to impress. Shizuka stands beside Ross, whispering in awe. Humanity often yearns for the abilities they lack. Conqueror's haki cannot be attained through mere training. It is a mark of royal lineage, allowing its wielder to intimidate foes without lifting a finger, rendering weaker opponents unconscious. Merely a means to eliminate the minions, Ross reflects, shaking his head. His mastery of Conqueror's haki is limited. It can only incapacitate ordinary individuals and cannot inflict physical harm upon them. Achieving such prowess requires at least an S-level standard. As for the advanced form of haki, he remains far from grasping its intricacies. Those capable of wielding the advanced haki are invariably S-level or beyond. While speaking, Ross remains in motion. He conjures a torrent of surging seawater, forming a colossal wave that cascades downward like a furious beast, roaring toward the settlement below. In an instant, the community is engulfed by a cataclysmic tsunami, tearing homes and streets asunder. Countless men, women, and children who are already unconscious find no escape from this sudden calamity. Their hopes of survival extinguished. Even those with remarkable talents face certain death upon entering the water, as Ross mercilessly eliminates them. Completed G-level kill. Completed F-level kill. Completed F-level kill. Completed D-level kill. A deluge of system notifications floods in, numbering in the thousands. This marks Ross's first large-scale slaughter. Yet the rewards are rather meager. He has claimed the lives of over 5,000 predominantly GF-level civilians, with only a handful being ED-level warriors, whose quality pales in comparison to the patrolling squad. The accumulated experience barely approaches 100,000. Outsiders, you are unforgivable. As the waves continue to surge, a deafening roar emanates from the depths of the ruins. A burly man leaps forth, wielding a heavy spike club, charging at Ross like a raging beast. His bloodshot eyes burn with fury, evidently the last bastion of resistance in this settlement, and the sole individual possessing sea-level strength. Otherwise, he could not withstand Ross's Conqueror's haki. Against individuals, the effect of the haki is significantly diminished. In one-on-one encounters, even a sea-level warrior would falter before Ross's intimidating presence. Boom! The spike club descends with a howling wind. However, just as it is about to strike, a flash of silver appears. Shizuka draws her sword in response, effortlessly blocking the heavy weapon in a split second. Swish! The silver gleams as Shizuka retracts her blade. With a swift slash, blood sprays through the air as the hulking figure is cleaved in two, falling helplessly to the ground. Weakness is the original sin, Elon tribesman. Ross's voice remains calm and detached, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. He allows Shizuka to guide him into the skies, advancing toward their next target. Those who choose to be enemies must be prepared to face death. From the moment he became a celestial dragon, he embraced this understanding. Even if he were to be toppled by the Son of Destiny in the end, a few more years of indulgence would suffice for him. However, in contrast to Ross, Shizuka feels a twinge of reluctance while soaring through the air. Though she harbors no unwarranted notions of mercy, witnessing the slaughter of men, women, and children contradicts her previous understanding of justice during her time in the Navy. If you have any thoughts, feel free to express them. There is no need to suppress them. Yet, even without her speaking, Ross can discern her inner turmoil. He has long noted that when Shizuka engages in joyful activities, her body betrays her hesitance. Everything is fine. I merely feel a sense of melancholy. After all, I must be stained with the blood of many innocents. Shizuka sighs softly. She is no saint. She anticipated the grim realities upon joining Ross's ranks. To achieve one's desires, one must be willing to pay the price, and this is only fair. However, witnessing the scene firsthand still unsettles her, especially after witnessing numerous children succumb to the waves. Feeling a sense of pity, Ross chuckles lightly. Kindness is indeed a noble virtue, but unnecessary compassion can only lead to one's own downfall. The Elon tribe sealed their fate the moment they resisted the world government. Today, if you spare the women and children, they will inevitably grow up. If any among them becomes a Rox or a golden lion, when they come seeking vengeance, it will be our loved ones who pay the price. I do not demand you to act thus, but as a celestial dragon, from the day I began to enjoy the privileges of my lineage, I have borne the obligation of their fate. To leave a root of evil is worse than not acting at all. Ross has never entertained thoughts of kindness. Countless instances have shown that kindness is worthless in the face of human nature. Even a savior may turn against you, let alone those who are already adversaries. However, to assert that every word he speaks is heartfelt would be misleading. Some of his words are directed at Shizuka, while others are meant for those lingering along the shore. He is indeed willing to shoulder the obligations of a celestial dragon, but not for the current generation. The present celestial dragons are far too numerous. Only the Jagiellonkia family should remain. Moreover, the new family tree of the Jagiellonkia lineage should begin with him. I understand. Shizuka nods gently, having come to terms with her feelings. Initially, she struggled to adapt due to the shocking imagery, but she did not genuinely find the scene unacceptable. Now, having been reassured by Ross, she believes she too can draw her blade. Just as Ross mentioned, if one does not eradicate their enemies completely, they will only sow the seeds of future troubles. Ross, allow me to handle this settlement. As Shizuka gazes at the settlement, now becoming clearer in sight, she softly voices her request. Having made up her mind, she is determined to demonstrate her resolve to Ross. Chapter 83. The outcome is clear go. Ross floated slowly in the air, nodding lightly. With his ability to sense the sea, he could discern that Shamrock was still occupied with clearing the first settlement, a pace far inferior to his own. Moreover, a single settlement yielded merely 100,000 experience points. He was not a mere cog in the system, nor did he feel the need to hoard every fragment of experience available. After all, there would be ample opportunities to reap experience later, and presently, Ross felt no urgency. Buzz. Following convention, Ross unleashed his Conqueror's Haki once more, rendering the majority unconscious. After all, even 5,000 pigs running amok could become a cumbersome task to manage. Coupled with the abilities granted by the vampire fruit and his observation Haki for reconnaissance, the speed of slaughter in Gion would not be unduly slow. Swish! Gion unsheathed Kinburo, and as she dove downwards, thousands of crimson bats erupted from within her, scattering to wreak havoc. In an instant, the entire settlement was cloaked in a sanguine hue. Ross had eliminated a total of 142 ordinary individuals, 196 elites, and 2 formidable foes, accumulating a score of 143. 20 points. In the temporary command room of the CP organization, the scorekeeper announced Ross's current score with a booming voice. Upon hearing the figure, The others fell silent. The score was alarmingly high. Celestial dragons seldom consumed devil fruits, and the heavenly hunt was a grand entertainment for them. They typically did not bring underlings with crowd-clearing abilities. If their subordinates eliminated all the targets, what would the celestial dragons have left to do? Thus, even Shamrock, on his side, was primarily accompanied by supportive subordinates. The arrow fruit user was responsible for movement and target acquisition, while another sugar fruit user focused on recovery. The critical output still depended on Shamrock himself. There was no breach of tacit understanding on Ross's part, for he alone possessed the fruit ability and the capacity for mass destruction. Guion clearly wielded an animal fruit, lacking large-scale destructive capabilities, and her speed was comparable to Shamrock's. The key was Guion's swiftness. While the arrow fruit user advanced 1 kilometer, Guion could cover 5. This synergy allowed Ross and Guion's slaughter to become terrifyingly efficient, leaving little room for doubt. Zifa grinned as Shamrock rushed towards the second settlement. Ross was already soaring toward the third. According to the wager between Shamrock and Ross, each settlement yielded approximately 50,000 to 80,000 points. Starting off with a deficit of 1 settlement would only widen the gap as time progressed. The combined numbers of pirates and slaves amounted to just 1 settlement, which would not alter the overall situation. Moreover, unless compelled to do so, neither Ross nor Shamrock would concern themselves with these pirates until the very end. After all, this was a heavenly hunt orchestrated by the celestial dragons. Even if the two outshone the others, they still had to leave some glory for their fellow celestial dragons. On the deck of a world government ship, Saints Maz, Satan, and Gringu stood or sat in casual comfort. "You have quite a good grandson," Maz remarked cheerfully. Although not directly from his lineage, he felt a tinge of regret. Nonetheless, being a member of the same clan and not having to expend his resources to nurture him, he was pleased to say a few kind words. Satan, feigning humility, bore an unmistakable smile. Even without monitoring the screens, the three of them could cover the entirety of Chashing Island through their observation hockey. Any disturbances would prompt their immediate action. They could not permit a repeat of the events surrounding rocks from years past. "I have but one child," Gringu said calmly. "Losing to Shamrock a few times may serve him well." Devil fruits represented a form of strength, and Gringu had always prioritized results. The reality was that while Shamrock appeared competent, he was still inferior to himself a decade ago, when the Rocks pirates had attacked. Gringu had been part of the frontline defense against them. Any random officer from the Rocks pirates could have easily outmatched Shamrock. The disparity in practical experience was vast, even if their raw power seemed comparable. As for Ross's encounter with a Rocks pirates officer, Gringu could not yet provide a definitive assessment. After all, Ross had revealed too little of his prowess. However, his ability to manipulate seawater alone could render opponents defenseless. After this heavenly hunt, let your child join the Knights of God. His recent words were indeed wise. Someone must bear the burden and forge ahead. Due to Ross's prior remarks, Maz held a favorable impression of him. Most importantly, since he had no stake in the Knights of God and they posed no threat to him. Why not do a kindness? "Once this heavenly hunt concludes, I shall trouble Gringu to keep an eye on him," Satan added with a smile. Ross's sudden rise to prominence, while uncertain about altering the future, had at least stabilized the legacy of the 5 elders. Even if he were to encounter unforeseen events, Ross could still carry on. The 5 elders, seemingly omnipotent, were governed by a capricious entity above them, who could predict whether they might lose their lives over trivial matters. At the deepest and largest settlement of the Elon tribe on Chashing Island, a thunderous crash echoed as the heavens collapsed, and torrents of seawater cascaded down like the Milky Way. It was as if the god of disaster had descended, and the villages constructed of earth and stone could not withstand the deluge. In mere moments, countless innocents were swept away, houses shattered, trees toppled, and none escaped unscathed. In the wake of the first wave, nearly 10,000 lives were lost, with fewer than 20 survivors. 17 of them were formidable members of the Elon tribe. Ross hovered in the air, his gaze downward tinged with surprise. Given the size of this settlement, his attack had become more dispersed. Yet, the survivors must possess at least D-level strength. to dare defy the world government. They indeed held some power. Otherwise, CP9 would have cleared the area long before the heavenly hunt commenced. Outsiders, I demand your deaths. A tall, dark-skinned, middle-aged man, supported by two companions, bellowed at Ross from atop a towering tree. You must be the chieftain of the Elon tribe, reduced to mere bluster, revealing your weakness and ineptitude. Ross replied softly. This marked the sixth settlement he and Guion had targeted. Once this camp was subdued, their heavenly hunt would come to an end, with only 10 settlements in total. Shamrock had just finished the fourth and was now making his way towards them, while they merely needed to conclude their task. The outcome was indisputable. Chapter 84. Death on the Path of Charja. Mu Kuang's eyes streamed with blood tears, his expression teetering on the brink of madness. At this moment, he found himself powerless, merely able to fix a gaze of hatred upon Ross, who hovered above. The very fact that the enemy could reach their location signified the near annihilation of the Elon tribe. Perhaps the few left were the last remnants of their people. I offer you a chance. If you surrender now, I can spare your lives. Ross descended slowly from the sky. Beside him, Ji Yuan frowned slightly, flapping his wings in an attempt to follow, only to be halted by Ross's gaze. A flicker of understanding passed through Ji Yuan's eyes as he regarded Mu Kuang and the others with increasing sympathy. It was time again for Ross's psychological torment. Let me share a grim reality with you. Even if you count all of you, the Elon people on Cha Shung Island number no more than 100. And every minute, lives are lost. Ross lowered himself until he was a mere 10 meters from Mu Kuang. His voice, though soft, struck the hearts of all present like a heavy hammer. Choose the annihilation of your clan, or the sole chance of survival. Mu Kuang, grant me an answer. You choose your own demise. Mu Kuang roared, leaping high like an enraged beast, lunging towards Ross. In midair, he let out a roar that shook the heavens. His fur bristling as he transformed into a massive tiger, claws gleaming with a bloodthirsty light, aimed directly at Ross's throat. Simultaneously, the remaining 16 Elon warriors surged into the sky, some wielding weapons while others fought barehanded, their eyes ablaze with boundless fury and despair, rushing towards Ross like moths to a flame. Their eyes held only wrath and deep-seated hatred for Ross, devoid of any desire for survival. Excellent. Idan Tiribe. I shall remember this name. Ross's lips curled into a brilliant smile, his eyes instantaneously turning silver, resembling two cold crescent moons. His garments billowed without wind, as if being torn by an invisible force. In the air, the sea roiled tumultuously. Ross stood atop the crashing waves, an immovable deity. Grasping the glistening sea god trident in his right hand, it shimmered with a deep blue hue under the sunlight. Buzz! A vast aura of conqueror's haki erupted, causing the air to freeze. Even a powerhouse like Mu Kuang had to momentarily restrain himself, holding his breath in response. In that fleeting moment, Ross thrust the sea god trident forward, aiming directly at Mu Kuang's heart. Roar! In a moment of peril, Mu Kuang had no time to think, instinctively crossing his arms in a desperate attempt to block the incoming blow, even neglecting to coat himself in haki. Crash! The sea god trident collided with Mu Kuang's claws. The moment of impact transformed Mu Kuang's expression drastically. Swoosh! The trident, infused with unparalleled power, sliced through his arm effortlessly. Blood instantly stained the trident. Yet the attack did not cease. It continued to pierce through, directly targeting his heart. Fortunately, this brief moment of resistance granted him a precious second. So powerful, so suffocatingly strong. But just as Mu Kuang prepared to retreat swiftly, an overwhelming sense of weakness enveloped him. Damn it! Mu Kuang's eyes widened in disbelief. Unbeknownst to him, his back had become encased in seawater, the source of his newfound helplessness. Those with devil fruit abilities, upon contact with seawater, found themselves weaker than ordinary humans. Only a select few true warriors could temporarily ignore its effects. Regrettably, Mu Kuang was not among such elite fighters, having not yet mastered haki. Ultimately, the sea god trident effortlessly pierced through Mu Kuang's heart, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Chief, the remaining Elon warriors, having just arrived, let out cries of alarm. Yet they had no time for sorrow as they heard Mu Kuang's final shout, "Charge! The Elon tribe shall only die on the path of charge." Though weakened, his voice carried a conviction that brought tears to every Elon warrior's eyes. Especially as Mu Kuang's body hung impaled upon the sea god trident, the grievous wound on his chest was a sight to behold, yet his gaze remained resolute. "Chief!" Tears glistened in the eyes of the other Elon warriors, realizing this was the last opportunity bestowed upon them by their leader. Should they miss this chance, hope would be utterly extinguished. With a chorus of furious roars, the 16 Elon warriors brandished their weapons, surging from all directions to launch a ferocious assault on Ross. Their movements were swift as the wind, eyes ablaze with unending rage and tragic resolve. However, standing high above, Ross appeared unfazed, merely raising his unarmed left hand. In an instant, the sea seemed to heed his call, crashing down like a tidal wave. Towering waves roared and crashed, engulfing the Elon warriors along with their weapons into the endless abyss. With a gentle squeeze, Ross's seemingly tender gesture concealed an overwhelming force. Swoosh! The Elon warriors, ensnared by the sea, shattered like fragile glass under this might, transforming into clouds of blood mist that dissipated into the water, leaving no trace of life behind. "It is over, Elon tribe." Ross stood aloft, his right arm slightly raised, fingers splayed, as the water parted like a curtain under an unseen force. The waves arched gracefully around his arm, droplets refracting the moonlight into a cascade of sparkling reflections. As his arm descended, the 16 compressed forms of humanity fell like puppets with severed strings, crashing down with great speed, leaving a trail of bloody air in their wake. Upon striking the ground, a muffled thud echoed, sending mud flying. At that moment, Ross's ears rang with 17 melodious notification sounds. He then glanced towards the west, suddenly hurling the sea god trident. Whoosh! With a sharp sound of slicing air, the trident, along with Mu Kuang's lifeless body, pierced the air like a bolt of lightning, embedding itself firmly into a stout tree trunk. Blood trickled down the trident's tip, marking the tree with a crimson stain. At this moment, Mu Kuang's life had completely faded away. The Elon tribe is no more. Just then, an exceptionally conspicuous phenomenon appeared in the western sky. A colorful ribbon, 1,000 meters long and arrow-shaped at the tip, approached, bearing 3 figures. Too late, Shamrock, standing atop the arrow, sensed the atmosphere with observation hockey, instantly discerning the grim events that had transpired, his expression darkening slightly. "1 hour. Damn Ross Saint, I have underestimated you." Shamrock muttered a curse, a flicker of disbelief flashing across his eyes. He had thought his own speed of slaughter was swift enough, but the unfolding reality proved Ross's pace far surpassed his own. Chapter 85, Finding a Reason to Fight Shamrock. "Are you here to celebrate my victory?" Ross floated in the air, gazing with a smile at the grim-faced Shamrock. He had initially believed Shamrock possessed some hidden trump card, only to realize that Shamrock was merely relying on his sheer strength. Indeed, one cannot expect the arrogant celestial dragons to display any ingenuity. "You have won this time, but I do not believe you are stronger than I am, St. Ross." Shamrock cast a deep glance at Ross. Despite the turmoil in his heart, he couldn't bring himself to utter words of denial. It was evident that the 3 outside were undoubtedly monitoring their every move, and the issue of dignity was paramount. "Is that so? I am not particularly fond of the Cerberus fruit. How about exchanging it for those 2 behind you?" Ross spoke casually, his eyes settling on the 2 individuals flanking Shamrock. Junzi, overall rating, C-. Yvette, overall rating, C. Neither of them possessed remarkable strength, even falling short of the still warm corpse of Woodmaniac. They were unlikely to qualify for the Knights of God, merely serving as Shamrock subordinates. However, the arrow fruit and sugar fruit held a certain intrigue, offering at least a modicum of interest. Most importantly, it would deal a crushing blow to Shamrock, permanently disqualifying him from competing on the same stage. Deal. A glint of cold light flashed in Shamrock's eyes as he unsheathed his rapier, charging toward Ross without a moment's hesitation. He had been seeking an excuse to confront Ross, and now, Ross's actions provided the perfect opportunity. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a resonant hum. Shamrock's figure darted forward with the swiftness of a leopard, the armed color of his sword shimmering fiercely as he executed a rapid sweep. "Look, you're getting impatient again." Ross chuckled, shaking his head, as he extended his right hand to the side, summoning the sea goddess spear from the tree trunk into his grasp. The spear was enveloped in a similarly profound armed color, clashing with Shamrock's sword and igniting a cascade of brilliant sparks. Clang! The weapons collided, the air seemingly torn asunder, producing a deafening explosion. The surrounding trees splintered under the force, with wood chips raining down like a deluge. The ground could barely withstand the onslaught, fissures snaking across it like serpents, dust swirling and obscuring the sky. Both Ross and Shamrock possessed the strength of near admirals, and the mere aftershocks of their collision could rend the landscape. "Not bad with your swordplay," Ross remarked casually, casting a glance downward at Shamrock, who was at a disadvantage in the aerial duel, hindered by his reliance on moonwalk. "You are formidable." Shamrock's expression grew serious as he quickly leveled himself with Ross using moonwalk. He charged at Ross once more. Buzz! The sword and spear clashed again, the violent aftershocks rippling through the already ravaged Elon tribal settlement, rendering it even more desolate. Guion had retreated with Junzi and Yvette to a distance, finding the two girls rather feeble in comparison. Junzi and Yvette showed no intent to resist, whether resigned to their fate or never contemplating defiance from the start. As the battle between Ross and Shamrock intensified, Ross's attacks were bold and sweeping, while Shamrock's were marked by agility. Almost there, Ross glanced toward the direction of the world government's ships, as if locking eyes with Saint Satan standing on a deck. He never engaged in meaningless fights. His battle with Shamrock was a means to a greater end. This was a small wager against Shamrock, while the stakes between the Fegaland and Jagurushia families were far greater than simply 10 billion berries and a mythical Zoan fruit. After this bet, Fegaland would have no hope of competing with the Gorosei, especially with Ross stepping in should anything happen to Saint Satan. Buzz! Ross's overwhelming conqueror's haki surged outward, transforming his physique. Twin dragon horns sprouted from his head, his eyes gleaming with a silver light, and his skin as pure as white jade. In an instant, he had achieved divinity, entering the half-beast form of the mythical Zoan fruit. In this state, even Zifa would need to tread carefully against him. With a gentle sweep of the sea goddess spear, it appeared as though the vast ocean had been transported to the heavens, casting a shadow over all light. Witnessing this grand spectacle, even Shamrock, lacking fruit abilities, could not suppress a sense of gravity. Swish! Shamrock dashed forward, intent on interrupting Ross's actions, regardless of Ross's intentions. As an adversary, he could not allow his opponent to act freely. Fall! Ross uttered a single word, and the ocean above collapsed, enveloping the battlefield between him and Shamrock. An invisible torrent of water filled the space, impenetrable and inescapable. Any intention of attack from Shamrock would inevitably draw him into the depths. Shamrock did not retreat. Instead, he swung his sword, unleashing a wide flying slash that swept across the sky, attempting to cleave through the ocean above. Splash! The water surged apart where the slash passed, a testament to its power, far exceeding that of Guion's strikes. Yet alas, once submerged in the aquatic realm, Ross was an invincible force of equal standing. As the flying slash skimmed by, the torn water quickly converged, effortlessly encasing Shamrock within its depths. Just ordinary seawater? Upon entering the water, Shamrock furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Ross had expended energy to conjure this sea. It was evident he had ulterior motives beyond simply creating a favorable environment. Buzz! An unseen pressure suddenly assaulted Shamrock from all directions, escalating to the equivalent of nearly 20,000 meters of ocean depth. Even Shamrock's formidable physique felt as if it were being hammered by colossal weight. Cough! Shamrock spat out a mouthful of blood, which somewhat alleviated his discomfort. But Ross, ever prepared, would not let this opportunity slip. By the time Shamrock regained his composure, Ross had already blinked into position behind him, swinging his spear toward his back. Damn it. My speed has diminished by at least 30%. Shamrock readied his sword to counter, but the moment he raised it, he sensed something was terribly wrong. In this high-pressure environment, even the act of moving became a challenge, let alone executing techniques. This was compounded by his previous surroundings. He seldom left the red Earth continent, which already existed in a state of low pressure, making this artificially induced deep-sea, high-pressure environment feel utterly constraining. This sensation of being bound rendered him incapable of exerting his full strength. Shamrock had engaged in numerous battles, but most were characterized by overwhelming massacres in the Holy Land. In terms of experience against opponents of similar caliber, he had even less than Ross. Suddenly thrust into such a peculiar environment, Shamrock found himself in a state of disarray. Chapter 86. A swift decimation regardless of Shamrock's fluctuating mindset. His prowess was such that he should not have been unable to withstand a single initial assault. Before the sea goddess spear could descend, he had already executed a defensive maneuver with his sword. Yet, just as the sea goddess spear was poised to clash with the western sword, Ross's unexpected maneuver caused his expression to shift dramatically. How swift! Shamrock barely caught a glimpse of Ross's malevolent grin before his western sword was forcibly pushed aside by Ross's hand. Swoosh! The sea god's spear glided effortlessly across his back, and despite his timely use of armed color hockey for protection, he still suffered a grievous wound that cut deep to the bone. Gasp! Shamrock coughed up a copious amount of blood, his body propelled forward by the sheer force, creating a mist of blood in the sea. Truly fragile. Ross felt an ennui wash over him as he opened his left palm. The area where his western sword had collided bore a similar deep wound, yet under the influence of the seawater, it began to heal at an astonishing rate. Soon reduced to a mere white scar, Shamrock's strengths and weaknesses were glaringly evident. His swordsmanship was commendable, yet his overall capabilities were predominantly focused on offense, leaving his defense alarmingly deficient. This was a common flaw among swordsmen, attack being the best form of defense. However, against a hexagonal warrior like him, even trading injuries would easily lead to exhaustion. Furthermore, in the aquatic environment, Shamrock had no advantage to speak of. Whoosh! Ross's speed in the water approached the realm of instantaneous movement. While Shamrock was still reeling from his backward flight, Ross had already materialized behind him. Damn it! Shamrock's face reflected his unwillingness as he swung his sword again. His grievous injuries and the oppressive environment rendered his movements agonizingly slow. Slash! Slash! The sounds of sword and spear piercing flesh echoed through the sea. The western sword struck Ross's chest, reinforced with armed color and iron, leaving a shallow cut. Simultaneously, the sea god's spear grazed Shamrock's front, inflicting another wound as deep as the one on his back. When your armed color is affixed to your blade, can it not cling to your body? Ross observed Shamrock's dire state with disinterest as he seized Shamrock's western sword, forcibly wresting it from his grip. Whoosh! The western sword was now gripped in Ross's reverse hold, piercing Shamrock's abdomen. In an instant, Shamrock felt a tremendous force surging from his core. Not only had his own sword impaled him, but the immense power also propelled him through the air. His trajectory led him directly toward the tree, still bearing the corpse of the wooden man, a rare tree that had survived amidst the devastation of their clash, or perhaps the very spot Ross had initially marked as Shamrock's doom. That's a bit excessive, Fagerland has conceded. However, just as Shamrock was about to collide with the wooden corpse, a dark voice reverberated through the air. In the blink of an eye, the towering figure of Greengard appeared in the path of Shamrock's retreat, swiftly seizing him. Fagerland Greengard, composite rating, Greengard cast a deep gaze at Ross before lifting Shamrock away. Such a crushing defeat rendered any words a mere jest. They had underestimated Ross this time. Well done. In an instant, the figure of Saint materialized in mid-air, nodding in acknowledgement of Ross. TSK, protective of your kin? The wounds on his chest and palm were nearing recovery, with only the tattered suit bearing witness to his prior injuries. You might as well kill him outright, Saint remarked coolly. Had Ross's sword just pierced Shamrock's chest, Greengard would undoubtedly have refrained from intervening. However, nailing Shamrock to the wooden corpse was absolutely intolerable for the Fagerland family. I rather hope for more individuals like him. After all, As a celestial dragon, I wish for everyone to uphold the dignity of our kind. Ross's voice carried a light-hearted tone, intended for others to hear. In truth, he relished the notion that celestial dragons prioritize appearance over substance, for this would grant him greater maneuverability. Satan Saint glanced at Ross, choosing not to elaborate further, and began to amble toward the shore, his cane supporting his steps. Though he resembled a stooped elder, each step covered considerable distance, and he soon vanished from sight. Ross's gaze flickered as he waved to Gun, smiling as he followed. In just a few days, the time for reaping rewards would arrive. Thus far, he had only secured a modest prize. Completion of A-rank defeat. Power, 100,000. Special reward. Swordsmanship B. Chashing Island was relatively small and at Ross's leisurely pace. He reached the coast where the world government ships docked in merely 10 minutes. Upon his return, Ross did not hurry. The outcome between him and Shamrock had been determined. Yet the island still harbored numerous slaves and pirates released by the world government. The hunt was far from over. The Elder Stars would announce the results only once all life on the island had been purged. It would be then that the time for harvest would finally come. One must admit, after 800 years of dominion, the celestial dragons truly prioritized their facade above all else. Upon his return, Ross leisurely boarded the main vessel of the world government. Saint Maz and Satan Saint remained on the deck, seated at a table, sipping tea prepared by the attending servants. Join us. Your performance was commendable. Would you be interested in joining the Marcus family? Saint Maz was a remarkably tall, slender elder with long white hair and a beard that extended down to his chest. Merely sitting there, he exuded an aura of superiority. If I were to join the Marcus family, my grandfather would likely break my legs. Ross jested, sitting down beside the two without a care. Marcus Maz, composite rating S, another S rating, though this was to be expected. If the combined might of the Elder Stars did not reach S, then others would hardly be worthy of the title. Chapter 87. Brainwashing is best started from a young age, regrettably. Since you are unwilling, I shall let it be. Maz Singh shook his head in disappointment, not believing that Ross did not comprehend his intent. However, as Ross was disinclined towards a marriage alliance, he would not impose further. Talents like Ross from the celestial dragon lineage, even if united through marriage, would not bear the surname of Marcus. Since the surname would remain unchanged, it rendered the union rather insignificant. As for bloodlines, their intertwining had long been established through 8 centuries of intermarriage among the 19 families. Nevertheless, Grandfather Marcus, I believe we could collaborate, Ross said with a smile. Collaborate? There has been no partnership between my grandfather and me. Maz Singh regarded Satan with keen interest. Noting his silence only heightened his curiosity. As the environmental martial god, he would not ordinarily engage with someone like Ross unless the latter belonged to the celestial dragon lineage. My grandfather's my grandfather, and I am myself. We're different. He bears the responsibility for the future of the Jagoria family, while I need only care for myself. Ross chuckled lightly. Let us discuss the content of this collaboration. Maz Singh remained non-committal, viewing Ross as a mere junior, yet to mature. It would take at least a decade before they could engage as equals. Still, he did not mind conversing with Ross, as idleness could lead to intriguing revelations. The projects my grandfather has overseen primarily concern the connection of islands, Ross remarked, although the 5 elders are the 5 overseers appointed by the upper echelons. Each has distinct roles, discernible from their titles. Satan, as the defender and technological martial god, oversees the navy and scientific research. Maz Singh, the environmental martial god, is responsible for continuously updating the world's nautical charts and studying methods to connect the islands. Indeed, the sea bridges have been under construction for 7 centuries. Yet the situation remains far from ideal. Maz Singh nodded slightly. Utilizing bridges to connect the seas consumes immense resources, and even upon completion, there exists a risk of destruction. A more economical solution would be preferable, Ross smiled. Are you referring to the Aquatrain project proposed by the Water City? The cost is indeed significantly lower, yet a tangible product has yet to be produced, Maz Singh replied nonchalantly. The Aquatrain project was suggested by Tom, a shipwright of the Fishman tribe, who once built ships for Roger. He proposed the plan in a bid for self-preservation after being captured for aiding Roger. I will take charge of this matter. If the endeavor succeeds, the 500 billion from Figolando shall be allocated for the construction of the aquatic train. To prosper, one must first establish infrastructure. To solidify dominance, the transportation barriers between islands must be dismantled. The speed of the aquatic train far surpasses that of a ship, enabling the Navy and the world government to reach every corner of the globe more swiftly, which holds profound implications for the governance of the world government. You are quite considerate. Since this is a collaboration, what shall I contribute? Ma Seng raised an eyebrow, skeptical that Ross sought nothing in return. His proposal only heightened Ma Seng's vigilance. With only 5 positions available among the 5 elders, Ross was likely poised to take Satan's place. However, should Ross harbor greater ambitions, the possibility of a dual 5-elder situation could arise. Whether Ross possessed ambition was of little concern to him. However, if Ross aimed for his position, it would necessitate vigilance. If the aquatic train plan were implemented, it could render the bridge project obsolete, which would require a workforce in the thousands. You seek manpower? Merely some livestock. You could easily procure them from non-member nations. Ma Seng remarked coolly, not inclined to yield. Ross's situation was unique. If entrusted with the aquatic train, there was a genuine possibility of him overshadowing Ma Seng in a decade. No. What I mean is, I will purchase nearly 20 million individuals with a 500 billion. My role in the aquatic train project is solely to see it realized. I shall not involve myself in subsequent matters. Ross shook his head. His current deficit lay solely in manpower. He lacked nothing else. To control these seas, mere strength would not suffice. The world government had decayed to its core, failing to align with his envisioned future. Instead of waiting for a resolution, he preferred to prepare now. Sufficient managerial talent and adequate military support were paramount considerations. The emergence of gifted individuals in this world is rather random. However, the majority are human warriors, provided there is a substantial base. Acquiring strong individuals for breeding should not pose a challenge. Brainwashing, after all, yields the best results from birth. If it is merely individuals you desire, I can authorize their sale to you. The aquatic train is a matter for the future. In exchange for 500 billion, I can provide you with 30 million people. Ma Seng stated flatly. Ma Seng did not intend to involve Ross in his affairs. Yet since Ross sought only manpower, he was able to offer a significant number within his authority. His primary responsibility was the connection of islands, but that did not limit him to this project alone. As the environmental marshal god, he oversaw nearly all major projects of the world government. This meant he possessed the largest workforce within the world government. The fate of several million individuals was entirely within his purview. Should there be an insufficient workforce, he could simply command the Navy to procure individuals from non-member nations. A pleasant collaboration, Ross replied with a cheerful smile, which was indeed his initial intention. While the environmental marshal god, in the future, that role would merely represent the environmental department of his grand design. The aquatic train was not something he genuinely wished to oversee. It was merely a pretext for acquiring manpower. Now, the world government is no longer his domain, thus he need not invest excessive concern. Grandfather Makas, I also wish to construct a new city on the Red Soil continent. A new city? Satan, you should understand that such matters. Ma Seng knitted his brows. Glancing at Satan, this was a matter of principle. The Red Soil continent's area is nearly equivalent to that of all islands combined. Yet why is there only the holy land of Mary Geos? It is to ensure the dignity of the celestial dragons. Should cities proliferate across the Red Soil continent, the exalted status of the celestial dragons would be jeopardized. Building it beyond Reverse Mountain would suffice. The realities of the past 800 years have demonstrated that to maintain global stability, one must utterly sever the pathways between the 4 seas and the Grand Line. Satan stated calmly. Although it was Ross's first proposal, it did not hinder him from expressing his approval. The greater Jagoria's influence grew, the happier he would be. Your intent is to erect a fortified city at Reverse Mountain, thereby obstructing another passage between the 4 seas and the Grand Line, necessitating scrutiny for any who wish to traverse it. Ma Seng frowned slightly, finding little objection to the proposal's content. After all, It concerned a mere group of livestock. No matter how much they stirred, it was not a significant issue. However, as the Navy was under Satan's command, the rationale for his proposal was reasonable, compelling him to ponder the pros and cons seriously. After a lengthy contemplation, Maz Singh exhaled softly. If one more person agrees, I shall also express my consent. To pass this proposal, at least 3 of the 5 elders must concur. This implies that in addition to themselves, at least one more elder must agree. Should the Jagoria family secure the endorsement of another elder, he would not mind facilitating the process. After all, the 500 billion Ross promised would ultimately enrich the Makas family, funding the cultivation of his descendants. If Figolando seeks to ascend, let him persuade the other elders. With this additional sum as an incentive, it might suffice to produce promising offspring from his family's lackluster lineage. Chapter 88. Establishing a city at Reverse Mountain. Although the establishment of a city on the Red Earth continent has yet to be finalized, Ross is aware that it is nearly a certainty. The Red Earth continent resembles the equator, bisecting the vast ocean into 2 halves, and when combined with the Grand Line, which intersects the continent perpendicularly, it divides the entire planet into 4 equal parts, referred to as the 4 seas: east, south, west, and north. Aside from forcibly entering the Grand Line through the calm belts on either side, Reverse Mountain and Mariehua serve as the only 2 junctions connecting the Grand Line with the Red Earth continent, thus forming the sole channels to traverse the 4 seas and the Grand Line. Pirates and ordinary vessels predominantly rely on sailing ships. Attempting to navigate the calm belts to enter the Grand Line is nearly impossible. Even powered ships face near certain death when traversing the calm belts, densely populated by sea kings. Ordinary people and pirates cannot access the Grand Line by borrowing passage through the world government's headquarters. Even noblemen from allied nations may not be granted permission to set foot on the Red Earth continent, let alone seek passage. Thus, Reverse Mountain becomes the exclusive passageway linking the 4 seas to the Grand Line. Controlling Reverse Mountain equates to seizing the lifeline of all pirates. By establishing a city there, the route from the 4 seas to the Grand Line can be irrevocably secured. Pirates from the 4 seas would be forever confined to their waters, while those from the Grand Line would remain trapped within it, unable to enter or leave. Of course, there are exceptional individuals capable of traversing the calm belts, but such talents are exceedingly rare, and capturing one diminishes the pool further. For most pirates, the journey begins in the 4 seas, where they grow and develop in novice villages before facing the trials of the Navy on the Grand Line, ultimately vying for supremacy in the New World as contenders for the title of Pirate King. Should this process be severed, the likelihood of formidable pirates emerging would be drastically reduced. In light of long-term considerations, Ross is keen to prevent rampant piracy. His conflict lies within the world government, while the pirates and Revolutionary Army represent external challenges. Even if he lacks the strength to overthrow the higher-ups, resigning to become a mere Elder Star is preferable to allowing pirates and revolutionaries to seize the advantage. The free world that Luffy and the Revolutionary Army have created, while appealing, pales in comparison to Ross's current freedom. With a foundation for collaboration established, Ross's conversation with St. Maz was notably more relaxed. How did the Navy's assessment go? After discussing the world government, Ross shifted the focus to the Navy. Each time, Tenhunt calls for the Navy to dispatch admirals and a large contingent for protection. It is not only due to the need for personnel here, but also serves as a test of obedience. Most individuals who join the Navy do so under the banner of justice, while some seek self-preservation or security. Regardless of the motivation, the world government seeks loyalty. This loyalty does not necessitate blind allegiance, but members must at least tolerate the actions of the Celestial Dragons and offer them protection. Each instance of Tenhunt acts as a filtering process, akin to the O'Hara incident, serving as a compliance test for the world government. To ascend to the rank of admiral, one must navigate similar trials. That Admiral Sengoku remains unchanged, neither elated nor disheartened, seemingly fully aware of our intentions. The user of the Glint Glint fruit, however, is rather intriguing. As the examiner, St. Maz cheerfully remarked, while the Navy is under the purview of Saint Satan, The admiral-level assessments are conducted collectively by the 5 Elder Stars, as the Navy belongs to the world government rather than any private military. That is to be expected. His demeanor is somewhat languid, but if the benefits and status are sufficient, he would not remain passive. Ross gazed into the distance, observing the carnage wrought by Borsellino on the island, a smile gracing his features. If Borsellino were intent on killing, his speed would likely surpass even Ross's. However, Borsellino's assistance in the celestial dragon slaughter is rather measured, utilizing the properties of the glint fruit to drive pirates and slaves toward the gathering of celestial dragons, thus sparing them the trouble of hunting for individuals themselves. Moreover, should the celestial dragons find themselves in peril, Borsellino is always the first to render aid. From what can be observed, Borsellino is nothing short of exemplary, unquestionably a commendable bodyguard for the celestial dragons. In contrast, Sengoku's performance is considerably more mundane. He merely stands quietly among the gathering of celestial dragons, abstaining from combat, merely observing from the sidelines. Currently, only one admiral position remains vacant, and there should be no issue with Borsellino assuming that role. Once the vacancy arises, we shall promote him, Saint Satan stated calmly. Once the promotion is made, will Sengoku be the sole candidate for the next fleet admiral? Maz inquired, furrowing his brow. Borsellino's remarkable performance has left him with a less favorable impression of Sengoku. Inaction can sometimes serve as a statement. Perhaps Sengoku has grown numb after numerous visits. However, regardless of the reasoning, the fact remains that he's been outshone by a newcomer. Presently, this is the only option, as others lack the necessary qualifications. Saint Satan lightly shook his head, his gaze shifting to Ross. Regarding alternative candidates, there's only Zifa, yet he is more of a temporary fill-in. He added, Kong is still relatively young, and having performed admirably in recent years, there is no need for him to retire to the Holy Land so early. Since this generation of Sengoku lacks promising talent, it would be wiser to cultivate the next generation, such as Sakazuki. Ross suggested with a smile. Had he made this statement previously, St. Maz would have dismissed it outright. However, having triumphed over Shamrock, Ross has established himself as the strongest among this generation of celestial dragons, altering his status and influence. Sakazuki, however, is a double-edged sword. Maz remarked, his brow slightly creased. Following the destruction of O'Hara, Sakazuki was promoted to admiral with their tacit approval. Upon ascending to the rank, he immediately ventured to the New World, where he wreaked havoc, killing any pirate he encountered. In terms of merit and capability, he undoubtedly upholds the world government's reputation. Yet his temperament, which endangers even allies, renders him ill-suited for the role of Navy's top commander. Primarily, there are no better candidates. We cannot appoint Sengoku and Garp. Ross shrugged. Garp is certainly out of the question, Maz stated without hesitation. Garp would not even pass the obedience test. Becoming an admiral is out of the question, let alone fleet admiral. Unless the Navy finds itself devoid of personnel, he would never be considered. As for Sengoku, Maz, an astute fox, discerned Ross's intent. Regardless of whether it aligns with Ross's views or those of the Jaegeru family, there exists an evident bias against Sengoku. If the Jaegeru family, which oversees the Navy, has abandoned Sengoku, then his ascension to fleet admiral is rendered impossible. Although the Navy is evidently brimming with talent, selecting a fleet admiral has become a cumbersome task. Very well, let your family propose a plan, and we shall discuss it during the Elder Stars meeting, Maz concluded after much contemplation, deciding to relinquish the matter. As long as the rule of the Celestial Dragons remains unchallenged, the Jaegeru family may proceed with their machinations, for we are all on the same side. Chapter 89. A minor incident. The heavenly hunt lasted a full 3 days. Due to Ross and Shamrock's rapid eliminations, the world government dispatched additional waves of pirates and slaves to enhance the experience for the other celestial dragons. Yet, even the combined total of these arrivals could not rival the number Ross dispatched in just 1 hour. However, this situation allowed Ross to make a request to St. Mads. St. Ross, the individuals dispatched from Zanny have arrived and have already been sent on their way, said Gyon, who entered the cabin where Ross resided on the final day of the heavenly hunt. Shamrock and Saint Gringu had departed without concern for the fates of Junzi and Yvette, and according to the terms of their wager, those two now belonged to Ross. What was their condition during these past few days? Merely two burdens. Ross harbored no desire to engage with them, especially considering their tender age of under 14, which held no allure for him. They are rather docile, yet abandonment may lead to a drastic change in their disposition, Guillaume remarked. Let Zanny handle it. Whatever emotional shifts may occur, she will not be able to conceal them. Ross displayed indifference. If they can be of use, then so be it. If not, they can be disposed of. They are hardly irreplaceable. Recently, Zanny had scarcely rested, and during their last conversation via the transponder snail, she lamented the absence of a holiday. Guillaume chuckled softly. Once the affairs in the Jagat district are resolved, grant her ample leave. Ross couldn't help but laugh. The Jagat district has just been established. I am merely a figurehead, leaving the workload to Zanny. By the way, there's a matter you must discuss with the Holy Land, Guillaume said, her expression becoming slightly more serious. The city being constructed in Reverse Mountain is tentatively named Reverse City. St. Mads will allocate 30 million laborers to oversee its construction. I hope to commence work within 6 months, and I require the architect from Mariehua to provide the blueprints, stated Ross. Are there any specifications for the new city? As Ross articulated his requirements, Guillaume produced a notebook to record them. Guillaume's talents were primarily in combat, her administrative skills limited to basic writing. However, Ross did not expect more from her. He merely needed her to relay his requests. I still lack a secretary, he mused silently, observing Guillaume, who seemed overwhelmed by the information. Currently, the individuals at his disposal included only Lucky, Stella, Zifa, Zanny, and Guillaume. None of them were clerical staff. Stella and Lucky primarily assisted with his personal affairs, while Zifa and Guillaume were solely combatants. Zanny possessed commendable abilities, yet he needed her to defend his rear. Among his acquaintances, Robin and Alvia had potential, yet he did not trust them. He had just decimated their homeland and their loved ones. It would be madness to elevate them to confidants. The most suitable candidate for his secretary in the future would be Khalifa from CP9, yet she was only 5 years old this year. At least a 15-year wait lay ahead. Suddenly, the transponder snail on the table began to ring. Concurrently, Ross noticed the transponder snails of St. Mads, St. Satan, and Zifa ringing as well. It seemed something significant had occurred. Ross raised an eyebrow and gestured for Guillaume to answer the call. This is Zanny. The transponder snail transformed into Zanny's visage, her voice carrying a tone of gravity. According to intelligence from within CP0, Stussy has killed her fellow CP0 colleague from the Jagerlucia family and has since gone missing. Stussy? Upon hearing the name, Ross sprang to his feet. He understood the gravity of the situation. One particular detail had resurfaced in his memory regarding this individual. Stussy was the first clone created by the MADS organization within CP0, which was an illegal scientific research team led by Vegapunk, disbanded only after his recruitment. In essence, Stussy had always been affiliated with Vegapunk. The only conceivable reason for Stussy's defection was to rescue Vegapunk. I must step out for a moment. You can discuss the matters concerning Reverse City with Zanny, Ross stated before exiting. If Vegapunk had indeed escaped, regardless of whether it was under his direction or not, he bore the responsibility for the aftermath, as he had initially instigated the situation. Upon reaching St. Mads and St. Satan, he found them having just ended their own calls, both looking toward him. Have you deduced the situation? Vegapunk has fled, St. Mads said, his expression grim and his gaze piercing. If Vegapunk had perished, it would not have concerned him in the slightest. However, if he had been allowed to escape, the repercussions for the world government would be monumental. Heaven knows what new technologies Vegapunk had developed over the years, should these innovations fall into the hands of pirates or other major allied nations. They could indeed pose a serious threat to the world government. I will take responsibility for this matter, Ross replied coldly. Since he had proposed the assassination plan, he would see it through to the end. Very well. Should you encounter Vegapunk, eliminate him on sight. As for Stussy, if it is possible to capture her alive, do so. If not, eliminate her without hesitation, Saint Satan instructed solemnly. For him, Vegapunk's escape was a minor issue, but the presence of Vegapunk's allies within CP0 was intolerable. Now he believed that Ross's handling of Vegapunk was indeed the right course of action. With Vegapunk's associates present in CP0, who could predict how deeply the world government might be infiltrated in 10 or even 20 years? Moreover, any of Vegapunk's technologies could potentially harbor hidden dangers. Understood. Ross swiftly acknowledged the directive. The situation had been defined. He would not be blamed, but he needed to ensure the cleanup was handled. Vegapunk required immediate attention, and if Stussy could be captured alive, she would likely be made an example of, either executed or reduced to slavery. Before he could elaborate further on Vegapunk's situation, the special transponder snail belonging to St. Mads rang once more. It appeared that multiple crises had converged. St. Mads suddenly laughed. I merely stepped out to oversee the heavenly hunt, and yet so many issues have arisen. If there were no significant developments, we would not require this special means of communication. However, since Saint Satan had not received a call, it indicated either a matter he was responsible for or communications from another of the 5 elders. Without regard for Ross and Saint Satan's presence, Saint Mads chose to answer the call, eager to discern what other significant events had transpired. Chapter 90. Announcing the results. Mass Saint, we have been attacked. The phone bug transformed into a rugged man, who, upon connection, cried out in terror. Who are they? Do they not know that this is a slave market tacitly approved by the world government? A fierce glint shone in Maz Saint's eyes. As the overseer of labor for the world government, his workforce was roughly divided into 2 categories. One comprised of the population from member states used to offset the celestial gold, and the other consisting of slaves acquired from non-member nations. Ross and Satan Saint exchanged glances, each understanding the other's thoughts. There were many slave markets in non-member countries, but the markets under Maz Saint's control were predominantly the largest ones, most of which were known to be associated with the world government. It was unexpected that someone dared to act against them. They claimed to be revolutionaries, fighting for freedom and liberation, seeking to release all slaves, the man said in fear. Revolutionaries? I care not for what this is. I only concern myself with the final outcome. If you cannot deliver this year's quota of slaves, you know the consequences. Maz Saint abruptly ended the call, dismissing the continuation of a conversation about an organization he had never heard of. Were it a private matter, he might have been willing to listen longer, but with Satan Saint present, as well as Ross, he could not afford to let them speak further. If the conversation continued, the reputation of the Maka's family would be utterly tarnished. I shall now announce the results of the heavenly hunt. Afterward, Ross, you are to set forth. Maz Saint spoke with a composed demeanor. Do you require my assistance? Satan Saint inquired calmly. No need. An organization I have never encountered likely lacks formidable power. The CP alone suffices. The Navy need not intervene. Maz Saint snorted coldly, rising to give a knowing glance to the CP0 beside him. As for the remaining slaves and pirates on the island, there would be others designated for cleanup. Revolutionaries, Ross pondered. He had not anticipated the revolutionaries to act so swiftly. Merely half a year had passed since the events at O'Hara, and Dracula's ideology had only recently begun to evolve, yet they were already targeting non-member nations. Most non-member countries were better described as slave markets or primitive tribes, with governments that changed daily. Such places, devoid of navy and world government protection, indeed provided fertile ground for rapid development. Moreover, if their actions were not overly excessive, they likely would not raise the world government's alarm. Despite Maz Saint's earlier fury, it was likely only due to the embarrassment he faced in front of them, rather than a genuine belief that the revolutionaries warranted his full attention. Had they not stoked the flames of this incident further, Maz Saint would probably have let it go. With this thought, a slight smile crept onto Ross's lips as he flicked his finger. A few droplets of seawater flew from his fingertip, landing precisely near Satan Saint's jawline. Satan Saint cast a sidelong glance at Ross, but did not react much. 2 mere droplets of seawater posed no significant threat to him. Grandfather, the revolutionaries are an organization founded by Dracula. According to internal Navy intelligence, Kazan, Garp, and Sengoku may all be connected to this organization. Although he could hear the sound, Satan Saint was certain Ross had not spoken. He could instead feel the vibrations of the seawater. He understood that Ross wished to keep their conversation from Maz Saint's ears, and simply gave Ross a look inquiring what he intended to do. Satan Saint was far more informed about the revolutionaries than Maz Saint. From a moment of its inception, he had received updates, given Garp's sensitive position. However, since the revolutionaries had not taken any significant actions, he had refrained from unnecessary interference. Garp and Dracul were top-tier combatants. Eliminating them would not be easy. As long as they did not threaten the world government's rule, he could turn a blind eye. However, upon hearing that Kazan and Sengoku were also involved, Satan Saint felt a surge of urgency. 4 top-tier combatants constituted a considerable force, rivaling the infamous Rocks Pirates of yore. Whatever their intentions, since they had provoked Maz Saint, he could focus on them. Yet, this matter required you to frequently emphasize the relationship between Dracul and the Navy, prompting him to intervene proactively. Ross maintained his composure. Employing a straightforward technique, he used the vibrations of seawater to conduct sound directly into Satan Saint's mind. Although simple, this method had taken 3 months of mutual practice with Cheyenne to master the precise transmission of thought. While he utilized seawater, Cheyenne employed her own blood. After listening, Satan Saint contemplated briefly before nodding in agreement, accepting the task. He had never intended to meddle with the revolutionaries. More pressing was the need to safeguard Ross. He recognized Ross's potential, but the youth was still quite vulnerable and required ample time to grow. Seeing Satan Saint acquiesce, Ross smiled. The matter of the revolutionaries was significant yet not overly alarming. For at least the next 2 decades, they would likely make no substantial waves. However, for the sake of the future, their unchecked growth could not be allowed. Regrettably, he lacked the strength to act decisively at present. Otherwise, he would have quelled the revolutionaries long ago. As he had previously mentioned, his competition with the world government was merely internal strife. In defeat, one could lie back and accept their fate. In victory, they could ascend to the elders and even the throne of heaven. Yet, the revolutionaries were different. They sought to overthrow the celestial dragons. Moreover, given the actions he had already undertaken, it was likely sufficient grounds for the revolutionaries to condemn him to death. Having established enmity, he would certainly employ every means at his disposal. With a smile gracing his face, Ross proceeded towards the bow of the ship. The heavenly hunt has concluded. Among the participants, the most outstanding performer is Jaeger Lucia Ross Saint. Upon hearing this name, the celestial dragons below wilted like frost-bitten eggplants. The incident involving Ross and Shamrock had spread like wildfire on the very first day. Those who had wagered against Ross had been driven nearly mad in their desperate hope for a slim chance of victory. Now, they gazed up at Maz Saint with faces full of expectation, awaiting the announcement of their wager's outcome. Maz Saint, please announce the results of our wager with Ross Saint. A middle-aged celestial dragon shouted from below. His words had barely left his lips when many echoed in agreement. Even knowing they might lose, they demanded a resolution. 52 fools. Gazing at the varied expressions of the ordinary celestial dragons below, Maz Saint coldly snorted. The outcome is indisputable, in both quantity and quality. Your 52 fools combined do not compare to Ross Saint alone. Chapter 91. Harvesting experienced babies after Saint Maz summoned the names. His sharp gaze swept across the few celestial dragons below. Makas Noman, Makas Thobi Makas, the individuals whose names he pronounced would, from this day until the next heavenly hunt, be stripped of their rights to the heavenly gold. All those mentioned were members of their families who had engaged in the wager. While he could not control the affairs of other family celestial dragons, his own family's members were still under his dominion. The moment those words fell, the expressions of the 52 participating celestial dragons changed dramatically. It was not merely the sting of defeat, as they had faced losses before. The true terror lay in the fact that today, St. Maz had severed the Makas family's access to heavenly gold, and tomorrow, they too would find themselves deprived by their family patriarch through various means. Without wealth, there would be no slaves, no means to flaunt their riches, and, consequently, they would lose face among their kin. This was a matter of life and death. In contrast to the despair that spread among the other celestial dragons, Ross's mood was notably buoyant. With St. Maz announcing the results, it was tantamount to a final verdict. At that moment, a symphony of delightful notifications rang out. Completed A-class defeat. Power level 1000000. Completed A-class defeat. Completed A-class defeat. The 52 experienced babies had bestowed upon Ross an impressive 5.2 million power increase. In an instant, Ross felt his cells surging with vitality. His entire body became more agile and powerful. A mere flicker of sensation led him to believe he could effortlessly annihilate two versions of his former self. Ross, power level 13, 960 00015 000 S- Admiral level. Fruit. Human fruit. Mythical Zoan, Mizumizu form. Awakening not yet achieved. Fruit abilities. Levitation, flight. Ocean manipulation, control of water, sea perception, aqua restoration, replenishing stamina, ocean creation, beast transformation. Combat skills. Observation Haki S, Conqueror's Haki S, Armament Haki A, Sovereignty. Marine 6 styles A, Swordsmanship B, Gunmanship B, Body techniques B. The most significant enhancement was, of course, his raw strength. Ross's physique now rivaled that of Zifa. Following closely was his Conqueror's Haki. The Celestial Dragons possessed little in the way of unique abilities. Their rewards consisted of something called Celestial Dragon's Might, which bore similarity to the noble aura characteristic of aristocrats. However, after aggregating over 50 instances, Celestial Dragon's Might had escalated to S rank, directly augmenting Ross's Conqueror's Haki. It is no exaggeration to say that relying solely on his Conqueror's Haki, he could easily obliterate anyone below E rank. The only disappointment lay in the fact that Celestial Dragons might only enhance the quantity and quality of his Conqueror's Haki, without providing additional output methods, such as Haki binding. To master such techniques, he would have to wait until reaching Wano, to see if Master Kai had gained any insights. Should Kai possess the ability to employ Haki binding now, Ross could benefit from an accelerated learning experience. According to the direction indicated by the life card, Vegapunk was currently situated in the North Sea, which piqued his interest. After sailing for 2 days without locating Vegapunk, Ross unexpectedly encountered a grand vessel. "Master, it is the flamingo ship of the Don Quixote family," Stella reported, her gaze fixed on the flamingo-shaped ship in the distance. "The Don Quixote family from the Holy Land?" Ji-Yuan queried, somewhat perplexed. As far as she knew, Celestial Dragons seldom traversed the seas, making such encounters exceedingly rare. "This Don Quixote is not the one from the Holy Land." Ross chuckled, striding across the deck as he commanded, "Tell Zifa to approach." "Yes." Stella turned and dashed toward the helm. Following the conclusion of the heavenly hunt, Zifa naturally returned to the fold, joining them in the pursuit of Vegapunk. Moreover, aside from Zifa, Borsalino also participated in this operation. After all, as the possessor of the brain fruit, he was regarded as the most intelligent individual in the world government over the past 800 years, and thus, caution was warranted. However, the formation originally intended for Vegapunk would now be tested against Don Quixote da Flamingo. "Young master, they show no signs of slowing down. They are heading straight for us," Diamante exclaimed, panic evident in his gestures. "That is a vessel of the world government. That is the chariot of Celestial Dragon Ross. If a conflict arises, we are surely doomed. Fufu. They are merely celestial dragons. What is there to fear? Approach." Doflamingo laughed maniacally, his eyes gleaming with madness as he noted that Ross's ship had no intention of halting. Celestial dragons were nothing more than a group of wastrels, intoxicated by wealth and luxury. One day, he would make them realize the folly of rejecting him. As the two ships drew closer without any indication of deceleration, chaos ensued. With Doflamingo's madness, Diamante's terror, Ross and Ji-Yuan's calmness, Zifa's indifference, and Borsalino's exaggerated fear, the two vessels ultimately collided. Boom! The wooden flamingo ship was easily torn apart by Ross's vessel, the entire body of the ship embedding itself into the flamingo. Aside from Doflamingo and Diamante, the remaining members of the Don Quixote family were thrown into disarray, tumbling to the ground. Doflamingo completely disregarded the havoc aboard his ship, letting out a maniacal laugh. Fufu. No wonder you are hailed as the most wicked celestial dragon, Ross Saint. You are indeed different from the others. You are worthy of collaboration. His gaze fixated on Ross on the deck, his expression devoid of any fear, replaced instead by sheer madness. Don Quixote Doflamingo, overall rating, C. Do you think yourself brave? A mere commoner stripped of his celestial dragon status, Ross remarked, his expression impassive as he advanced toward Doflamingo. His steps, though seemingly slow, conveyed an overwhelming sense of pressure akin to a mountain pressing down. Each stride resonated like a hammer upon the hearts of those present. As he moved forward, the weight of his conqueror's haki intensified, becoming as heavy as a mountain. The crew aboard the Flamingo ship bent under the mounting pressure. As if burdened by an invisible weight, even their breaths becoming labored. Their faces were etched with terror, beads of cold sweat rolling down their foreheads. Some even turning pale from sheer fright. As Ross approached the Flamingo ship, the oppressive force of his conqueror's haki escalated further. The first step. The deck emitted faint cracking sounds as the wood strained under the pressure. The crew lay prostrate, as if an unseen force rendered them unable to lift their heads. Had Ross not consciously restrained himself, these individuals would have likely been crushed by the unbearable pressure. The second step. Diamante slightly arched his back, and Doflamingo's conqueror's haki involuntarily erupted, attempting to counteract the overwhelming force. Yet, even so, he could still feel an invisible weight pressing against his chest, as if a great mountain were resting upon him. The third step. Diamante's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. His face was a mask of fear and agony, and Doflamingo's expression turned grave, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Despite his attempts to unleash his conqueror's haki in resistance, he felt utterly powerless in the face of such a disparity. The fourth step. Thud. The crisp sound of footsteps resounded like a heavy hammer, striking Doflamingo's heart. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, nearly gasping for breath. Damn it, Doflamingo muttered under his breath, a flicker of pain and resentment flashing in his eyes. He struggled desperately, but beneath the overwhelming pressure, his conqueror's haki was like a candle in the ocean, unable to stir even the slightest ripple. Chapter 92. The powerless crouch with a thud. When Ross approached Doflamingo, the latter's conqueror's haki crumbled under the overwhelming force of Ross's own. Doflamingo, trembling on his knees, pressed his hands weakly against the deck, his face a canvas of terror and humiliation. His breath came in short gasps, his chest heaving as if the very air had thinned. Ross halted, towering over Doflamingo, and intoned, "Remember this position, Doflamingo," his voice imbued with an undeniable authority, as if it bore the weight of an unassailable power. Leaning closer, he emphasized each word. "The next time we meet, I shall not wish to educate you once more." This declaration penetrated Doflamingo's heart like a dagger. He opened his mouth to retort, but found himself silenced, unable to utter even a single word. An invisible pressure rendered him rigid, as if a mountain pressed against his chest, making even the act of breathing a struggle. This despair, born from the realization of his own helplessness, slowly corroded Doflamingo's spirit. The expressions of Doflamingo's crew varied. Some turned pale with fear, while others gazed vacantly at the suffocating scene before them. Doflamingo's features contorted as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He longed to struggle, but discovered he lacked even the strength to raise his head. This sense of impotence twisted his countenance into a grimace, while rage and fear churned within him, seeking an outlet that eluded him. A muffled groan escaped his chest as he finally emitted a suppressed roar. Celestial dragon. Once again, a celestial dragon. He, Doflamingo, refused to allow himself to kneel like a wild dog. With every fiber of his being, he summoned strength, desperately striving to rise. Even if a mountain pressed upon his back, it could not shatter his spine. In an instant, his garments tore asunder, and his form began to rise under Ross's oppressive force. "Ross!" Doflamingo howled, but his voice faltered mid-cry. Bang! Ross's polished shoe crashed down upon his bloodied back, effortlessly pinning Doflamingo to the deck, extinguishing any hope of reversing his position. With a gasp, Doflamingo spat out blood, his once fearsome visage deflated like a punctured balloon. Collapsing onto the ground, drained of all strength, reduced to mere labored breaths. Why? Doflamingo repeated to himself. But no amount of willpower could bridge the chasm of disparity in strength. This gap only further eroded his mental state. At such a stark divide, all resistance appeared ludicrous. Unable to even rise, what right did he have to oppose? Perhaps lying prostrate was a form of dignity in itself. Gather your thoughts, and then inform me of your business, Ross said coolly, gazing down at the blood staining his shoe, his brow slightly furrowing as he scuffed Doflamingo's golden hair. Observing Doflamingo's continued lack of resistance, a satisfied smile crept across Ross's face. He often stated that different individuals required different approaches. For a villain like Doflamingo, discussions of cooperation would only incite attempts to devour him. Only by instilling genuine fear could he hope to suppress any treacherous thoughts. It was only by utterly breaking his spine that Doflamingo would become the most loyal of mad dogs. Gazing into Doflamingo's vacant eyes, Ross remained unhurried. Once the conqueror's hockey dissipated, he beckoned Diamante, who lay like a dead dog nearby. Upon being summoned, Diamante's face registered terror before he could muster a response. A figure materialized before him. Moments later, he felt himself hoisted into the air, and then all consciousness faded. Ji Yuan lifted Diamante, uncertain of Ross's intent, but obedient to his command. Holding Diamante aloft, Ji Yuan tossed him toward Ross, delivering a few kicks until he collapsed in a crawling position before Doflamingo. Ross casually settled upon Diamante's back, his gaze keenly observing Doflamingo's reactions. The instant he sat, a flicker of anger ignited in Doflamingo's eyes, but it quickly dissipated, leaving behind an expression of detachment. Noticing this, Ross discerned that the time was nigh. For someone like Doflamingo, everything hinged upon a fragile sense of dignity. Beneath the facade of madness and arrogance lay a soul that had endured relentless humiliation since childhood. The scars of deep-seated insults and ridicule, along with betrayal and scorn from his peers, had left indelible marks upon his spirit. Now, as this facade of false dignity crumbled, Doflamingo finally revealed his truest self. He was still the boy who, due to his parents' choices, lost his celestial dragon status and endured the derision of both commoners and nobles alike. After a prolonged silence, the sea breeze seemed to still. On the Flamingo, every member of the Don Quixote family, including the just-awakened Diamante, looked to Doflamingo with bated breath. The choices Doflamingo made next would determine the fate of them all. Some hoped he would concede. After all, Ross was a celestial dragon, and they could understand his predicament. Yet, many wished for Doflamingo to resist to the end. After all, he was their leader, once a noble celestial dragon, and deemed by the highest-ranking family members as a man destined for kingship. Such a man could hardly submit simply because his opponent was a celestial dragon. Ross, facing the multitude of expectant gazes, Doflamingo clenched his jaw, his expression contorted with rage and distortion. Indeed, Ross remained non-committal, gazing at Doflamingo, awaiting his next move. Ross! Doflamingo roared, rising defiantly against Ross's oppression. Then, to the shock and disappointment of all, Doflamingo suddenly knelt before Ross with a thud. This time, it was I who offended you. It shall never happen again. Chapter 93. One day. This time, it was I who have offended you. It shall not happen again. Upon uttering these words, Doflamingo seemed to lose all his strength, collapsing onto the ground and slipping into unconsciousness. The gaze of the other members of the Don Quixote family aboard the ship shifted as they regarded Doflamingo. Diamante, in particular, was moved to tears, covering his mouth to stifle any sound. Young master, the young master is indeed a man destined to become a king. Only those who can endure and adapt can truly ascend to the throne. As for the other crew members who witnessed the young master's disgrace, they would all be dealt with later. No one would be allowed to tarnish the young master's reputation. Stella, Ross called out to the ship. Having already been observing from the vessel, Stella hurriedly approached. Master, how may I assist you? Administer healing to him. Understood. Stella nodded gently, sprinkling droplets of water that fell upon Doflamingo. These droplets, formed from her sweat, possessed remarkable healing properties, a gift of her fruit abilities. In the blink of an eye, Doflamingo's physical wounds began to heal. However, Perhaps due to the mental blow he suffered, he had yet to fully recover. Ross remained unperturbed, instructing Zephyr to continue sailing forward. Since Doflamingo had yet to awaken, Ross decided to advance the ship alongside the Flamingo. Whether this would cause the Flamingo to disintegrate was not a concern for him. Time swiftly passed, and evening descended. Awake? As Doflamingo stirred from his unconsciousness, he heard Ross's nonchalant voice nearby. Heh! Lying on the deck, Doflamingo gazed up at the myriad stars, his fists clenched tightly, eyes brimming with a multitude of emotions. Hibernation still requires hibernation. Ross reclined in a beach chair, leisurely swirling his glass of red wine, his eyes glinting with amusement as he observed Doflamingo. He cared not whether Doflamingo displayed 100 loyalty. He was a shrewd individual who had long since learned to assess his own limits. Without absolute certainty, any thoughts of rebellion would not arise. Regrettably, even with his current strength, Doflamingo's potential could not surpass Ross. Doflamingo. Ross took a delicate sip of his wine, directly calling out Doflamingo's name. Even in training a dog, one must instill discipline. Otherwise, it could not be taught to adhere to rules. Lord Ross. Doflamingo's eyes flickered, but he quickly sprang to his feet, kneeling before Ross, his hands pressed to the ground, forehead nearly touching the deck. Having chosen to yield, he would bide his time. Wait and see. One day, his power would surpass that of the adversary, and he would return this day's humiliation tenfold. Your father willingly renounced his celestial dragon status. What is your take on this matter? Ross slightly lowered his head, looking down at the kneeling Doflamingo. Utterly foolish and naively simplistic. I have demonstrated my stance through my actions. A glimmer of resentment shone in Doflamingo's eyes. Had it not been for his foolish father's actions, he should have been like Ross. And how could he have endured such humiliation? You acted decisively, presenting your father's head in a plea for restoration of status. So, if I were to grant you the title of vassal of the Jigoro Luca family, how could I ensure your loyalty? Ross casually swirled his wine glass, his tone and gaze indifferent. The title of vassal was a designation he bestowed upon Doflamingo, a chain that would easily strip him of everything in the future. As for whether Doflamingo would misuse this identity, it was inevitable. He might even tarnish the name of Jigoro Luca. However, the Jigoro Luca family had not enjoyed a good reputation for the past 800 years, having long been reduced to infamy and notoriety. No matter what Doflamingo did, it would merely add to the family's infamous legacy. I am willing to offer my life card and present you with my head as a token of my loyalty. Doflamingo's face, pressed against the deck, was shrouded in darkness, yet he understood he had no choice. Once his life was forfeit, nothing else would remain. For the sake of survival and the future, he was willing to compromise, even if it meant giving Ross leverage over him. The hunt had just concluded. Some of our kin may linger in several allied nations in the North Sea. Ross seemed to casually mention this matter. I shall provide you with a satisfactory response. Doflamingo solemnly promised, having anticipated such a scenario, yet he harbored no aversion to it. All celestial dragons were targets of his hatred. The power that should have belonged to him now resided in the hands of those he deemed worthless. How could he not feel rage? Even knowing that this leverage was significant and could lead to severe consequences if exposed, he had no choice but to think positively. Then I shall await your good news. Guillaume Siamov. Yes. Guillaume swiftly approached, gripping Doflamingo's shoulder. This is a communication snail. You know what to do. After tossing a silver communication snail to Doflamingo, Guillaume quickly departed. Of course I know what to do. Back on his ship, Doflamingo erupted into a maniacal laugh, his demeanor more frenzied than before. Young master, should we? Diamante approached Doflamingo, his eyes signaling to the other crew members nearby. They're all family members. Why would I do such a thing? Facing the terrified gazes of the crew, Doflamingo laughed heartily, spreading his arms wide. From this day forth, the Don Quixote family shall serve as vassals to the Jigoro Luca family. You may be unfamiliar with this family name, but the current elders and that celestial dragon just now hail from this lineage. It can be said that, even among the celestial dragons, the Jigoro Luca family is the strongest. He could indeed annihilate all the crew members to ensure today's events remained a secret. Yet, that would not align with Ross's interests nor his own. Since Ross had spared him, desiring to recruit him, it only indicated that he still held value. Ross needed him for something. Given this, he should not contemplate rejection, but instead embrace the opportunity. With Ross's influence, he could significantly shorten his path to power. As he anticipated, upon hearing they had been incorporated into the Celestial Dragons, the crew below, including Diamante, felt a sense of surrealism. This was a Celestial Dragon after all. According to Doflamingo, they were the mightiest among the Celestial Dragons. To serve such a family as vassals was perhaps more glorious than becoming the Pirate King. Hith. Watching the crew's expressions gradually transform into joy, Doflamingo's laughter grew ever more maniacal. Wait for it, Celestial Dragons. Wait for it, Lord Ross. One day, I shall repay this debt in full. Chapter 94. Exiles of Amira Island. Rose Saint. It seems that Don Quixote Doflamingo harbors ulterior motives. Were it not for his hidden agendas, he would not be Doflamingo at all. However, he is a clever individual, well aware of his necessary actions. Rose smiled dismissively. Doflamingo would forever be a dog that could not be tamed. Yet, should the owner's power be overwhelmingly strong, even an untamed dog would remain docile, too fearful to entertain thoughts of rebellion. I still do not regard him as particularly astute. Otherwise, he would not have sought us out. Jiun shook his head in confusion, even feeling that Doflamingo was akin to those foolish pirates, as evidenced by his reckless collision with their ship. Had I been an ordinary Celestial Dragon, perhaps I would have been deceived by his facade. Rose chuckled. Doflamingo's approach was merely a quest for collaboration, attempting to buy him off with money or rare curiosities. If it were Shamrock or Rodswald, they might genuinely have fallen for Doflamingo's ruse, leading to a partnership that would not seem strange. Establishing a cooperative relationship with Doflamingo could yield numerous benefits for Rose, especially given Doflamingo's tenuous connection to the Celestial Dragons, which would typically warrant agreement. However, given Rose's current strength, there is no need to negotiate with Doflamingo. Direct annexation would be far more prudent. In terms of management and developmental prowess, Rose acknowledged Doflamingo's capabilities, recognizing him as significantly superior to Crocodile, another future warlord. Amira Island, a deserted isle situated in the North Sea. On the sandy shores, a mature woman with golden short hair gasped for breath, her white suit, emblematic of CP0, marred by numerous gashes, some still oozing crimson. Doctor, do you have any alternative plans? If we do not make a decision soon, this may become our final resting place. Despite the dire circumstances, Stussy maintained a smile, her expression tinged with mockery. She had long been tasked with monitoring Vegapunk, and upon receiving orders from the world government to apprehend him, she had fled without hesitation. Yet the world government was not to be trifled with. Both she and Vegapunk had life cards in the hands of the government, not to mention the myriad of power users trained to track them. Even the vessel they had used to escape had been destroyed prior to their landing. Let me think. Vegapunk, a diminutive man with an exceptionally large head, licked his elongated tongue, his face portraying a blank expression. This was merely his contemplative state. Plan A. Construct a ship and flee at the fastest speed. With Stussy's capabilities, she could build a vessel in just 3 hours. Plan B. The final plan. Contact Drago and request his assistance. Provided I have sufficient materials on hand, I can shield us from the life cards and the tracking abilities of the power users. Doctor, I recommend we jump straight to the final plan. Stussy tore her white cloak and tended to her wounds. They were in no position to take further risks. Previously, they had managed to endure without heavyweight adversaries. Now that the Celestial Dragon's hunt had concluded, their circumstances would undoubtedly worsen. Then let us contact Drago and the Kingdom of Giants. Vegapunk sighed. It was a decision born of necessity. Initially, he had estimated that the world government would not act against him so soon, anticipating that by the time they deemed him unnecessary, he would be fully prepared. Fortunately, Stussy had been his ally since her induction into the world government. Otherwise, escape would have been impossible. I will contact him now. Stussy, a woman of action, swiftly produced a din-din mushy to reach out to Drago. This is Drago, came the calm voice on the other end. This is Vegapunk, Mr. Drago. We require your assistance. The world government has issued a bounty on our heads. Vegapunk succinctly outlined their predicament. He was merely a scientist, not a formidable warrior. Without ample materials and time, he was powerless. Given 20 years, even the world government would find it challenging to touch him. Where are you located? I will come to your aid personally, Drago replied with a steady tone. Drago understood Vegapunk's worth. He was an invaluable asset to the Revolutionary Army. Vegapunk's willingness to make this call indicated his desire to join their cause. A tremendous boon for the revolutionaries. I am on a Myra island in the North Sea. I can reach you within 2 days at most. Maintain communication. Drago asserted decisively. Mr. Drago, we may not be able to wait for you. Stussy interjected suddenly. What has happened? Drago, unfamiliar with Stussy, quickly grasped the severity of the situation. Pursuers from the world government had arrived, and the scale of their presence was alarming. Through his observation, he sensed that at least 3 individuals aboard the approaching ship radiated an aura that filled him with dread. Stussy murmured to herself, her gaze fixed on the vessel that had suddenly appeared in the distance. It bore the flags of the world government and the Geoguria family, and merely scanning it with her haki sent a jolt of trepidation through her. Their demise was imminent. I will hurry to you. Buy as much time as you can. Also, do not disconnect the Din Mushi, so I can ascertain your situation at any moment. Drago instructed hastily before abruptly terminating a Revolutionary Army meeting. In mere seconds, he ascended into the air, and with a gust of wind, he sped northward. Doctor, it seems we are doomed this time, Stussy remarked with a smile, placing the Din Mushi into Vegapunk's lab coat pocket. Good. After a lengthy pause, Drago's voice finally emerged. His form hovered in midair, a pen and paper in hand, his naturally somber visage appearing even more foreboding. If Vegapunk had made such a declaration, he understood the implications. Firstly, let me explain what I have learned about the essence of devil fruits. Vegapunk began to expound on his research findings. While the distant ship continued its slow approach, its crew seemingly unhurried, as if they were confident of their impending victory. Chapter 95. A dialogue between chickens and ducks. The essence of the devil fruit, its integration with weaponry, and the principles behind lineage factors. All are splendid subjects of discourse. Aboard the ship, Ross reclined leisurely in his chair. Beside him, Shiwan diligently transcribed the words of Vegapunk. They were not far from Vegapunk, whose hearing, thanks to the vampire fruit, was exceptional, only slightly inferior to his ability to listen to the sea. Regardless, either way, they could effortlessly capture all the information Vegapunk imparted. He was indifferent to the potential leakage of this information, as Vegapunk's contacts were merely Dragon or the Kingdom of Giants, both adversaries of the world government, yet currently not prioritized for eradication due to their relative inactivity. The prospect of Vegapunk's technological secrets leaking provided a convenient justification for escalating actions against both parties. And the railway technology of the sea train? That ought to be noted down. It may prove useful in the future. Ross raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He understood that Vegapunk possessed an extensive array of technology capable of facilitating numerous technological breakthroughs, if not for the need to compel a betrayal. Yet, it remained true. For a ruler devoid of external foes, technological advancement was never a pressing necessity. Conversely, eliminating all potential threats became the foremost duty of a ruler. A sentiment that explained the stagnation of technology during feudal eras. Technology requires intellect for development, and those endowed with such intellect often harbor their own ambitions, rendering them fundamentally uncontrollable. All was duly noted. Shiwan nodded softly. Although she could merely recognize the characters, she was able to replicate them accurately. What is the next technology? Pray tell. The history of the world government? Such matters are best left unspoken. Ross chuckled lightly, his overwhelming conqueror's haki cascading forth, enveloping the vicinity of Stussy and Vegapunk in an instant. In a mere moment, the transponder snail affixed to Vegapunk wilted momentarily, its signal disrupted for several seconds before returning to normal. On the other end, Dragon's eyes flickered as he brought the transponder snail closer to himself. The information he would glean could very well surpass the value of the scientific revelations previously heard. Dr. Vegapunk, Miss Stussy, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Ross's voice resonated throughout the coast. Even as he spoke from the bow of the ship, by the time his last word fell, he had already appeared before Stussy. Stussy instantly displayed a wary demeanor, her long, white legs sweeping towards Ross. Bang! Ross merely raised his arm, enveloped in armament hockey, effortlessly grasping Stussy's calf. I do not appreciate interruptions while I speak. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he vanished from sight. Not good. Bang! Stussy's waist endured a crushing blow, pain radiating throughout her body as if it threatened to cleave her in two. Coughing, she collapsed onto the sand, desperate to rise, only to hear a swift wind rush past her. The sea god's spear grazed her neck, plunging heavily into the sand, the sharp blade hovering perilously close to her throat, merely a millimeter away. If you move again, I will not hesitate to end your life, Ross stated coolly, decisively sitting atop Stussy's form, his gaze calmly fixed upon Vegapunk. Now let us converse earnestly, Dr. Vegapunk. Vegapunk, a scientist of unarmed stature, yet rated S, was regarded by Ross as a reservoir of experience. It was not inconceivable that the first S-rank kill would befall Vegapunk himself. We have no need for discussion. You will not spare me today, Vegapunk replied with a composed expression. Given Ross's display of power, he recognized the inevitable outcome. No matter how many calculations he made, escape was not within the realm of possibility. This was the shackles of wisdom. When confronted with absolute strength, even the most formidable intellect becomes futile. Why betray the world government? Ross inquired suddenly. Objectively speaking, I have never betrayed the world government. It is they who abandoned me. Vegapunk responded earnestly, his intent evident. Subjectively, I do not favor the world government's methods. Otherwise, I would not have founded MADS. Were it not for resources, I would not have even considered their olive branch. In other words, there has never been loyalty. Thus, there could be no talk of betrayal, Ross remarked with keen interest. That is not inaccurate. Let me speak directly with them. Vegapunk's gaze shifted to Ross's collar, where something bulged conspicuously, instantly revealing its concealed nature. It seems you've been discovered. I find such environments distasteful. A swift execution would suffice. Ross shrugged, retrieving the transponder snail that connected him to the 5 Elder Stars. On the other end, the meeting table of the 5 Elder Stars awaited. As handling Vegapunk was Jagor Lucia's suggestion, to avoid unnecessary complications, the responsibility could not fall upon him. And Vegapunk was merely fitting. The world government has treated you well. To whom have you leaked those technologies? Came the somber voice of Saint Satan. Ross had already briefed them on the situation upon establishing contact. No comment. However, I have backed up all my technologies. Upon my brain ceasing to function, they will disseminate across the globe. Vegapunk spoke with fervor and excitement regarding the spread of his technologies. Cease your actions. Madman, kill him. In an instant, 5 distinct voices erupted through the transponder snail, the device nearly malfunctioning due to the rapid exchanges. Listen, Vegapunk's eyes betrayed sorrow. It is precisely because the world government is composed of individuals like you that the world's technology stagnates, leaving many to endure hardship. Vegapunk, the technology you wield is perilous. Chastised Saint Vacheli. Yet my technology has not claimed a single life. Instead, you compel me to research weapons of mass destruction, clones, and modifications. Successes in those realms would indeed lead to greater mortality. Vegapunk countered rationally. Absurd. Every action of the world government is justified. Listening to the cacophony of the 5 Elder Stars, Ross tapped his ear, his eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. This antiquated assembly had lost their composure. If he were to speak, he would contend that their inability stemmed not from incapacity, but from having occupied their positions for far too long, viewing all around them as beneath them, their mentality long since corrupted. Subsequently, both sides entered a phase of feudal exchange. Vegapunk emphasized the transformations science could bring to the world, while the 5 Elder Stars asserted the supremacy of the world government. They were not on the same wavelength. Any fruitful dialogue seemed implausible. Nonetheless, Ross refrained from interjecting. He currently lacked the strength to contend with the 5 Elder Stars, and allowing Vegapunk to act as a lightning rod was quite satisfactory. The more Vegapunk incited the ire of the 5 Elder Stars, the more he validated his previous assertions. Ultimately, should they fail to execute their plans accurately, it would reflect their incompetence, having no bearing on him. Ross, the world government will not tolerate any threats. Execute Vegapunk immediately and publicly declare that anyone daring to research the technologies disseminated by him will face the immediate implementation of the demon-slaying order. Recognizing that nothing substantial could be achieved, Saint Satan calmly issued the directive. Agreed. Agreed. Following Saint Satan's proposal, the remaining 4 Elder Stars promptly concurred. Received. Ross chuckled softly a couple of times before abruptly ending the call. A group of old acquaintances engaged in idle chatter, and had it not been for the desire to shift blame, he would have terminated the conversation long ago. The demise of Vegapunk was inevitable, yet it was imperative to extract every ounce of value from the situation. Even in death, Vegapunk could yield considerable benefits. At the very least, the individual on the other end of the call, having listened to this exchange, would likely stir up an even greater commotion in the aftermath. Chapter 96 Farewell. Vegapunk before Vegapunk, Ross dialed another phone bug. Who? A rugged male voice emanated from the other end. Vinsmoke Gaji, correct? Ross seized Stussy's hair, pressing her head forcefully into the sandy ground, disapproving of any distractions while he was occupied. Indeed, who are you? Gaji inquired in a low tone, aware that few possessed his contact information. Jagaroja Ross Saint. You must have heard of me. What do you seek from me? Upon hearing the name of the Celestial Dragon, a name so notorious it could make infants wail, Gaji's demeanor shifted to one of evident respect. I have Vegapunk in my grasp. How about we strike a deal? You wish to hand over Vegapunk to me? Gaji's breath quickened. As a former member of MFDS, he understood Vegapunk's capabilities better than anyone. If he could harness Vegapunk, it would not be an exaggeration to say that his long-cherished ambitions would be realized instantly. Vegapunk has betrayed the world government. I can provide you with 1/3 of his brain. As for how to extract the information, that is something for you to contemplate, Ross suggested with a smile. I require his entire brain. What a jest. Who knows if that 1/3 contains what I need? You cannot afford that price, Ross replied flatly. The Vinsmoke family stands ready to pledge loyalty to you. Gaji responded without hesitation. In essence, there was no conflict between him and the Celestial Dragons. Gaji's greatest dream was to see the Vinsmoke family reign supreme over the North Sea once more, rather than aspire to rule the world. Thus, his philosophy was to demonstrate strength, conquering the North Sea through might, instilling fear in the world government to deter any actions against the Vinsmoke family. Now, the possibility of collaborating with the Celestial Dragon seemed advantageous. The notion of loyalty was irrelevant. Since the Celestial Dragons sought his services, he had no grounds to refuse and might as well be clever and proactive about it. That proposal sounds appealing, Ross replied with a grin, showing no concern that Vegapunk was still alive. In fact, he anticipated what Vegapunk might conjure beneath his very nose. Regrettably, by the time he concluded dealings with Vinsmoke, Vegapunk remained silent. Your actions will ultimately lead the world to ruin. It was only after Ross hung up the phone bug that Vegapunk spoke up suddenly. The doctor intends to disseminate technology to incite chaos in the world. My actions hardly seem significant in comparison. Ross nearly laughed aloud. Compared to those who readily sought to plunge the world into turmoil, he felt somewhat more human. Only through technological advancement can life improve for everyone. The sacrifices along the way will hold worth. Vegapunk did not believe he could engage in such discussions with Ross, promptly closing his eyes and allowing Ross to act upon him. Ross's decision to contact Gaji in Vegapunk's presence was merely to see what further value he could extract from him. He would promote that technology, but would not hand it over to the world government. Should that technology fall into their hands, it would only exacerbate the world's plight. Ross was not particularly skilled in persuasion. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suggested that Satan Saint eliminate Vegapunk in the first place. With so many people in this world, rather than stubbornly clashing with some obstinate individuals, it was wiser to wait for more like-minded allies. With a swift motion, the trident of the sea god was raised, its sharp blade gliding effortlessly across Vegapunk's neck, extinguishing his life force in an instant. Completion of S-Class Elimination. Power Level 5000. Special Reward. Brain Fruit, awaiting collection. Upon hearing the notification from the system, a flicker of surprise crossed Ross's gaze. He had not anticipated that Vegapunk's advanced technologies would yield the brain fruit as the final reward. This merely indicated that, in the system's assessment, the most valuable aspect of Vegapunk at present was indeed the brain fruit. It must be said, it was undeniably a remarkable fruit, capable of granting infinite storage capacity, akin to a fusion of a super hard drive and a super processor. With a modicum of talent, the user could effortlessly lead the world in technological prowess. "Kill me," Stussy murmured, her gaze hazy as she looked at the fallen Vegapunk. As a clone created by Vegapunk, her sole purpose had always been to obey his commands. Now that Vegapunk was dead, she found herself at a loss, unable to seek vengeance for him. Moreover, she was all too aware of the Celestial Dragon's true nature. Especially as a member of CP0, Ross Saint was not the anomaly among the Celestial Dragons. Rather, he was a villain, more ruthless than the others. Indeed, whether as a clone, a modified being, or a death soldier, such aberrations held far less significance than robots. "Farewell, clone number 1, Stussy." Ross drew his customary platinum pistol from his waist, pressing it against Stussy's head. "Thank you." Stussy felt no fear of death. From the moment of her creation, she had accepted her role as merely a tool. Now that her master was gone, her existence held no further purpose. Bang! The gunshot rang out, blood-splattered. Stussy crumpled to the ground, her mature and alluring visage stained with blood, a hint of tranquility radiating amidst the carnage. Stussy deceased. Ross hoisted Vegapunk's lifeless body, stepping through the waves toward the ship. The surging tides behind him swept Stussy's corpse into the sea, washing away the blood on the beach, leaving no trace behind. Ensure proper preservation. Once aboard, Ross casually discarded Vegapunk's body aside, allowing Stella to handle the subsequent procedures. In terms of pirate team hierarchy, he was the captain, Gion and Zifa the swordsman and martial artist, akin to the second and third in command, while Stella served as the ship's doctor. With her fruit abilities alone, Stella surpassed 99 of ordinary doctors, not to mention her considerable talent in the medical field. "Understood, Master." Stella promptly directed the ship's assistants to begin transporting Vegapunk's body. Meanwhile, Gion approached with a teasing smile. "I thought you might linger on the island a bit longer. With so many intriguing individuals around, why seek out a mere clone?" Ross shrugged. While he could easily take action against anyone with an attractive figure, he had no appetite for emotionless dolls. Stussy was just such a doll, devoid of any emotional depth, rendering the experience utterly uninteresting. "No, from what I know of you, there must be a more enticing target in mind." Having spent time alongside Ross, Gion had become much more relaxed, even daring to jest with him. "Indeed, there's a more alluring target, but it pales in comparison to you, my everlasting feast," Ross remarked, casting a profound and meaningful glance before turning gracefully, striding toward the cabin. Gion's lips curled into a vibrant smile, flourishing under Ross's nurturing. Her beauty, poise, and charisma had become increasingly captivating, drawing admiration. With light steps, she closely followed Ross, entering the cabin together. Chapter 97. The Vinsmoke family of the North Sea. 5 days later, the ship on which Ross was traveling sailed through the vast ocean. Sunlight danced upon the water's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle, while in the distance, hundreds of snail ships approached languidly. These monstrous vessels were colossal, each measuring several dozen meters in length, propelled forward by a grotesque, yet enormous snail. The hulls were painted black, resembling moving shadows, with large sails emblazoned with the number 66 flapping in the sea breeze, resonating with a haunting sound. Was this the infamous Germa 66, the nefarious organization that sought to overturn the entire North Sea 3 centuries ago? Jiwen gazed at the dense array of snail ships, her expression contemplative, as if pondering how long it would take to shatter them all. Evil? Justice? They merely met defeat. 300 years ago, they nearly unified the North Sea, not due to their great strength, but because the world government required their existence. Their power paled in comparison to that of the Rocks pirates a decade prior. Ross approached her, calmly narrating at that time, Dozens of allied nations in the North Sea united in an attempt to refuse tribute to the heavens and secretly established the North Sea United Government. Thus, Germa 66 emerged, supported by the world government. In just a few years, the North Sea United Government was effortlessly obliterated by Germa 66, which seized its territory. Eventually, Germa 66, feeling invincible, attempted to defy the commands of the world government. So, Germa 66 was annihilated? GUN speculated. It was evident that the once mighty Germa 66, having vanquished the allied nations, was ultimately destroyed by the righteous world government, with only a few insignificant remnants escaping. Ross scoffed. There is no such thing as justice in this world. Merely interests and power. He who is strong is justified. To proclaim true justice, one must first emerge victorious. How pitiable, then, that the current Germa 66 is merely a small organization founded by those orphans GUN used. The present Germa 66, established by Vinsmoke, Judge, was also a member of MADS and had previously worked alongside Vegapunk, relying on technology to bolster its strength, which was relatively notable in the North Sea. Fairly speaking, Germa 60 SXS power was utterly insufficient in the eyes of the world government and the New World, but in the weakened North Sea, it could be considered a formidable force. The Four Seas are the area most firmly controlled by the world government, fundamentally disallowing the emergence of powerful forces or individuals. Let us proceed. They have come to a halt. Bring Vegapunk's body and see what leverage he can provide for the future of Germa 66. As Ross stepped forward, the snail ships ceased their movement. In that moment, the sea appeared to be manipulated by an unseen force, the waves in front of the ship thrashing violently, as if an invisible hand had parted them, revealing a profound trench beneath. Above this chasm, a strange and magnificent pathway of seawater emerged, extending from Ross's vessel to the distant flagship of Germa 66, resembling a bridge connecting the divine to the mortal realm. Enemy attack. Attention, the crew of Germa 66, witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon in the ocean, fell into a state of panic. They had navigated the North Sea for many years and encountered countless storms, yet had never seen anyone capable of effortlessly creating such a grand maritime route. It was beyond their wildest imagination. Even the seasoned judge, upon witnessing Ross's display, wore an expression of grave concern. The last time he encountered someone with such strength was during the O'Hara incident, where the individual now known